my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game, yeah. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rules, cause we don't do it like you do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rules. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rules, cause they don't do it like we do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rules. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game.
Call the Babel out, call the priest. Back to life, I'm undeceased. Breaking the chain, unleashed. My true power released. Reached my hand into the sky and made the stars align. Cause when I left it down to fate, it was taking up too much time. It's a miracle, it's a curse. I will not be deterred. If you predicted the worst, bon appetit, eat your words. Keep my score, fire the gun. Watch me how I overcome what they said could not be done. I did it, now sing it. The birth of a legend, the past tried to trap me too bad. My future beckoned, I crashed, and yes, I burned. Hardest lesson that I learned was how to take a fall and crawl back out the dirt. Now I'm back from the grave, revived. Time after time, they tried to take my life, and still I wouldn't die. Survive, now come salute him. No man can dispute him. Back and I am biting, street fighting, Ryu Hadouken. What they said could not be done, I did it. Now sing it. Oh, here I go, changing destiny, taking the road to my victory. I won't admit defeat. I'm making history like it's meant to be. When they said to me, say, no man can dispute him. Might as well salute him. What is written isn't done. Watch me how I overcome.
As long as we're together, it feel easier. Yeah, this right here forever. Won't let you down, I'll never. Won't let you down. I think I found my treasure. Oh yeah. Always get the feeling that you feel the same way. No, you're never gonna leave my side. Doing this together and ain't nobody better. Yeah, I really wanna get this right. I'm taller. You make me love harder. You make it all easier. You know that I need you here. Always gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Tonight, gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Tonight. Always get the feeling that you feel the same way. No, you're never gonna leave my side. Doing this together and ain't nobody better. Yeah, I really wanna get this right. I'm taller. You make me love harder. You make it all easier. You know that I need you here. Always gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Tonight, gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Tonight.
Number one in the street, so that wanna bang bang. Everybody touch a road, everybody bang bang. Then I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shining, everybody bang bang. This a bang bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. Bang, 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 bang. Number one in the streets, so that wanna bang bang. Everybody touch a road, everybody bang bang. Then I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shining, everybody bang bang. This a bang, bang, bang. Bang, 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 bang.
rhythm and I'm up the beat. With it all look, everything on fleek. Word on the street, got my sound on repeat. Do it all day, every day of the week. Getting turned up, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party. mad up the beat. With the all look. Yeah, everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Mad up the beat. With the all look. Yeah, everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Every day of the week, getting climb out, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party.
Don't give him any sugar, he suckers me all his money. Wanna live lavish, you need a clue. Then look to me, I'll tell you what to do.
Repeat after me.
Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Now bring it out, it's your time to glow. You all the baddest, put on a show. Don't be afraid, let everyone know. Don't be shy, just lose all control and work it. Go hit a full split, tear up the floor. Go ahead, snatch those whips. Repeat after me. I am the vixen, I am the stallion. I don't need vixen, but I do need all your attention. All these diamonds.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. Take us down, keep fighting.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
What is a winner? Make a promise, then I go and deliver. What is a great? He the favorite, any race that he enters. Look at their face, they all amazed. This ain't for beginners. Back in the days, we used to dream, but now we can get it. Work. We gotta push to the limit, then work. Till we finish, then push to the limit, then work.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Pertarungan antara para jagoan terjadi di Land of Dawn. memperebutkan legacy yang telah menjadi kebanggaan turun-menurun. Setiap jagoan masing-masing tidak mau menyerah dan berusaha untuk tidak melakukan kesalahan. Karena siapapun yang berhasil memenangkan peperangan ini adalah mereka yang akan melanjutkan tradisi kehormatan dan kebanggaan.
Sial, ini posisi yang tidak menguntungkan bagiku. Kalau sendirian seperti ini, aku tidak akan bisa mengimbangi dia.
Sudahlah, menyerah saja. Kau tidak akan bisa menang melawanku.
Tidak ada kata menyerah dalam kamusku. Maju kalau berani.
Saber, kau kejarlah lawan yang lain. Biar aku yang mengurus Layla.
Cih, baiklah kalau itu maumu. Jangan sampai kalah.
Percayalah padaku. Akan kubuktikan siapa marksman terbaik di kelasnya.
Percaya dirimu boleh juga.
Tidak usah banyak bicara. Sekarang, mari kita buktikan siapa marksman yang terkuat.
Baiklah, let's do it.
Menyerahlah, kau sudah tidak bisa lari lagi. Kemenangan ini akan menjadi milik kami.
Kage no Ogi. Menyerahlah, kau sudah tidak dapat bergerak lagi.
Enak saja, aku tidak akan memaafkan dirimu yang telah mengganggu pertarunganku. Sih, beraninya keroyokan. Andai kau tidak datang, Layla sudah pasti kuhabisi.
Jangan lupa, ini adalah arena peperangan, bukan ring tinju.
Terima kasih Hayabusa. Sekarang, mari kita habisi dia.
Rasakan ini. Yeah! Hah? Alucard?
Beatrix, recall dulu untuk saat ini. Biarkan aku yang menghadapinya.
Baik, kuserahkan padamu ya.
Oh, begitu ya. Layla, kau juga recall saja dulu. Biarkan ini menjadi pertarungan kami.
Oke, kupercayakan padamu ya. Good luck.
Sudah lama aku menantikan momen ini. Segalanya pasti akan berakhir.
Bayanganku akan menghabisimu. Ya! Sial. Dalam keadaan seperti ini, lifestyle-nya memang tidak tertandingi. Laila,
Selama 10 tahun, aku telah mengasah pedangku untuk saat ini.
Winner, winner chicken. Ya, kamu mengerti maksudku.
Tidak ada yang dapat menghentikanku jika aku telah mengeluarkan pedangku.
Sekarang, mari kita habisi mereka.
Jangan lupakan aku.
Gatot kaca?
kemana saja kau? Akhirnya datang juga. Hampir saja kita kalah.
Legenda tidak pernah menyerah. Yeah!
Ya,
Laila, sekarang giliranmu.
Waktunya bersinar.
Triple kill!
mantap. Mereka tidak akan bangkit dalam waktu yang cukup lama.
Kalau begitu, inilah saatnya kita menghancurkan markas mereka.
Ayo, kita segera ke sana dan meraih kemenangan.
Let's bring on the legacy.
Alucard.
Saber. Gotta catch her.
Legendary!
Two teams advances to the final upper bracket, while 4 teams are now battling it out in the lower brackets. Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals Playoffs. This is Rose and Clara as your host for today, and we are live from Istora Senayan, Jakarta.
Masih berada dari Istora Senayan, Jakarta. Bude Monster dan juga Rose turut mengundang semuanya untuk hadir di sini. Tentu saja di Snapdragon Pro Series Final babak playoff. Di mana kita sudah melihat akan ada 2 tim yang beradu di final upper bracket dan tim Indonesia berada di sana bersama dengan tim Philippines. Dan di lower bracket masih ada 4 tim yang berjuang untuk nyawa terakhir mereka untuk bisa bertahan dan mungkin bisa lanjut untuk esok hari.
Yes, exactly like what Clara said. In the upper bracket, we have AP Brand as well as Onyx. Meanwhile, in the lower brackets, we still have RSG Philippines. We still have Yudu Red Giants, Bigatron Alpha, as well as Echo.
Yes, 3 countries still here. 3 negara masih berada di sini dan mereka masih berjuang dalam best of 3 series tentunya untuk lower bracket. Dan lagi, jika mereka kalah di lower bracket, nggak akan ada lagi nyawa tambahan untuk mereka. Ini adalah kesempatan satu-satunya untuk mereka untuk membalaskan dendam dan mengejar ketertinggalan dari upper bracket.
Now, personally, I am really excited for our upper bracket final match because it's gonna be a revenge from the side of Onyx. But AP Brand said they're not gonna allow Onyx to take that win.
Betul, dari Onyx dan juga AP Brand mereka punya histori yang menarik karena dari Onyx mereka akan membalaskan dendam saat group stage dan AP Brand mereka nggak akan membiarkan hal itu. Jadi dalam best of 5 series tentu saja upper bracket akan semakin menarik.
Yes, but for our first match of the day, it will be against Echo and Yudu Red Giants. Oh, this one makes me conflicted because it's a Malaysian team and a Philippine team.
Ya, ada tim Filipina dan juga Malaysia. Kita melihat bagaimana performa dari tim Malaysia pada saat group stage. Mereka berhasil untuk masuk ke babak playoff ini bukan untuk kalah. Pastinya mereka ingin menang dan begitu pula dengan tim Philippines yang sudah kita tahu dengan permainan makro mereka yang begitu luar biasa.
Now, I agree. So how about we throw it over to our panelists so that they could break down what's going to be happening in the first match. So panelists, kindly take it away and break it down for us.
Silakan panelists.
Thank you very much, Rose, as well as Clara. First of all, before we even begin, I just gotta say that cosplay performance was heartwarming. It was cute, it was wholesome. Welcome to the second day of the Snapdragon Pro Series final playoffs. My name is Afel, and alongside with me are these guys. And again, welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy. Guys, how are you guys feeling today?
How
did you guys enjoy the show?
I enjoyed that show.
Well, of course, we are enjoying the show because we are excited. We already see the cosplay, and later we're gonna have a hot match, 4 match today.
Yeah, yesterday was a day of introductions. It was a day of getting to know our playoffs teams, but it's bittersweet because today is going to be a day of goodbyes. Lower bracket matches, of course, we know that's it for them if they lose it.
Yeah, and here's the thing, starting off with Udo Red Giants going up against Echo, it's gonna be same, different coming in from yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Because this is instantly revenge match again.
Yeah, they're meeting in their groups as well.
Yeah.
So Udo Red Giants and Echo. If I believe the last time these two saw each other was a 2-1 victory for Echo.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
Right.
I think what we're going to be seeing is still pretty much the same of what they've shown so far, but the question of who's going to be playing for Udo.
Yeah, in fact, right now, we gotta remind ourselves what happened yesterday.
Welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals Playoffs.
Bebas, telah bernyanyi bahwa final slash dan bakal diacak-acak. Kyrie baik time dilakukan, mencoba untuk edge game, fokus ke base-nya. Tapi terlalu sakit, untuk practice dan
Onyx are absolute titans.
Mereka juga terbilang tim baru tapi mainnya bagus.
Supposedly I should feel sad, right? But I feel like satisfied because we give them at the second game hard games. We give them a hard time. So yeah.
Onyx is most likely going to make it to the grand finals.
Untuk Eko, tembakan all play. So dapat memorinya memporak-porandakan para pasukan Piget Ronaldo. Di depan sana, kehilangan Sagitan dan tidak ada high defensive. Jika Hela, all play tertarik. Apa terjadi? Supercat versus everybody, Supercat catch him to win. Dan nampaknya kali ini PES menjadi pilihan utama.
Echo is a very bombastic team. A little inconsistent, but the next generation of Echo looks good.
Going against Bigatron is that easy because they are all mechanical gifted players.
Game series on Echo ya itu game yang seru lah. Menurut gua kita harusnya bisa lebih better daripada itu buat pembelajaran kita di turnamen ini lagi.
Menarik satu target cewek dengan blessing duetnya yang masih bisa di-cancel nampaknya dengan final slash. Namun fight-nya agak sedikit berat karena RGPS karena 3 member yang harus hilang.
Dan bahkan satu pemain dan 2 pemain down dari RSGPH double kill. Berhasil disekol oleh Kyril. Belum ada wave minion yang ternyata langsung dimaksimalkan oleh Onyx Esports from Indonesia.
Yang pastinya ya kita senang banget. Kita juga yakin sih dari match kali ini ntar bakal lebih keras lagi.
I expected it to be a close game against Onyx.
RGPH, they don't blink. Light doesn't blink either, but their drafts sometimes can be on and off. I think RGPH are a very inconsistent team.
AP Brand masih bisa bertahan tapi World Charge dikeluarkan oleh seorang JP yang harus terkikis dan tereliminasi. Tapi lihat, sudah ada Dragon yang dikeluarkan di outplay dengan damage yang diberikan oleh Super Mako.
Harus tumbal kali ini. Base turretnya mulai terbuka dan AP Brand.
AP Bren are calm and collected.
I feel so happy because we win and we face against Onyx.
I think it's a draft problem, so we will just adjust our draft so we can bounce back.
Definitely gonna be champions, so I don't have to wax my legs.
Plan kita kalau buat ketemu AP Brand lagi ya kita mau revenge sih. Jadi kita mau balas dendam kekalahan kita di group stage kemarin di playoff kali ini.
Well, based on what happened yesterday, I can't wait what's going to happen today. And what you guys are looking at right now are the top 3 plays from yesterday. And it looks like the biggest play was from Ogwen on that Minotaur.
Yeah, Bren really showed they know how to play around this Minotaur, how well they're comfortable with this pick. Personally, I kind of wish the Lord won the vote, but Ogwen had a really sick play.
Yeah, I thought Lord gonna win this
Yeah.
vote. But yeah, we already see how Ogwen play, how Suns play, but we're gonna see it again on today. What kind of gameplay that they gonna show us?
Yeah, there's gonna be match 3. That third match between Onyx and AP Brennan, gonna be watching out for it. But yeah, Echo versus Udo Red Giants first. Again, this is gonna be a meetup from a matchup that we already saw on the group stage.
See, here's the thing, Remar, I do have to ask you because watching Echo play yesterday, even I have some questions. Like, why does it seem like they're not playing their normal Echo self? Like, what's going on? Was it really the draft, or is it like weird movements coming in from the team?
Yeah, I have to agree here with what Yaoi mentioned. Although in game number 2, we saw a much more competitive Echo there, but then AP Brennan was able to just find a sudden snap. Something about AP Brennan finding it. Echo, on the other hand, yeah, I feel like they're a team that if they don't get the draft that will really help them shine, that will really unlock their players, they're going to struggle. There's going to be a hint of doubt in their movements, not that confident in terms of getting the pickoffs that they want to get.
Yeah, in fact, right now we're going to take a quick look at the bracket just to see where we're at the moment. Yeah, for now, again, Onyx is looking very good. AP Bren is looking amazing, so they're going to be playing at the upper bracket finals. But now, Udo Red Giants against Echo. Winner goes on, losers go home. Same with BTR and RGPH.
Yep, it's a best of 3 series game, and I think it's a revenge match for both of them. Are Udo Red Giant gonna improve, gonna adapt with what kind of gameplay that Echo gonna use? Maybe they are already watching yesterday how the Echo gonna lose from Bigatron.
Yeah, meantime, BTR versus RSGPH is a matchup we didn't get to see. BTR, they lost against Echo. Echo and RSGPH are two teams who are very similar in terms of what they want to achieve in drafting and in their gameplay. So there shouldn't be too much of a massive shift or a sudden surprise from BTR to face up against a team like RSGPH.
I just noted there's a color code here where the winners overall are yellow, and then top red, and then like bluish blue. Right?
Yeah, bluish, purplish, white, right? Yeah.
Right? And they have 3 main color.
There's a color code here. I mean, like, I'm colorblind. I could be wrong. But,
but you're correct.
No, but okay. You called the colors correctly.
Ah, yeah. Thanks. And now let's call the prize pool correctly. Because now, again, top 6 teams, whoever gets eliminated will be 6th and 5th. That they have to be happy with 5,500 USD, which again, to be fair, is a huge amount. But compared that to 65, yeah, no comparison.
Yeah, everyone's going to be aiming for that first spot, the championship, the 65K, all those bags. Yeah, whoever's going to be winning it, it's either going to be a very sweet win because you're winning it at home if you're an Indonesian team, or if you're a Filipino or a Malaysian team, it's going to be even sweeter because you're going to be silencing an entire home crowd.
Yeah, and whoever loses this match gonna only have 5,500 USD.
Yeah, and right now, let's actually look at the schedule because we got to talk about when things are going down because immediately after this, it is going to be Udo Red Giants going up against Echo. And then after that, it is going to be Bigatron Alpha going up against RSG Philippines. And then the upper bracket finals, Onyx against AB Bread, which is a best of 5.
Yep. And we continue on the lower bracket semi-final. It's still best of 3. So we only have 1 best of 5 on the upper bracket final today. And the rest are best of 3 series.
Yeah, whoever's going to win between the 4 teams in the first 2 matches, they're going to be meeting up for the last match of the day. But yeah, it's BO3, BO3, BO5, then back to a BO3.
I mean, here's the thing, man. It's amazing to think that we're so close to the grand finals. It's just tomorrow.
Yeah.
Wow. Right? Everything that's happening today is just to set up for tomorrow. And it's been such a long journey, especially for some of the teams here that went all the way from like open qualifiers. So it's a crazy journey, man.
Yeah, from the open qualifiers where they were all in just their specific boot camps to the challenge season in Malaysia. It was different open qualifiers as well. Now here in Jakarta, second to the last day. Again, it's bittersweet, but it's sweeter than it is bitter because it's been a great journey.
Because in a tournament, there must be a loser or the winner. Right? So we gonna see, is it gonna be sweet or bitter for you?
Oh. So going back into the conversation, man. Udo Red Giants against Echo. I like that Gojes, he himself said it's like, we're not that sad. We should be sad, but we're not that sad because despite everything, new team, new coach coming in, few new players, and Super Red being sick, they were still able to do very, very well, gave a very hard game to Onyx. So now, let's introduce both teams.
Snapdragon, we also on the low bracket. We also most disqualified. And then before at the grouping also, we have one game do or die. We've been in this situation and we have no problem and no pressure.
Terlalu berburu-buru, nampak kesan sekali ini. Tidak mengeluarkan flicker karena dia bertahan. Pada saat dikeluarkan, akan coba ditukar. Masih habis itu membuat couple.
I think there is no loss of problem against Echo. Just our draft. Maybe it's not on our comfort. So we will get our comfort draft and yeah, we can beat Echo and throw them to Philippines back.
We're gonna be prepared for them, and our plan on New Red Giants is just the same on how we defeated them on group stage.
You talk about the problem, but now this problem is on your doorstep. They've got divine justice, pulls back Sanjay, and it looks like Pancake, he's going to be killed. Zach is going to be killed as well. Zach is going in for this one. Going the way, Seki's no way to slow this down.
We will have our revenge against Echo.
Now it is time for the first match of the day, where we will witness the last lives of Echo and Yudu Red Giants.
Yes, dan ini adalah match pertama untuk hari ini, di mana ini akan menjadi nyawa terakhir antara Yudo dan juga Echo, perwakilan dari Malaysia dan juga Philippines. Sepertinya kedua tim sudah bersiap and we will call them shortly. So, persiapkan diri kalian, mari kita sambut. Inilah dia, tim perwakilan dari Philippines, Echo! Echo loud, Echo proud. This is Echo from Philippines.
Okay, now that we have the first team up on stage, let us call up the only Malaysian representative in the Snapdragon Pro Series. Give it up for Yudu Red Giants. Waving the Malaysia flag, loud and pride. Here you go, Yudo Red Giants. Give it up for them, everybody.
Tatapan dari kedua tim seperti sangat tajam dan mereka benar-benar ingin mendapatkan satu sama lain.
This best of 3 series will determine who will be moving on to the next round and who will be going home. So this will mean a lot for both teams.
Ya, satu di antara mereka harus berakhir perjalanannya dan yang satu akan melanjutkan tentu saja. Tapi perjalanan mereka masih cukup berat dan best of 3 series ini akan menentukan siapakah yang layak lanjut dan siapakah yang harus terhenti perjalanannya.
Now it looks like both teams are actually ready to kickstart the first match of the day. So how about we throw it over to the panelists to break down the first match. Panelists, take it away.
Thank you very much, Rose and Clara, and thank you very much, Reptar, for cheering for Red Giants for me because of...
I got you.
You're a bro, man.
I got you.
You're a bro. I really appreciate it. So now, we're diving straight into it because I really want to get your thoughts. We talked a little bit about Red Giants, but now, let's talk about Echo. It looks like they have a pretty solid game plan. They're just like, we're using the same strategy and we just got to work on our drafts.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're going to be putting a little bit more focus here on terms of their XP lane and their jungle picks as well. Just to make sure that they have Sanford and Zyda in their most comfortable elements here to be able to bring it to the team because Red Giants are the same. They put a lot of focus on a really good XP pick and a really good jungle pick for their team.
But for the Yudu Red Giant, I think there will be the audience who are like doubting them. Because they are the underdog. Maybe if you look at Echo, we already know what kind of
the achievement that Echo already
Yeah.
get. But you do Red Giant, I think with Coach Ark, maybe they thinking about some kind of new strategy to facing against Echo, especially for this kind of revenge match.
And honestly, for this one, it is going to be very interesting to see the lineup coming in from Red Giants. Either Super Red will be playing or Super Sif. Though, to be fair, even as a fan, not like professionally saying as a host, and as a fan, Super Sif actually did pretty well.
Yeah.
Sure, there were times where there were lapses in judgment, but overall, looking quite good. But before that, let's introduce the lineup. Coming in from Echo, Sanford, Zaida, Sanji, Outplayed, and Yaoi's playing today.
All right, Daddy's gonna be watching. Yaoi's gonna be playing. We call JP Daddy, so I'm not call. Yeah.
Okay.
I just needed to explain that.
Thank you for clarifying. I was.
Yeah, a lot of people probably are wondering why I said that. But yeah, this is gonna be the Echo lineup that we saw more of during the group stage. Of course, with majority of the championship or World Championship and NPL Philippine Championship winning team. So I think they mentioned that JP played yesterday because he seems to gel a little bit better with Zaida and Outplayed, of course, his teammates from MDL Philippines. But I think after a little bit more recalibrating, they got to talk things out, got to discuss even more. Maybe behind the scenes, Yaoi got to know more about Zaida and Outplayed and see how they played and how they shine with JP. And now Yaoi saying, hey, JP, I think it's my turn. I think I can take care of your boys better now.
I know that. Maybe JP and Yaoi have a lot of similarities during for the hero pools, right?
Yeah.
Like for the Cho, the Kufra. But Yaoi have a lot of experience before, and maybe he can bring this up to his teammates because this is an important match. Whoever gonna lose is not continuing their journey on the SPS.
Yeah, and honestly, looking at the lineup here, I feel like for all of the Yaoi fans, they would not want to see him on the Angela because he's kind of like a like key boy where he set things up.
Yeah.
Sure, he can play those Enchanter style, but we prefer seeing more crowd control initiator type of heroes for Yaoi. But the player to watch is Sanford. 40% win rate on the Uranus is surprisingly low, seeing how good he is on the Uranus. 67 for both Terizla as well as Fredrin. But I gotta say, really got to be careful of what Sanford can bring to the table, especially I kind of feel like Sanford can be more patient than Gojis.
Yeah, especially when Sanford is thinking about the momentum when he will come in, especially when he's using like the Terizla or even the Fredrin. The initiator hero is very, very good.
Yeah, along with those Fredrins and the Terizlas, we haven't seen a lot of it, but the Yuzong pick is a great one for Echo. It's usually their trump card. Actually, there was a phase during MPL Philippines Season 11 where teams that were going up against Echo pretty much just took out the Yuzong in the first phase. I don't think we're going to get back to that style of drafting, but that's something Red Giants has to watch out for. You mentioned it perfectly, Colius. The initiation timing of Sanford is definitely going to be key.
I mean, if that's the situation, then I definitely see Echo just fanning out the Claw, doesn't matter who's playing. But now we gotta introduce it, and it's gorgeous Sakai, Zakuti, Super Red will be playing, and Pancake.
All right, Super Red is back. It seems like he's playing better, and I think he saw Super Stiff, and he's like, that was a little bit too good, Super Stiff. I don't want to lose my job. All right, coach, I'm ready. Bring me in. I'm feeling better. But yeah, Super Red, of course, has to play the game of his life here if you do Red Giants wants to go forward. Echo love focusing and playing against teams that put a lot of eggs onto the basket of their gold laner. They love to pressure the gold lane. Super Red has to watch out.
But the question right now is, are Super Red gonna use Cloud? Or the enemy's gonna give Cloud to Super Red? Or is it gonna be banned?
Yeah, I will be so surprised if Echo doesn't ban it. So surprised.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised.
You wouldn't be surprised?
Yeah, because if they give the Claude to Super Red, that means they set up a lineup that is very pick-off heavy and will be disruptive against the Claude in the early game. Again, it's so interesting that Super Red, most played hero, Claude, who's the most iconic hero right now, outplayed at the side of Echo, also the Claude.
So both of them can use Cloud. Even if we're looking at the heroes pool, I think the Pancake have the similar hero pool too with Yaoi.
Yeah,
that's why we gonna see. Is there any contest on picking on the heroes for the draft bait later?
We were talking about Sanford, now we gotta talk about Gojis here. 67-67, same numbers, different heroes. Arlet as well as Edith, and having a higher one, 70-something for the Fredrin.
Yeah, 75% on that Fredrin. And it's interesting to see the difference in the hero pool for the top priorities for Sanford and Gojis? Because earlier you mentioned LaFell. Sanford just seems to be a little bit more patient than Gojis at times. The initiation timing that Colius brought up. Gojis just wants to fight, man. He'll find those setups out of nowhere. Even though it looks like, hey, Gojis, what are you doing? It's the right play.
Yeah.
There's something about Gojis and his understanding
Yeah.
of the game that Echo needs to watch out for.
Yeah, he's a typical brawl man who
Yeah.
just got into the team fight. And if I'm not wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, that Edith, Gorgeous is the only player who used Edith during
Yes.
this SPS.
He is. And the only one who can really shine with it. So really looking at the heroes, you got Uranus, Fredrin, Terizla. For Gojis, you've got Arlott, Fredrin, and the Edith. They have the Fredrin shared, but then the two other heroes, I think, paints the perfect picture in terms of how different these two players are.
You know what I'm worried about? I'm worried that Gojis has very selective listening.
How come?
Imagine this. Imagine this. Super Red is telling the team, I'm 500 gold from completing my Demon Hunter sword. And he's like, did someone say go? It's like, no, I said gold. You go. And then you go. It's like, and then someone says like, hey, I'm gonna gank. Go, just be careful. What? Did you say go? Did you say go? And it's like, all right, I'm gonna go.
It will be funny, yeah.
So now looking at the team head-to-head here, actually, damage per minute is more towards Red Giants. Surprised about that.
Well, I mean, we've talked about Red Giants a lot. They love to fight. I'm pretty sure a good amount of that damage per minute, that's from Gojis.
Yeah, Gorgeous and Super Red, I think, if he's using the Cloud, right?
Yeah.
So a lot of damage gonna be come out from both of them because they love to fight, they love to initiate, even they don't care. If the enemy started first, we just gonna fight it back.
Yeah. The most picked heroes for these two teams are what I find interesting. They both have the Claude as their most picked, but then in the mid-mage, it's a little bit different. On Echo, you've got the Eve. Meanwhile, for Red Giants, you've got the Valentina.
Yeah.
And I think that's why we ended up focusing on the EXP lane. Because when you have those heroes constantly getting picked up, then the XP lane changes the picture of your draft. If ever your XP lane has control or more sustainability or more damage.
I mean, here's the thing. I gotta say, I hope that Red Giants, if they are first pick, either first pick the Claude or just first pick the Valentina, because we're talking about how everyone can contribute. But I gotta say, Zach Cutie, if he gets the Valentina, it almost doesn't matter if any lane gets pressured. He will find a way for him to deal out ridiculous amount of damage.
Yeah, Zekete is very comfortable with his Valentina, especially when he's want to choosing like what kind of ultimate that he wants to copy with IMU.
A lot of TikTok clips already.
Yeah, that's something Echo needs to consider, what kind of ultimates are going to be leaving available if ever Zach Cutie does get the Valentina on Red Giants.
And for you guys at home, especially watching at Twitch, make sure you guys tell us your prediction. Who do you guys think is going to win? Because on paper, we should be seeing a lot going on the side of Echo. But if any of you are Red Giant fans, we want to hear it as well. So write down your predictions down in the comments, and we'll be seeing our prediction as well. Here's the thing.
Okay.
I'm just going to be very honest. Throughout this entire day, I'm going to try to curse the entire prediction, but at the same time, less likely to happen today.
All right, so disclaimer for LaFell's predictions. But hey, 2-1 from me. I'm giving Red Giants a shot. You think this is going to be a straight up 2-0 for Echo?
Yeah, because I'm thinking is about the experience gap between Echo and Red Giant. But I'm still respecting Red Giant. That's why I said that maybe Coach Art thinking about new things or new strategy to facing against Echo. But still, you cannot lie to experience.
Yeah. And that experience that Echo brings to the table isn't just like MDL, MPL in recency. Zyda and Outplayed, they've had their fair share of experience as well in the MPL. More outplayed than Zyda from other teams. JP, the experience he brings to the table, he's one of the first ever two-time MPL Philippines champions during the old Sun Sparks era. He's also a world champion because he was part of the roster with Echo. So, yeah, experience, I agree with you on there. That's what Echo trumps our Red Giant in.
I mean, here's the thing. What Red Giants lack in experience is the eagerness to learn. Because I've seen a lot of teams, especially fresh teams, after doing one mistake, after suffering one loss, all of a sudden, they just learn very, very fast. Even Onyx yesterday, game number 1, they were completely stomped. Game number 2, they almost won that one.
Yeah.
So they learn very quickly.
Yeah, that's true. I'm not discounting Red Giants here, man. They've shown all throughout SPS so far that, they learn very quickly and they adapt really quickly.
But the problem is, if they get pressured by Echo, is it gonna be domino effect? Where they are thinking just keep going down for all of the game.
Yeah, and that's what hurts about being in a lower bracket, and it's not a best of 5.
Yeah.
It's a best of 3. You lose the first game, and immediately you're already, oh my goodness, what are we gonna do?
No more life.
Yeah, no more life. Like no more second chances there.
Hey, you know what? That's very depressing. You know, that's very sad. So let's give a little bit of spice of cheerfulness. We're gonna bring up and see in terms of the casters being right. Oh, you and Leo. Cool, at 10.
Yo, Leo's watching from home right now. Look at us, bro. Look at us, bro. 11 and 11. But yeah, yo, Cole, you're close. You're close.
Yeah, we only have one difference in points.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm so good. I'm not even on the leaderboard.
No, I think we need to have a reverse talent prediction leaderboard. That's where you're gonna win.
Dude, Mirko's been trying to be wrong the entire time, and he almost is at the same pace as you and Leo.
Yeah, man. Feels good.
Mirko, step down. I mean,
he lost his curse.
Step up if you want him to do better.
Oh, I'm at 7.
Okay, so you're almost there.
No, I don't
Almost
want
there,
to be
Rafael.
there.
Oh, you don't?
Okay, here's the thing. Imagine, right? I want to be wrong. I'm so wrong, I'm not even on the leaderboard. That shows how smart I am.
Yeah.
I'm second. Who's the last? I'm second last?
Wait, if you're second to the last, maybe it's
Who's
Turtle's one
who's
is
the last?
Who's the last one then, if that's the case? All right,
Okay,
we're waiting for the
okay.
word from our producers here.
I can't believe I'm second.
This
There's
is so
someone
funny.
dumber than me?
The timing, because like you saying all of that, like, oh, I'm smart because blah, 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 blah. Then our producer comes in, oh, LaFell, you're second last.
Yeah.
What? That just hurts.
No! I worked hard for this. I studied. Oh, dude, it's so sad. You know what's even sadder? I had a talk with Rose. There was a time. Our predictions were the same number as well.
Yeah.
She was so sad. I was like, why are you so sad? Like, we're the same. And then I started thinking about this. Like, wait, I've been trying to be wrong. You've been trying to be right. Why are you the same as me? Are you trying to copy my
Prediction?
my answers?
I don't know, maybe some Malaysian bond type of thing, right?
We just like try to cheating, like, oh, Renmar just answered this. I'm gonna use Renmar answer.
Yeah, just slight adjustment so it's not obvious.
Wait, so are you and Leo?
Oh, no, we don't talk about it, man.
Oh, you're working together?
No, we're not. We're just, I don't know, it's a mind link we don't have to work on, I guess.
Okay.
All right, Echo, you do Red Giants.
Yeah. What do you want to talk about?
Honestly, for this one, if Echo stays the same as yesterday, I have hope for you to Red Giants.
Oh, yeah.
That's all I want to say. But in terms of what Coleus has brought up, maybe there's something new that Coach Arcadia wants to bring up. Now, even though I said they learn very fast, I'm not so sure if they can learn that fast. So if they do that, I'll be more impressed. But now, we're jumping straight into the drafts, and looks like Echo will be first pick, banning out Uranus as well as Diggy. The Diggy is very interesting. Red Giants banning out Kadita as well as the E.
I think I know why they are banning Diggy right now, because a lot of Yaoi hero are CC hero.
Right. Yeah.
Right. He doesn't want like being disturbed by the time journey from Diggy, and they can just use the counter setup strategy.
Yeah. That's true. And then at the same time, if ever Echo want to consider picking up a Novaria for themselves, even though that's something they don't usually pick up, then yeah, the Uranus would be great. But at the same time, it could really just be so much respect for Gojus.
Yeah.
We saw how well Gojus is baiting out his opponents when he's on that Uranus. And if you're not careful and if you overlook Gojus on the Uranus, it's not going to be a good time for you.
All right, so now Angela has been banned out. The Red Giants, they got a lot to think about here, because if they don't ban the Valentina, perhaps Sanji want to pick it up for himself, or they want to test it out and see if Valentina is open. Do they want to prioritize something else, like a Joy, like an Arlet? Fredrin gets banned, so yeah, I kind of feel like Red Giants, they just want to see what type of hero does Echo really want to prioritize, and looks like, yep, they still want the Valentina.
Of course. But the others away, Red Giant gonna get the Claude.
Yeah.
And I think the other one is if they want to contesting with Valentina, maybe they can pick the jungler first, because we see Vanny is free.
Yeah.
Ling is free. Even without Angela, I think Ling is still dangerous.
Yeah, and you mentioned the Claude, and there's the Arlot for Gojus. So go just get someone who can be active and make the plays on his own. Meanwhile, Echo here, the card just available for them. If they really want to lean on picking up on an Angela for Yawi, they can at this point. But Echo's been looking at the games of not just only Red Giants, because Pancake also does well on the Minotaur, but the games of Bren.
Yeah.
And it's like Echo saying, hey, we see the power of this Minotaur and how good it is against teams that love to initiate. Red Giants, they're sort of like that team too. Let's try it out for ourselves.
Honestly, I kind of feel like Minotaur is one of those heroes that's way stronger in tournament setting compared to normal ranked games. Because in tournament settings, everyone is so disciplined about the team fight. Their positioning is almost, how do I say this without, very predictable. They're gonna be clumped up.
Yeah.
So you will have maximum value with this Minotaur. So yeah, that Minotaur and that Terizla, I'm already not liking the team fight for Red Giants right now.
Yeah, so disruptive for a team fight. That
No
Red Giants want to
wonder
bring
the
to the
Digi
table.
ban.
Yeah, they just want to overload and control. That's so much control abilities already for Echo.
But they need to do the counter setup things, I think, for the Red Giant. Yeah, I'm agree with you, Laval. If they are playing like 5 versus 5 with Minotaur, with Terizla, everything kind of be messed up for the Red Giant itself. So they need to thinking about what kind of hero that they can use to playing against maybe a counter setup or the split push strategy.
Yes, I agree. They should build a split push setup here. I completely agree.
They can pick up the Ling here if that's the case. But no, they're going to be going for the Farsa. That was in the back of my head. It was like saying, oh, this is going to be a Farsa pickup. But then at the same time, I was thinking, no, I don't want it to be a Farsa pickup.
No, I mean, like, imagine if the Farsa gets banned.
Yeah.
Then what other option does Zach really have, right?
Well, in terms of his options, still has a lot.
I mean, the Kirita has been banned, the Eve has been banned.
He could have picked up the Theramis if he wanted
Oh,
to.
yeah.
But then all the abilities of Echo just takes it out. Yeah, they just needed to pick up the Farsa.
Plus, I think it's just in case if they get punished early game, and then their base is exposed, they gotta find a way to make sure that the Echo cannot end it.
Yeah, that's true. Plus the wave clear that a Farsa brings to the table makes it easier to split.
Yeah.
If ever they want to play macro. This doesn't necessarily have to be a team fighting Farsa. Just clear the waves while the Claude and whoever else is split pushing can split push.
Or maybe Red Giant can use Bane as their jungler. Is it a very good counter setup heroes?
Yeah.
With the Dudley catch, it can be like messing the tempo from the Echo when the team fights happens.
Yeah, definitely an option here, but Echo, I think it should be banning out. Like, do you worry about Pancake or do you worry about Sakai's more? I kind of feel like you should worry about Sakai's more.
Yeah.
I agree.
The Bane and the Martis would be really good bans. Because if you mentioned that Bane thing earlier about Red Giants, maybe Red Giants might surprise here and then they'll end up picking a Ruby and a Bane as their last 2 picks. Because that's something that Red Giants, if they really want to add more to the counter engage, Ruby does that so well alongside the Bane. Because even though Echo's team fighting is disruptive, maybe Red Giants would want to do the same thing. Just be equally disruptive and annoying in team fights.
Because with being annoying, I think it can make the Red Giant losing their focus and like just go back without discipline. And that's why when Eco will gonna try to get a lot of objective from the Red Giant, but they banning their own Link. I think Link is a good hero for doing the split push if they want to use the split push strategy. But there is another hero like maybe Hellcurt, maybe Hayabusa.
Yeah.
If we know, if you look at the Sky's heroes pool are mostly assassin.
Or maybe they don't want to split push. Because here's the thing. Sakai's yesterday, using an assassin in the jungle, was pressured very heavily, right? He could not get his purple buff. Whenever he wants to get to his orange buff, it's not there anymore. So I think they're being very wary about that.
Yeah.
So it's possibly going to be a very, very last pick. And maybe in this game, he's just like, I just don't want the Link. I can use other assassins. I just don't want to use the Link.
That's a great ban there by Echo.
Yeah, that's probably what he wants.
Yeah. So the Martis would be a great option. You mentioned the Bane as well. Lancelot still on the table if they want to go for that. The guy also has the game as a Paquito. But right now, up against all of that, I don't want to play a Paquito.
Yeah, I don't want to play
So
Paquito.
Martis probably might be what they're leaning into.
With the anti-CC from the Mortal Coil, I think Martis is good, especially when during the contest.
Yeah.
On the Lord or even the
Yeah,
Turtle.
exactly. With all that control abilities, having the Mortal Coil would be a great utility for Red Giants to have in their jungle. But maybe Marta's Ruby.
But then why don't just in Akai then?
Oh, that'd be good too.
Yeah, it looks like they're picking up the Kufra. So I think it's okay, but I don't know. When I see a Terizla and a Minotaur, it's potentially good, but I do worry that the Kufra will have a wrong engage and just get heavily punished.
Yeah. Because if he just get wrong one momentum, it will get the domino effect. The other teammates are gonna taste the pain.
Yeah. Claude, Brody, Beatrix, and Harith are the heroes that Outplayed has played so far heading into the playoffs. It's going to be one of those. If they want more wave clear, they get the Beatrix. If they want something that can withstand the diving coming in from Red Giants, they'll pick Brody. But nope, they'll pick up a carry for Outplayed here. And the Joy will be the one going into the jungle.
Dude, yeah, this brings up PTSD, man. Hopefully this is not like Kyrie yesterday, where, I don't know, like the first 2 minutes getting a double kill. Let's not have that happen. And because of that, Joy, I wonder if the guy is just like, oh, I can't use a damage dealer, man. I'm not feeling good, man.
Yeah, so if that's the case, this might be a Bane. Bane or Martes.
Bane, Martes, Akai. I feel like those three are premium.
Yeah. Oh, Hayabusa.
Well,
wow.
Never mind. I guess he's just like, yesterday was a fluke. Yesterday, it was just Kyrie.
Yeah, this is confidence by Red Giants because that is not a lineup that a Hayabusa usually thrives against.
You know what? I don't know what to say. I'm throwing it over to the casters. You guys can have fun.
And have fun, we will. Knock, knock, who's there? It's Eterna as well as a Gideon here on the caster desk. And I was looking at Gideon all throughout that draft, and I was like, you know, it doesn't look like they're gonna have a good time.
It's tough. It's tough. We saw in the interview that Gojus is like, oh yeah, we give Onyx a pretty tough time. Our drafts had a little bit of issues, but they're going and falling back on towards their comfort side. And if their comfort is good enough, sure, maybe they can try to outplay it, but it's not going to be easy, right? That Minotaur, nobody can really stop it. And do you really want to give up Kufra's engage just to break it? I don't know. I think there's a lot on the table here and so much going for Echo.
Well, we've seen a lot of weird things happening, right? Like on paper, in theory, sometimes things just shouldn't work. But when the players get their comfort heroes, then sometimes they prove us wrong. Sometimes there's surprise there.
It's true. It's true. Maybe the surprise could come into the X factor of Gojas, but even then, it's a highly mechanical game for the side of Yudu Red Giants. That's why I'm leaning more towards Echo, because there's such a large margin of error for this composition from Yudu Red Giants. Unless they're playing a perfect game, well, I think Echo's going to take it.
We'll see, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn for game number 1 between Echo as well as the Yudu Red Giants. And like the casters and the panelists have mentioned before, this is going to be their last tournament live. So this best of 3, it's even more important than ever here. They want to continue their journey at SPS. And looking at this, you can already see that Zyda has prioritized that orange buff in regards to exactly this. The fact that they're able to rotate, get the Lito, and even pressure Sakai's on the Hayabusa, who severely needs that purple buff.
He really does. He really, really does. But I don't see that Echo is looking to actually contest or invade the jungle just yet, especially in these early few minutes of the game. Remember, a lot of it is going to be very reliant on playing together with this Minotaur. And if Minotaur finds a catch on maybe 2 or 3 people, the fight usually ends before he even completes the combo.
Which is why I think that EXP lane matchup is super important. But look at this, Pancake already going for a pick.
He already finds 2 here, but guys, he's only going to be able to steal away 1/2 of the camp while Outplayed him as well as Yawi, just making sure that they are hyper aware not to give away anything in this early game.
Yeah, we need to note the fact that Outplayed actually picked up the Purify, right? So they're really respecting the, I would say, just lockdown coming in from the Yudu Red Giants, especially for Pancake in particular. In terms of the emblems as well as talents, things look quite standard, but it looks like here that the Valentina is going to be prioritizing that Impure Rage a little bit more in order to do exactly this, to be able to rotate a lot quicker. They can spam that abilities a lot more as well because of that extra mana that the Impure Rage does give.
Yeah, and it's a little different because Zach QT opted to go for Weapon Master. He also opted to go for Rupture as well, just to make sure that he scales a little harder towards the later stages of the game when he gets that extra bit of stats, the more items that he builds. Now, if you see the rotations across the map, it seems very passive from both sides. They're not really interacting with each other, and they all know that, especially for you, the Red Giants, they're going to need some gold before they make the hard decisions.
Definitely. There's definitely a mid-game power spike coming in from the Yudu Red Giants that they're waiting for. They don't want to be a little over-aggressive. They don't want to make mistakes. They don't want to get punished here. And you can see Echo now with the fact that they kind of banked on the early game with Sanji's choice of emblems as well as talents, and the fact that Yaoi already level 4 as well. So in case Yudu Red Giants wants to go for a big engage, they already have tools to dance around it. But all right, that's actually going to be still Zyda picking up that Lethal Wanderer.
Skies, he's trying with everything he has to try and get ahead in the EXP. And that's the important part, right? When you have that EXP lead over someone like the Joy, you can start contesting for these neutral objectives. It's very easy for Hayabusa to get in and out of fights. You don't really have to throw your body in there just yet.
Let's see what happens here. You can see that both teams, they're starting to collide. Nothing too fancy just yet. You're right. Like, they're playing it really passive. I mean, on the other side, Outplay definitely needs those items, but for the side of Super Red, the same can go. I can see that. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, Gojess ends up finding it. I was expecting Zach QT to use his ult or something, but the solo kill is great. Now the return coming in from Zyda as he gets locked down. The Feathered Airstrike as well being committed. That was an interesting turn of events. Sanford was already in the lead in terms of EXP against Gojess, and yet he took a terrible trade.
Still XP over for EXP, right? So a really good trade at that moment, but for Yudu Red Giants, honestly, very interesting rotations there coming in from Sanford. But despite that, it's still earlier on in the game, and both of these teams can collapse on this next neutral objective. Now, the thing is, we gotta mention that Echo has a really, really good composition for team fights. So when things get clumped up, it should favor them, and it doesn't look like Yudu Red Giants want to go for a contest. That's going to be another free turtle for Echo in the first 4 minutes of the game.
I think Yudu Red Giants is going to basically give up a majority of these turtles in this game, right? Now, look at them. Yudu Red Giants, they're starting to move down towards that bottom side to try and steal some camps away. Yaoi's going to get on top of Super Red, but they know for a fact that Outplayed is not nearby. Flicker as well, committed just to make sure that Outplay is put really, really low. Yaoi keeps him topped up, luckily. If not, that burn probably might have gotten him killed.
Yeah, that was so close, and that would have been a really good pick on it to carry just to stop her from snowballing. And it's crazy, right? Because I would have thought that this gold lane matchup would have favored on the top side here. That's what?
That's a tier 1.
That's a free turret for Echo.
Yeah, I don't know. All right. It looks like a lot of things are being missed here by the EXP side with so much focus down by bot, I suppose. Somehow, wait, hold on. The OK Shadow Kill has been committed onto Sanji's side. Can he actually get back out? Yeah, Sanji didn't have to do too much there, but that means that any kind of initiation from the side of Yudu Red Giants, they're not going to go for it any longer.
No, they're waiting. They're waiting right now, even for Yudu Red Giants. And what I really wanted to talk about earlier on was that gold lane matchup. The fact that Super Red was given a really good lane against Outplayed, but even then, they're so equal in terms of gold. There's barely a difference here. All right. So Super Red is ahead by just a little bit, 400 gold.
400 gold? Okay, that's not too bad. So it does mean that the pressure applied by Yudu Red Giants has actually gotten some form of profit. But with that move down towards that bottom side, look at Zyda. He's level 10 compared to Skies, who's currently at level 9. It's about the movements across the map, the small little details here that Echo is really taking advantage of.
Which is hard. It's difficult, right? Because what do you want to bank on if you're Yudu Red Giants? In this case, you can't go for neutral objectives with that disparity in the EXP. But it looks like with the way that Yudu Red Giants are collapsing here, they might want to go for a contest.
Yep, they're going to make an attempt. They know Minotaur's down on the bottom side. His penalty zone is already being used. Sanford in danger, ends up dying to the final slash regardless. Electrifying Beast looking for anybody. Gojess is low. He's stunning it up. Flickers away. Yaoi jumps on top of him. Gojess tries to buy a little bit more time and pulls the rest of Echo towards the turtle to keep the rest of Yudu Red Giants alive. I don't know if Skies can get this. Yaoi's positioning for it, but no. Zyda is the one walking away with the turtle.
Yeah, still predictable, right? Like we mentioned before, Echo definitely has an advantage in terms of these neutral objectives because of that level lead. They go for a 1-for-1 trade for both of the EXP laners, but at the end of the day, it's still Echo being able to pick up the advantage. Yudo Red Giants, however, on the other side, they are going to be able to find a little bit of compensation by taking that turret down. So they're trying their best to be like, okay, so we haven't reached our power spikes just yet, but wait a minute.
They've already found two. The Minoan Fury catches Pancake and as well as Gojas, who's trying to actually extend this fight. The final slash to keep them up together. Penalty zone as well from Sanford as he makes an attempt. They find one. Gojas goes down. The Oki Shadow kill was good, but they don't find anything else. A 2-for-1 trade in favor of Echo.
Yeah, that was a little difficult because we talked about this, right? If Yudo Red Giants want to be extremely aggressive and go for the initiation in these team fights, then there's always going to be that lingering presence of Yaoi to go for that counter setup. And you can see that starting to show. Pancake goes in, does his combo out, and then Yaoi just jumps in afterwards, and then what?
Yeah, the counter engage, as you mentioned, is very strong from Echo's side, but let's not forget the main targets from both Echo as well as Yudo Red Giants are the gold laners, right? And both of them have Purify.
So there's no catch.
I mean, they can try, but it gives them a window, right? I mean, unless Yudo Red Giant can somehow catch outplay in the next 29 seconds or so, then I guess it's profit, but let's look at the items.
Okay, we can see here for both of the gold laners, like even that 400 gold lead was, it's completely gone. Only 100. You can see that the Claude already picking up the DHS as well as that golden staff. So he's nearing that power spike. Meanwhile, I think it's going to take a little longer for Outplayed to be online.
Yeah, let's look at the coverage here, right? Because Yudo Red Giants want to find some compensation on that top side. They're willing to sacrifice these tier 1s. Like, both of these teams have very similar ideas, but a fight breaks out in towards that mid lane. Sanji finds the kill on towards his Gojas' side, but Sky is able to not only clear the wave, but manages to save the tier 1.
But look how this all just collapses, right? Because they picked Gojas out right before that Lord take, and it feels like, oh, wait a minute, okay. Well, back to that point, is like Echo is planning it really well. They're calculating it really well. It may look passive, but everything is just down to the T. They take someone down, and now they're going to be able to collapse on the neutral objective with one man above Yudo Red Giants.
Yep, Gojas is going to come out from his death as Super Red is able to break the tier 1 in the meantime. Sanford actually gets caught on, but cancels out Pancake's ult with a jump in from it. Yaoi, good knockup. Very least, Pancake gets to save his cooldown, but at the very least, Echo, they're very wary of this. Yudo Red Giants slowly but surely open up the map. Oh! Pancake, he finds one, he catches Alba Sanji this time round. The final slash is good, but even so, they don't find any kills. Instead, Pancake is the one that ends up falling, and Yaoi, he's walking up forward very confident, knowing that Zyda could jump in at any time. The Oki Shadow kill has been committed as they clump up together as four. Skies might be in some trouble, gets back out in time.
Oh, that was such a close pick for Pancake. Unfortunately, even despite that Echo were kind of positioned a little bit far apart, there is still that counter engage that can occur coming in from Echo, even though Yaoi wasn't there. And looking at this, they're actually going to burst it down. Who's going to get the Lord?
Yeah, they're going to 50-50 yet. They're going in. Here comes Skies. He's put down to 10% as the final slash comes on through. Zyda supports it. Skies gets to walk out. And Zach QT, he chunks them all out. But doesn't go. He's dead. He dies to it, right? Yep. The execute. Just enough damage.
How on earth do Echo do this, man? Like, that was a close 50-50. Right, with Zyda. Okay, Zyda is in an EXP lead at that moment in time, but they were able to dish out that much damage to deny Sakai's from even looking for that 50-50 play. It's so brilliant. But looking at this, right, they still need to be wary of Super Red. He's #1 on the charts right now, so when they go in for these team fights, they need to be able to pick him off. But the problem is, we were talking about that Purify, right? The thing is, Echo has a lot of resources that they can utilize to trigger the Purify. Meanwhile, Yudo Red Giants, they only have one. They only have Pancake and perhaps even Gojas at times. But even then, it's not a sure take.
Yeah, it usually isn't going to be a sure take, right? And most people are going to neglect the fact that ZachQT actually has a stun, but most of the time it's more of a combo starter rather than a combo ender. So at least you can kind of like preemptively make moves, get your team to actually go for big cancels. You can actually play around it. Now, see the Yudu Red Giants looking for an opportunity, but finds nothing. Echo does not bite.
Not yet, not yet. They're waiting. They don't want to overcommit into this. They don't have the vision so far to be able to figure out where all these players are. And this is exactly what Sanford is trying to do. Opening up the map, trying to figure out where Super Red is, Pancake, and even Gojess. But I'm pretty sure things are going to get a little bit more intricate for Yudu Red Giants if they keep clumping up as 5. And how poetic is it that in this match, Yawi comes back as a big brother on the Minotaur to cover for his team. And there you go.
Yeah, as you can tell, Yawi, he's showing a lot of experience here, opening up the right parts of the map, canceling the correct abilities at the right time. I think that's, you know, the big difference here. At least he's giving some very clear directions for the side of Echo. With his experience, he's telling them, hey, let's take what we can. We don't want to overextend here. We know that Yudu Red Giants need to slip up before we can punish them, not the other way around.
Oh, but it looks like Carrie's ready for a fight. Look at all those items. Yudu Red Giants, they need to be careful. If I was Pancake, I'd be frustrated, right? Already with the corrosion slide, even the wind of nature, DHS, as well as that golden staff. She's ready.
We say that, but we look on back to Super Red. He also is stacking up his items, right? Pretty much the exact same build. The only thing he's missing out on is the pants, because really, he's not afraid of dying. He just needs to dish out enough damage so that Skies or maybe even Gojess can finish them off.
The difference is now, if they go for a 1v1 team fight, he can't want out of the damage coming in from Carrie.
Well, that's true. That is true. The 1v1s might be hard, but I think they play very different roles, right? Yudu Red Giants, they want to go in, go out really quick. Echo, they want to drag it out as long as they possibly can so that they can get the actual benefits from their marksman. In the meantime, now this is a very important neutral objective. Luminous Lord is available for Echo, and I don't think Yudu Red Giants want to live under this oppressive state any longer.
And now we're finally at the point where both of these junglers are on an equal EXP level. So the 50-50 is real. This can go either way, and all resources are up. You just need that trigger, that final decision making coming in. And you can already see here, Sakai is getting ready with that Lord already at half health, Gideon.
It's getting tough. Skies and as well as Super Red already revealed themselves in that mid lane, and Zyda is positioning himself pretty far. They're going to try and reset this Lord, bring it back down to 75% as Yawi jumps on in, terrifies, and Pancake now out of position here. They have no means of engage other than Gojess. Echo now retake control over the Lord once more and start posturing for it.
Oh, Pancake is there, but he's really low. So is Yawi. As the guys goes in.
He's trying to break the immortality. He's already using the Oki Shell kill to try to make that happen. He's already jumped out, outplayed to at least 40% of his HP. Now Gojess goes back in. Pancake misses the engage with the final slash. Looks to be good, but Minotaur is able to get Minot Fury off just in time. They cancel out a majority of the abilities. Yudu are left scrambling as the Lord has been secured by Echo once again.
That's a 2-4-0 trade. Make it even a 3 if you include that Lord marching down in the bottom lane. And things couldn't go even more wrong for Yudu Red Giants up until this point. Luckily, ZachQT is still up and available as their source of artillery. They should be able to clear, especially now that we see that Super Red is here as well. I don't think they're going to lose most of their inhibitor turrets. One goes down though.
All right. That's the Luminous Lord side, so that's to be expected. Skies is trying to clear up this top side, but neither does he want to be put in a position where he dies off early on into the fight, right? Super Red, he's got plenty of damage, but it's very hard for him to get these free hits. Sanford and as well as Yawi have been gunning for him every single team fight.
Oh, Pancake. Pancake!
Ooh, very close. Good footsies. But the Oki Shadow Kill finds the kill on towards Sanji's side. Skies is able to get on out of there. And we're talking about scaling. The scaling is good. Minoan Fury collapses on towards 2. Can they at least get the kill onto Yawi? They secure it for Super Red.
That's definitely the perfect example of how Yudu Red Giants need to capitalize on their composition. Make it a little bit more messy for Echo. Look for these picks because they have the composition to do so. Pancake already charging here, actually missed the Sanford, but look at Yudu Red Giants turn it around here in the 17th minute of the game.
No way, are they going to get an inhibitor turret off of this? I mean, they're trying to hold them hostage, making sure penalty zone it gets canceled out as well. Good final slash coming in from Gojas' side. His reaction time is extremely key in this matchup, but man, Yudu, they are scaling fast. They are scaling very, very hard.
And this is where things get interesting for the Yudu Red Giants, right? You mentioned earlier on Weapon Master on ZaQT as well, so even more damage is to be expected. In terms of the itemization, ZaQT, almost ready, right?
What's he
Block
missing?
of Destiny, Truncheon, Divine Glaive. If he wants to be a little bit more greedy, he can also go for the Holy Crystal for additional magic damage.
Okay, so that's all he's missing. The Electrifying Beats goes on top of Gojas' side. They might actually get the pick here, but Skies, he's going to make the attempt. Yawi cancels him out, but look at that damage. Oh, it procs!
No.
It procs the passive, taking Skies out. Oh, boy. That's not what you want to see for Yudu Red Giants.
Definitely not. 35 seconds until he's able to spawn back up, and look at the countdown timer on the Lord. If Echo can actually blitz this Lord, that's going to be free for them without any say coming in from the Yudu Red Giants.
I think they're absolutely going to do it. Man, Yawi is so sharp. He has been punishing Skies time after time and still gunning for Super Red.
Big brothers coming out to play. Sanford as well as Yawi here really proving what it means to have that sense of experience. And here it is. The blitz happens. Yudu Red Giants, absolutely no contest. Another free Lord take for Echo. And that pushes them to how many gold is that? 8,000 gold?
Man, yeah, that is an 8,000 gold lead here. Soon it's not going to matter, but right after this Lord, so Echo, they need to put, either they close out this game or they look for as much punishment as possible onto Yudu Red Giants. And so far, Echo have been playing extremely clean, and Yudu Red Giants have been slightly on the back foot, but they've been trying to keep it toe-to-toe with Echo.
It's so tough. That Lord is going to be marching there in that bottom side. Well, I guess, again, they do still have wave clear, right?
Oh.
They do...
He finds Outplayed! He finds Outplayed, takes his purple, and now he's on the run. He has to commit to this. Skies, he's doing everything that he possibly can without a marksman and no jungler. Now it's up to the 4v4 by Yudu Red Giants. They have to clear the waves. The Feathered Airstrike will protect that top side, but however, they're taking their time with the Lord down bot. They know they can stall it for a good amount of time. Skies, did he just single-handedly turn this push from Echo?
Worth it. I was gonna scream that entire time, worth it. Sekai's traded for Outplay, the Siege, the only Siege that Echo has. Definitely worth it, you're right. What a play by him. And now Yudu Red Giants, they're coming back into the game. They're pushing it, they're forcing it to become 20 minutes. And when we took a look at the items here, you can even see that Sakai's is going full damage. He's like, you know what? No defense today. All I need is to trade Outplay, and it's worth it, right? Hunter Strike, Malefic Roar, BOD, Endless Battle. He's going full out.
Yeah, I mean, if you're in Outplay's position, like, at that point, you can just, all you gotta say is like, wow, that's unlucky. It's not like I wanted to use my Winds of Nature or anything. I had somebody standing next to me. It's just RNG. You cannot tell where these annoying shadow kill procs are going to happen, even if you've got a buddy standing next to you.
And that's so cool. That's so interesting because I really need to see that replay of that particular play. But where was Yawi in that?
Yeah, I mean, he was a little further off. It was Sanjin as well as Outplay just standing, wait, actually no, Sanford as well as Outplay just standing side by side at that point in time. They saw the engage actually happen. They got close together, but at a certain point, it's just, what can you really do about it but hope not to die, or maybe you have to use a resource in that particular situation.
And even with that, it feels like Echo, they're still going to play riskily. Is that a word? Riskily? It's okay. We'll make it a word for Eterna.
Yeah. No, I get where you're coming from. I think that Yudu Red Giants need to roll the dice if they're going to get any leeway against Echo, because their macro movements across the map, they've been able to sift gold in so many different places, and Echo can't really do too much about it because, again, it's a push and pull, a give and take.
That and the fact that with Yudu Red Giants having the Claude on Super Red, they have a lot of leeway and mobility to play this map around, right? Just an instant free tower that...
No!
Oh no, we didn't see that.
He absolutely whiffed it, and now the penalty zone comes in from Stanford, but no, look, the Winter Truncheon coming in from Sanji, he ends up dying regardless, they still get a pick despite it all! And now Zyda, he's thinking about it, he's looking for the initial back line, but no, he is not able to find it. The Winter Truncheon protects that QT, the Minoan Fury almost good with a final slash, even better! Super Red gets the free hit, every single target, Winds of Nature's being trained, but the stats have been stolen. Art of Thievery fully stacked by Super Red.
No way. 4 members traded for 2. This is it. This is Super Red at his prime. And look at the damage coming out from Zach QT as well to facilitate this play.
They have to go to the end. Final slash, where is it? Gojess, you gotta stop outplaying as Super Red doesn't care. He's going for the end. Gojess tries to. Immortality spot and game 1 won by YRG.
Against all odds, the underdogs coming all the way from the Open qualifiers, ladies and gentlemen, being able to take that series against the defending champions from M4, with Yaoi stepping in as well. Yudu Red Giants say, you know what? You want the objectives? You want that early game lead? Take it. All we need is Super Red to come online, and that's going to be GG for you in the end game.
Boys and girls, if you're wondering, oh man, people who juggle items, they're just tryhards. That is what we call a difference maker.
All right, with the conclusion coming to this point, I'm pretty sure the analysts have a lot to say about this. So me and Gideon, we're going to throw it over to them.
I mean, a lot to say, sure, but the only thing that I want to say is it's hard not to look smug at this point. But Colius, I do gotta say, instantly your prediction is wrong.
Yeah.
It's not a 2-0 Echo.
Yeah, because I thought it's gonna be a Mr. Bombastic moment from the Pancake, but it's the bait.
It's baiting,
It's the bait. Oh my god, I'm speechless right now.
They wanted to eat Pancake,
yeah,
but then they just get all the sauce, and apparently they can't take the heat.
Especially when Super Red is free hit.
Oof.
So everything just
I
done.
mean, like, Yaoi looked like he stopped all of those engages.
That's all I can say, gentlemen. Red Giants, they keep finding a way. What did we paint? The picture we painted about Red Giants yesterday. They are a team so good at baiting out those 50-50s that look like 50-50s, but turns out it's just a Red Giants fight to win.
Yeah. I love how Yudu Red Giant is moving, because they are like creating the momentum other than like they are just standing by himself. But look at the damage dealt. I think it's more on the Yudu Red Giant side because of the Zekiti and the Super Red.
Can I just say, Reptar even said, if Sakai has a good Hayabusa game, your kid's name will be Sakai's Annihilator. He did more damage than Super Red. Now, to be fair, MVP is still Super Red, but still, Super Red did 3,001. Not just normal 3,000, 3,001 damage per minute, and Sakai's did more than that.
Yeah, Red Giants was able to, Colius, you were telling me, as long as it gets to the late game, Red Giants will have a way to find a turnaround, to turn this game around. And their turnaround was just one snap. It led to a win immediately. Super Red got the MVP here. How he handled that last team fight in that scramble was so good, because he knew how much of a condition he was, that if ever Red Giants won that team fight, they can go ahead and end it right away. He knew he needed to stay alive. But Sakai's, I made that joke behind the scenes that if Sakai's had a great game, I'm gonna name my first child after him. Let's see if that'll happen. That'll be so far from the future. But Sakai's, going from that saga of him getting punished, him finding the kill onto outplayed, him to getting taken down again, to him being able to do well in that last team fight.
Gorgeous timing that final slash as well. The moment they were resurrected, he just swept them away. And dude, I gotta say, I think Super Red was the one calling that team fight. And it's just funny in my head where I imagine him saying to Pancake, make it look as bad as possible.
Yeah.
I know, Echo, just make it look bad. They'll take the bait.
Yeah, Pancake, man.
With everything.
What ended up looking like a massive miscalculation from the roamer of Red Giants.
Yeah.
It turned out, I think Pancake can get away with just saying now, hey guys, I was part of the plan. Totally part of the plan.
You know?
It's 3 big resources, right? The Flicker, the
Yeah.
Tyrant Rage, even the Tyrant Revenge.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Everything missed. But somehow Red Giants got the win from that.
Oh.
I don't know how to feel other than Red Giants. I'm not even surprised anymore. They just seem to always find ways like these.
I mean, congratulations to Red Giant, but for all of you at home, you guys can take this as a life lesson. Just because it looks bad doesn't mean it'll end bad.
Exactly.
Things can turn around.
Stay optimistic.
It's just a bad play, not a bad game.
Keep your head above water.
And like I said before, about the chemistry, if the chemistry is good, it can make the default to be initiation. You're just correcting the movement from Pancake. That's a chemistry.
Yeah, also one of the biggest problems there for Echo in that last team fight was that Sanji so out of position when everything started, when Echo decided to push it. When the feathered airstrike of the Farsa was dropped down, Sanji was the furthest from the other members of Echo. Go just found him, they got to stun him down and then burst down Sanji. Without that Valentina, that team fight for Echo just
it was Sakai's.
So difficult.
Yeah, Sakai's came in as well.
Yeah, and so then Sakai's coming in as well to take him down. Red Giants, they every time. This is why I gave a point in my prediction for Red Giants. Because I am no longer surprised if Red Giants finds things like this. This is the new Malaysian bole.
Dude, like I said, I would be so surprised if Claude was let through.
Yeah.
And they let it happen. I don't think it will happen again. Because if it does, then I don't know, man. You're asking for it at that point.
Yeah, but it's funny because we were talking about it beforehand. If ever Echo lets the Claude through, they drafted a lineup that will delay the Claude farm, which it did. They take that condition. But then when it came to the team fighting, again, I think we're starting to see here the dare I say the chemistry thing around Echo, man. They don't always seem to be at the same page when it comes to key moments like these.
Now, here's the thing. I just got to say, the Snapdragon Pro Series is made possible by our amazing partner, Snapdragon Elite Gaming. And here's the thing. They're not just helping out for the event. They're helping out the players, giving them the absolute best gaming performance in the smartphone devices that they're using on stage. If you guys want to experience it for yourself, make sure you guys get the chipset, Snapdragon Elite Gaming chipset, because it's amazing. Gives like what, 144 FPS. Yes, that's the one.
Yeah.
Kind of experience. So thank you very much. It's a great, because of that, I get to see Red Giants win against Echo. In fact, shout out to the Malaysians that did not trust in them.
He's so happy.
Yeah.
Look at LaFell.
No,
look at that.
Take
a quick look at the camera.
Here's the thing. Is it weird for him to say, I'm not happy because they win? I'm happy because of how Pancake botched absolutely everything.
Yeah.
And it still worked out.
That's why if you are talking to me like, what is the winning points from the Yudu Red Giant? I think it's not because of the strategy. I think it's because the goddess of fortune are behind them.
The goddess of fortune.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Is there a Malaysian or Indonesian goddess of fortune?
I mean, like, Muslim, we only believe in one God, so no.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, I do agree. It's kind of lucky. But here's the thing. If you do it twice, it's no longer lucky, man.
Yeah.
You generate that for yourself. But can they do it again? Because you know Echo.
Yeah.
Will Echo let that happen again?
Here's the thing.
Yes?
In FPL Philippines Season 11, one of the things the community, the casters, everyone really pointed out about Echo is that there always seems to be this moment wherein Echo, they're in the lead, and then they'll just slip their way. Either they stayed too long around the base, trying to siege, trying to end it, or there's something they overlooked in a team fight. We saw both of those things in one game. Now, Echo, they are a team that can learn from their mistakes. But they're not a team that learn quickly within the series. Sometimes it's over time. That's why they ended up becoming champions. They went on a hot streak, they went on a low streak, a loose streak, and then they became the champions in the Philippines. So now this is going to be pulling out a side from Echo that needs to bring out their alertness. Wherein, yes, we'll definitely adjust mid-series. Yes, we will definitely find a way to take a win and then force this game number 3 that we so desperately need. I don't count out Echo from finding that.
Yeah, so the virus is overextend.
Yeah.
For the Echo.
Yeah, overextension and not finding... Because honestly, looking back at that sequence, Outplay could have also gone to the top lane. And if he threatened that, the rest of Red Giants would have been forced back.
I kind of feel like Echo should give a little bit of respect as well, because Takais was able to do quite a lot.
Yeah.
Right? Because we got to think about it. Even though, here's the thing about Hayabusa. There will come a point when Hayabusa has 4 items, even if you're clumped as 5, if he gets like 2 marks from his shuriken or basic attack onto you, even just hitting that extra 2 onto one person, that person is going to get executed.
Yeah.
And that's the thing about Hayabusa is some people feel like later in the game, he will fall off. No, absolutely not. He will get stronger, just like naturally all of the other heroes, more items, more damage, more defense, more tankiness, right? So they got to be like, okay, we really should be careful. If we have the Wind of Nature, use it. Because I kind of feel like there are times they're just like, pish posh, it's just Hayabusa, no big deal. Especially with the burn effect coming from the emblems. Gotta be careful of that.
The Lethal Ignition one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because of the mark from the Phantom Shuriken, so most of the damage from the Shadow Kill, you mean, right?
Yeah, Shadow Kill.
It would be like good to be aiming at the backline. So Hayabusa is still a good hero to pick off.
Yeah, but now we're going into the draft, and I kind of want Super Red on the quad again, but I don't know. Logically speaking, it should get banned out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it does.
If ever, Echo might open up the Angela this time around, if ever they're going to be the first pick. But no, the first pick is actually going to the side of Red Giants.
All right.
Okay. They did change that Angela ban, and yeah, they banned the Claude, they banned the Faramis and the Diggy. Valentina is now going to be the first pick, and Zach Cutie is going to get a hero that he is very comfortable in.
I think Echo wants to play Cash because they banned out the Faramis.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Kaja?
So Kaja, yeah. I'm thinking Kaja.
If not, yeah, at this point, I'd rather give the Divine Judgment instead of the Minotaur ult.
Oh, yeah, definitely, definitely.
Yeah, because Red Giants, oh, yeah, they're gonna counter
Or
well.
he wants the Cho.
Oh, yeah, the Cho would be a good pickup, too.
Cho is good.
But as an early pickup right now, maybe not. So this might either be an Arlot this time around, so we'll take it out from the hands of Gojis.
Fredrin is there as well if they want it.
Fredrin.
Oh.
Oh, this time they're getting the Farsa.
Farsa and Kaja. And with Kaja has been picked from Echo, I think there's possibilities that they want to play with 1-1. Because 1-1 and Kaja is a good combo.
Ah, yeah, 1-1, Kaja. Along with Farsa would be really good too. Oh yeah, 1-1 might be the third pickup here for Echo.
Because yeah, honestly, Super Red so far, if he doesn't get a Claude, he uses the Beatrix.
Or Brody.
Or Brody. I kind of feel like Brody won't do that well against a Farsa, same as a Beatrix. So that is going to be very, very difficult because one of the only marksmen that's good is there. And Fanny gets picked up, and the Terizla. I actually like this. I like the pickups.
Yeah. This Fanny especially. Usually when you see an Eve or a Farsa and then the Fanny's open, bam, the Fanny would be like the perfect pickup there. So Echo, whoever they're going to pick up here has to be something that can mess up the tempo of the Fanny. I'm okay with them picking up a Brody in this scenario already, just so that you can get that stun coming in to keep the Brody safe. And then not even just the Brody, you can also keep the Farsa safe. If Outplay gets to time the stun well and the Fanny swooping in, the Fanny might actually be at risk of taking in a lot of damage from the Farsa and the Brody.
All right, so now the first 3 picks have been shown. I feel like Echo, they kind of more or less solidified what their win condition is. So now we really got to look at the junglers. Are they looking for another damaged jungler? Because I kind of feel like going utility here might be for the best.
Yeah. They might even consider picking up an Akai later on for Zyda.
Akai or Fredrin?
Yeah, Akai or Fredrin.
Akai or Fredrin jungler, or if they want to like fight rock with rocks, that maybe the assassin's gonna come out from Echo. But I think it's gonna be a small probability, since if you look at the Kaja or Brody, or even the Kaja, Parsia, Kaja, and Brody is like not a sustainable hero. It can be bad when facing against Vanny if they want to use another assassin jungler.
Yeah. So if ever the lineup here for Echo will have an XP laner, that's gonna be high damage, not high damage, or high control, high sustainability, and then the jungler will be the same. Because this Kaja can't just be the only frontline option. You're gonna need more options here that can hold the front line and also dish out a lot of crowd control abilities.
I wonder here, is Paquito okay?
For which team?
Echo.
As their XP laner?
Jungler, you mean, right, Rafael?
Honestly, either, because I kind of feel like if the Fanny goes in and then the knockout strike can interrupt the steel cables, I think it's gonna be good enough. Because other than that, what do you want going up against a Terizla? Because if you want to win the lane, Dairoff, but if you have Dairoff, you're not solving your team's problem.
Yeah.
You need someone to open up the map. So
yeah,
I don't know. What do you want to go for?
Oh.
Is it possible heal the EXP?
No.
Right? No, right?
No. That's why Paquito and Akai seems like it's a very good option for Echo right now. But it depends on their strategy. Maybe they want to fight rock with rocks. So they want to play the quick early game, since they have Kaja and Parsia who can use the mobility on the early game very well.
Yeah. Looking at the hero pool of Sanford, this might end up becoming a Lapu-Lapu pickup in their XP lane. Although the Paquito that you mentioned makes sense, you can dish out the control abilities a little bit more.
Yeah, because that's kind of what they need. They don't only need a frontline tank, but you also kind of need a little bit of crowd control there, because you want to open up the map for Kaja.
Yeah. If ever they can go Grok. But okay, Fredrin. I think this Fredrin jungle.
Honestly, even Fredrin EXP might not be bad.
On the hands of Sanford, not that I don't trust his ability, just more of
I don't.
XP Fredrin has not had the best time recently.
I mean, he has 71% win rate.
Oh yeah, on Sanford.
Wait, 71, 75, around there.
Oh, they make it work. If that's the case, then yeah. You know what? Yeah, I won't turn off the idea of an XP lane Fred.
They can choose it later because they need to see the two heroes that Yudu Red Giant gonna pick right now.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Carry.
Oh, that's very
brave.
Very brave. Yes,
Yeah,
I
because
agree. Very brave.
Echo have Kaja, Echo have Parsia. It's the nemesis from Carry.
Yeah. I like your word choices there, and I agree. I'm gonna stick with that one. So, what is the last pick here? Because again, could be Flex Fredrin, could be EXP, could be Jungle, could do well in both.
If they need more damage, maybe can Bane. Deadly Catch can stop Vanny when using the steel cable.
Yeah.
I'm leaning more towards Martis here. Or Bane. Yeah, Martis or Bane. I'm okay with either. They need something that could potentially balance out the...
Either ways, we're looking for a fighter here.
Yeah, fighter, crowd control, burst.
Right, 5 seconds down and use Zong. So it is going to be... Oh! So Sanford's like, okay, you know what? Playtime's over. Let me just try my very best to 1v5 this.
He's using his trump card.
Oh, this is going to be very interesting. I kind of want to know how Gideon feels seeing Sanford on this Yuzong.
I'm feeling really good about it. 1v5, the man is willing to put this team on his shoulders and carry them across the finish line if necessary. I don't know how Super Red's going to play this game, I'll be honest with you. No idea? None?
I didn't get addressed, Gideon.
Okay,
So I'm-
all right.
This is a Gideon solo cast now.
Fine, no problem. Welcome everybody. Me as well as Eterna. We'll be taking care of you guys here on the desk for the second match of Echo versus Yudu Red Giants. Now, may I have your opinion, please?
I'm mad at LaFell.
Oh, okay, sure. All right. Now it's a LaFell problem. Okay, one Malaysian to another. I get it. I get it. But it's tough. I think that
I do
Echo
agree.
has a really good draft here, and I think it's very targeted and very focused on making sure that Super Red is going to have a tough time. If not Super Red, at the very least, Zach QT.
I understand that, but I think we're shifting focus a little bit too much on the gold laners. Remember, this is a Fanny in the jungle, so even if, let's say that becomes an issue, there's always still the Fanny to be able to shift that focus elsewhere or even find more trades on the board with that lack of focus onto Sakai's here, especially that we know that Sakai's is such an impeccable assassin player. I'm actually quite curious because technically Echo only has Yaoi to be able to lock down the Fanny and nothing else.
I mean, there is Zyda to try and get the taunt off, but that's assuming that the steel cables haven't been thrown out towards wall and connects. But in the meantime, at the very least, hopefully Pancake's performance will improve in this game number 2, because if he blunders hard on this Grok, there's no saving him this time.
You know what? It might work. Right? Because like in game number 1, we were like, no way, it's gonna work. And then it worked out. And here, you can even see how aggressive Sakai is willing to play with all these penetration, more damage items, and even the lethal ignition on top of it as well. Looking for more picks, doesn't really mind that in terms of these objective plays that maybe Zyda might get the better of it. But we'll see how this pans out, and let's see if Echo is willing to give up these pickoffs away and to the Yudu Red Giants.
Yeah, I mean, Yudu Red Giants were willing to make sure that, hey, we want to be able to win the draft overall, but the lane matchups can get a little difficult, especially by this gold lane side, right? Outplayed, he's not going for tenacity this time around as they look for the dive on towards Sanford's side. Oh, they find it! Instant execute. Sanford trying to get the Petrify off his skies, but it just didn't matter.
And that's the benefit of getting penetration as one of your first talents coming in, right? That damage that you can have, that pressure, and that killing potential coming in. And look here, it's going for it again. Yaoi actually forced to retreat there as both of these heroes, they want to collapse onto the next neutral objective, but I don't think Zyda is actually going to let this slide.
We'll see. Pancake hasn't hit level 4 as Pancake tries to reset this turtle. Zyda positions himself to maintain this aggro, and it looks like they might just have to give this up. Black Dragon Form's coming in, and Yudu Red Giants, they do not want to deal with this whatsoever.
No, they're just going to let it slide again. That's what I was trying to say. They're going to look for more pickoffs, and they're going to try and help out the gold laner for sure. Outplayed isn't in too much trouble in this matchup, so they do need to support Super Red in order for him to not get taken down or shut down from that early game.
That is true. Gojas, he's positioning himself very aggressively from this wave. Yep, and there we go. Instantly, when you position yourself that aggressively, you're bound to get punished, and Yaoi will not let you go.
No way. There's so many wings on Echo. There's Sanji, there's Yaoi, there's even the Black Dragon form, so many wings.
I mean, would you consider it wings though? I mean, on a technical scale, I mean, yeah, you kind of just levitate, so you don't really see the, oh, whoa, hold up, Sky's still in the middle of this, able to get his hand, but he's going a little too far for comfort this time around, and they don't find the kill, but at the very least, they maintain some pressure or some semblance of pressure to alleviate Super Red on top side.
Yeah, they need it. They need it. They need to be able to help him out because we see how weak Carry is in that early game. Going against such a bruiser in that early game like the Brody is not going to be easy at all. And looking at this, despite no one being traded back so far, it might be rough. Stanford!
Guys makes it out just in time.
Wow.
Oh, that momentum right at the very end as the second cable connects gets him out. A good punish onto Sanford's side. I mean, first of all, let's start at the very beginning of that play. Zach QT's spacing is impeccable. He survives the initial jump from Sanford into Petrify combination, doesn't get locked down, and as Sanford walks away, I don't think he was expecting to get collapsed on so soon by Skies in that fight.
And now, that initial 1,000 gold lead that Echo had, look at it. It's gone. Only 300, only 400 for themselves right now. as you can see, Echo, they're looking to kind of push it even further. They want that gold gap. They want to be able to snowball. And look at this!
Yep, they find it, outplayed on that top side, solo killed by Super Red. Good play coming in from Zach QT with the Divine Judgment. Not a solo kill, my bad, but this forces Echo backwards as Yudu Red Giants, and especially for Sky, is happily farming away. You may take the turtle, only because I let you.
The mind games coming through from both of these teams, man. It's not getting any older than it was before. Echo now with barely a gold lead. No way!
I told you!
Away from Zyda! What is that? What is that attitude?
I love it. I love it. He knew, for some reason, he was risking it. He goes in and he expected, if Zyda used this Retribution on Turtle, it wouldn't be back up if he's on his purple buff. So I'm just going to check it real quick. In the meantime, Yaoi getting punished by the Wild Charge coming in from Pancake, is outplayed, is able to secure the tier 1 down by topside. Well, up by topside this time around, but Yudu Red Giants is making Echo hurt for every move they've made in this game thus far.
Yeah, that's going to be another tower conceded for the Yudu Red Giants again. Wow. I don't know. I want to actually see the items so far because I feel like this gold lane is going to be very interesting. But meanwhile, in the bottom lane, that's a lot of 1v1 plays. And even in top side.
Oh, penalty zone already landing on towards Outplay side. He's in a lot of trouble as the Divine Judgment pulls Pancake away. Outplay gets the live, finds the kill on towards Pancake. And Zach QT, he's on the run, but Zyda ain't gonna let him through as Sanji finds a kill of his own. Kojess needs to finish him off, doesn't find it. This time, Echo claps back.
And that's just like that. The turntables, ladies and gentlemen. Yudu Red Giants, it felt like they found their form earlier on, but this is the instant switch up coming in from Echo, now picking up a 2,000 gold lead. And this is why the casters earlier on, they also mentioned that they need to be careful of the high ground coming in from Sanji. How much damage that he was able to deal with the lethal ignition on top of it. No trades back whatsoever. 2-0-3 KDA. This is looking like a perfect game for him.
Ooh, outplayed, having to flicker away from Skies. He does not want to be left alone against that Fanny. But in the meantime, Echo once again will be able to secure another turtle. This is going to be the third one and the final one of the game. And Sanford so far, I mean, as much as I love him playing this Yuzong, he has not been able to hit too many Petrify combos throughout the match so far.
Maybe not yet. Let's be like optimistic, right? I don't know. I feel like he's utilizing his presence more to just shift Yudu Red Giants a little backward, right? And now Echo being able to utilize that space, they're going to be able to get a tower in the bottom side. Meanwhile, Yudu Red Giants unable to clap back so far. As we take a look at the items, so in that previous team fight, Sanji actually didn't have that Lightning Truncheon, so that was pure damage coming out from the Clock of Destiny. Now imagine without the respect items coming in from the Yudu Red Giants just yet, that's going to be a lot of damage being able to put onto Yudu Red Giants in those team fights.
Yeah, Yudu Red Giants got to be starting to rush for some magic resist. You can see on Grok, he's already got his cloak, while even Terizla himself is slowly building up. I'm not sure whether he's going to go for the Athena shield or try to greed out with the Oracle. We'll see in a little bit. As the Feather Airstrike coming in from Sanji if they want to take this tier 1. Kojess and Pancake will see Zyda walk up as they want to invade, but they find the Divine Judgment on towards Kojess' side. Now, penalty zone on towards Outplay. Sky's trying his best. Cutthroat as well finds the trade kill. Regardless, it is 2 for 1 in favor of Echo. And Zyda underneath the turret still goes. Sanford wants to chase them down. Finds the Petrify. Gets the shot residue. Does not get the kill. Almost with Yaoi's last empowered auto attack almost taking Super Red's life. So close, yet so far. 2 for 2 trade.
Who would it be worth it for, right? Because in one side, Yudu Red Giants, they actually go, oh, wait a minute, Pancake!
No, Pancake is done
No
for,
way.
but this sets up for Skies. No, wings by wings. Sanji gets on out of there in time, and they secure a tier 1.
So now it's worth it for Echo.
So
3v2, but unfortunately, they have to take down Outplay. But at this point, is it not a bad trade? Is it not a good trade is what I'm saying?
It's a phenomenal trade for Echo. Like, this is everything that they could ask for, right? I mean, despite it being 2v2, they are going to get their battle spells a lot faster than Sanford. His trigger figure on that Petrify, as soon as his off cooldown is coming for it, Divine Judgment once again, they find Kojess. He takes a bit of damage. He's a little low. He could go for a penalty zone, but Feather Airstrike is going to commit. Hit lands on towards three. Sanji is able to get his skies to Ghost Lord and the kill and gets to walk away. Daylight robbery.
That is so messed up because Zyda is level 12, Gideon. Level 12. He was 2 levels above of Skies earlier on. Skies was level 10. That shouldn't have been possible. How are Yudu Red Giants coming back all the time?
I mean, it's the burst damage, right? You saw Super Red, he wanted to walk up, couldn't go too far. Pancake goes in for the wild charge, but not only does it, wait, hold on, whoa, Skies, now he's just flexing. Now he's just flexing, but yes, Pancake with a wild charge, and even with Skies looking, because so many people were so close to the Lord, the collateral damage really starts to build up, and Zyda didn't get his retribution off in time.
And I think one of the best adaptations coming in from Sakai is the fact that he went in towards the team fight after everyone from Echo wasted their resources, because that kill onto him earlier on was him just going in and getting punched out and kissed out by the Brody, and then he was kind of stuck in place. You know,
kissed out?
his
Wait,
skill
what?
too is kissing.
Oh, okay. All right,
like,
sure.
mwah.
Maybe
Like,
until
what?
he gets a Valentine skin, then I'll believe you. If he gets a Valentine skin, that confirms our suspicion. Well, my suspicion at the very least. But I think, you know, in this case, you're absolutely right. Because Echo, if they're going to continue this on with that momentum, they're going to need a spearhead. And if it's not through Lord, these fights are starting to become really clear that both sides kind of want to do the same thing.
I agree. And it's getting a little bit scarier now for Echo because that gold lead shifted. Super Red, look at him on the gold earned leaderboard #1 at 8,800 on a carry. And that's not exactly the picture that you would want to be able to portray if you were Echo.
I think worst of all is for Outplay, who was like, guys, I was winning my lane. Come on, work with me here. Give me something. Daddy needs his milk too. Oh, man.
And the frustration just must be building on because Super Red already has the corrosion scythe. He has even legs, like, oh, okay, pants is what Leo likes to say. He has pants on, so a little bit more sustain. Golden Staff, DHS as well. So he's down, he's ready to tango.
Let's see how this dance is going to go, right? Because in the next 36 seconds, let's see the setup from both sides. Echo need to start getting some pushing waves, but it's like Super Red and as well as Pancake posturing themselves to punish anybody who dares check or walk up to the bottom side.
Yeah, and they do have the lockdown to go for it, right? Skies just needs to go in, put that damage in, and it could even be finished off with anybody else. At this point, Skies 3-1-2, really good KDA so far, and Gojas has been just popping off on the Terizla too.
This is a really interesting movement. Usually teams would actually care more about the long lane, but instead, they send 2 members down, posture themselves closely around this Lord, and allows that top side to get pushed initially. So the fact that they don't see anybody bot side, they don't see anybody actually taking priority over the Lord, gives them an idea that the majority of Echo, at least 2-3 members are on that top side. They see Sanford and Zyda, so process of elimination, right?
That was so smart. Like, I didn't even notice that.
I mean, I'm just trying to figure it out, right? It's a weird movement to see at this level of play because so many people understand the fundamentals of the Lord Dance. Push out that long lane so you don't have to keep sending people there, and then you have to go at a disadvantage in terms of the team fights 4v5.
I mean, me being simple-brained, I was just like, okay, they're gonna prioritize the bottom lane because Sakai's can just goes up and he can like slow push that top lane.
Oh, to be fair, that's actually a much better explanation. You say smooth brain, but that is a good explanation. Yaoi and Outplayed have not moved for the past minute or so. Their patience is waning in Outplay. You can see his fingers are getting itchy, but he also recognizes that they need to wait for the right opportunity. Man, that top side is building up really, really quick. Skies, he's going to respond to it. Even on bottom side, somebody's got to deal with these side waves. If not, Echo is going to get this Lord for free.
Oh, look at this.
Conceal play. They find Super Red, and they take him out. Sorry, Zach QT, and they take him out instantaneously. Now Super Red gets to reveal himself. He's looking to get the kill off towards Yaoi side. Sanford with the Black Dragon Form will chase him down. Petrified, but the Winds of Nature protects him. No shot residue, nothing left. Appraiser's Grab barely tickles Super Red as he gets his 3 hits in. Outplayed is going to posture himself, and now that's going to be it. It's going to be a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Yudu Red Giants.
Still Yudu Red Giants. You would have thought that, all right, a good pick onto Zach QT, that's one problem solved, but Super Red was just free hitting from the back, being able to just push these members down in terms of that HP, and now with 2 members gone, this should be a win for you, the Red Giants.
We'll see, we'll see. It's a 50-50, level 15, penalty zone onto Zyda. They're gonna commit on towards this kill, but Super Red, oh wait, those guys, he's in trouble, outplayed, manages to get the flag, Yaoi's down, outplayed, needs to be able to clean these up, he flickers forward, oh my goodness, almost gets the triple, he tried, 8,800 damage, but still, wait, no, go, just don't die here, okay, 8,800 damage, and almost turning the fight, a triple for you, the Red Giants. The idea was there from Echo.
It truly was, and Yaoi was able to secure the Lord, so both of the junglers actually missed there with so much CC happening. But it does give Echo a little bit more breathing room, despite that they had to lose 3 members in the process. But what a team fight. Yudu Red Giants. This is a different Yudu Red Giants than what we saw yesterday, Gideon. They're looking super scary. And remember, if Yudu Red Giants can take this point away from Echo, that's the M4 champions taken out of the SPS run as a whole.
Well, I wouldn't put them as M4 champions because this is not the main lineup. I would say that this is going to be preparation for the next generation of Echo. And don't get me wrong, I love Echo as an overall team. I love their organization so far. And the next generation, they look good. But in terms of prep, Yudu Red Giants have done an insane amount of preparation for this matchup. It's clear in their macro movements. They understand, well, not only understand, it feels like they already know what Echo's habits are.
I wanted to say it like that because it sounds cool.
It does sound cool.
I know,
I agree with you.
It's not as accurate, but it sounded cool, man.
Look, if my goat ain't there, it's not the same.
All right, that's fair, that's fair. But taking a look at the damage leaderboard here, Sakai's and Super Red, and you start to question why. Why do these two players always have the largest output of damage? It's because they remain untouched in these team fights, and the same can be said for Sanji. Echo, so far, every time they go in for these team fights, they punish Zac QT, forgetting that Super Red and Sakai's can just come in and just, you know, whack, 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 and everyone's dead.
I don't know. I feel like I can understand the explanation for Super Red, but Skies, I feel like half the time he's rolling a D20 and he's just hitting nat 20s each and every time. Like, he's getting these big crit hits when honestly he shouldn't be.
Let's take a look at the items. You mentioned Sakai's, right?
Yes.
Malefic Roar, BOD.
What else he got? What else he got? What else he got? Blade of Heptases as well.
And Heptases on top of it.
Big damage indeed.
So he's actually building Assassin here, right? He wants that initial landing of damage to hit, and that's what we're seeing. And, you know, actually Sanji wasn't taken out by his skills, but he was taken out by the dot coming in from that lethal ignition, so that's why he chose it.
Yeah, I mean, again, as the game progresses, right, that lethal ignition damage is only going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. It's so relevant these days for Assassins if you're looking to burst out that one guy. Sanford could have taken it for himself on this huge song if all he wanted to do was just chunk down Super Red, but his sustainability is also extremely important. It's about balancing and weighing the odds, but here we go. The Lord Dance begins.
Back to a 50-50 here, but look at the positioning coming in from Outplayed as well as Yaoi. They're looking for a pick, but he might not be at the right place. Or are they looking for a backdoor?
Wait. They're slowing it down. Echo was looking like they were blitzing it. Pancake tries to get the reset, but doesn't find it just yet. The Lloyd can still hit over the Nature's Barrier. New Red Giants are not by... Oh, Skies. Oh, what's the call? What is the call? This is a different pattern, and you can tell that it's a bit awkward. They get the reset finally, and YRG now responds to the top side of the top side wave.
Oh, they're opening up. They're looking. They know that something is off, but they don't find them.
Oh, this is so... I hate this. The tension is palpable. It's so thick in the air as well. And now they've waited it out. They're waiting out that purple buff. They know that it's coming back up in about 2 more seconds. Echo, how do they respond?
I mean, right now it looks like the Brody is going to move around it. Oh, it gets resetted by Pancake!
Pancake, what a nuisance. Echo, a little frustrating, but Echo has been playing very, very patient. They'll do this and they'll set it up all over again. Let's have a look at the items in the meantime.
That's so annoying though. How do they do this, right? Because at this point, a lot of people are already full items. Even the carry goes for a little bit more sustain with that rose gold meteor.
Oh! Yaoi finds it! He gets the guys, and now they can almost guarantee this Lord Yudu Red Giants. They're not scrambling just yet. They're looking to reset this and buy as much time as physically possible. Sanford with the Black Dragon 4 has found the flank. It forces out the Petrify, and Super Red has to use the Winds of Nature. Zyda will secure this no matter what, but Yudu Red Giants are looking to take the fight regardless, and they're trying to peel on back. Yaoi slays the Lord, and Gojas gives up his life so his team may retreat.
Loverboy to Lord Slayer real quick. That's 2 Lords that he was able to take. Not really sure what's going on, but now Yudu Red Giants, they're on the back foot. 2-for-1 trade. Skies and Gojas, only Super Red to be able to clear these things out. But once again,
Divine Retribution on towards Pancake. They're going to break his immortality. Feathered airstrike. He wants Super Red. Don't find it. Pancake flickers out there, but using the wall charge. Skies comes back in time to break Yaoi's immortality, but that's going to be one inhibitor already down. Wait, Skies, he wants more. He's looking for it. Winner Truncheon saves his life, but Skies takes him regardless. One head on a spike. Can't finish off the rest.
Oh man, he only takes Sanji down in the process. Super Red trying his best to clear out that lane in that mid, but remember, a Lord is still marching there in the top side. Meanwhile, Echo, they're gonna use this time to be able to take that buff away, but this is 30 seconds left for Sakai's to come in and break the bounds. Can Yudu Red Giants defend?
They're just gonna have to let this inhibitor go, right? They don't have a choice. Super Red can't just walk up. He used his Winds of Nature earlier, and now Echo trying to force a play. Conceal coming through. Yaoi flickers forward. He wants Super Red. He finds Super Red. Penalty zone to buy a little bit of time. Super Red is alive. Winds of Nature is back up in time, and now they're looking for the 1v1. Outplay has his Winds of Nature. He's got to get on out of here. Super Red clears it out, and they manage to defend in time. A 4-for-2 trade. Yudu Red Giants with staggered death timers make it to the next phase.
The underdogs climb back up on top again. How was that defendable at that point? The way Super Red utilized that wave, the way he was able to proc that wand at the right time, at the right place.
No!
Oh my god! Sanji gets taken out! This is a disaster for Echo!
Tier 2 is going to collapse. Bottom side is starting to crash. Red Giants, hey yo, are you trying to end this game? They're going to make an attempt to. Mid inhibitor's already down. Zyda's in trouble. He can't take this damage. Skies, everybody throwing their bodies at the wall. Nobody is going to fix that bottom side, but they will try to take as many kills as possible. What? Super Red
they need to go
forward.
back.
Gojas, he's back in the base. Finally. Oh my goodness. What a series of events.
Oh, okay, let's give some breathing time here because what the heck happened in that last 2 minutes? Yudu Red Giants were so close to end as well, but luckily Yaoi was able to come back on time, and without any minions, Yudu Red Giants, if they committed onto that, that would have been one straight push coming in from Echo.
Oh, dear Lord. What a series of events. Like, it was already unlucky enough that Sanji had one more tick to wait. Yaoi, Divine Retribution. It lands perfectly off the Super Red. Sanford takes him out. The backline gets attacked, but the Winter Truncheon has already been popped by Sanji's side. Skies, he's got no more energy to work with. He's trying to get on out of here, and Sanford chases him. Gojas breaks the immortality as Zach UT loses his own. Outplay finds a kill. That's 3 for nothing, and this might just be GG unless Gojas can do something about it. Solo, no more. He has no more resources. He heals himself up, but he's only buying time for the inevitable. Skies finds the kill onto Outplay's side. And wait, can he make it a double? No. The Shao Residue keeps Sanford alive. 4-for-1 trade. Echo and Yudu Red Giants in the octagon, ready to duke it out. Bare knuckles.
Sakai's trying to do his best, man. He's trying to clear that lane in that mid side, but with him only standing with 10 seconds, he can buy some time. 10 seconds for Super Red. Will he be able to make it?
No, the waves are too big. If Super Red comes back up, there's just too many things that he needs to do. Divine Retribution is already out. Skies manages to pull through. Super Red is back in, and Echo respected. They're walking away.
They're not gonna commit. That's another defense taken. Successful by Yudu Red Giants. Gideon I did not expect this kind of play from both of these teams, but this is what we're being given.
This is one hell of a match right now, and Yudu Red Giants, I don't know. I think they call for a defense. Why? Don't step out of your base right now. You gotta clear those waves. And Echo, they are playing really well at the same time. I really don't know who's gonna win this match now.
I mean, at this point, Echo, they have more to work with, right? With only one inhibitor turret down, those lanes are going to be crashing in favor of them in that top and that bottom lane. So there's more housekeeping that Yudu Red Giants needs to do before they commit onto this Lord.
In the meantime, Lord Dance has started again. Pancake trying to reset it. All 3 waves pushing into Yudu Red Giants. They have very small windows, and like we saw the last time, Echo is very good at abusing these timings.
Wait, if they open that sentry, do they see Yaoi in that bush?
No, they don't see him in that bush, but
oh no.
Not gonna spot him out. And Pancake, he's too busy trying to reset this Lord that he can't open up the map, so the only other person who can do it is Gojes.
You're right, but even that, they will have enough damage to shut him down. I mean, at this point, right, outplayed, even Brody, I know they say Brody falls off late game, but he actually went for Weapon Master as well this time around. So he is going to scale a little bit better than Brody that we're more accustomed to. Oh, here we go. Conceal play.
Gojes, he spots it out. He sees Yaoi, and now he starts posturing aggressively. He doesn't mind it dying for it as long as Super Red is alive. They might be able to turn this 4v5. Pancake and Gojes, spearheads of Yudu Red Giants, posturing themselves. Feathered Airstrike coming out towards Zach QT's side. He gets on out of there. That's 1 down. Black Dragon Form is trying to zone out the rest. This guy tries to go for the steal. Yaoi locks him down with the Divine Judgment just in time. Gojes in the middle of all 4 members. They might just call for the fight. So far, Super Red gets a couple of auto attacks in, but not enough. Immortality bought by Gojes keeps him alive. Now it's on the defense for the side of Yudu Red Giants.
All right, that's going to be another Lord secured by Echo. And I felt like that whole animation was kind of funny. Because like, Sakai is like, okay, I'm coming. And then Yaoi's like, nope. And pulls him in.
Literally stops him in his tracks.
Yeah, I was literally flying there. All right, but this is the situation that we're dealt with. Echo already has a Lord marching down there in that mid side, but oh no, not like this.
Yeah, Skies is trying to proxy and stagger the waves as much as he possibly can, and then recall back to the base. He still needs to be with his team. He still needs the gun out for outplayed.
This is so nerve-wracking, man. Yaoi goes in for a concealed place, looking!
He wants Super Red, doesn't find it. Penalty zone to look to punish them, but 2 flickers are already out, and Skies goes in. Winter Trunchet already being expanded by Sanji as Sanford has used the Black Dragon form. The taunt lands onto Pancake and Gojes, but not going to get too much. Now, here comes Skies once again. After the recall, places Red, Gojes ends up dying, and that's also Skies dying at the same time. It's not good. It's falling apart. Petrify into Black Dragon Tail to finish off this game. It's Echo who takes game number 2.
The Orcas have equalized in game number 2 of this best of 3 series, forcing a game number 3. That was a long drawn 27-minute game of full action going back and forth. And I would say that that was a valiant effort for Yudu.
Truly a valiant effort, but you can see the experience, the patience, which is a little again, I wouldn't even say against their beliefs, but just not very Echo like with this particular Echo squad, because they love to fight, they love to get under your skin, but it looks that they have mastered both sides of getting under your skin, the patient way and the aggressive way.
And really, Yudu Red Giants just received the worst end of the stick there. And with that game, let's go and head over to the analysts. What do you got?
With the first best of 3 going to 3 games, the first 2 games are already legit. Seal of legendary status, man.
Yeah, what a series so far Red Giants and Echo have been showing. And Red Giants, yeah, they're the underdogs going to this. They're the ones on the Cinderella run. But they are standing toe-to-toe with Echo, and it has been a fantastic series so far.
It's a really tight net because both of them, they don't want to lose. Because lose means they go home. They cannot continue in their journey, and look at that series, man. That's what's happened when you have the spirit.
Dude, honestly, like, there's a lot of players to highlight, man. Gorgeous on this Terizla. Wow. Sakai's, it doesn't even look like he's using cables. He's just legit flying.
Yeah.
And then Yawi. Yawi as well taking the Lord twice. Twice.
2 Lord secures by Yawi because Zaida was put under an intense amount of pressure every Lord fight. And somehow, whether it would be the enhanced basic attack or the first skill, Yawi would help secure Lords, but his pickoffs with the Divine Judgments have been on point. His synergy with Sanji in Outplayed or Sanji, Zaida, or whoever in Echo to set them up to get the target down would be great. And Red Giants, you see them buying Winter Truncheons, getting immortalities, knowing that they had to watch out here for Yawi's Kaja. What a game!
But the question for the second game is, are Yawi too good that makes Yawi got 2 Lord, or the Zaida didn't do his job?
I mean, like, it could go either ways, right? Especially, because come on. Yawi is using Kaja. Kaja is the short name of it. Do you know that there's a full name for the Kaja?
Oh, what is it?
Ka, just follow me, I'll get you a kill.
Ka, just follow me and I'll get you a kill. I like that.
The Ka is just the bird.
Get Ka. Oh, because he's a bird.
Yeah. Ka, just follow me.
Oh, I like it.
Yeah. I don't, but all right. I try my best, okay?
Yeah, no wonder why Yawi is our MVP of the game. He was the man of the hour here for Echo. This Kaja performance.
Half an hour.
The man of half an hour. This is an almost 30-minute game that we saw. And considering it was so difficult for him to find Zach Cutie or Super Red at times, Super Red's positioning, he is showcasing his peak. Why he is now one of the highly touted marksmen in the world because of his performance here in the Snapdragon Pro Series for Udu Red Giants. Super Red, a fantastic performance there. And Echo, yeah, there's so many times, so many fights Echo could have won, but since Super Red just stayed alive, and this is another collection of Yawi getting Lords, Echo, they were brought to the limit.
But I think it's tough to be Yawi because the focus on Yawi is like not just on Super Red, but it's for Skies too. He needs to cover the Vanny when the Vanny came in.
Yeah, it even got to the point where it seemed like Echo adjusted their play and say, yeah, we're watching out for Sakai's, but Sanji has the Winter Truncheon or the Immortality anyway. So they just left him and said, we'll just fight forward. Because every time they reacted to Sakai's always going to the back, that's when Super Red and the rest of Udu Red Giants would go forward and punish Echo. But then Echo said, we can just leave it. Let's put our focus onto taking down Goges or Sakai or Super Red and then Zach Cutie. And then that's how they were able to eventually end the game with their Lord push.
I gotta say, for anyone watching, either here in the stadium or at home, if they're watching and they're not fans of Echo or Red Giants, I gotta say, they were shouting for a lot of that. Echo, mate, please. Red Giants, mate, please. They're just like, because we're here, and then the crowd is here. They were reacting to everything.
Every moment.
Everything was good for them.
Yeah, non-stop. You'd hear one crowd, shout when someone gets something wrong or right, wherever. I think right now the crowd here in the Stories tonight are just appreciating the fantastic MLBB action that we're seeing. Exactly. They're esports fans at heart.
Wow. That's why if you are still at home, especially when you stay at Jakarta, please come here. Please join us.
Yeah. Come on down. Come on down. Still so many seats available.
Yeah.
Seems like all the other people who bought tickets are just waiting for the last day. But no, the second day already is an amazing start. An amazing series.
Dude, this is a best of 3. Imagine if it was a best of 5.
Oh, man. We're going home at 3 a.m. tomorrow.
Well, now game recap here. I gotta say, after watching that game, I don't think draft is the problem. Everyone utilized everything well.
Yeah. Everyone utilized everything well, the timings, there were errors on both sides, but less errors, more just highlight plays. You mentioned Goges earlier, his entries with the Terizla is one of the reasons why Zaida had such a difficult time retrieving. Because the timing of Goges, he maximized that knockup time and time again.
Yep.
You can't retry when you stun.
Because of that, both of the teams are it's a waiting game. They don't want to like doing some gamble movement and make the team loses.
Yeah, waiting game was the right. It got to the point where they were just waiting for key abilities. Is the feathered airstrike up? Is the way of the dragon Dragon Wave. Black Dragon form, there we go. We have 2 dragon abilities here, all right, so that's messing me up. And then, of course, you have to watch out for the Fanny, the Valentino, and everything. I feel like, though, out of everyone here, Zach Cutie had the most difficult game.
Definitely,
Because
yeah.
despite everything that was going on for Yudu, he had the lowest KDA across Yudu members.
Yeah, because every single time he wants to go into the fight, he has to be wary of the Kaja.
Yes.
And sometimes I kind of feel like he has to be waiting at the wings just in case if something goes wrong, right? And sometimes when we look at the KDA, it's just either Sakai's goes in, try to get a 1v1 kill somewhere, or Super is just hiding around and then just eventually getting those kills.
Yeah. All the tools that Echo had for collapse team fighting, every time Zach UT was just like, oh, man, what am I going to do now?
Yeah. They just confused.
Yeah.
You know what? No time for confusion, more time for preparation. We're going for a short break, but after this is going to be the 3rd game between Echo against Yudu Red Giants. See you then.
I think AP Brand will reach the final round.
Pastinya juara sih.
Gue berharap kita bisa ngeluarin potensi maksimal kita lah. Tentu target kita juara.
Right now we're just trying to experiment and stuff, but we will still do our best. No expectation, just we will just try to do our best.
I want to be champion with EVOS Icon.
To be a dominant player again.
Yang pasti juara lah, karena juga tim di sini kan juga kuat-kuat semua.
I really don't hold much high expectation. We just come here, have a good time, and just have fun lah. Yeah.
Expectation saya is kita orang harap kita orang dapat pengalaman yang banyak lah.
My expectation in SPS is that we're gonna win 100%.
I think my team gonna be champion. At first, I didn't really think that our team could make it until Jakarta, but yeah, we made it.
Don't mind the enemy, and also don't mind that if you make a mistake, they will bash you. I'm just thinking about bouncing back and getting stronger and learning more.
I think the tip that I can give is that don't focus on your performance in the scrims or in the other games. Just focus on the game itself. I will feel disappointed with myself, but after a while, you always look back and all these disappointments, it will make you to a better person. You should never stay in the past, but you should learn from it. Always know that there's always a next game.
Selalu ingat aja tujuan kita buat main turnamen itu apa. Jadi kayak nggak terdistract hal-hal lain. Jadi fokus ke in-game, tujuan kita buat menang. Jadi selalu tanemin mindset itu aja sih.
I think for me, just love the game, because if you love the game and whenever you're playing, you just you won't think of anything else but play. That's my number 1 tip.
I think it's the passion of every player.
I think the chemistry.
Buat tim kuat itu ya chemistry dan kerjasamanya sih.
I would say it's the amount of confidence each member have in each other.
First, you should have patience with your team. You should build strong bonds.
The mindset. Dorang perlu set mindset yang sama lah untuk 5 orang kan.
Komunikasi chemistry itu benar-benar penting buat di game ini.
Teamwork.
Only Indonesia is the most strongest team.
I think it's still Philippines.
Buat tim sekarang ya yang paling kuat jelas Onyx.
I will still consider Philippines to be the strongest region, but the strongest team is definitely Onyx right now.
And team yang saya rasa cukup kuat, Echo dan Blacklist lah.
Region yang paling kuat ya masih Filipina sama Indonesia lah buat sekarang.
I think everybody knows it's Indonesia and Philippines.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Lace up my shoes, time to get it. Put in the work, I'm with it. Paying my dues with sweat and tears. There is no weakness here. I ain't new to this, I'm a veteran. Wear my battle scars like a letterman's. I done crawled through the mud full speed, so I wouldn't underestimate me. That's a rookie move. Homeboy, I got nothing to prove. Team player, but I'm still self-made. I'm in it for the passion, not the parade. I don't need the lights or the cameras, just me and my opponent. All the work that I put in has led up to this moment. Let's go. You go hard, I go harder. You leap, I leap farther. You cannot match my speed, 'cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, 'cause I'm out of your league. Game time, let's go. I hit that mark weeks ago. I'm about to laugh you up. Tell me, have you had enough? You would think I had a PhD in psychology. The way I get in your head, there is no escape. Like I said, I'm out of your league. I play fair, but show no mercy. Only give my time if it's worthy. 'Cause I keep my mind.
We gotta push to the limit and work till we finish the push to the limit and work.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Snapdragon Pro Series Playoffs Final, powered by Samsung Galaxy. This is going to be the third match between Red Giants going up against Echo. And I gotta say, the tension, it's high because neither game number 1 or number 2 were stumps.
Yeah, man. I was talking to Coach Theo of RSG during the break.
I was talking to Simon.
Yeah, you were talking to Simon. Yeah. Even Coach Theo was like, wow. He told me, grabe yung laban. He's like, this fight is intense, so unexpected. How competitive it is, how close it is, and how long the games are. No one expected it to go this way, but I'm glad it's going this way.
Yeah, and it turns to be best of one right now.
Yep.
It will be their last game for one of them. Oh, who is it gonna be?
I managed, like you managed to meet the coach. I managed to meet the owner of the Red Giants, and even he was like, "Dude, what are these games?" And he was also, talking up Sakai. He's like, "What? How can that kid play like that?
Yeah.
How is that possible?"
Yeah, he looks so comfortable in the fanny, but I wonder if that's gonna be we'll get to see that again, or we're gonna see a completely different draft picture. So many questions up in the air right now based on what we've seen so far, Kolios.
Especially the pressure too. I think it's the best option right now is let them play their most comfortable meta, their most comfortable heroes, because it's the last game.
Yeah.
If they are playing like too many strategy on their head, it can be messed up during this third game.
I mean, like, one thing can be said. No matter how strong Super Red looks on different marksmen, like the carry, he's not getting those wins like the quad. Right? So that I feel like that's going to be a constant here, because doesn't matter what part of the tournament, as long as he doesn't get the quad, no matter how good the KDA is, for some reason, they just can't get the win.
Quad is the key.
Yeah, Claude is the key. I wonder if Echo are going to ban it out again. That game number 2, they went on the red side and they took it out. I wouldn't be so remiss if they took it out again. And it looks like even though Zach Hudi, we've talked him up and how comfortable he is with this Valentina, it seems like Echo know or already have prepared a strategy to minimize this impact. as a Valentina. So I wouldn't be surprised if Echo actually let it through again. They continue the same banning pattern, the Faramis, not the Claude, the Diggy. Maybe they might change up the Faramis ban if ever they're going to be on the red side.
And for the Yudu Red Giant side, maybe they need to ban Valentina.
Oh, yeah.
It's a really important heroes for Echo.
I kind of feel like the reason why Zach Cutie wasn't able to do well with the Valentina is legit because Sanji was on the far side.
Exactly. So it really does seem like even though the Valentina would be available for YRG, Echo already have something prepared. They're ready and they know how to handle that Valentina. Game number 3, the draft is up. And there is a draft adjustment here for Echo, who are looking to be playing on the blue side this time. They still ban out the Diggy, but they ban out the Claude, and now they're banning out the Fanny.
Yep. So Valentina is getting banned too by the Yudu Red Giant. I think the first pick, Fredrin is still free if they want to use it.
I wonder if they want to first pick the far side because not a lot of options open anymore.
Oh yeah, for the mid lane.
Yeah.
The mid lane meta hero is like left are Parsha, so maybe they need to pick the Parsha
Uranus is
first.
open.
Oh yeah, Uranus is open over the XP lane. It's a sustainable hero. It can proxy the minion, so it will be a good heroes for Echo. But it's like a keyboy playing with the Angela things because Sanford have a good mechanics, have a good momentum to do the setup, to initiate the team fight. If he used the Uranus, he cannot do it.
Yeah, but now looks like they want to pick up the far side because not a lot of good mages are up here. And I have a feeling Coach Arcadia saw this happening.
Yeah.
He forced out all of the other mages, led the far side through, but that means you have an answer. So that becomes the question. What's the answer? And at this point, does Gojis wants to pick up the Uranus?
The Uranus would be great, but I'd want to see Yudu Red Giants consider the Edith later on in this game. There is no Diggy to worry about. And Gojis knows how to pop off with that hero. But if ever...
Wait, Ling Angela?
Yep.
Ling Angela.
Uranus Ling Angela. I want to talk about it.
Yeah, the Ling would be a great pickup too.
Because Farsha can easily get killed by Ling, and see, it's Ling and Kaja.
Yeah. They take it away from the hands of Yaoi.
They are anticipating like what kind of any gold laner that Echo gonna use. With Kaja, at least they need to think about the positioning twice.
Yeah.
On the team fights.
I'd want to see Echo consider picking up the Arlot now.
Actually, I kind of feel like
Terizla too. Oh yeah, that makes sense. The entries. If ever that's gonna make it make the life of the Farsa a bit easier. They can save the EXP laner later on. They can pick up a jungler right now. Martis, Fredrin might still be available here for Echo. There could be a Fredrin and a marksman. If ever.
Okay.
Oh, they're going in with the Kufra first.
If they want to use Angela, it's the time to pick it. Because if not, I think Echo gonna ban it on the second banning phase.
Yeah, it's gonna be very interesting if Zach does use the Angela in the mid. But then, I mean, yeah, I'm thinking they need a very tanky EXP. I wonder if Edith really can be that.
Can be. Oh no, it's still gonna be the Terizla though. Gojis has been tremendous on it so far. That's gonna be the pickup. At the same time, it could mess up the entries of the Kufra. It could give Zyda a difficult time
I mean, to be fair,
being able to retry.
Already quite a beefy front line. Maybe not the best for the Edith.
Yeah.
Because if you go in and then you don't finish them off by the time your ult finishes, kind of a sitting duck.
Yeah. Even considering the Farsa too.
Yeah.
Because sometimes there'd be Farsa players who really save their ultimates just for when the Edith comes out of the mech.
The Primal Rat. But yeah, so it's the Fredrin is still versatile. It can be on the XP lane or even the jungler. It depends on Echo what kind of gameplay that they want to use. If they want to fight rocks with rocks, maybe assassins like Lancelot can do, because Lancelot is a good hero to dive into the backline. So the Yudu Red Giant later, the mid lane or even the gold laner need to think about it.
Again, I'm just looking at this Farsa. This Farsa is a very, very big problem. I just don't know. Like, we've seen in game number 2 just now, Sakai's was on Farsa duty, right? Make sure that the Farsa doesn't have a free time. Looks good, sounds good. But sometimes, like, the fact that once Winter Truncheon has been built, there is going to be a factor of you wasting the time of Sakai's. And Sakas would just be waiting there, really wanting that kill, and then all of a sudden, he gets surrounded by Orcas. So I kind of feel like the idea, maybe they still want to keep up with it, but perhaps it's good if they have a plan B as well. Looking at the Kaja, I don't know if the Kaja will be the plan B.
Yeah, the front line here of Yudu might struggle, honestly, unless Yudu wanna. I don't think Super Red or Yudu have it prepared though to give Super Red a non-marksman hero. And I'm not even talking mage. Like I'm guessing 1-3-1 would be a great response here to
Something
Echo.
like a Esme side lane.
Yeah, Esme side lane,
Yeah.
Bane side lane, but I'm not sure if Red Giants have that prepared for them. Because if ever that does happen, I mean, again, with lineups where you have Ling as your jungle, and then you have 2 fighters in both side lanes, that just makes the Ling your quote-unquote marksman because it is like basic attack-based anyway, and you'll have someone to break it.
So no DPS at all. And with Kaja and Ling, I think Yudu Red Giant gonna play very aggressively during the in-game. They try to do the pick-off game.
Yeah.
It can be that they do the mirroring movement from the Echo. Like, if Echo just started to do the turtle, they will aim for the gold lane. I think that's the best option, using the Ling and Kaja ability.
Oh, good read here by Echo to take out the 1-1. But the Angela that you guys have been mentioning is very open here. If ever this Angela gets picked up, I wonder if Sanford will consider picking up the Esme for him in the XP lane.
Oh, I'm thinking about Angela mid lane, but they lack of the magic damage, right?
Yeah.
What about the Super Red using Harriet as the gold laner?
Already taken out.
Oh, yeah.
It's already banned out here. Might be a Melissa even. Oh, no, but yeah, up against
Farsa.
Farsa.
Yeah.
Are you willing to Leslie or no? Novaria. Okay, so they have their magic damage.
But still, you know, Novaria is a coin flip. If you hit your Astral Spheres, it looks great.
Yeah.
If you don't, then you might even forget that there's a Novaria in the game.
Exactly. Bingo.
Because Novaria need the map control, need the tempo for his teammates to lead the game.
Yeah.
If not, Novaria gonna facing a hard time.
Because there's Novaria, are they going for a Beatrix? Making it easy for Super Red to hit the sniper shots?
Yeah, that's a
Right?
possibility. Could be a Beatrix last pick. So it'll be up to Echo to decide whether they're going to pick up the
Oh,
Beatrix or
no,
the...
they need a Beatrix. Do you want to know why?
Why?
Where's the high ground?
Ah, that's true. Yeah, they need that really good wave clear. Echo should take it away at this point.
And
Good
they
read.
took it away.
And the Yuzhong still.
Okay. Whatever they pick up, if it doesn't have a good high ground, not a lot of good defenses later on.
Yeah. But again, whatever happens now, this will all be on Zach QT and Pancake in this game.
Yeah, definitely.
Especially if this isn't a good high ground hero. So much dive and reach on the side of Echo. Kufra, Yuzhong, and Fredrin will just provide space for the back line. This gold laner pick will be massive. If they want counter punish possibility, maybe a Melissa. But then again, they'll really have to watch out for that Farsa and try to bait things out. But right now it seems
Or
like they're
another
hovering
carry.
over carry, yeah.
Yeah,
They're
carry is
hovering
good
carry.
because they have 3 tanky heroes like the Yuzhong, the Fredrin, and the Kufra, and yep, there he goes.
Still the carry.
Well, I mean,
Wow.
like, I can see how good the carry pick is going to be here, but I don't know. I'm going to throw it over to Eterna. Red Giants now doesn't look like they have a lot of high ground. Will that be a problem?
Honestly, I think it might be. I mean, in this particular game, coming into game number 3 for both of these teams, I felt like Echo outdrafted Yudu here.
I think Echo had some really great ideas put in play in Yudu. They were going for that big setup, but it was read into by Echo. They expected these adjustments, and man, I don't know. I think Yudu have a lot of work to be putting in, but considering how the first 2 games went, despite having some bad matchups, they still pulled it back to the brim. So there is still an opportunity, but we're still leaning more toward, well, I am leaning more towards Echo.
Me too. I said it. Yeah, me too, me too, me too. Echo train.
Join the
Echo
party.
Express.
Echo Express.
But I do agree with you. I mean, there are certain moments where it's like, you know, this matchup doesn't make sense. It shouldn't work out. But I guess like this, the grit coming in from the Yudu Red Giants, they make these things that on paper shouldn't work out. But ladies and gentlemen, remember the stakes are super, super duper high, if not the final boss fight here for both of these teams, because whoever loses this one is going to have to go home and their tournament lives end here. And with that, let's welcome you to the 3rd game of this best of 3, back to a best of 1, Echo and the Yudu Red Giants.
Get ready for the death match here between these two teams. Only one of them is going to make it through and the other goes home. Is it going to be Echo or is it going to be the Red Giants? In the meantime, at least we can talk about this jungle matchup because this time round, Skies, he's not going for those utility jungles throughout these past few games. All he's been doing is making sure that he is being a deadly assassin. It looks like they went for a double EXP start here with the EXP laners and as well as the mid laners actually rushing for level 2.
Yeah, and I believe that that's kind of his style, right? As you were talking about Sakai's, the fact that he has that extra oomph when he goes in for the assassins, but Pancake...
He manages to flicker on the opposite side of the bouncing ball, which is really good. At the very least, he's not going to give first blood over. He's not going to need his flicker anytime soon until level 4, but that's going to happen in a while.
And so does level 4 for all the other teams and the players as well, right? You can see Sanji here needs that level 4 as soon as possible, already trying to go through that EXP lane. Meanwhile...
Yep, the gank on top side towards Sampras. The shot residue has been proc. The execute is going to guarantee this kill. Gojes finds first blood.
So in this instant, now we already see a shift in focus coming in from the Udo Red Giants. They understood that Sanford was a huge issue in game number 2, and so they're trying to prioritize that lane definitely for Gojes to pop off. And, you know, the gold lane, they're just having their good time, you know, that 1v1 situation going through, especially now that the turtle is going to spawn top side. Not too much focus on them just yet.
Yep, both supports are trying to rush their level 4 as well. It's really important that they actually hit it this time, but I don't think Udo Red Giants really want to posture themselves for this first turtle. Maybe in the coming times, sure, but for now, it doesn't really matter. Echo's level 4 is way stronger. It looks like he gets on top of Zach QT. He might actually guarantee the kill with a shot residue. Sanford finds it.
That's what I was so concerned about for the Udo Red Giants, the fact that they went for a really strong backline in Zach QT. And the fact is, Sanford, Way of Dragon, goes to the backline, uses his abilities, and then he just gets taken out. So now Zach QT has a little bit more homework to deal with as Sky's here, trying to delay that buff take. Zyda, will he be able to get it?
I don't know. Gojes is kind of low on mana here. I don't think he's going to have everything. He's going to go for the penalty zone. Skies is still able to secure that purple buff, but Gojes, he can't follow up on this damage because he doesn't have the mana.
Not you, yeah. It's tough, right? He went in for more sustainability from the talents as well as his emblem choices, especially with the Brave Smite as well. So of course that is going to be a little bit more difficult when he loses that mana up. But meanwhile here in the bottom lane, now there's focus. Now Super Red is caught in a tough position as Yaoi already looking to get that trade on.
Yeah, they're posturing for the dive. They want to see if Super Red is going to get caught lacking here. Top side, however, once again, Jungler is nearby, but Gojes, he's got to be extremely careful. If he gives any more kills over to Sanford, he might not be able to play the game for at least 8 minutes or so. But for now, we're seeing that the map is being opened up by Zach QT. They don't want to sacrifice members. They'd rather cooldowns for the time being.
But remember, if we take a look at the disparity in that gold lane, Super Red is pretty behind of the Beatrix, who just needs 1 or 2 items to be able to dish out the damage and come online. So definitely there is still an issue for Udo Red Giants in this first few minutes of the game, where they haven't been able to help out Super Red here in the early game.
Exactly. They're trying to open up the map as much as they can, and even Sky can't seem to find an opening. He spots out Sanford, but this turtle really isn't their priority. They don't really care about it at all. It's all about getting their jungler ahead so they can use that momentum to maybe push up or at least elevate one of the side laners.
And at this point, you can already see Zyda already with a level ahead of Sakai's, And with that, that should be a free turtle here for Echo, pushing them to 2,000. Yaoi!
Yep, he finds Pancake, he falls into the Bandit's Rage. Well, the flicker is just in time, but Sanford's here to turn it around instantly, finding another kill. Zach QT doesn't have the damage just yet. He is more of just a surveillance drone more than anything else.
But I mean, at this point, that's already huge damage, seeing as he's only completed 1 item so far. Not even an item, actually. Only the Elegant Gem. And with this, Echo, they're still going to be able to take that turret. Oh, Gojes says otherwise.
Oh, he gets 2 flickers out of it as he tries to protect this tier 1. It should fall regardless to outplay when he switches back over to Renner. But in the meantime, look at Skies as he is in the middle of that purple buff. Blade of Tempest is already out. Is he going to try and outplay? He tries, but he's able to posture himself in a way to get himself out of there, minimizing his damage.
2,400 gold lead for the Orcas for now. Zyda, though, 3v1.
Well, Divine Judgment on towards Zyda's side. Feathered Airstrike is out of range, and Zach QT finds the Astrosphere to take him out.
That's a good trade here for the Yudu Red Giants.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Pancake, he's locked down, no means of escape. Yaoi finding the trade kill back.
Just I was about to say that would have been a good trade for Yudu Red Giants. Here comes Yaoi saying, no, Eterna, be quiet. Let me do my thing. And there he gets a pick on to Pancake. So, man, it looks like Echo looking for more here in this mid side.
Oh, the timing could not have been worse. Yaoi was charging up. Skies put low. Is he going down? Sapphire tries. Skies able to get his ult off to dodge it. Oh my goodness. Too close for comfort. Feathered Airstrike onto Pancake's side again, forcing out the conceal. Man, Echo, the Express is here. Tickets, please.
Yeah, the ticking time bomb as well for the side of Yudu Red Giants. They're eels for now, but will they be able to slither their way out? Especially now that Echo, they're building onto their items a lot more. That damage, that possibility, that I would say that lock coming in. It's not going to go as well coming into the 7th minute of the game. Sanford just opening up that ultimate to open up vision. And that's it, another turtle for Echo in the 7th minute of the game.
This is rough because Outplayed is 2 levels ahead of Super Red, and the gold lead is actually quite substantial here. 3K as they continue to start pressing their advantages. Sanford, he's looking to get as much damage on that top side and break this tier 1. And Gojas, he's trying his best, but he's getting locked down time after time. Skies tries his absolute best. He manages to find 1 kill and protect the tier 1. Sorry, it was Skies, not Gojas.
All right, but here we go. Yaoi already going for a charge. ZachQT sees him in that bush, denies that away. But despite that 3,000 gold coming in from Echo, look at the level difference between the junglers. Barely nothing.
Barely nothing. So at least somebody's having a good time for the side of Yudu Red Giants. I can't say for everybody, but they open up the map once again. Astral Echo spots out both Outplayed and as well as Yaoi. Echo is playing very much 3 and 2, right? They have the death trap of Outplayed and as well as Yaoi hiding in bushes, playing guerrilla warfare. But at the same time, if anybody gets locked down by Zyda, Sanji is ready to respond.
And this is what makes ZachQT even more valuable here. Sure, a very vulnerable target towards the dive coming in from Echo, but if they're able to time it properly, the fact that ZachQT can actually see these plays coming in from Echo is huge.
They will be able to take this tier 1. Smart ideas from the side of Yudu Red Giants, who can play 4 and 1 with the high mobility of this lane.
I thought Outplay was going to go for a steal over there on towards the buff. I was like waiting for it. Yaoi even charging there, just giving his cup of tea. But right now, 1,900 gold lead. Pancake!
Divine Judgment on towards Zyda's side. Penalty zone to make sure that Zyda doesn't have any opportunities. Super Red needs to get out of there, but Sanford says no! He fights it instantaneously, gets the kill, and walks away as the tier 1 on top side breaks open with the help of Outplayed. Look at that damage. 4,700. Oh, Yaoi tries, locks down Gojas, and they find another one for Outplayed. He gets his Malefic Roar off of that from 4,000 to 5,000, almost breaking 6. Sanford, he's not stopping.
No, he isn't, and that's what happens when you give Sanford a playmaking hero. Uranus, not the best fit for him, but give him something like the Yuzong, and he's able to perform. 3-2-1 so far. I feel the KDA doesn't reflect his impact, as it looks like Echo, they want to collapse on this next Lord. Sakai's looking for that 50-50.
It'll be tough. Oh, Yaoi actually knocking Skies off from the ledge. He's so low, but he still makes the attempt. But the Lord is already taken away by Sanford. Pancake unable to do anything about it and sacrificing his life just to open a window for Skies. Oh, Yaoi. Don't do it to him. He finds 2, locks down 2, Sanford pins them down and gets finished off. Skies is dead, and Sanford flies away in his Black Dragon form.
This is so brutal on so many different levels, and this is the level of Echo that we've been waiting for. But Gojas!
He gets cancelled out. The bouncing ball doesn't let him use the penalty zone. And now even Sanji won't let him go through. Flickering for this kill. This is just a statement piece for the Echo Express. All I'm thinking about is the ticket please guy when he rips his shirt and he's just got abs. That's Echo right now.
I understand that reference. But this is a 5,000 gold lead now for Echo, with all these turrets falling down like flies, crumbling like ashes. It looks like the next thing that's going to be crumbling is the dreams of the Udu Red Giants.
I mean,
how do they come back? You know, Super Red is so far behind. Gideon, he only has the Corrosion and the Golden Staff.
I mean, they're going to have to try. Pancake is going to pull one in, and they find Sanji. It's a good target. They trade it, and it's trading upwards. Very, very nice catch there by Gojas and as well as Pancake. But Yaoi finds Pancake and replies instantaneously, you don't get to take one for free. Oh, but Zach QT won't let him go either.
And that's a 2-for-2 trade. A mid laner for the EXP laner, however, that's the main difference. But Sanford, no way, come on, that's a Ling. You're a Yuzong. That's not supposed to be possible. But here we are in the 11th minute of the game. It seems like Echo still has more of the pressure, but finally Super Red picks up that DHS. And we're going to see a little bit more impact from this man.
Yeah, oh my god.
But look at the comparison!
That's so much gold for Outplayed. Like, yes, his items are more expensive, but when you have a 2.6k lead, that's just chump change at that point. And even Sanford with a 1.6k lead on his side, with the Oracle already completed, he is so tanky when he procs that shot residue.
Well, I mean, at this point, if he's going for that, now the carry is there, especially that the DHS is already built up as well. So, Sanford needs to be more careful when he goes in for these engages. Yaoi needs to be able to utilize his kit to take down Super Red, and then the follow-up happens. Otherwise, then that would just be Super Red free hitting from the back, and Sanford would just melt away.
Yeah, and right now, Udu Red Giants, if there's any way for them to defend, it's just utilizing the mobility of Skies, because he's the only person who can actually do it. Now they're trying to deny him that purple buff, and Skies doesn't even secure it for himself with no purple buff. With no purple, Zyda, yeah. Wait, did he use Retribution for that? Yes, he did use Retribution for that. So now they're just gonna wait it out, right? 25 seconds, hold on to the Lord. No big deal.
Or Udu Red Giants goes for the Lord.
Let's find out, because Echo, they're all positioning around that purple buff. They expect Skies to show up. This could be a death trap.
Oh no, they're reading his rotations. Look at them collapsing there in the mid.
Yeah.
Oh, Skies gets out.
I mean, the Divine Judgment has been used. Sanford was in the Black Dragon, channeled his Black Dragon form just in time. When you're in the Black Dragon form, it's not like you can move around while you are CC, but still, at the very least, you close the distance. That's going to be a free Lord for the side of Echo, and that's going to be a Winter Truncheon for Sanji.
So there's a little bit more outplay that Sanji can utilize in these team fights, which makes their just attack and their aggression a lot more scarier. We saw in that previous game what the Winter Truncheon was able to buy a lot of outplays and as well as a lot of miscalculations. Sakai's at least is able to secure that orange buff away, but look at Yaoi charging again. No, not like this.
Udu Red Giants are starting to pick up on the habits of how fast Echo is willing to play and how aggressively they're willing to play. They use the Magic Sentry to open up the map down by bot side just to get a rough idea of what is safe and what is not.
So what can the Udu Red Giants do at this point? Utilize the lane to go for...
Whoa,
man, Yaoi already looking for the next victim here.
That Feather Airstrike is good, but look at Pancake right now. Look at where he's positioning himself. Gojas, he could look to turn. The mid inhibitor is already down. They find the initial suppression on towards Sanford's side. They're trying to take him out before he even has the opportunity. Super Red gets pulled back into Nibiru's passion. The penalty zone, not good enough. And this might just be it as Outplay tries his best. Maniac, make it a savage. No, he's so close to it. Outplayed, he wants it. He's sniping for him, but it's too late. GG, well played. 2-1, Echo, move on.
Take in the situation, ladies and gentlemen. This just in, the Udu Red Giants have officially been eliminated from the Snapdragon Pro Series. The Killer Whales, the Apex Predators reign supreme today, but that was a close one. I'm pretty sure LaFell has a lot to say about that.
I mean, I'm sure he has a lot to say from that, but these winners here, Echo, well done to them.
GG.
GG, well played. If you're not on the Echo Express, you're a against it. And these guys continue to show that they have a multitude of play styles. As long as it's aggression, they'll master every aspect of it.
Yeah, for sure. Still, though, Echo is going to be showing sportsmanship, hovering over their fellow men there. But what a game.
Oh, I'm sweating so much.
What a series. It was so close for the Udo Red Giants in game number 2. And then Echo was like, we've had enough.
Yeah, they literally decided to pump the brakes on whatever momentum that YRG was building up and closed it out in quick fashion here in game number 3. I mean, Echo, they look great. YRG, they've had an impressive run, an almost Cinderella performance. Once again, our respects go out to the Malaysian representatives. But well done once again to Echo as they continue to move on. And let's see how far they make it throughout this tournament. I'm very happy. You know what? With the performance of the Red Giants, I'm very excited for Season 12.
Me too, because I don't think anyone really expected this out of them coming this far into the tournament, despite how they had to lose. But they lost 2-1. Remember, they put up a good fight. You can see the potential there. Everything just needs a little bit more time to really prep down.
I mean, they're such young players, and I think Udo Red Giants, they have scouted out some phenomenal talents, and now that they've given a place for both Pancake and as well as, you know, Super Red to actually come together, this team will only go up. The potential, the roof, the ceiling, I don't know where it is right now. It seems to be shooting up to the stars, but as Echo move on, they're going to be standing on the shoulders of Giants as they continue on in their competition. I can't wait to see. I'm not actually sure. I'm trying to get a sneak peek of who they're getting for the interview. It looks like it's Yaoi, if I see correctly.
The Lord Boy.
The Lord
Boy. I mean, at this point, like, anyone could secure Lord. I mean, Sanford is able to secure Lord, so they're all just Lord Boys.
Maybe that's their entry point, right? That's how they get into Echo. It's like, can you secure the Lord without retribution? No problem.
Can you? Can you? I'm actually really excited what Yaoi has to say about this. So with that, let's throw it over to the host. Let's check it out.
Yes, dan inilah dia pemenang yang akan melanjutkan perjalanan mereka. Ada Echo dari Philippines. Dan Yaoi sudah berada di tengah-tengah kita, Rose.
Yes, so Echo won that first match of the day, and now we have Yaoi over here because, you know, just now when we were at backstage deciding on who we were going to interview, I could hear the crowd screaming Yaoi's name, and I think what better way to celebrate their win than, of course, interviewing the one and only Yaoi.
Ya, banyak banget fans di Indonesia di sini yang juga langsung berteriak, Yaoi! Can you hear them? Are you happy that your fans all over this place, Yaoi?
Yes, I love to play with so many fans.
Wow.
Dia senang ada kalian, banyak yang dukung tuh happy. Jadi dukung terus ya.
Okay, so Yaoi, first question. Yesterday, I asked Outplayed why you weren't playing. And then today, you guys were at the lower bracket and Yaoi came out. Is Yaoi the secret weapon of Echo?
I think no, because my team is strong. And I just got carried by them.
Oh, wow.
Oh, dia bilang apakah Yaoi adalah senjata rahasia dari Echo? Kata dia, enggak. Dia di-carry sama teman-temannya. Apakah benar? Enggak dong, karena everyone is super good. Especially you. You make the things is you turn the table with your momentum heroes like Kaija and then also Kuvra, and your hero is always perfect on the moment. How do you manage to do that in this pressure, in this lower bracket, Yaoi?
I just focus and give all that I can because this is a do or die match. So I said to my teammates that I will do my best.
Okay. Cuma ingin memberikan yang terbaik dan pokoknya karena ini adalah match antara hidup atau mati. Dia memberikan segalanya dan yang terbaik berfokus saja, itulah Yaoi.
Okay, we know that now that you guys won your first match of the day, right? You guys will be advancing further and will be meeting either RSG Philippines or Bigatron Alpha. Later, it will be which will be decided later. So who do you actually want to meet more and why?
I think RSGPH, so that PH versus PH.
Oh.
Dia lebih memilih Filipin lawan Filipin untuk nanti. Jadi dia berpikir RSGPH bakal dia lawan. Best of the series.
Yes, yes. Okay, I actually have one more question for Yaoi. Now that you guys, okay, 6 teams, Red Giants is going home. Unfortunately, I am sad, but the show has to go on. With 5 teams left, which team do you want to meet in the grand finals if Echo is advancing further?
Onyx, because I want to face Kiboy again.
Oh, this is spicy.
Kepengen ketemu Kiboy lagi. Jadi di grand final Onyx dan Echo akankah terjadi?
That's gonna be very interesting and very spicy. It's like the battle of the roamers.
Betul, betul, betul. Ini akan menjadi pertarungan dua room yang suka memberikan momentum mereka. Dan satu momen aja bisa membalikkan keadaan. And you got a lot of fans here. Do you have any words maybe in Indonesia for your fans over here, Yawi? Oh, they scream already. Okay, Yawi, please.
Terima kasih to all of you.
Terima kasih.
Alright, how about to the Filipino fans that are watching back home?
Sa mga fans namin sa Pinas, patuloy nyo lang kami supportahan. Gagawin namin best namin.
He said to all the fans that are supporting back home and technically everywhere around the world, just continue supporting Echo and they will do their best.
Oke, ingin memberikan yang terbaik pokoknya dari Philippines juga dukungannya begitu luar biasa. Pokoknya di sini Eko ingin memberikan yang terbaik.
Yes, okay, so we are gonna let Yawi go and have a short break because they have another match later on. So let us throw it to our panelists to break down what happened in this best of 3. Panelists, take it away.
Thank you very much. And honestly, if he gets his wish, Kiboy Yawi again, I wouldn't complain, but we got to talk about this game first. Echo against Yudu Red Giants. This time, it is more of a stomp. It's more one-sided. But, analysts, what's the reason?
Oh, well, for me, it was just the roaming 3. Yawi, Sanji, and Zaida took control of this map and took control of the river really well.
Since the early game, they control the tempo. Even, like I said before, Novaria is a good hero when they have the map control, when they have the tempo for their own team. But Novaria is not too good hero when he's got pressure.
Yeah. I kind of feel like it's two things. Number one is the draft, because if they picked up the Beatrix earlier on, then perhaps they could do something. Because again, at least you have a way to clear the waves.
Exactly.
And number two, just like basically what both of you said, map control. Reptar, you were talking about how Zaida, Sanji, and Yawi, they were active around the map, trying to get that map control, and how they established that is by punishing Pancake. Every time they see the Kaya, it's like, yeah, we don't care about the carry, we don't care about the Novaria, we leave that for Sanford. We just want the Kaja.
Yeah, what I really liked here is how Sanji really helped to empower those Tyrant Revenges and Rages that Yawi was getting, because he always used the Feathered Airstrike. Even though it wasn't going to be a sure kill, he always just used it to whittle down Pancake, Zacuti. The Red Giants always had to reset, so they could never find the positioning that they wanted to.
That's why Yawi is the first initiator, and then follow up by the Sanji or even the Sanford is always standby to using the Black Dragon farm during the critical moment, like on the Lord or even the Turtle.
Yeah, and this is the classic Echo Express that we're talking about. Being able to snowball really quickly, finding the setups, the engagements, playing in your tempo, and not giving any room for your opponent to thrive and move around the map.
That's why I think it's a stomp on this third game.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, no, honestly, for this game, I can see where Red Giants is going with. Perhaps the only issue is just that the mid was not able to do anything.
Yeah.
It was just the silence. But if your mid is losing, then your silence is just by proxy gonna lose as well. This time, Super Red didn't have much ways of farming, but I gotta agree with Gideon when he said this makes me excited for the next season of MPL Malaysia. But this is the MVP of the game, outplayed 8-0-3. But again, we gotta give a shout out to the dude that got interviewed, man, Yawi.
Yeah, he really helped facilitate everything to make sure it got to the point where Outplayed could shine. This was one of the easiest games Outplayed had to play because everything was going so well in the middle of the map for Echo.
Yawi is the reason why Echo win on the third game. Yeah, it's like something like that. But it's 8-0-3 and 79% kill participation. So outplayed, just being anywhere, just joining his teammates with Yawi to do the setups, to do the damage dealing.
Yeah, and that's what you want to see out of your gold laners. Once the laning phase is done, once you've already been set up for success, get out of your lane. You make the map your entire lane. You join your team for the fights. And this time, I think whatever was talked about by Echo behind the scenes, it seems like their communication, their timing was really ironed out well.
So he didn't waste his move. And yeah, on the early game, usually the Link user wants to get the snowballing moment, but Sekai's didn't have it on this third game because Yawi is everywhere. Yawi is keep punishing Sekai everywhere when Sky shows up.
Dude, MVP performances. Again, gotta shout out Yawi, gotta shout out Sanford. Quite a lot of times, Sanford has a lot of good catches himself.
Yeah.
And actually getting those kills as well.
Yeah, he got the Maniac there at the end, though. Did outplay. Again, this is a lot of the highlights here are going to be Yawi, but outplayed, really positioned himself well in this game. Didn't allow himself to get caught. No deaths on the marksman for Echo. And this push right here was what sealed the deal for Echo.
Because on this last moment, even Yawi got 2 heroes and they just got in one by one.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, Echo just eat them.
Yeah, the Nibiru's passion coming in from outplayed was perfect. It's like he already knew where Yawi wanted to send them. Yawi flew in, Tyrant's Rage, but then as the animation of the Kufor ultimate was going, outplayed was already using the ultimate of the Beatrix with the Nibiru's passion. That looked near picturesque and picture perfect. It's like I was watching Benny QT and Yawi play together.
And it's almost savage.
Yeah, almost a savage. So close. But he didn't get greedy. He said, you know what, Maniac's okay. A little bit too dangerous if I go forward. I'll settle with the 4K.
As long as they won the game.
Yeah, they won the game.
Yeah, congratulations to Echo 2-1. And again, I would say congrats to you Red Giants as well.
Oh, definitely.
For a team that people didn't even thought would go to Jakarta, making it this far, I would say it's very good efforts. Good game number 1, good game number 2, but Echo, they've been here like I don't know how many times now. So game number 2, they're just like, yeah, we know what's up. We know what we're gonna do, and we're just gonna end it. So congratulations to Echo, and best of luck to you, the Red Giants, and best of luck to the next team that's gonna fight against Echo as well later today.
Yeah, and that's gonna be decided by our next match. But yeah, hopefully you do Red Giants got a lot of fans from the Snapdragon Pro
Series. And a lot
Series.
of experience.
And
they
a lot of
need
experience.
it for the MPL later.
Yeah, and just like what Gideon said, you're saying it, I'm piggybacking on it. I'm excited to watch MPL Malaysia Season 12 now.
It's still crazy. They're technically still considered as a new team.
Yeah, but it's crazy. They've made it this far already.
Wow, they just only 1 month, right? Since the challenge season group stage until right now. Oh
Dude,
my
do you
God.
still remember the first game they had in the challenge season? We were already like, yeah, no, it's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
They got stomped so bad.
And then suddenly, here they are. They lost today, but they made it to this stage. And they took Echo to their limits, man.
Wow.
Dude, I kind of feel like even Echo is proud of themselves for that one because they're like, yo, guys, we did it. We're moving on. They're already securing a bit more than 5,500 USD. I can't remember what was the second passing of it. But either way, after this, if you guys thought that game was intense, we got more for you guys because after this is another best of 3 and then a best of 5 and then ending the day with the best of 3. Dude, so many games for today.
So excited to see all the match because yeah, it will determine a lot of things, especially the final upper bracket and who's going to the final lower bracket.
Yeah, and we're gonna need to say goodbye to how many teams today? Say goodbye to 3 teams today.
Yes, 3.
We're in our first, second, and third match.
Dude,
ooh, that's tough.
Really tough. It's just surreal, you know, because again, it's like we work with each other for how many weeks now? I can't even count, right? But a lot. And it's just gonna end by tomorrow. So for all of you guys watching, especially if you're in Jakarta, make sure you come here and enjoy the show because there's not a lot of time for you guys left. Speaking of time, we need some time. We're going for a short break because after this, it's gonna get sweatier. See you guys.
it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Lo que quiero, dale bueno, dale, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que bueno, lo que bueno, lo que bueno. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Dale bueno, dale bueno.
Yeah. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. Yeah. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls, cause we don't do it like you do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls, cause they don't do it like we do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game.
You already know what time it is, right? It's your boy Eclipse Darkness. I do this for my people. How I like that. I'm a black strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down yet for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down yet for nothing.
What's this?
Baik, donat gini. Balik atau main?
Hey, don't look. Don't pick, bro. What's this? No. Ano yan, gag?
Bro, paling si bro. Suan bakya.
Buset. Ini ya? Cyclops. Oh my god. I don't know.
Luna? Wow, it's correct.
Lunok sama Gimana yung drawing na lunok sih?
We gotta push to the limit and work till we finish the push to the limit and work.
Kalau menurut gue karena ini sistemnya double elimination ya kita harus terima lah. Kalau kalah di upper kita harus terima, kita harus berjuang di lower. Kalau menurut gue itu malah jadi tantangan sih. Jadi kita harus all out dari awal.
Membalikan kembali keadaan 4 orang hilang. Piket Alpha.
Kalau menurut gue game series lawan Eko itu game yang seru lah. Tapi menurut gue kita harusnya bisa lebih better daripada itu. Cuma kita tetap bersyukur dengan hasilnya buat pembelajaran kita di turnamen ini lagi. Kita nggak bermain seperti biasanya sih. Ya, hari ini jauh lebih baik daripada kita. Jadi ya itu salah satu alasan kita kalah.
Sakit karena sosok dari sanjangan teman dimakan untuk saja. Soriso ada di depan sana. Kehilangan sajitan dengan tidak ada high defensive. Jika hilang, offlane tertarik. Apa terjadi kematiannya? My Bobby gets out. What the epic comeback from Piket Alpha.
I expected it to be a close game against Onyx. I think the problem is our first turtle. We got demolished so hard, especially in the early game when we died against Kyrie.
Benar seorang Kyrie, satu pemain dunk dan bahkan blessing juga dibuka begitu saja ada seorang cewek mengarah ke arah backline yang dimiliki oleh RCPS dan lihat dua pemain dari RCPS harus tewas ketika dengan ada divine judgment yang on point coming from Keyboy. Looking for more karena lihat pembalasan setup dari RSG3.
Siap nampaknya cewek masih bisa terkena stun juga dan Nuts yang
I think just 6 early game decision and just the turtle communication. And I think we'll be good to fight against Bigetron Alpha.
Yang pastinya kita bakal kasih yang terbaik juga lah. Walaupun antar lawan RSG, kita bakal analisa mereka segala macam dan kita bakal main lebih bagus daripada hari ini.
Halo semuanya, selamat datang kembali. Tentunya masih di Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals babak playoff. Di mana kita tadi di match pertama sudah melihat ada satu tim yang harus menyelesaikan tugasnya di acara ini yaitu Yudo dari Malaysia. Dan ada tim yang beranjak untuk menunggu siapa lawan mereka di match kali ini yaitu Eko. Dan match kedua kali ini juga akan menentukan antara hidup dan mati tim Indonesia Bigetron Alpha yang akan melawan tim dari Philippines RSGPH.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals. You are still with me, Rose, and of course, Clara. Earlier on, we have witnessed Yudu Red Giants packing their bags and going home, whereas Echo advances on and they will be facing whoever wins in this second match, where we will be witnessing another do or die battle between Bigetron Alpha and of course, RSG Philippines.
Iya, dan tentu saja match kali ini benar-benar sangat berarti untuk kedua tim. Best of 3 series, siapapun yang menang akan berlanjut, tapi siapapun yang kalah tidak bisa lagi. Jadi kita mau coba cek suaranya ya. Karena dari tadi Budi udah ngedenger semangat sorak-sorai dari Istora Senayan. Kita kasih suaranya semangatnya, Istora Senayan! I love this energy.
I love this energy, but could we please do it one more time? More energy, okay? 1, 2, 3, Istora Senayan!
Oh, nice one!
Nice
Keren,
one.
memang luar
I
biasa.
love it.
Pencinta Mobile Legends, pasti kalian udah nggak sabar untuk melihat match kedua. Match penentuan di lower bracket.
Yes, the second match of the day is about to begin. So how about let's kickstart it with inviting the team from the Philippines, RSG Philippines. There we have it, our boys from the Philippines. So everybody, Istora Senayan, once again, RSG Philippines. Dan tentu saja RSG Philippines sudah bersiap di atas panggung. Istora Senayan bersiap pula untuk menjadi lautan merah. Mari kita panggil sang robot dari Indonesia, Bigetron Alpha. Program to win, Bigetron Alpha. Tim Super sudah hadir, inilah dia. Bigetron Alpha dan juga RSGPH yang sudah bersiap di tempatnya masing-masing akan seperti apa? Karena mereka memiliki banyak sekali yang harus ditunjukkan di babak playoff ini. Tentu ini akan berbeda dari match-match sebelumnya.
I can feel the home ground buff from the stage because Bigetron Alpha's fans are here filled with energy. I personally love it, but I think RSGPH still has that fire and that fight all the way from the Philippines.
Oke, semangat dari Biget Troopers juga pastinya sampai ke Bigetron Alpha begitu semangat pula dari international fans, dari mungkin dari Indonesia yang mendukung RSGPH, mereka masih punya semangat juang yang tinggi walaupun jauh dari rumah mereka.
Yes, far, but it can be felt from Istora Senayan. All right, so I think Istora Senayan and everybody watching is ready to witness the second match of the day. So how about let us throw it over to our panels to kickstart the second match. Panels, let us hear you.
Let's go.
Here's the thing, we're not asking for a match. Just 3 over 20-minute matches. It's not that hard. Welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy. My name is Afel. Alongside with me, still Colius. But now, Gani, you're entering the fray. How are you feeling, Bigetron, going up against RSG Philippines?
You know what, first of all, I gotta say, what a crazy first match. But we are going to enter to another exciting match here. Bigetron as well as RSG. One more team will go home.
Yep, but both of them are keep going crazy because we know the capability between the RSG and the Bigetron itself.
Dude, I mean, like, Light doesn't need to blink. Bigetron as robots don't need to blink. So I'm looking at both teams. They are full at attention. Now, speaking of full at attention, it's not that both teams have been flawless yesterday. We've seen mistakes coming in from both of them. Now we have to see whether today either they fixed the mistakes or was it really just them saying it yesterday was kind of a fluke. Because backstage, I don't know, man. RSG looks like they're having fun, but sometimes on stage they look a bit nervous. I don't know why.
You know what, especially if we're talking about the Roamer Light.
Yeah.
It seems like his performance yesterday wasn't enough here, Colios, to grab that win going up against Onyx. Again, Onyx, a #1 contender. But is the same mistake will happen again today? Will Bigetron Alpha exploit the same mistake?
I think it's because of the pressure of the audience here in Istora Senayan are really crazy. That's why they are feeling nervous, but look at this.
Yeah, now we gotta introduce the lineup. Nats, Dimankai, Aqua, Eman, as well as Light. Now here's the thing. This roster is stacked. But again, I agree with what Cody is saying. Perhaps the pressure coming in from the audience is starting to get to them just a little bit. But again, we got to see today because this is the second time they're on stage. Maybe now they're just like, yeah, legit, we don't care anymore.
Yeah, they are already adapting with the audience in here. But Bigetron Alpha, I can say that there are several cards that maybe the coach Aldo didn't use it yesterday because it's their last option to be staying on the SPS Challenge Final. I think they need to use all they have.
You know what, I think you're right, Colius. Looking at Bigetron's crowd, it's very, very interesting to see what will they bring to the table because, again, pressure is going to be on their side. And looking at the heroes here, carry. What do you think?
The carry itself, it depends on what kind of heroes that Bigetron want to use. If we see on the first match, there's a lot of sustainable heroes that maybe carry can be shining. But looking at the drop itself, Carry must be careful if they use the pick off hero.
And now looking at Nats, 100% win rate on the Uranus, 50 on the Masha, 67 on the Terizla. So far, we've seen a lot of plays coming in from a lot of different EXP laners throughout this entire tournament, and Nats is definitely one of those EXP laners that can really control the map, especially with the Uranus. He just makes it wide open for RSG.
I mean, to add to that, right, what I really like about Nats is he can play the Uranus and as well as the Terizla, so he can initiate or he can hold off his lane, but this is a very looking scary Bigatron Alpha.
Yeah, this is it. Sorizo, Supercan, Moreno, Saken, and Supervin. So today, Moreno is going to be the one playing. Not key.
Not key, because I think they need to some kind of high ground hero that Moreno is always using, like maybe Yif, maybe Farsha, or even Valentina.
Yeah, I think that was going to be the approach for Aldo here. Do note though, the last time Moreno played was in the group stage going up against EVOS Legends.
And they lose.
And they lost.
Yeah.
So perhaps, again, preparations must be evident here after that loss. Moreno, sure, you have a high ground hero, but is it effective?
Well, now we got to look at the team statistics here. I'm glad that Supervin is not showing the Atlas here. I kind of feel like a lot of people that were watching yesterday is like, we want to erase that from our memory. So it's definitely going to be interesting because Light likes to use the Franco, and you know, usually people want to counter the Franco with the Atlas, but I don't know. Not going to talk too much more about that, but looking at how BTR has been playing, it is going to be quite interesting that now Moreno is coming back, and if he is using those high ground heroes, what heroes are they going to let through? Because even looking at the top bands by the opponents, they don't usually target the mid. Now let's look at Sorizo, not 100% on Uranus.
Yep,
25.
Even though it's his power hero, the Uranus, but it's only 25%. That's why we gonna see our Sorizo gonna play using that 25%, or he gonna use the Paquito, because Paquito is one of his power hero too.
Yeah, I really like the head here, Paquito and Uranus. Why? If you're on the Paquito going up against Uranus, you just want to clear your lane. You don't want to trade your damage, trade your skill. And then, clear wave, you rotate. Find what is going on in the map. Invade jungles, go gank mid, and I feel like that might happen in this first game.
I mean, like, we hear some advice coming from people, right? The best way to fight against Uranus is don't touch Uranus.
Yeah.
Right? Just go somewhere else. Do other things.
But the problem is if Uranus proxy the minion on the base, it's gonna be the problem if you just ignore the Uranus.
True.
Because all your turrets gonna be gone.
True, I mean, he can cut, so it's a matter of macro again, but the two EXP laners on your screen will be also one of the lanes to watch here. So Rizzo, I love his development here. It seems like this season he has matured as an EXP. Very, very comfortable using any types of heroes.
I like watching their team content as well, where they had that inflatable bat thingy where it's like, who is the most likely to throw the game?
That's Sorizo.
And it's Sorizo. So hopefully against RSG, you know, like if you want to do it, just not here. You know, let the tournament finish. Maybe 1 or 2 weeks of MPL regular season. That's fine. Just not here, man. Because loser goes home, and even though they don't have to go far away to go home, but you know.
True. But I mean, yeah, again here, Bigatron and RSG. Very, very interesting lane to watch. There you go. This is the head-to-head.
Wow. From the head-to-head itself, I think it's not too far away between both of them. But if you look at the average total kill per game, we agree that only 3 and 2. 3 from the RSGPH and 2 from the Bigatron. So, both of them are playing the objective game.
Yeah, right now, I can already hear, I don't know if you guys can pick it up, but right now hearing the chants coming in from the Bigat Troopers. So, they're feeling excited. In fact, when they came, I was just outside. It was loud. So this one, really, for both teams, they got to make sure that they can handle everything well. For you guys at home watching over the Twitch, give us your predictions. Who do you guys think is going to win? Is it going to be RSG Philippines? Is it going to be Bigatron Alpha? Because again, on the line here is whether you get to play another game after this or you're just going to go home. So pick your choices. I'm not going to say poison. Pick your choices.
Pick your choices, indeed. I mean, again, it's going to be a very do-or-die match here. And I guess what else can we highlight from this match is the junglers, right, Coleus? Super Ken going up against Demon Kite.
Yep.
It's mechanics, old mechanic going up against a new young blood. But this is going to be our prediction here. Whoa, okay.
Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. I've been trying to curse it. So far, it's been completely accurate because the production team told me I have 7 right. You know what's insane?
What?
2 days ago, I only had 3 right.
Okay, so you gained 4
in one day.
In a day.
And I got the other one correct as well, even the score.
So you just lost your curse on the playoff.
No, it's just... Let's just go to the draft. I don't like talking about this, you know?
Oh, no. That's bad.
I mean, like, to be fair, it's not an educated choice. It's me trying to curse it. It's just that, yeah, there's no way.
Just by your hunch, right? Who's gonna win or who's gonna lose? But we are going into the draft and we're gonna see what kind of hero that they gonna pick or ban.
Well, let's see here, right? I mean, RSG on the blue side, what usually they like is perhaps they can pick up the Valentina, right? Securing a hero for Aqua, taking it away from the hands of Moreno as well. But it's just Ling here. Perhaps another Assassin Fanny might come through.
Ling, Fanny, Lancelot, maybe. 3 of that are the Super Ken most favorite hero. That maybe if they want to just shut down the Super Ken.
But so far, Lancelot has been led through and no one wants to pick it up anymore.
Yeah.
I'm kind of sad.
You know what? I think Lancelot is a hero that is tier A.
All right.
True. I think tier A here, right? I mean, sure, it's reliable, but it's very situational. Because nowadays, a lot of heroes can really catch that Lancelot, i.e. Cho, i.e. Kufra. So a lot of counters towards his mobility, and I feel like that is why teams or players does not really prioritize that Lancelot. But there you go, the Uranus ban comes through from the side of Bigatron Alpha.
They didn't want to give the Uranus freely for the RSGPH, but we gonna see are Fanny gonna be close from the RSGPH or they gonna open it and use Fanny on the first pick.
Wow.
I mean, let me think about it. If Saken so far, we've only seen him using a Bruiser Gold lane is Bane, right? Because if RSG they pick out the Fanny first pick, then they could do a
EX fighter.
Yeah, basically double fighter side lane, right? So I kind of feel like that is an option that makes it so that even if they do want the Fanny, it might be the 3rd pick or just the 4th pick. But Super Ken, he should be comfortable on the Fanny too, right? Okay.
That's why both of them can use Fanny.
Yeah.
It's gotta be a contest if like looking at the draft, at the first pick draft, especially on the first pick and the first and second pick for the Bigatron Alpha.
And
here's the thing. If they don't ban the Valentina, they ban out the Martis, so perhaps it's gonna be a Valentina. And if they want the the Fanny, maybe secure something else like Arlet.
Arlet, I really like that. I really like that approach if Bigatron does really commit that. Because again, Aqua plays really well the Valentina here. Perhaps if not the Valentina, there is a Joy, but then again, there's Kaja to respond. Very risky. So I guess Valentina is just a solid pick here. But RSC, what I really love from their first phase ban is that Melissa ban, right? Really understands that Saken is a very, very good Melissa player. But no, they didn't not went for the Valentina.
I guess they're just really confident with the Joy.
But with Joy, I think Kaja is still open. Are Bigatron Alpha gonna pick Kaja and Fredrin maybe?
The question is, well, where is this Joy gonna go? Right? Is it going to go to the jungle? Is it going to go to the EXP? Either way, I think RSG they're trying to bait something out. Do you guys want the Valentina now? Because you guys can pick it up. Because as we saw from the previous series, Farsa can handle the Valentina very, very well. But if Bigatron Alpha, they themselves pick up the Farsa, they're going to have problems with the Joy.
For sure. For sure. So, again, RSG understood what you said, Lafel. So this is a very good chess game here from side of RSG, but it's not going to be Valentina nor Arlet here. It's going to be two physical heroes, Claude, AoE, DPS, and a burst physical from side of Paquito.
I think it's a wise option from Bigatron Alpha since Cloud playstyle is just diving into the team fight itself. So it doesn't make Joy any space to go into the back line. And Paquito is one of the counter of Joy. And because of the burst damage.
I gotta say, worst comes to worst, the clock can split as well.
Yep.
He clears the lane very, very fast. He moves around the map very, very fast. So it's gonna be pretty safe for him to maneuver. So now, RSG, a lot of the power picks that we were talking about, they could even probably get the Kaja here if they want, and they did get the Kaja and the Beatrix.
Okay. So it's still a flex here for the Joy, right? Jungler or EXP. But then again, on the other side, you have the Paquito that can also be flex, Jungler or EXP. So I think both teams, what they're trying to do is just taking their time. A good third pick here is, I feel like, a mage here. Again, Valentina is still open. Farsa is still open as well. They can limit that.
Kadita is
mage.
still open.
Kadita also is still open. Very interesting.
Even Kadita can aim for the Beatrix on the back line, but Valentina can stealing the IMU from the Divine Judgment, but Franco, they want the secure one. They want like having a suppress ability to stop Joy wherever come.
It's Super Vince Franco as well.
Yeah.
So we can expect quite a lot here. So it looks like game number 1, they really just want to use their best heroes and then try to finish off the draft as nicely as possible. So I kind of feel like both coaches are having the same kind of mindset.
Yeah, it's both of the coaches here having a straightforward kind of draft where it's somehow pick-offy, but from the side of Bigatron, it has more EOE, it has more mobility as well if you really compare it towards the side of RSG, where I feel like they will fix that in that second phase. Let's see, Arlet ban here, a very good ban, I suppose, so will they commit to another EXP potentially to force this Joy on that EXP?
Maybe for the Terizla.
Maybe.
Yeah, Terizla, the penalty zone, it can cancel Cloud Blazing Duet since it's a knock-up effect. And when facing against Paquito, on the early game, I think Paquito gonna have waiting for all of the skill resource from Terizla got out.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like it's safe to force the Joy to go to the EXP because at this point, if Joy goes to the jungle, might be a little bit easier for Bigatron Alpha to deal with it just because you don't have the Vengeance. So if Vin uses the Bloody Hunt on the Joy, there's no way that the Joy can survive.
It's going to be an insta-kill right here. So approach from side of Bigatron, very straightforward as well. 4 heroes towards the side of Nats, right? Uranus, Martis, Arlet, and as well as Esmeralda. So they're targeting Nats here in this first game. Will it work or not? Because Nats, what is left? Terizla. They can pick it up because they have the first pick in that second phase.
Yep. Because if they pick Terizla, I think it will be a good AoE hero too to stop the RSGPH from the team fight. But we gonna see our Terizla are their option right now. Oh, it's Valentina.
Whoa.
So they're still hiding where this Paquito is going.
Yeah, they really want to exploit that last pick and saying, yeah, sure, Nats, we banned your heroes. We're going to force you into that Terizla pick because what else hero is there on the table?
And they're opening
Joy,
up,
maybe, yeah.
They're opening up Farsa still here.
True.
Right, because they don't ban any mages. RSG themselves banned out the Kadita. So what else? What else
here, right?
The best option right now.
Because to be fair, Farsa is not happy going up against the Claude. So that's the reason why they don't ban out the Farsa.
Paramis? Oh, it was banned out.
Yeah, it's best banned out.
Oh.
I think the last option, if they want to play the high ground defense with
Cyclops.
Farsha.
No, I'm just kidding.
No. Maybe Lilia, if they want to play
it's the Farsa.
the tricky one. But yeah, it's still Farsha and Fredrin.
Okay, but I still don't know.
Question.
Yeah, still don't know. The draft finish for RSG was like, okay, but no, seriously, guys, which one's jungle? Which one's EXP? What if Bigatron Alpha did the same thing? They pick up another hero, it's like, okay, but yeah, for real, which one's going EXP? Which one's going jungle?
I mean,
and it's a kind of habit, right, from Aldo when he's like drafting, because he's like to picking a very flexible hero on the first pick and then just let the enemy guess what role that the hero's gonna play.
Well, I feel like the enemy now because I'm trying to guess and I have no idea. They're high-fiving each other, just like, yeah, guys, we won the draft. Box, yeah. Okay, Paquito, EXP then.
Okay, now it's clear, at least for the side of BTR. Nats, the switch up, the switcheroo, it's Nats Fredrin.
Okay, so now we see that the Joy is going to the jungle, and I can see that now we're going to the casters.
Thank you so much, LaFell, and to our panel, here we go. The second elimination match of the day, RSG Philippines versus Bigatron Alpha. Gideon, I gotta be honest, I'm excited to see the rematch. It's Light versus Supervin.
It is. It's gonna be a tough matchup, but more importantly, whether or not I wouldn't even say they have learned from their mistakes, but more importantly so, whether or not they have learned. Man, I can't do the blink thing. I've immediately blinked like 3 times.
We're right in front of the air conditioning. We didn't think this through.
We didn't think this through. Our entire bit was just destroyed, hoping that we can compete with compete with Light. Not even close. But yeah, the draft is not easy coming in. I feel like in so many positions, Bigatron might actually be in a position where they could look for counter engages, but even so, the flexibility is nice to have.
Yeah, they're gonna have to watch out for the, how do I say this? Potential sudden scaled snowball coming from RSG. They have a Joy with them, they have a Farsa with them, and of course the Matrix doesn't take too long. Bigatron, I feel like they really need to put a little bit more focus into making sure their Claude has a good transition into the mid to the late game.
Exactly, and I think, a lot of this early game is going to predetermine how the next at least 8 minutes of the match is going to go, and this is assuming that the gold lane is like, one side is winning. I would say even if it goes 50-50, it's more likely that Bigatron is going to get more oppressive because of this Boxia pick.
And you can hear the crowd roar. The Raiders are in hostile waters as Bigatron Alpha and the Bigat Troopers look to continue their journey here in the Snapdragon Pro Series. An orange start, actually, for Demon Kai. Both junglers starting the orange buff, so we might see a, let's say, this opposite side rotation for both junglers. There's a hook coming in from Supervin, but won't be able to reset that, so no delay here onto the farm. The Boxer, though, just a little bit faster right now.
Yeah, just a wee bit faster. Demon Kai walks on backwards, knowing and expecting Superken to actually go and make an attempt for this steal, or at least try to get ahead in EXP, forcing Demon Kai to use an early retribution.
Yeah, he gets to seal it in. Oh, but Light might be, dangerous waters here for him.
And once again, Superken just being super annoying right in the face of Demon Kai. Just like, you got no retribution. I'm going to try and take as many camps and steal it away from you.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the emblems right now. Weapons Master for the Farsa and the Beatrix. Actually, penetration is what the Farsa is going to be going for. So they know that they can snowball. And at the same time, they really don't want to... Oh! Superman, that was smooth.
Very nice Iron Hook, but here comes Superken to try and finish off this kill to make sure that Mike gets punished by the Voice Boy. Sans Moreno finds first blood into this game, but even Demon Kai doesn't have enough damage to take out Supervin. The Electrifying Beats chunks out 50% of their HP, but no kill secure.
Man, Supervin didn't need the Flicker Hook. He just used the Cyclone Eye hook. And that's gonna be Bigatron Alpha getting the first turtle of the game. What a start there by Supervin. And of course, we mentioned a rematch because we gotta go way back to last year when Supervin was still with RRQ. It was Light versus Vin. And we all know who got the last laugh there. I think Supervin's been waiting for this for quite some time, and kind of poetic that that's how we started off this game.
Revenge might just be sweet for Bigatron Alpha, but let's see, because yesterday, RSGPH, especially against their, especially when they dropped their match, it didn't look very RSGPH at all. Like Leo mentioned it many, many times, and I think hopefully Bigatron Alpha can start picking up on those mistakes.
Yeah, they continued. Ooh, a smooth drive-by steal by Superken, and that is a purpleless Joy on the side of RSGPH. GTP, Grand Theft Purple, as Leo would call it, and this is not going to be good for the next sequence here for RSGPH, because it seems like Bigatron Alpha are reading the rotations of RSG well. They might be able to stop any next major sequence RSGPH wants to pull off.
Yeah, Supervin actually trying to make an attempt earlier, utilize his flicker very early on, so you won't have it for the upcoming neutral objective, but that's totally fine, right? Because at the end of the day, it's about the pressure that he can apply. Does Bigatron start walking in? He lands the Iron Hook. Didn't need the flicker for that one. Superken secures the kill.
Bigatron Alpha are in the zone right now. RSGPH looks like they still haven't shaken off the cobwebs from yesterday's matchup. Light almost getting hooked there, but yeah, comfortably in the zone is Bigatron Alpha. With Demon Kite's resources getting taken away from him, I think now RSGPH are just looking for a not so disturbing transition into the mid to the late game. They're just trying to minimize the damage.
Wait, Rizzo diving him! Pop stopping the sprint to chase him down and to make sure that he didn't have to close too much distance to actually secure the kill. Nicely done by Cerezo.
Cerezo has massive arms in real life, so that deals double the damage. Physical in-game, emotional IRL, as Bigatron Alpha will focus on to getting the second turtle.
Sorry, I can't deal with that. The camera doesn't do him justice to show how big his biceps actually are. But now, once again, Supercan being impressive as ever. 2 levels ahead of Demon Kite so far, making sure that his presence is known.
Bigatron, let's see what their next major sequence will be as they have now secured the first 2 major objectives of the game. Biggest question is, will RSGPH trade out the third turtle to go for a push onto the EXP lane? Or will they just try to, how do I say this? Brute force it into potentially taking that turtle, because I feel like if they heavily contest the third turtle, it might not go well for RSGPH.
I suppose, but then, like, when is the drop-off point for Bigatron Alpha? Because the way that I look at it, I'm looking at Saken, the fact that he's going for Brave's Might, he wants to live. But wait, hold on. Let's see how the interaction up top side is. Electrifying Beats is going to chunk down Cerezo. Nat's trying to go for the kill, but Cerezo using the knockout strike, actually, instead of the second jab. He's going to get punished for that. Nat's not going to let him go away.
Bigatron Alpha will lose their EXP laner, but in the bottom lane, Saken is going to be able to finish off that tower. Oh, just one more hit, Saken. It's like he was just like, you know what, that's fine. I want that one more minion wave. But yeah, third turtle scenario doesn't look that great here for RSGPH, but they are still trying to find wins elsewhere. That was a great play by Naps and Demon Kite to take down Cerezo. Purple buff going to be spawning in 13, and I think they're going to do everything they can to make sure Demon Kite gets that.
Yeah, they're trying to slow down up on that top side of the map, but RSGPH are now starting to clump together, expecting Supercan to actually go for the invade. If they can punish this, that would be ideal. As Superman gets forward, locks down Aqua. He's gone. He's done for. The Blazing Duet to follow it up. Nats down past 50% of his HP, and even the purple buff being taken away by Demon Kite. But now, at least with the Divine Judgment, pulling Superfin out of the way, and able to secure the kill as well. Superfin as well. Again, Superfin is taking a little too many kills here as he finds it on Aqua and as well as Nats.
Oh, Vince been waiting for this, man, with a flick of the wrist, that flicker, and that hook. But RSGPH got to turn it around. Great call by Light to go for that Divine Judgment, and that's going to be Cerezo going straight to the back. RSGPH heavy contest for this third turtle.
Cerezo can secure this kill on towards Demon Kite side. That champion stance, don't disrespect it in the early game as top tier 1 breaks under the weight of Saken.
Bigatron Alpha right now just look way too heavy for RSGPH. They lose towers on the sides. They lose the third turtle. The Bigot Troopers' coding of non-stop aggression continues. RSGPH, what else can they find in a game where little by little they're running out of options?
Again, they're just trying to starve out Demon Kite right now, making sure that his jungle is not his own. With the tier 1s already broken on all sides for the side of RSGPH, they have full access to the enemy jungle. The Big Troopers looking to invade. Nats and Light working together. Good Divine Judgment over the wall. Oh my goodness! Aqua with a flip already with the Feathered Airstrike and the help of the Bennett's Rage. Big damage. Superfin on the run. Moreno's gonna terrify them, but no, a good stun from Aqua to allow him on to secure the kill.
RSGPH's Light finally getting pulls on his own. Get over here. And they got there, but here's BTR.
Oh, Cerezo gets Nats. He's able to block Cerezo from securing the kill, but Saken with a Blazing Duet will find Light. Gets out with a BMI, and Moreno chases down Nats, but he doesn't want to go any further than this, giving respects to Aqua.
A little bit too eager was RSGPH to crack open that mid lane. As we now look at the items, let's compare the progress of the 2 EXP laners, the ones who was focused going into this game. Defensive is the route here for Nats. He is playing up with a Kaja roam, so no surprises there. Meanwhile, Cerezo can afford to build damage as his first item, and I think he's going to go into the Hunter Strike eventually after he builds up that Oracle to really maximize the regen that he would get. Now, for the Marksman, on the other hand, despite everything that happened, not that massive a lead just yet for Saken, but that is 2 items over 1 compared to Eman.
That's true. That's a lot.
Let's make it 2 already.
Oh, okay. He's catching up, right? He's catching up. 800 gold lead, not going to mean too much for now until the next item, Power Spike. But more importantly, I'm seeing that Moreno, he hasn't died a single time yet. He's actually outscaling Aqua as of right now with already an Enchanted Talisman and a Lightning Truncheon. Keep that in mind. Not everybody has Magic Resist.
Yep, and RSGPH know that they cannot contest this Lord. A free one for the Bigot Troopers, but RSGPH will crack open the top unless BTR, can they smell something here? Oh, Demon Kai so close to Vin, but Demon Kai said, no, I'm getting out of here.
Man, Bigatron Alpha rotates so very fast, but at least with RSGPH, they are making sure that they're not wasting time. Wait, hold on, the hook is good. They find that, he's gone. Cerezo finds the kill. They contest for that purple buff side, and Bigatron Alpha will take it away.
Vin, my goodness, just on point with this Franco, facilitating the lead that RSGPH was able to make, but of course, Super Ken and his bravado to constantly just roll in front of the members of RSGPH. Oh, this is going to be suppressed.
Divine Judgment already being used. Superfin able to get the item back and walks away. Saken says hello. Moreno finishes off Iman. Superfin not even breaking a sweat.
What the heck? Bigatron Alpha surviving all of that. RSGPH, I thought that was going to be the Basha gun for good, but Bigatron got the last laugh, and they get all the inner turrets. Base turrets are the only ones remaining right now.
Oh my goodness, Bigatron Alpha playing at a high octane tempo right now. And Cerezo finally finishing off his Hunter's Strike. He's feeling himself. He's like, no, I don't need to get any other items. I just need damage. Good Iron Hook for Supervin. His accuracy has been pretty high this game, but man, how does RSG actually bounce back from this?
They have great high ground defense. They have to punish a Bigatron Alpha getting too eager to end the game, getting too eager to get those pickoffs. Oh, that was close. I felt that in my bones. RSGPH, they're going to be waiting for that defense. Unless Light can get a really good pickoff onto that Kaja, but even more so, they're going to look to get those pickoffs closer to their base than being so far from out of it. Way too risky right now for RSGPH to even get out of safety of turret range.
Oh man, Supervin has been trying many times. I mean, it has been successful in the past, but so far, with these flicker iron hooks, RSGPH are starting to adjust from it.
Yeah. RSGPH now just gonna turtle it out. Defend. Well, Bigatron Alpha will just continue to get all the resources they can while still managing the minion waves that they have. Socket has been set up for success. A 2-level lead over Emma and already has the Wind of Nature. Emma not close to that yet. So the marksmen of RSGPH will have to watch out for Ken, for Cerezo, and even Saken when they all decide to go in.
Well, I think for Bigatron Alpha, I mean, with the 5K to 6K gold lead that they have right now, ideally they would want to be closer to 10K just to make sure that they can close out the game with the next upcoming Lord. But with Lord turning luminous here, where RSGPH, do they 50-50 this? Are they willing to walk out of their base, or are they just going to continue with their high ground?
It seems like high ground is going to be the play. They might try to get a pick off. Not a heavy contest. Just maybe if they can find Vin or maybe Cerezo, but the positioning of Bigatron Alpha are way too good right now, and Bigatron senses it. They know RSGPH is just going to focus on the high ground, will focus on the defense. You mentioned something earlier, closer to 10K of a gold lead for Bigatron Alpha would be great. Because even though this lead of Bigatron Alpha is getting close to around 7,000 gold lead, there is still a chance, potentially.
What?
Aqua. There's still a chance, potentially, for RSGPH to hold on here. Without that feathered airstrike, they might lose some base turrets now.
Well, let's see. Let's double check the items. How much cooldown does he actually working with? Oh man, he's only got 2 items as of yet. The classic Clock of Destiny's into Lightning Truncheon, so not a lot.
Only 10% cooldown reduction on him right now.
Yeah, it's, he's not gonna have that feathered airstrike up in time as the first inhibitor turret will fall to this Luminous Lord. Let's see how much else are they going to get. Okay, they're able to use the Feather Airstrike to clear up that bot side, losing 50% HP. Moreno, he gets pulled in! Iman is down! And Bigatron Alpha, they've got a window! Nats, he's trying to go for it, but Saken is getting to free hit every single time. Live tries with the Divine Judgment, with the Winter Truncheon outright. Saken takes out Demon Kite, takes out Light Moreno, secures it, and that's already GG, well played. Game number 1 going over to Bigatron Alpha.
Thundering is their performance as the drums here in Esports and beat to the tune of Bigatron Alpha. RSGPH can just sit and watch as they get deathballed by the Bigatroopers.
I can't believe it, man. Super Ken is feeling super comfortable, and not to mention even Chorizo finding some good trades in the earlier stages. That was an oppressive early game.
Oppressive is the theme of that game number 1. What a performance by Bigatron, but I'm sure there's a lot more details that the panel will be ready to discuss. Hey, LaFell, how are you guys doing down there?
Oh, we're doing great, and that game was great, but I gotta say, that was a quick one.
Yeah.
Bigatron Alpha, man.
Man, it seems like we gotta start from the drafts, right, LaFell?
Oh, yeah.
It seems like targeting Nats in that first and second, it worked for them. Nats doesn't seem comfortable on that veteran, and with one winning lane for sure, they were able to focus on the mid and the gold. 13 minutes is all it took for Bigatron to end the base.
Especially with Baxia and Franco, they successfully playing very aggressively on the early game. And I'm talking to you guys behind the scene that they have 2 high ground defensive, which is Farsha and Beatrix. It's gonna be hard for Bigatron Alpha to end the game very quickly. But when they want to end the game, they just aim the Beatrix and Farsha.
Dude.
Wow, that's a very good target selection.
Superfin makes it not fair. That was not fair. I mean, like, ending the game, you were still able to get Iman. Let's face it, Demon Kai can't do anything. This is what I said. Like, if you put Joy in the jungle with no vengeance, if you're gonna get caught by the Franco, what are you gonna do?
Yeah. I mean, we saw Kyrie also struggled on a Joy, remember? Yesterday, where he got solo killed practically and invaded. So Demon Kai here, that Joy first pick, they weren't able to find the success here, it seems like.
Can I call the first pick of Joy is too greedy for this first game?
I agree.
Because
I would say it's too
they
greedy.
don't have any anticipation after the Joy pick.
Yeah. I mean, might as well banning out the suppression heroes, right? If they really want to go the Joy approach. And it seems like Bigatron here with Moreno, that IMU was, he was so effective taking the Kaja's ult and finding that the divine judgment towards Eman and whatnot.
There's 2 suppress.
2 suppression. Kaja and Franco, you're right, technically.
Even no tower damage from the RSCPH. They didn't even touch the turret from Bigatron.
I mean, everyone from Bigatron did well. Sorizo on this Paquito, amazing. You know, the Claude from Saken, not getting touched. In fact, there were quite a few moments where Amon changed to the shotgun, waiting in the bush, and no one went inside that bush. It's just like, yeah, no, we feel like it's not safe there. We're not going to go through. Very good game sense.
And yeah, it was a very good game sense here. I mean, Bigatron, they were able to find that win, and the sub, Moreno, claiming MVP.
Yep. With 608 KDA and 93% kill participation. So it's just literally Valentina is everywhere during the team fight.
Yeah, I mean, he was everywhere. And again, he was able to find the right ult to take away, right? The Divine Judgments here, as you see from the highlight. It was Bigatron controlling, dictating the fight.
And that's why I say that Paquito is the counter of Joy, especially on the early game that Paquito have the burst damage. It makes the Joy cannot do anything. Even this with Saken when he just come in using the blasting duet is very nicely done.
Dude, I mean, like, look at this situation, man. Like, Amon, he wants to do a lot for the team, but when his front lines are getting dropped one at a time, it's not gonna be a good day for him, because again, you get terrified from the Valentina, you're gonna get knocked up by the Paquito, suppressed by the Franco. There's really no space that you can do anything. The only way that you could win the fight is if you can flank around. But you can't even flank when you have no map control.
They're just playing like front to back. Just attacking anybody who's in front of them. And this one is the moment that they aim for the Divine Judgment, for the Eman, and like for the Iron Hook. It's for the Aqua.
I mean, let's not forget the power here that is very popular. The hero, Baksha. It's very prio. It seems like a lot of teams has been utilizing this Baksha as a jungler, objective neutral take, and as well as a good invader, right? We saw how Supercan was able to just use the shield unity and press the red tree.
Yeah, because Baksha is very tanky, very mobility too. He can just go everywhere, just engage and disengage wherever he wants. Lafal.
Yeah. No.
Lafal.
I agree. I agree with what you were saying. What were you saying?
What are you playing?
No.
What is
what
that
are
advice?
you doing, man?
No, dude. I'm sorry. Okay. Well, I'll get.
You're
to this.
playing Joy?
No. I'll get to this later. That was a good game, wasn't it?
I thought you were showing off your device.
Yeah.
Do we want? Because okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I want to say thank you very much to our presenting partner, Samsung, because these guys, man, they're not gonna give me the chance of day. But honestly, watching Cerezo play, I am on that. See, like I almost killed the dude. And you guys just had to interrupt it, and I got the first blood, all right?
Oh,
I don't know if you guys can catch it, but dude, honestly, the great thing about using the S23 Ultra here, unmatched speed from the newest, fastest Snapdragon platform ever, available only on Samsung Galaxy devices. And here's the thing, I can play everything on Ultra settings.
Ooh.
Here's the thing, like
that's smooth.
even professional players using other devices, they have to drop it down a little bit to make sure their phone doesn't stutter. Not on this one, my friends. I'm playing on Ultra.
That's crazy, right? Usually when your phone is on the Ultra,
graphics. Everything Ultra.
Right.
Like you guys can't see it, but everything's on max. Yeah, I don't know if you guys can see it. Everything is on max.
Yep. On the right side.
yeah, far right. And usually
I died?
What? Okay, that's not the phone's fault, Lafel. That's your fault.
Yeah.
Not because I'm talking to you guys.
Okay.
That's
Thanks.
fair.
Okay, fine.
That's fair.
Going back into the game though, what can RSG do? Because it does feel like a draft diff kind of situation.
I think first of all is about the draft. They need to think about it very carefully to like facing against Bigatron. They are very tricky for the draft itself because we know Aldo is the mad scientist. He have a lot of cards to be played on this match, especially it's a lower bracket match. And then secondly, I think you need to make a lot of comfort hero comes out for the RSGPS because you know it's their last life. If they lose on the second game, they're gonna go home.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Bigatron match point. And again, from the drafts, what do they need to do? I expected not the Fredrin last pick earlier. I feel Charizla maybe is the hero that can be an impact, especially in the hands of Nats. Sure, right? Going up against a hero that is as tanky. You said it yourself, Golios, penalty zone can cancel the Blazing Duet. So I feel like that Fredrin pick was kind of iffy, and it was towards that late stage of the draft. So they weren't able to exploit that fact. And also, the Baksha pick. I just hate seeing a Baksha nowadays.
Why?
It's so good. It's so hard to counter.
Yeah.
It's so hard to counter.
I like because when Baksha just came out, for me it does really feel good. And honestly, yeah, I've been looking at the draft for way too long. And honestly, I think the best way to describe it is very, very greedy because everyone is very squishy, including the Kaja. The only one that is tanky is the Fredrin. So we saw in the early stages of the game, they made sure that the Fredrin does not have a good day. Does not have a good day. So once the Fredrin cannot do much, everyone will get melted so fast, especially when Cerezo, first item, sure, being a little bit sustainability, but if he built more damage, Moreno as well could deal quite a lot of damage. I feel they need to make sure that their draft doesn't have a very big point of weakness that Bigatron can exploit. Because I feel like that Franco really disrupted them way too much. The Joy could not be played at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's evident, right? And to add to that, you mentioned the Valentina can take the Divine Judgment. So that's two suppression that the Joy needs to hinder. And in fact, in that game, it was very hard for Joy to find his rhythm.
So no rhythm
I
of
see
Joy.
what you did there, yeah.
But yeah, and Joy jungler, usually he's not building the tanky items, right? all-out damage that makes the Joy easily get captured by the enemies.
Dude, like,
oh my god,
losing that way, game number 1, that should really impact their morale, their momentum. Because again, we were talking about how the crowd can really impact how the players feel on stage. Now, here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. Whenever we interview the players, we ask, they're just like, yeah, it doesn't impact us at all, blah, blah, blah. But here's the thing. When the cameras are off and you ask the players honestly, they'll be like, yeah, no, actually it does. It does do quite a bit.
Especially it's the Bigatron home base, right?
Yeah.
The venue is on Jakarta, so there's a lot of Biga troopers here.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the stadium, it's really packed. And you saw how the game, the momentum that was built by the side of Bigatron in that game, it was very fast tempo, right? Boom, 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 boom. And suddenly, you're at the base defending. And I feel like that is what Bigatron should do second game here without being overzealous. But then again, RSG, they need, I guess maybe, they need to find a hero for Nats in the first pick to withstand. Is that the right approach?
Oh, no, I really feel like that is the right approach because they need the playmakers to do well, right? That's the most important thing. And now we're going into the draft where, again, we got to see if RSG Philippines, they're able to draft their playmakers, heroes that can actually make a play.
Yep. Because all of the playmakers things are they really need to do on this second game, especially against Bigatron. The one who are like always creating the momentum, and when they got the aggressiveness in the early game, they successfully get the snowballing point. It's gonna be dangerous for the opponent.
It is gonna be very interesting indeed here. What is going to be the draft? So it seems like, wait. Oh, they're gonna switch side. Bigatron will have the blue side.
Yeah, and let's see.
Oh, never mind. RSG blue side.
Yeah, there's not a lot of changes here except that Joy this time has been banned out. Uranus, Eve, Ling as well as Melissa still off the table.
The Paquito are still on if they want to want to use it later because Arlot now is their target ban on the third ban.
Well, asking a big question towards the side of RSG, are you going to pick up the Paquito? Are you going to pick up the potentially Valentina here? So it's a good approach from the side of Bigatron here, banning out that Arlot, leaving two heroes that is good on the table.
Knowing that Aqua is the Valentina user too, why not picking the Valentina as the first pick because it's so versatile? It makes the enemies think twice when they want to pick a big resource of the ultimate that can be stolen by IMU, but they pick Cloud this time.
Wow.
Oh my god.
It's neither.
I'm still surprised. Some people feel like Claude isn't that big of a deal.
Wow.
When you see pro players even first picking it, can you really say Claude is like, it's just a normal hero? But Bigatron, they're not changing the drafts too much. Still picking out a Paquito as well as the Valentina.
I mean, that's expected, right?
Paquito can cancel Cloud using the knockout strike. Knock-up ability for the Cloud itself. But Valentina is very versatile, like I said before. So it makes RSGPH need to think because they still have Parsia if they want to pick it right now since it's very limited. Or they can use Kadita.
Yeah, Kadita.
Kadita is very good against Valentina.
Yeah, Kadita here is an option, and as well as will they pick up a hero for Nats, right? Because last time around, Nats does not survive this first phase, aka not being not given a hero. Will they secure a hero for Nats here in the first phase? But no, they will secure a Martis, and I expect here a mage or a roam. Okay, Angela.
The old combo, Angela Martis. Oh my god, it's gonna be an aggressive game again on the second game.
I mean, here's the thing. Angela can even get inside of the Claude.
Yeah.
Right? So
a lot of options.
So you feel much more safer going in for that blazing duet. So, okay, I'm kind of liking the start of the draft here for RSG Philippines because the only potentially bad thing is if they continue and have a squishy kind of draft.
Okay, I think they should pick up the Baxia here.
Oh, yeah.
I think they should. I feel like if Baxia isn't picked up, I think they will ban it from side of RSG here. So I think picking up a Baxia, a hero that can withstand and with that added passive, right? Oh no, they will go with the same option here.
Oh,
picking
we have
up
the Lara here.
Franco.
Look.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's the Lar.
Yeah, the Lar is coming. With Franco, I think Franco can use the Bloody Hunt to stop Martis when he's using the Asura Aura, right? He wants to make sure that the Super can easily contest the Lord later.
Okay.
I actually prefer picking up the Franco here because Finn basically just carried his entire team, and Gani, you were right. The box set is instantly banned, so good call out there. But I guess Megatron Alpha, they just, rock, paper, scissors, and Finn won.
Yeah, I think if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? They picked up the Franco third pick last time, and it worked. So there you go, the same approach here. Bigatron, will they commit to another Nats ban here? It seems like same strategy. First game for Heroes towards Nats. Second game, potentially for Heroes ban towards Nats.
Yep. All Nats hero. He didn't want to make that Nats have his comfortable hero. That's why. Yeah, they still can use the Terizla things if it's not getting banned by Bigatron and they don't pick it.
Oh.
So
Yeah.
Beatrix?
Beatrix.
Right.
Beatrix signifying a hero that is quite vulnerable. Beatrix is an option here.
Mirko is there, OG
Yeah.
is there, Hui is there. Supporting Bigatron Alpha here. Big fanboy. So after seeing the Masha ban, do they want to ban the marksman here? Or they're just like, we'll just deal with it. Like, doesn't matter at this point.
Marksman ban, Beatrix, Leslie.
Oh, are they baiting a Beatrix ban here from the side of Bigatron, right?
And then picking up the Leslie.
Beatrix, right?
Oh, okay. Maybe they're baiting and maybe they want to take the Leslie.
If Bigatron want to play the long game, they can pick Leslie now.
I mean, if even we could see from a mile away, it's like, oh, this is going to be a Beatrix.
Yeah.
So RG did themselves ban out the Beatrix. Now, the only thing is either they made a mistake by banning out the Masha by showing that they want the Beatrix, or it is a bait, right?
We'll see here. If it is a bait, I expect...
And then all of a sudden, they pick up a Harif.
I mean, you're not wrong, you maybe, right? But I guess they can secure an EXP here, potentially, or jungle, rather, right? Because Paquito... Oh, no. Oh, enough with the 1-1. That's the 1-1 in lane, going against the Claude.
Another second power hero, right?
Very good on the 1-1.
So when having Franco, when Iron Hook is connected to the enemies, 1-1 can easily open the weaknesses and fly through the crossbow of Trang. But 1-1 need to be careful if the RSGPH pick the high ground hero like Farsha. Farsha is still open if they want to use it, or even Kadita. Kadita can do one combo to 1-1 later.
I'm just worried that when the 1-1 is using the crossbow of Tang, and then the Heart Guard just comes and be like, where's your damage now? That's my personal worry.
Okay. Okay, the Terizla and Cooper comes through. I mean, they really need CC, right? So with that penalty zone, bouncing ball, and as well as Rage and Revenge, it will add a lot of crowd control in their comp.
Okay, I think this is a much better draft coming in from RSG Philippines. Again, slightly worried about the 1-1, but if it's anything like game number 1, I guess it shouldn't really matter. They will just snowball out of control.
Yeah. Here, what's a good jungle? Oh my god, what's that? Oh, it's the X-Borg? Or it's not X-Borg.
What is it?
Wait, what is?
Wait,
What is it?
What is that hero?
Yeah, I hear the voice line.
I guess he's using himself. Sorizo just picked himself.
So Sorizo is the new hero on
Casters.
Mobile Legends.
Sorizo picked himself.
Have you seen his forearms? Of course he's a hero.
Oh!
Dude. Well, it looks like Sorizo himself is coming into the land of Dawn, but we just want to give you guys some confirmation. It is, and you are right, it is the X-Borg this time round coming in, making a debut at the land of Dawn. It has been quite some time, and I personally like the X-Borg, but man, after how many patches and nerfs, it's kind of bad. So, walk me through this. How exactly is this supposed to be utilized?
Well, I think one of the things we're going to watch out for is definitely the objective stage. Now they're going to have to worry about the last insanity. I'm so glad I still remember the name of his ultimate. It's been that long. And again, because it's been so long, I think now we're really going to be learning alongside you just to see how this interaction between the Terizla and the Xborg will be going on within the laning matchup itself. So it will be very interesting. It's been quite some time. Is it still going to be the same Xborg rushing the Immortality? Will he be doing something else? What's going to happen here? So many questions. Let's find out what the answers will be. RSGPH, Bigatron Alpha, game number 2 is Taurus and Nyan. They feel it, but can Bigatron Alpha deliver it?
All right, let's jump right in towards this match here as a quick level 2 rush down by the EXP side. Rizzo and as well as Supervin are looking to proxy that wave. However, we do see that D'Angela is actually getting some good damage and hopefully First Blood doesn't actually walk through as Nats, he should be topped up with the help of Aqua's side. So Rizzo hasn't lost. Oh, the Iron Hook from Supervin is going to be able to save that. Nope, still not able to save the Beetle form. Now, here's the interesting thing. In the EXP lane, as soon as you lose that Firaga armor, there's a lot of problems because then you have the extra range. That sounds like a good idea, but then you're so susceptible to that because your base health is so low.
Yeah, this time around RSGPH, though, they seem to be a little bit more comfortable with the rotations of Demon Kite. They don't need to worry about being constantly invaded. Actually, right now, there's a slight lead for Demon Kite, a little bit faster in terms of the clearing. So yeah, it's been a while. So we're going to be seeing the Terizla Xborg matchup. So from time to time, watch the upper left corner of your screen. Eman gets hooked.
A good hook. However, Superken doesn't actually have any of his abilities back up. Ooh, the bouncing ball is stopping Superken from actually closing the distance on towards Iman's side. He's forced to move in towards that mid lane, but he still hasn't hit level 4. Demon Kite with a substantial EXP lead.
All right, Light put in a dire situation, needs to get away. Already forced the Flicker out. But you see the Xborg struggling up top. The help that RSGPH is giving Nats, they know they cannot allow Cerezo to have a comfortable time with the laning phase. And because the first turtle is going to be up already, that's going to be -1 on the side of Bigatron Alpha. In terms of positioning, it's going to be RSG there first, but Kenan Moreno will be able to contest it.
Yeah, I mean, if Demon Kite wants to, he could just back off, reset this, hit level 5, and guarantee is secure. But it looks like Supercan, he's decided not to actually go for this, knowing that Cerezo won't be able to participate for too long in these fights, and especially in the early stages of the game. It's just not worth the risk.
All right, so we see actually, again, the name, Coach Aldo, mad scientist, experimenting with this Xborg pick, not going their way as of now. But RSGPH, yeah, definitely much more comfortable this game, getting their objectives, being able to contest. And it's not going to be a repeat of that game number 1. So they're in a much better position to be able to hold this game out, or even, if they can, find a chain of decimations from their Martis.
Yeah, but Light missing out, and still everybody has adjusted and started to adapt to how Supervin actually throws out his hooks. He likes to throw it just a little bit more towards the left side, so everyone is kiting towards the right or sidestepping towards the right just to make sure that they don't get hit by those iron hooks. We'll see how those 50-50s go out later on, but right now, look at this matchup, right? I mean, it doesn't feel like he's getting punished at all by this export, so again, we'll see whether or not Cerezo is really going to come online during team fights.
Yeah, I have another theory. Maybe Bigatron Alpha drafted this Xborg so that, well, he's not necessarily winning against Nats, but Nats isn't as active in the map. Here's Supercan with a double combo.
Yep, he gets hit by the Asura's aura. Demon Kite, you can see that the Heart Guard is being targeted on top of him, but no pull of the trigger just yet.
Going back to my thought there, actually, it's Nats having a much better time in the extra lane against Cerezo. But yeah, Nats isn't as active in the map. He's pretty much stuck in lane, just there.
I don't think he needs to really do anything at this point because, again, a lot of the spearheading is going to be done by Demon Kite. And pretty much by himself, right? Because no matter who makes a mistake, Aqua can kind of save them with that Heart Guard. My issue is that Cerezo, he's losing this Firaga armor so very often, but at least he's sustaining very, very well off of this lane with the help of the Brave Smite. Oh, no, he's not going for Brave Smite. He went for Impure Rage, but at least he took the Festival of Blood.
Yeah. And now Bigatron Alpha, haven't found the hook just yet, but remember, that's something that you have to worry about when you're up against a Franco. One hook can change the picture of an entire game. Purple Buff is still getting focused by Supercan as RSG already started the second turtle of the game. Will Bigatron Alpha be able to contest, or will the Raiders get another one?
Yeah, but here comes Last Insanity on top of Nats' side, and even okay, stolen away, penalty zone going to be committed as well. Nats really, really low, and Cerezo is still dead despite it all. Demon Kite shows up, but again, man, interesting interactions overall.
Yeah, I just realized now they also have another classic combo, Bigatron Alpha. They can have the Angela X-Borg for themselves. It's not the full power Angela X-Borg, but at least it's an X-Borg with an hard guard.
Yep, here comes the Blazing Duet already. A good attempt coming in from light side, but now we see that Sakin goes up in towards the air. They trade 1-for-1 once more. This is looking like to be a very even matchup. Iman, we get a couple of shots, but Demon Kite, he's making sure that Supercan, he knows he doesn't have any cooldowns left. Heavy left hand, but still doesn't have it. Penalty zone does not connect from Nat's side. He even expanded the flicker to do so.
Flickered into the wall, did Nat. That wall just a little bit too chunky for him. That's going to be RGBH missing out on a potential play there. They sent Nats all the way down to that bottom lane to try and get a play, as Aqua is trying to just cover the EXP lane of Nats. Moreno doesn't have an ultimate on him just yet, so that's one thing you watching at home right now can keep continuing, keep having an eye on. What ultimate will the Valentina have? If it's going to be the Heart Guard, or if it's going to be anything else that could turn the tides here. Much different game number 2 here. RSGPH a little bit more in the zone, but Bigatron Alpha, if RSGPH don't get the fights they want to get, Bigatron Alpha have a huge turnaround potential on them.
Yeah, but here comes Cerezo once again. Oh, the Frogger armor breaks. He's not going to have blast in hand. He has to flicker out of there before he gets collapsed on by Demon Kite or even getting caught by the penalty zone. Good game sense coming in from Cerezo.
Yeah, great game sense. If he got caught there, that would have been it for him. And that would have been an even bigger win for RGPH. But it looks like they'll be able to get that turret up top. Down bottom, there's action.
Blazing Duet already. Wait, Superman actually going for the opposite end of that BMI. Moreno shows himself. A little too late there, but yeah, this game is becoming a lot more even. You can see that the gold lead is just bouncing back and forth between RSG and Bigatron Alpha. Demon Kite seeing an opportunity to maybe punish Cerezo here, but guess what? He's got the Ice Queen's wand already built. Look at him just kiting it out, and once those stacks build up, the true damage is relevant.
Yeah, and with Demon Kite set back, and here comes BTR, RGPH, will they still contest this? Because that's 4 of Bigatron on the third turtle. They get it.
They back away. The Raiders can't do much about this. They just have to let it go to Bigatron Alpha's side. Now with a slight EXP lead, it's not really going to change the state of the game, but more importantly so, I don't know how exactly Bigatron Alpha is supposed to spearhead RSGPH.
Yeah, I think Bigatron Alpha are just waiting at this moment. If it's not going to be coming from a hook or a Bloody Khan, coming in from Supervin, it's just going to be them countering an RSGPH engagement. And RSGPH at the same time haven't found a major engagement that they want to go for. These two teams haven't really been clumping up as much as they potentially could have at this point. It's all just been, it feels like an extended laning phase is what we're getting in this game number 2.
It really does, because again, both sides need a scale. Like Supergan, like yeah, he's got some early game damage, but it's not like he's gonna get any kind of picks, especially if Aqua is attentive to his team members across the map, and more so, the communication has been clean from either side. But here we go, Superman making the attempt. He's now caught out, forced to flicker away. Heart Guard expanded by Demon Kite. He's looking for the destination, but now the Bloody Hunt is going to lock him down light. It picks up the kill onto Supercan. Bigatron Alpha forced to back away.
Okay, Vin down, Heart Guard gone. Demon Kite couldn't get that decimation onto the roamer of Bigatron Alpha, but look at that, RSG is continuing down here at the bottom lane.
Blazing Duet already being expanded, and Sakin super low, forced to get out of the lane as Moreno will cover, but in the meantime, they find the initial pick on towards Cerezo, losing the Faraga armor, and as well flickering away to create just enough distance. Nats comes in, he's got no more mana, but it's more than enough for him to pick up the kill onto Cerezo.
Okay, and that is RSGPH. Oh, the Iron Hook misses. But RSG have picked up the tempo, but Supercan has been split pushing up top. Will he be able to get this inner turret? The fists are strong enough and fast enough for 2 towers up top to go down, while RSGPH gets one down bottom alongside a kill. But despite all of that, Bigatron Alpha still has a bit of a lead. Aqua's items though already has the fleeting time and already has the Ice Queen wand as well. So Bigatron will have to watch out for a Heart Guard empowered member of RSGPH. If they don't get their initiation, similar to what RSGPH wants, RSGPH can also counter themselves.
Let's not forget that Saken recently purchasing the Winds of Nature. It's going to help him out for that big burst. Cerezo trying his best, but they found the initial pick that they wanted, and Superfin is already down. Demon Kai wants more, but Nats already finds 2 with the penalty zone. Cerezo trying to run, but it's a little too late. They're all so low! Saken with the Winds of Nature stays alive! A double for Super Ken!
A little bit too greedy was RSGPH. Ken wants more.
No.
Can he actually get him? No way.
He can! He can! And he's got it! 1-2 punch! 4 for 1 in favor of Bigatron Alpha.
Ken showing why there's a super to his name. In just like that, we've been talking about it. The counter engage, the counter play. Both these teams have it in their kits, and it's Bigatron Alpha who finds it first, punishing an overextension by RSGPH.
I'm now seeing the value of this export. It takes so long to deal with him because he's slowing everybody down, and then you still have to wait for the animation time of his barrel roll after he loses the Firaga armor. That's more than enough time for Bigatron to kind of set this up for the counter engage.
Yeah, they set things up for their 1-1. They set things up for Super Ken and for Count Moreno in there as well. Bigatron Alpha with the first Lord of the game, and the map is turning red. Now RSGPH, what can they pull out of the bag here? It has to come from an engagement from Light, a counter play, big play, concealed down bottom by BTR.
Ooh, Supervin, he tries once more. Light looking for an engage anywhere, anybody. But Bigatron Alpha don't give him anything to work with. Tier 2 start to collapse, and Lord still walking from top side.
Yeah, Bigatron, how fast were they in taking complete control of this game? Getting close to a 6-7 KOD. Here comes Light.
Light, he finds 2. Super Ken is going to knock them out, but here comes Nash with a penalty zone to slow them down. The bloody hot demand is good, but it's too late. The damage is done. They chase them down. Moreno comes back with his own penalty zone, and there goes the inhibitors from the side of RSGPH. What a counter engage. Moreno wants more. He's going to take Aqua's life just for fun. Light finally locks down to Cerezo, loses out on his immortality, but Moreno, when he wants something, he gets it.
And he got the kill. Light against Bigatron. He can only watch Ken RSGPH get in time to clear the minion waves.
Nats is back. Nats is back. He's going to clear out the waves by himself, or try his best to do so with everybody coming out from spawn. This could be another attempt, but no, RSGPH, they're just going to wait it out, right? Bottom inhibitor under threat, but they can't just walk up forward. Super King could easily push them away. Cerezo finds it with the Fire Stokes. The waves, no inhibitors off the very first load, but they find the Iron Hulk of a lifetime. Demon Kai is locked out. Penalty zone on the Saken, who purifies out of it naturally. Is he going to take to the sky? Crossbow of Tang. Firaga armor broken. Last insanity done for. 2 for 3. Bigatron Alpha, when is it going to stop?
Aqua and Eman. This duo staring down 3 members of Bigatron. Do they have it in them to hold on?
Oh, they are, and Super Ken, he wants it. They're going straight for the base. 10-game goal lead! What a game! The Bigatron Express have defended against the Raiders, ending their saga here at the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Blink, and you'll miss it. Bigatron Alpha. Superfin gets his revenge. The pride of Indonesia swells. You can see it in the crowd. You can see it in the Story Senayan. Dominating and undeniable was this performance by Bigatron.
Oh, man. Oh, the rallying of the troops are here. The chants have begun. Well done to Bigatron. But our hearts go out to RSGPH as their journey finally comes down to a conclusion. Sportsman-like conduct as they give their final fist bumps here on stage. What a match. I can't believe it. Cerezo on an export, winning it out here. What has the meta become?
Oh, the mad scientist that is Coach Aldo. And everyone in Bigatron Alpha made it work. It was a surprise. It was like a magic trick. Look at this hand, look at this, look at bang. There's the export, but it was actually still back here. Everything set up for Sockets 1-1.
It's not just the 1-1, it's the fact that Moreno kind of, I wouldn't even say bandaged the situation, it's the fact that Moreno was capitalizing on so many of these moments. He's like, I can take whatever ult I want. He was cherry picking whenever he felt like it, and he got tired of getting caught by Nat, so he decided, you know what, I'm going to take your ult and I'm going to do it better this time.
And Moreno again had a fantastic game. There were so many times there where RSGPH would jump onto the line of Bigatron Alpha and they would all collapse onto Bigatron, but Clutch terrifies coming in from Moreno's Valentina, stopping the momentum of RSGPH.
Yeah, and you could see that Claude was struggling as much as he wanted to go in towards these fights. He's just terrified every single time.
Yeah.
Goes even further. Oh no, he gets knocked up every single time by Superken. So again, so many momentum stoppers from Bigatron.
Yeah, and you get why RSGPH wanted to draft this Angela into their lineup. But near the end there, when RSGPH were getting those nice counter engages or initiations, Light, well, Nats with his penalty zones immediately just started hitting like 3 or 4 in a row. That could have been game-changing, but they didn't have the hero to follow up with AoE damage. The Claude was still catching up in the farm, and of course their Angela isn't that type of hero.
Angela ain't gonna save you, but man, let's go throw it over to the interview.
Bigatron Alpha! Moreno sudah berada di tengah-tengah kita dengan kemenangan yang sangat cepat, sangat memukau, 2-0.
Yes, we now have a winner for the second match, sending RSG Philippines back home. But Istora Senayan, give it up for Bigatron Alpha! Okay, I love the energy. Okay, hello. This is actually my first time interviewing Bigatron Alpha because in the group stage, I didn't really get the chance to. Most of their games were in stream B and C.
Betul, mereka ada di grup C. Jadi Rose baru bisa untuk menginterview Bigatron Alpha di sini di babak playoff special stage.
Special, very, very special stage. Okay, so let me just ask you. You are sending, or you have sent RSG Philippines home, but later on, Bigatron Alpha will be going up with another Philippine team, which is Echo. Can they do the same?
Oke, kamu baru aja mulain satu tim Philippines, tapi nanti kamu akan bertemu juga dengan tim Philippines saya yaitu Echo. Bisa nggak sih Bigatron ngelakuin hal yang sama seperti match ini? Wait.
Bisa sih kayaknya, kan ntar kita lawan Eko, terus pas menang mungkin ntar lawan Brand, pokoknya kita bantai semua PH sih.
Wait, I understood that.
Soalnya kita udah ada sempet janji gitu sama Onyx, Grand Final full Indo.
Okay, can I translate that? Do you know that? I understood that, so I'm gonna translate that because that's spicy. I like it. Okay, so what he said was, they just sent RSG Philippines home. They said they will be meeting Echo later on. They will be sending Echo home. They will also be sending AP Brand home because they want it to be a Indo Grand Finals against Onyx. Was that correct?
That's correct. Suaranya mana dong Indonesia? Oh, luar biasa. Tapi bermain di babak playoff ini, apakah berbeda dengan Bigatron pada saat di grup stage? Karena kelihatan banget di sini kalian bisa cepet banget untuk beradaptasi. Mungkinkah ada sesuatu yang kalian lakukan sebelum babak playoff ini, Moreno?
Paling dinasihatin sama kayak staff-staff gitu, kita main lepas aja di playoff ini. Supaya kita bisa kayak buktiin gitu lah.
Oh, so they want to prove it. They have to play with all they have because they have something and they prove it.
Yeah, they do have something to prove, and I think they're doing a really good job because there was a clean sweep of 2-0, but we're far from over because they have another game later on.
Yes, masih ada game selanjutnya. Dan kalau boleh dilihat, Moreno, apa yang kamu lihat dari tim Philippines di turnamen ini, Moreno? 3 tim Philippines, 2 Indonesia. Bagaimana dengan 3 tim Philippines itu di babak playoff ini?
Ya, Filipina kan dari dulu-dulu kayak kelihatannya paling kuat gitu. Tapi sekarang di SL ini kayak Indo pengen buktiin kualitas sebenarnya aja sih. Sekarang kayak gimana?
Oh, it's so scary. He said that, he want to prove that. Usually it's Philippines above all. But right now, Indonesia wants to prove that Indonesia is the best now. They have something as well. Not only Philippines, but Indonesia have too.
Yeah, I can see that. Okay, so I have one question for you. You said just now you wanted to be a Indo-Indo Grand Finals. But between Echo and AP Brand, if you're going to meet AP Brand, who do you want to meet more and who's scarier to fight?
Ya Pak, siapa yang bakal kamu lawan kira-kira nih? AP Brand or Echo?
Eko sih kayaknya soalnya pengen ngelawan Sanji, soalnya kemarin kan aku nggak main. Siapa tahu main, ntar mau lawan Sanji.
He wants to play against Echo because of Sanji. He haven't met yet because he didn't play last time. Right now he wants to face them and get a revenge match. Okay?
Oh,
betul?
Revenge match. Okay.
Revenge.
Okay. All right, guys. So I think we will be letting Moreno go get some rest because they have another game later on against Echo.
Any words to say
So,
to
any
your
words?
friends or your next opponent? Mau ada kata-kata buat lawanmu selanjutnya atau fans Big Troopers yang dari tadi tuh udah woohoo, seru banget.
Thank you Big Troopers, pokoknya dukung kita terus saya di ESL ini. Semoga kita bisa ngasih yang terbaik, bisa masuk final. Dan buat next opponent, good luck, have fun.
Okay. For Echo.
Good luck, have fun.
Yes, good luck, have fun for Echo.
Okay.
All right, guys, so we will be throwing it over to the panelists to break down the second game, our best of 3 series, to find out what BTR did right to get that clean sweep. So panelists, kindly take it away.
Well, I gotta say, it's a very quick series.
Yeah.
Second game, 13 minutes, barely 13 minutes.
I mean, it was a 12-minute or 13-minute in the first game as well. So overall, 26 minutes for both series. RCPH. What happened there, Colliers? Mid-game, it was actually back and forth, right? We saw a very low kill count, but once Bigatron finds the right team fight, it's just very hard for them to stop.
One moment changed it all, I think. RSGPH dived in too deep that Bigatron got a lot of kill points, a lot of objective after that. RGPH cannot crawl back to wherever they was.
I feel like the moment Super Ken, he already got like a double kill and it was like, oh, I see a Claude here. Claude is very hard to catch. I wonder if I can catch him. And the moment he was able to catch him, it's like, okay, you know what, guys? It's over. It's over. We can end it right now. The kill score is 7-13. And we got to talk about Moreno as well.
Yep.
He did the interview. He was amazing on game. And he's showing up by saying, yesterday I wasn't playing. Today, I want my revenge.
Yep. But
today I just want to kill.
By his performance, I think it's a very good performance by Moreno itself, especially on the Xbox pick on the second game. I think it's a wise pick because they have a lot of stopper. They have Franco, they have Valentina who can steal with IMU to the penalty zone. That's why it's very, very painful less insanity.
And I really like this Xbox pick because it somehow equals the level of playing field, right? Aqua can slow you down, but then again, Torizo, Xbox can and will build the Ice Queen 1. So during team fights, both of the teams will have that slow effect to deal. And again, stop giving Moreno Valentina.
Yeah,
that's all I can say.
Just want to add a little bit more on the Xbox. I gotta say, I've been hearing a lot from the community as well. After the changes in the emblem setup, yeah, Xbox becomes very good because it's much more, because the problem with Xbox before is that you do a lot of true damage. The problem is you die as quickly. This time, you're much more tankier, but the MVP for this game is Saket 6-0-4, making sure that he get all those kills before Angela can really do anything about it.
Because of the goal difference, I think the crossbow attack is very painful. He can stop anybody. Even he's using the...
oh my god, he's almost full build.
Almost full build.
Yeah.
Dude.
Windtalker, Corrosion, very nasty indeed. This is the highlights here.
Is this the fight where RSG was forcing it?
Yeah, this is where they lost their momentum here.
They go all out, even Light didn't come back after like he have very low HP. Everyone is like having low, but Super Ken is playing very good to chasing again Eman. Why Eman is attacking the Little Wanderer?
Yeah, but I think in his head is like, okay, if this is like in the Philippines, they won't go for me, you know? They won't force the kill, but it's like, oh wait, I'm in Indo. They want kills.
He miscalculates the damage here. I believe the Bikito already has the 100 strike at that point, so penetration is there. And this is where it's all Bigatron.
On the early game, I think it's very passive games. But after that moment, it becomes Bigatron stomping the RSGPH even without any fight from them.
Dude, either way, Bigatron is looking very good. And RSG Philippines, again, we do have to say congratulations to them for making it this far.
Yep.
Again, this is good because it shows that Snapdragon Pro Series is showing that the international stage now is very competitive. Right? There's no clear winners, but either way, the clear winner for this one is Bigatron Alpha. Congratulations for winning 2-0. And unfortunately, RSG Philippines, they have to go home. But it's not the end of the day for Bigatron Alpha, because after this, revenge match against Echo.
Yep. But my prediction is correct. 2-0 so far.
I mean, it's going to be very interesting as well. Bigatron showing that they are a very strong team, a contender in SPS. Alongside the Giants, right, we got AP Bren and as well as Onyx, who is still in that upper. So it's their journey is still far here. What do you think, Lafel? Bigatron, their odds, do you like their odds?
I really like their odds. I feel like with the way that they're playing right now, I think they can definitely take down Echo. But the next match, it is going to be between Onyx going up against AP Bren, where both teams are in yellow and both teams have shown a very oppressive playstyle, making sure that from minute number 1, they're winning the game, they're winning the map, and then they're ending it as quickly as possible. So when both styles are more or less the same, we gotta see when an unstoppable force and an unstoppable force clash together, what kind of explosion that will be made in the best of 5.
Yep, especially they're fighting for the ticket to go to the grand final. I think it's very important match, so don't miss it, guys, please.
Yeah, I mean, the team that wins this match will advance to the grand finals tomorrow. Meanwhile, the loser, they will not go home. Of course, they will, though, stay and go to the lower bracket who, well, they will wait who their opponent will be.
Yeah, because after the best of 5 will be a best of 3 between Bigatron Alpha going up against Echo. So loser goes home, winner fights against the loser of the best of 5. So a lot is going on. It's just that it's incredible to see the best of 5. If it goes all 5 games, that'll be a dream. Especially because I'm not on for that best of 5, baby, so I can rest. I can just chill in the talent room and be like, oh, great game.
Yeah, you can be the supporter, right?
Yeah, I'm just be like, you know what? I don't have too much emotional attachment to either team, so I'm just like, yeah, good play there, good play there. Whoopee!
Neutral ground indeed. Meanwhile, it's going to be a tough, well, it's not going to be tough. It's going to be a very interesting match to see here. Golios, Indo, going up against PH. Classic.
Because they are monster, Goni, monster.
Yeah.
Both of them.
Speaking of which, you guys want to play as awesome as that Monster Energy drink. Grab more energy. Unleash the beast with Monster Energy. Thank you very much for supporting Snapdragon Pro Series. Because so far, again, the plays have been electrifying.
Oh
my god, that's cool. I love the lighting show, man.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
The production team, you guys are on fire.
If you guys still at
literally.
home, yeah, please come. See the lighting show, see all the mats, see the vibes in here. Oh my god, it's very good.
It is actually very good. And match 1, 2-1. Match 2, the first sweep today. Best of 5, what will happen here? Prediction scorelines, perhaps?
Oh, whenever I'm doing predictions, I'm always all the way. 2-1, 3-2, 4-3.
Okay, it's going to be a 3-2 for you, Lafel.
Honestly, it really does depend on the first 2 games. In the first 2 games, is a sweep that, oh my god, dude, that does, I don't know. For either team. First 2 games, if it's a sweep, it might be a 3-0. Because I don't know how you're going to recover from getting swept twice in a row.
But it's going to be a different story if it's a tight match, right?
Oh yeah, definitely.
It's going to be 5-game all game.
At that point, it's all about the mental stamina.
Oh yeah.
Right?
I agree with you.
So now, honestly, we're going to the crowd for the interview.
Monster bersama dengan Troopers. Mari kita bersorak bersama Bigetron. It's not win, but well, Rose.
I don't know that. Can we do that again? Like this? All right, let's do it again, Clara.
Let's go. Bigetron.
Okay, that's cute. Hi everybody, welcome back. Right now we are with the Biga Troopers because they were making a lot of noise just now, and you know what? Me and Clara thought we gotta pay them a visit.
Yes, karena mereka begitu bersemangat, begitu bersorak-sorak, kita langsung lari ke sini dan langsung nemuin mereka dan menunjukkan ke dunia bagaimana semangat dari Biga Troopers. Kalian tuh semangat banget sih hari ini. Kalian udah mempersiapkan spesial kah? Ini kayaknya lebih banyak daripada pas MPL nih.
Ya dong, jelas dong, kita sudah mempersiapkan semuanya kayak dari semangat, juga kita siapin yel-yel semuanya, kumpulin semuanya juga sama.
Oh, they gather around and they prepare for the tan and the spirit. They come together here.
They seem to be more energetic than MPL.
Yeah,
right?
That's right. The drums here.
The drums, the cheers, the chants, just now, it was crazy. I could hear it from the backstage. Heck, I could hear it from outside of the hall. It was that crazy. I love it.
Ini sampai kemana-mana tau gak sih suara kalian? Sekeras itu suara kalian. Gimana sih kalian ngelihat Bigetron di turnamen ini?
Wah, seneng banget sih, bangga. Apalagi tadi bisa menang, semoga sih bisa lolos grand final ketemu Onyx.
Oh, Davis, they gonna meet Onyx in the grand final. They're proud.
Okay, wait, hold on. Before anything else, why do we have a bunny? Why do we have a bunny here who has like makeup? Oh,
the iconic here.
Can you explain why you're a bunny?
Kenapa ada kelinci di sini ya?
Ya karena kita kan lagi kan hari kita mau bukti itu bukan sekedar percobaan.
Yes, they want to prove that they are not at the bunnies that is in the, what is it called? Experiment bunny.
Oh, they're not experimental bunnies.
Experimental bunnies. They're not. They have something to prove and they're not bunny anymore.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's nice.
What someone say something?
Oh, okay.
Apa dong? Biga Troopers.
Not experiment, but experience.
Oh, okay. They are not the experimental bunny, but they are the experienced bunnies.
Bukan percobaan, tapi sudah banyak yang mereka lalui sampai titik ini. Betul.
Okay, so I want to ask, just now you guys heard on stage that Moreno said that BTR will be sending all the Filipino teams back home. What does the Biga Troopers has to say about this spicy statement?
Kalian tahu kan tadi Moreno ngomong apa kan? Moreno bilang, Moreno ingin untuk memulangkan semua tim Philippines. Gimana kalian melihat hal itu?
Melihat komentar Moreno tadi yang pengen balikin Filipin sih keren sih. Saya setuju. Karena kita pengennya Indo Pride di grand final nanti. Soalnya negara tamu dilarang juara di sini.
Mantap! So they won. The home team will be the winner. That's all. And they agree with Moreno.
I agree with Moreno.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm pretty
they
sure
like
it's
it. They love it.
Indo Pride, it's the home ground buff. And I think we just proved that home ground buff does exist. Because if you notice, Onyx with the 2 zeros, Bigatrons with the 2 zeros. This is looking like it's a good sign actually.
Betul, tim Indonesia lagi kuat-kuatnya nih di babak playoff ini. Tapi kalian di sini ada yang mau kalian sampaikan sesuatu nggak sih untuk mungkin Bigetron? Coba angkat tangannya mau ngomong tentang Bigetron. Siapa nih mau yang mau salam buat Bigetron nih? They want to say something to the Bigetron.
Buat Bigetron, kalian semangat terus, jangan lupa bantai PH dan finalnya Indo lawan Indo. Jangan sampai PH yang juara.
Oh, yeah! She said, if I'm not mistaken, she said they want Bigatron to do their best to ensure that Philippines will not walk home as champions for this ESL Pro Series.
They hope it, they want it. Kamu katanya ngeliat Moreno tadi gimana? Something to say to Moreno?
Bagus sih, semoga mainnya konsisten terus kayak tadi aja. Jangan under, pokoknya kan kayak tadi, semangat terus, jangan sampai blunder-blunder lagi.
Oh, the consistency that they want in Moreno, because Moreno is so shining right now.
And we can see Moreno later against Sanji because they're looking forward to the mid lane battle, you know. I think that is really gonna be super duper fun. It's Echo, you know, the world champion going up against Moreno in the mid lane. They're gonna battle it out, see who has better skills, mechanics, micro, macro. I think that's gonna be really fun.
Ya, karena apalagi kita melihat bahwa mikro mereka, makro mereka, permainan dari tim play, gameplay, semuanya akan diadu. Dan yang diadu nanti akan jadi rame banget. Yang diadu nggak cuma timnya, tapi fanbase-nya sih. Bude Clara Monster penasaran, kalian pede nggak sih suara kalian terkeras di sini?
Pede dong, jelas pede.
Is it the best crowd?
Jelas.
Oh, they believe that they are the best crowd as well with their voice and their chant.
Okay, so how about before we go to break, let us hear their chants.
Siap untuk ngasih yel-yel kalian?
Siap.
Okay guys, make it loud, okay? Very loud so that Bigatron can hear it from the back or from outside, okay? All right.
1, 2.
Bigatron Esports Jaya, beraksi sampai mati. Oh Bigatron, oh Bigatron, kami datang mendukungmu. Selamanya.
Yeah!
Bigatron Esports Jaya, beraksi.
Awas ya, aman gua. Aja tuh. Gua cari ya. Dapat eman guys. Nice. 4 orang ya. Lihat gua guys. Gua ready. Mati dia. Perang guys. Nice cuy. Fokus buff aman. Bisa saya salah baju gua. Gua dapat gua. Bawa aja. Dia tarik gua. Gua ada flicker tarik gua guys. Let's go guys. Gua mati. Apa? Bawa guys. Lihat. Waktunya gua. Sabar. Gua ada flicker. Gua bisa di cancel. Boleh. Dia ulti gua. Lihat Calvin. Ulti. Nice kan. Angela ulti. Flicker ya. Pelan guys. Ini aja Taizal dulu. Mati rata. Nice. Gua cancel kali. Ini. Mati. Mau ada ulti. Watch. Nice guys. Fokus. Gua ada wait. Sen. Natin. Tore, pag na-hook mo sa Tore yan. Yan, mahirap yan. Nasa Red Bull Star. Pwede chill. Ako na magdadip na mid. Ako lang mid. Out nga lang. Out na tayo. Super Ken. 2 seconds. Super Ken. Ton. Okay lang. Super Ken. Wala ulti. 4 seconds yung ano. Dito si Soriso sa top. Stun ko. Nice one. Wala si Soriso dyan. Oh, stun ko. Stun. Mid. Marib na. Tara ako, salib. Andaway ako. Saka ba? Steady rin ako, pre. Andaway ako, bot. Pinagat na ako. Ulti naman ha, ulti. Andaway ako, bot ha. Super Ken. Second.
Kupik semua harus sama gak sih? Kan satu tim. Yang kupik Albert ini. Tuh. Because so strong. Still so aggressive. Oh, so many roles. Yeah, can. But mid lane now.
I will pick this guy. Yeah, because he's one of the aggressive mid laner now. I think he's Parsia and Kadita.
Anjay, pick diri sendiri.
I choose myself because I love myself.
Mana sih? Aku pick ini aja, Cak. I pick this because he's agresif banget. So agresif. Because he's so good roamer. Ya, Chow idol. Ini.
Can you explain why you choose?
So aggressive in laning, in team fight. Oh my god.
So this is our dream team.
Oh, god.
Easy.
Love. Stop. Easy. What is this? Glue. Tuh. Minotaur.
I think he's riding because he's this ahead. And it's like, I think it's Barat.
Gusen.
Johead. Yeah! Mayroon din! Champion!
What? Joed. Hey, is this like Joed? Joed? For me, the hero need to buff is Guniver. I think Guniver is quite OP, but need a little bit touch up so that it can be in the meta.
Yuzong needs buff because the patch right now needs XP lane hero that can sustain the turtle attack and pull the turtle at the same time.
Kalau nerf untuk sekarang Uranus sih kayaknya. Uranus strong banget gara-gara patch emblem baru, jadi bisa makin tanky banget. Sekarang jadi most pick juga di turnamen, jadinya mungkin boleh di nerf sedikit sih.
Hero ដែលខ្ញុំគិតថាត្រូវការ buff គឺ Natalia ដែលខ្ញុំលេងជារោមផ្ទាល់ដូចជា patch ចាស់កាលពេលគេអត់ទាន់ nerf វាគឺវាអាចពេលដែលយើងចូល passive ដែលចូលក្នុងស្មៅ passive វាគឺ enemy អាចមើលឃើញបានហ្មងអញ្ចឹងយើងស្រួលក្នុងការ flank ទៅ kill enemy តែឥឡូវ patch ឥឡូវពេលដែលយើងមាន passive ដល់ក៏គេអាចនៅមើលឃើញយើងបាន
I think they need hero buff because I like play Faramis. I will do buff Faramis like the ultimate cooldown.
Mungkin kalau untuk hero yang mau di buff mungkin Batok sih, karena kan itu hero power gua kan, jadi kayak pengen aja di buff biar tambah kuat.
Hero yang menurut gua sekiranya bisa dapat buff paling cowok lagi sih, jadi dibalikin kayak dulu, dia bisa ngereset skill 2-nya, pakai skill 1 ke creep, gak harus ke hero musuh.
I think Hellcat needs to be nerfed because his second skill has so much damage, especially with the DHS.
I think Hellcat. I think his ulti is too long and he doesn't get assist anymore whenever he uses his ulti and your teammates get kills.
Kena buff, maybe saya pilih Hanabi. Hanabi tu perlu buff lagi lah sebab dia tak ada escape mechanism.
I like them to buff Badang because I feel like there's a lot of nerf on him lah, and I will prefer he's more stronger than before. Then more people play also.
I think the hero that we should nerf should be Angela because of the big shield that she makes and low risk but high reward gameplay that she does. The healing in this patch is really busted with how big the healing factor affects the team, and it's the global presence of Angela that makes it hard to fight her. If you're facing an Angela, you should play the game perfectly, but if you make a mistake, I think she and her partner will snowball the entire game.
Adi! It's the one, oversleep. Oh, Isaac! He always do with his girlfriend. And he main core when he have this girlfriend. He use Fanny, Link, even he support only. Thank you. Because I'm always go to CR, so I misplace the hero when drafting. Anak. I don't know. Because we have a lot of charger in Malaysia. The players only 6, then our charger is 10. He used many hero in gold lane like Layla, Mia.
Good like Ronnie.
He is.
I think the one is in your back.
Yeah, I think it's the one.
Yeah.
So if you don't win, you don't.
Oh.
And this me. Yeah. I will stress.
Because he got punched the wall when he's...
1, 2, 3.
So how often does it happen?
Many times.
Jangan dia.
Oh iya, jangan dia. Gua.
Parah.
Because I'm the one who call everyone to practice.
Then do you have trouble calling people back?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Of course.
Yeah. All the time.
All the time.
Has it happened a lot of times?
Yeah. Not focus. Yeah, sometimes not focus. Kayak itulah. Yeah.
When was the last time that happened?
When he eat.
Yeah.
Yeah, eat. So he missed the cue.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes. Yeah.
Not sometimes.
Sekali doang kan.
So why do you play mobile?
Sometimes I forgot. Yeah.
No have charger.
Or miss. Yeah.
Don't have charger.
Always borrow someone's charger.
Yeah.
So when's the last time you threw a game?
Oh, so many. I forgot. So many.
With them as well in the game.
Yeah. Sometimes.
Sometimes terus. Lu aja.
Because my passion, playing my hobby, Mobile Legends, bang.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
celosa. No soy santa, tampoco soy mafiosa. Puedo ser dulce, también soy venenosa. Baby, yo soy natural, a mi cuerpo no hay igual. Solo quiero mi dinero, yo no soy sentimental. Y tú quieres ser primero, pero tienes que esperar. Aquí yo soy la que manda, así que ponte en fila atrás, yeah. No, al cel no te contesto, no. Ni tu DMs o textos, ya. Ya tienes que saberlo, yo vine a subir, subir, subir al cielo. Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno. Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno, lo que es bueno. En el club yo le muevo las caderas. Yo soy reina, mami, tú eres cualquiera. No tienes fuego, salte para afuera. En este juego yo siempre soy la primera. Y los perros tienen sed, los atrapo en mi red. Y me dan toda su plata cuando juego mi papel. Los enredo en mi dedo y los tengo al revés. Y me baño en la riqueza porque yo soy la mujer. No, al cielo no te contesto, no. Ni tu DMs o textos, ya. Ya tienes que saberlo, yo vine a subir, subir, subir al cielo. Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno. Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno, lo que es bueno. Lo que es bueno. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Dale bueno, dale bueno. As long as we're together, it feels easier. this right here forever. Won't let you down, I'll never. I think I found my treasure. Oh yeah. Always get the feeling that you feel the same way. No, you're never gonna leave my side. Doing this together and ain't nobody better. Yeah, I really wanna get this right. I'm taller. You make me love harder. You make it all easier. You know that I need you.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Pertarungan antara para jagoan terjadi di Land of Dawn, memperebutkan legacy yang telah menjadi kebanggaan turun-menurun. Setiap jagoan masing-masing tidak mau menyerah dan berusaha untuk tidak melakukan kesalahan. Karena siapapun yang berhasil memenangkan peperangan ini adalah mereka yang akan melanjutkan tradisi kehormatan dan kebanggaan.
Sial, ini posisi yang tidak menguntungkan bagiku. Kalau sendirian seperti ini, aku tidak akan bisa mengimbangi dia.
Sudahlah, menyerah saja. Kau tidak akan bisa menang melawanku.
Tidak ada kata menyerah dalam kamusku. Maju kalau berani.
Saber, kau kejarlah lawan yang lain. Biar aku yang mengurus Layla.
Cih, baiklah kalau itu maumu. Jangan sampai kalah.
Percayalah padaku. Akan kubuktikan siapa marksman terbaik di kelasnya.
Percaya dirimu boleh juga.
Tidak usah banyak bicara. Sekarang, mari kita buktikan siapa marksman yang terkuat.
Baiklah, let's do it.
Menyerahlah, kau sudah tidak bisa lari lagi. Kemenangan ini akan menjadi milik kami.
Kage no Ogi. Menyerahlah, kau sudah tidak dapat bergerak lagi.
Enak saja, aku tidak akan memaafkan dirimu yang telah mengganggu pertarunganku. Sih, beraninya keroyokan. Andai kau tidak datang, Layla sudah pasti kuhabisi.
Jangan lupa, ini adalah arena peperangan, bukan ring tinju.
Terima kasih Hayabusa. Sekarang, mari kita habisi dia.
Rasakan ini. Yeah! Hah? Alucard?
Beatrix, recall dulu untuk saat ini. Biarkan aku yang menghadapinya.
Baik, kuserahkan padamu ya.
Oh, begitu ya. Layla, kau juga recall saja dulu. Biarkan ini menjadi pertarungan kami.
Oke, kupercayakan padamu ya. Good luck.
Sudah lama aku menantikan momen ini. Segalanya pasti akan berakhir.
Bayanganku akan menghabisimu. Yeah! Sial, dalam keadaan seperti ini, lifestyle-nya memang tidak tertandingi. Layla?
Selama 10 tahun, aku telah mengasah pedangku untuk saat ini.
Winner chicken. Ya, kamu mengerti maksudku.
Tidak ada yang dapat menghentikanku jika aku telah mengeluarkan pedangku.
Sekarang, mari kita habisi mereka.
Jangan lupakan aku.
Gatot kaca?
Kemana saja kau? Akhirnya datang juga. Hampir saja kita kalah.
Legenda tidak pernah menyerah. Layla, sekarang giliranmu.
Waktunya bersinar.
Triple kill.
Mantap. Mereka tidak akan bangkit dalam waktu yang cukup lama.
Kalau begitu, inilah saatnya kita menghancurkan markas mereka.
Ayo, kita segera ke sana dan meraih kemenangan.
Let's bring on the legacy.
Alucard. Hayabusa. Layla. Saber. Gotta catch her.
crazy. Sugar daddy, no, that's honey. Don't give him any sugar, he suckers me all his money. Wanna live lavish, you need a clue. Then look to me, I'll tell you what to do. Do. Repeat after me. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Now bring it out, it's your time to glow. You all the baddest, put on a show. Don't be afraid, let everyone know. Don't be shy, just lose all control and work it. Go hit a full split, tear up the floor. Go ahead, snatch those whips. Repeat after me. I am the vixen, I am the stallion. I don't need fixin', but I do need all your attention. All these diamonds on me, they glisten. When I talk, yeah, everyone listens. Cause I'm somewhat of an addiction. Now work those hips and thighs. You're out here changing lives. It's time, so let's get wild, 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 wild. And put in work. Work. Put in work. Work, okay. Work today. Work today. Work. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face.
Dale bueno, dale bueno. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno. Todo el mundo sabe, yo soy poderosa. Si te caigo mal, es que estás celosa. No soy santa, tampoco soy mafiosa. Puedo ser dulce, también soy venenosa. Baby, yo soy natural, a mi cuerpo no hay igual. Solo quiero mi dinero, yo no soy sentimental. Y tú quieres ser primero, pero tienes que esperar. Aquí yo soy la que manda, así que ponte en fila atrás, yeah. No, al cel no te contesto, no. Ni tu DMs o textos, ya. Ya tienes que saberlo, yo vine a subir al cielo. Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno. Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno, lo que es bueno. En el club yo le muevo las caderas. Yo soy reina, mami, tú eres cualquiera. No tienes fuego, salte para afuera. En este juego yo siempre soy la primera. Y los perros tienen sed, los atrapo en mi red. Y me dan todas sus plata cuando juego mi papel. Los enredo en mi dedo y los tengo al revés. Y me baño en la riqueza porque yo soy la mujer. No, al cel no te contesto, no. Ni tu DMs o textos, ya. Ya tienes que saberlo, yo vine a subir al cielo. Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno. Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno, lo que es bueno, lo que es bueno. Dale bueno, dale bueno.
work, I'm with it. Paying my dues with sweat and tears. There is no weakness here. I ain't new to this, I'm a veteran. Wear my battle scars like a letterman's. I done crawled through the mud full speed, so I wouldn't underestimate me. That's a rookie move. Homeboy, I got nothing to prove. Team player, but I'm still self-made. I'm in it for the passion, not the parade. I don't need the lights or the cameras, just me and my opponent. All the work that I put in has led up to this moment. Let's go. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed, cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league. Game time, let's go. I hit that mark weeks ago. I'm about to laugh you up. Tell me, have you had enough? You would think I had a PhD in psychology. The way I get in your head, there is no escape. Like I said, I'm out of your league. I play fair, but show no mercy. Only give my time if it's worthy, cause I keep my mind on a mission, and you don't fit the vision. I ain't cocky, okay, a little bit. I call it confident, but they can handle it. Don't blame me, it's just my time. So move, cause you're blocking my shine. I'm out of your league. You better go with plan B. You taking the crown, that's a fantasy. You can't step to me. I'm out of your league. Better beef up that defense. I give you an A for effort. Now hit the bench. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed, cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed, cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league.
Number one in the street, so that one a bang bang. Everybody touch a road, everybody bang bang. Then I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shining, everybody bang bang. This a bang bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. Bang, 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 bang. Number one in the streets, so that one a bang bang. Everybody touch a road, everybody bang bang. Then I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shining, everybody bang bang. This a bang, bang, bang. Bang, 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 bang.
You already know what time it is, right? It's your boy Eclipse Darkness. I do this for my people. How I like that. I'm a black strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turned a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for here to ball. I've been talking in my ear, so now they wanna call. They got my line tap, oh yeah, they tryna take it off. Oh no, here we go again. Pull me over, let me guess, it's cause my melanin. Asking questions, me and you both know irrelevant. But I stay cool and collected cause I'm heaven sent. They hate it, I love it, they know that there's no one above it except for God. Steady be coming with negative energy, I gotta move and die. Give me that back, can't touch my crown, I'm a king and yeah, you know that. Talk about giving it back, I'ma come and take that. Yeah, I'm a black strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. Yeah, they know I be about it. I don't do a lot of talking, come and see about it. They gon' try to keep it from you so you don't know about it. I'm a young pharaoh, pick it up and read about it. Here's your opportunity. Telling stories, yeah, to make sure they remember me. Can't hold me down, cause I leave behind a legacy. And don't believe them when they say they who they claim to be. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Stand tall. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Stand tall. I'm a black strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down.
I got a thorn in my side. You can run, but you can hide. Yeah, this is magic in a way, but no remedy in the head. Only the way it hurts. Hold me tight while you inside. Run my head for the holiday. We're gonna make it mess up. Baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick up in it like a bunch of bones. Come let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream and cry. Baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick up in it like a bunch of bones. Come let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream. See me up with your eyes. I got stitches from your lies. Let me lift your spirit if you are for it. But be careful of my heart. It's best you leave that part. Didn't about revenge, cause I'm a good friend. Baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick up in it like a bunch of bones. Come let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream and cry. Baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick up in it like a bunch of bones. Come let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream and cry. Let me lift your spirit if you are for it. I got pins and needles and spread like candy. Come give me the curse of yours while I'm on all fours. This fabric stuff, you know it's enough. Am I better than her? Yeah, she's on my child. Baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick up in it like a bunch of bones. Come let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream and cry. Baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick up in it like a bunch of bones. Come let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream and cry. Baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick up in it like a bunch of bones. Come let me be your voodoo doll. man, I'm up the beat. When they all look, everything on fleek. Word on the street, got my sound on repeat. Do it all day, every day of the week. Getting turned up, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Up the beat, when they all look, everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Mad up the beat, when they all look, everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Every day of the week, getting climb out, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party.
Back to life, I'm undeceased. Breaking the chain, unleashed. My true power released. Reached my hand into the sky and made the stars align. Cause when I left it down to fate, it was taking up too much time. It's a miracle, it's a curse. I will not be deterred. If you predicted the worst, bon appetit, eat your words. Keep my score, fire the gun. Watch me how I overcome what they said could not be done. I did it, now sing it. The birth of a legend, the past tried to trap me too bad. My future beckoned, I crashed, and yes, I burned. Hardest lesson that I learned was how to take a fall and crawl back out the dirt. Now I'm back from the grave, revived. Time after time, they tried to take my life, and still I wouldn't die. Survive, now come salute him. No man can dispute him. Back and I am biting, street fighting, Ryu Hadouken.
We gotta push to the limit and work till we finish then push to the limit and work.
Vision yang masuk kali ini Kiboy menarik satu target cewek dengan blessing duetnya yang masih bisa di cancel nampaknya dengan final flash, namun fight-nya agak sedikit
sebenarnya kita emang pengen sih disebut kayak gitu, cuman ya kalau misalnya emang ntar hasilnya bagaimana ya kita pikirin lagi.
Tadi baik time dilakukan, double SK, membuka base-nya, sangat menutup ratu sampai dan Glory. Baik time membuat Long menjadi MVP.
Plan kita kalau buat ketemu AP brand lagi ya kita mau revenge sih. Jadi kita mau balas dendam kekalahan kita di group stage kemarin di playoff kali ini. Kalau mereka menang lawan itu.
I feel so happy because we win and we face against Onyx.
Posisi dari AP Brand yang diutus adalah satu pemain yang cukup penting, tapi lihat sudah ada Dragon yang dikeluarkan di outplay.
Yes, we are confident because they lose to us in group stage, and I think we can beat them. If you win in the early game in Onyx Indo, I think you can win the game. Let's see tomorrow.
Bisa bertahan tapi World Charge mengeluarkan oleh seorang JP yang harus terkikis dan tereliminasi dan belum berhenti sampai di sana. Lihat tujuannya datang dari seorang Martin yang gabung.
Kali ini pesta mulai terbuka dan AP Brand bisa dapetin game yang kedua.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals Playoffs. You are still with me, Rose, as well as Clara. And we are finally entering the match where we decide which team will be going to the Grand Finals.
Yes, di sini Bude Clara Monster dan juga Rose turut bersama dengan kalian juga untuk menyaksikan babak yang dinanti-nanti Final Upper Bracket, di mana dua tim akan bersiap. Ada tim perwakilan dari Indonesia, yaitu Onyx, dan juga tim dari Filipina, AP Brand.
Yes, yes, yes. We will be witnessing the first team to secure that grand final slot. Will it be Onyx from Indonesia? Will it be AP Brand from the Philippines? I am super duper excited because we will now know who will advance further and who will drop to the lower bracket where they will be facing Bigatron Alpha. Or Onyx, or Echo, sorry.
That's right. Jadi memang kita melihat satu slot babak Grand Final akan terisi dari match kali ini. Di Final Upper Bracket Best of 5 Series, siapakah yang akan menempati posisi nyaman dan menantikan siapa lawan mereka untuk esok hari. Dan yang kalah harus turun ke lower bracket dan berhadapan dengan tim yang menang nanti antara Echo dan Bigatron Alpha.
I'm excited. Are you excited?
Of course, because tim ini sudah bertemu di dalam group stage dan Echo lalu banyak sekali. Kita lihat semua tim sudah berhadapan satu sama lain, tapi AP Brand dan juga Onyx, mereka punya histori yang sangat menarik dengan sama-sama kemenangan 4 match point. 1 kekalahan hanya head to headnya saja dan Onyx ingin membalaskan dendam itu.
Yes, because if you guys remember from our interview with Onyx, they said that the team they really want to face in this playoffs is AP Brand because they want to get their revenge, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be a heated best of 5.
Yap, dalam Best of 5 Series akan seperti apa game yang akan diberikan oleh kedua tim ini. So, Istora Senayan, apakah kalian siap untuk Final Upper Bracket?
I see a lot of people sitting down, but I don't hear as much energy. One more time, okay? Istora Senayan, are you ready?
Ready?
Okay, so I think they're ready. How about I call on the first team and you call on the second?
Let's go.
All right, from the Philippines, can we please have AP Brand up on stage? These boys look dashing and they look ready to claim that first grand final slot. Give it up for AP Brand!
Happy Brand sudah hadir, mari kita bersama-sama menyambut tim perwakilan dari Indonesia. Inilah dia, Raja Langit, tim Onyx. Inilah dia sang Raja Langit. Happy birthday, Sans!
Happy birthday, Sans!
Yes, hari yang spesial tentunya untuk Sans dan juga untuk Onyx. Mereka bisa saja merayakan ulang tahun Sans dengan satu slot final, the grand final slot.
Now this game will technically not be a do or die because the losing team will just drop to the lower bracket. But let's be honest, I don't think anybody wants to face or wants to fight in the lower bracket with a do or die match. So both teams will definitely put out the best for this best of 5 series.
Ya, ini adalah best of 5 series. Kita melihat mereka akan memberikan yang mereka punya karena satu slot menjadi taruhannya. Dan walaupun kalau mereka harus ke lower bracket dan menjalani perjalanan yang lebih panjang. Dan boleh diingat, babak playoff ini kedua tim belum kalah sama sekali dalam satu game pun. Perjalanan yang sangat mulus dengan 2-0 sampai titik ini.
Both powerhouses from their respective regions are gonna be going on head-to-head right now. But before I throw it over to the panels, Clara, you take the right, I take the left.
Okay. Let's go semuanya ya, kasih suaranya ya. Let's go Istora Senayan!
Okay guys, left side. Let's not lose, okay? Let's not lose. Let's do this. Istora Senayan, let me hear you roar!
Let's go together bareng-bareng untuk match final upper bracket Istora Senayan!
Oh, I love it! So, the energy is really amazing. So how about let's show it to our panelists to start the upper bracket final match. Panelists, please take it away.
We are steps closer to the end game. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the upper bracket finals. Whoever wins this gets that first slot in the grand finals. It's going to be AP Bren as well as Onyx going head to head. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy. And here we are on the panel desk. It's me, Eterna. Alongside we have Gideon as well as Kolios. How are we feeling coming to this first best of 5?
I'm not gonna lie, kind of nervous here with a full Indonesian crowd surrounding us watching this game, all for that one grand final slot.
And I'm hoping that Indonesian team goes to the grand final, but I know the opponent is not easy.
Definitely not. Both of these powerhouses from their respective regions, Philippines as well as Indonesia, has yet to drop a single match during their playoff run. So finally, we get to see both of these giants collide. We gotta ask, what are we expecting from both of these? Especially since the last time that they did met, it was Onyx that had to lose 2-1 to Bren.
Exactly. Personally, for me, I'm hoping just to simplify it and boil it down. I hope AP Bren takes it so I don't have to wax my legs. End of the story. That is my overall analysis. I want to keep my hairs on my legs where it belongs.
Yep. But I know, last time Onyx is lose against AP Bren by 2-1. But it's a best of 3 series, not
That's
best of
true.
5.
So what is the difference here? Coming to a best of 3, best of 5, what is the main difference? What can we tell the audience?
Sans. Keep your eyes on Sans. He's in good health and he hasn't really dropped his overall performance throughout the tournament so far. Ever since he came back, one day recovery, one day back to full health, and he continues to just power on.
Yeah, if you say Sans, I say Kyle Z, because it's very crazy jungler there that can make a lane of downturns back. Ooh.
Just Land of Dawn upside down. Insta swap. I mean, he was the MVP for their previous series along with Flapteasy. So there are definitely key players that we need to look out for. And it brings us to, I think everyone's thinking it, the junglers, right? As we take a look at the main lineup here for AP Bren, we have Flapteasy, Kyle Teasy, Few, Super Marco, as well as Ogwen. Pick your player.
For me, I'm going to be looking very closely towards Ogwen's side because Keyboy has been quite the standout for the side of Onyx, and Ogwen needs to be able to kind of calm him down, put him in his place, and make sure that his line of defense is rock solid.
But Kaltuzi is like the typical of player that can dive into the backline. It makes Keyboy confused. Are he gonna cover or are he gonna initiate by itself? That's why we gonna see later.
For me, in particular, Ogwen. Will he be able to get his hands on his signature Minotaur? Because, you know, Onyx, they're a team that likes to be super aggressive. They're a team that likes to initiate. And with that Minotaur in the hands of Ogwen, that's going to be disastrous and it's going to be chaos.
It could be a lot of chaos, but then again, this is just one side of Bren that we saw yesterday, right? We were expecting the drafts to be a lot more streamlined. We didn't see too many experiments until today, as well as yesterday, where we got a little bit of a taste of what flavor of team fights we were going to get.
And if we're looking at the team statistic here, Jidan, I think the Terisla is the favorite hero for FlapZ, right? And it's the favorite hero on this SPS tournament too, because we know how Terisla can make the momentum, how Terisla can initiate the team fight. But we need to be careful against Valentina too. If they pick Terisla, but the only got Valentina by Sans, ooh, it's gotta be nasty.
That is, and that's on the hands of Captain Few himself. So definitely a hero that is going to be contested, and seeing their previous, I would say, attributes, it's tough. If we take a look at the roamers here, Ogwen, Minotaur 89%, Grok 100%, and these are just really brutal roamers that can be utilized to create momentum for his team.
Yeah, exactly. And it's one of those roles that it's very difficult to flex around, right? We haven't seen teams really take advantage of that. So far, it's only been EXP and as well as jungle. But when you come down, once you show that support, you have a very good idea what type of composition you're walking into.
Most probably it's gonna be the roamer, right? Because Minotaur on XP lane, yeah, we see it before the patch updates, but now it's not.
Yeah, let's take a look at the official team lineup from the Yellow Porcupines Onyx. We have Boots, Kyrie, Sans, CW, as well as Keyboy. And ladies and gentlemen, looks like they're bringing out their big guns. They're looking to get their prize here, that upper bracket, that grand final slot, with bringing Sans as well as CW, so no Albert today.
Yeah, I know it's like they have a second life if they lose on this match, but it's the pride, I think. They want to win this game. They want the ticket to the grand final.
Yeah, they just want to fast track their way there. Personally, for me, I think in this particular match, this is a very early taste of what the grand finals should and is going to look like by the end of tomorrow. Personally, for me, my eyes immediately go to Boots. Yesterday, when he was playing Arlet, he was on absolute fire here, absolutely not only demolishing his lane, canceling the right abilities, but also an absolute menace as he sneaks out of the fights despite getting caught.
That's why a playmaker like Boots, he requires heroes that can facilitate that, right? If he's being placed on a Uranus, like similar to Sanford, it's not much of an impact as you would expect that these players should have. But our main highlight here, comparison, Ogwen, and now we're going to take a look at Keyboy. Already you can see 100% win rates all across the board, and there's a little bit more variety to him. Kaja, Cho, Hilda, 3 of these heroes have different play styles.
All very different play styles, and more importantly so, he's one of the few who actually is willing to play a very, I would say it's a very abusive role as the Hilda, because not only are you looking to annoy your opponent, but you're actively telling your teammates, I'm not going to be able to do too much later on into the game. I have a very strong limit.
But that data means Keyboy can play any strategy that the coach want to play. They want to playing the roamer that can invade the enemy's jungle. Hilda it is. They want to play the pick of roamer. Kaja it is. And anything else.
Yeah, except Florin. 0% win rate so far. So that is the lackluster coming in from Keyboy. The fact that he cannot utilize the support heroes properly. I guess it just doesn't fit his playstyle. However, what we did see in Onyx is the fact that they can utilize these heroes and flex it over to Sans in that mid lane.
But if we look at the team head-to-head, I think we already see that Kyrie with his Joy yesterday, it's not working so well because on the early game, the enemies just keep invading the jungle. Don't make Kyrie feeling more comfortable for his farming phase.
Well, that's the thing, right? That's why we saw in the interview that AP Bren is looking to punish them in the earlier stages of the game. I don't know how true that is because we have seen moments even when Onyx wasn't feeling at their 100% during day 1 of the Challenge Finals. The fact is they were able to stretch and drag out games even without their full lineup, so I would expect the same here as well.
Yeah, so we've talked a little bit about both of these teams, ladies and gentlemen, and now I'm curious to see, with that in mind, what your prediction is, especially for those over at Twitch. We see you over there. Put in your predictions as soon as possible. Are you team AP Bren or are you team Onyx? And with that, ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment that we've kind of been waiting for, the talent predictions. Let's bring it up.
All
And here it is.
Ooh.
All right. Okay, so everyone expects this to go a full best of 5, but there are differences in the prediction. I'm going to call you out right here. Gideon Q, AP Bren.
Yep, I'm going for AP Bren. I know for a fact that Onyx can go all the way to the grand finals and is honestly one of the most favorite teams to actually win the whole thing. I think if there's any team out there that might actually go toe-to-toe, it's got to be AP Bren, and I'm willing to bet my leg hairs on it.
Okay, I mean, that's true. But what about you, Kolios? Will you went for Onyx?
I think honestly, it's a 50-50 match. Even me, myself, it's very hard to predict who is the winner from this match. But like Lavelle said before on the panelist desk, that it depends on the first game and the second game. If it's a stomp game, I think it's gonna be 3-0.
So
Whoever the winner.
Do you think it's like a mental thing, momentum
Yeah.
based? All right, all right.
It's true because, you know, Onyx, we've seen them once they're fired up, once they're juiced and gassed up, they can take it all the way. And it's very hard to stop them and get out of their pacing. I think that's something that AP Bren needs to be very wary of. If they can get some early momentum for themselves in this game 1 alone, this might just go the full series.
All right, so there you go, ladies and gentlemen, the talent predictions right over there as we are going straight into the drafting phase. Drum roll, please. You can see AP Bren here already taking out the Kadita as well as the Ling. Meanwhile, once again here, Onyx going to respect the heck out of AP Bren, taking the Minotaur away. And interestingly enough, the Joy as well.
I guess they don't want that option of a potential flex pick coming in for Flap TZ and even giving that over to Kyle TZ to a certain degree, right? Both sides can play the assassin style. Generally, Kyrie is like, I would rather an assassin over a utility style jungler, but that's not the same case for AP Bren.
But yeah, don't forget, Kyrie's favorite hero on SPS, Vanny, is still open yet. Are AP Bren gonna ban it on the third ban? Or they just gonna ban the other heroes like Valentina is still open?
Yeah, you're right.
Oh, yes.
I don't know because they are on blue side and they do have the option of first pick. So maybe just giving the Valentina over and then looking to maybe get the Fanny. But then again, Onyx could respond with Hilda.
Hilda is a very nasty hero that can just disturbing the farming pattern from the jungle itself, but it depends. Like Kiboy can use a lot of heroes here that he can use, maybe Hilda, Choke, the Kufra, even the Kaja, or some of the healer meta like Angela or Florin, the 0% win rate.
Ooh, this is tough because now the Uranus is also opened up as well. So that's definitely a possibility that AP Bren can go for unless they want to go for something a little bit more safe like Fredrin, who can be flex. Arlet is also still available. Even the Paquito at this point. What do they want to go for? Angela? No, I don't think it's going to be Angela.
I don't think it's going to be first pick Angela.
I think a lot of this is going to be very reliant because the fact that Onyx decided to ban out the Valentina themselves does kind of tell us that the option of Farmis is wide open. There we go. Farmis first pick coming in. AP Bren not going to let up on this. And it's good to have it because now that you don't seal it away, your team is very team fight oriented right off the bat.
Fanny.
Yeah.
Fanny. I'm feeling a Fanny game here.
When facing against Faramis, usually Onyx is picking Fanny. That's the problem, I think. Are they gonna pick it on this first and second pick? And
we'll see. They're gonna go for Claude first, secure that for CW. And it's gonna be paired up with the Fanny. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, a Fanny game from Kyrie.
All right.
The crowd is cheering.
You got to give him the signature, man. He's got to show off to the Indonesian crowd. But more importantly, we are seeing that the win rates for both the Fanny as well as the Claw, both at 59%, which is above average so far.
Okay, but here, they still have the option to pick the Fredrin or even the Terisla. It can be good for them if they want to pick a sustainable hero that can make Carry Vanny is not having a good time to picking the kill points.
All right, I'm just gonna allow this time for my co-casters here to increase their volume real quick, okay?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because the crowd is loving it. They're loud and we can barely hear ourselves. And I'm sure those of you at home can hear it too. But here it is. I think this is a wise choice. Kaja as well as Paquito.
Yeah.
If ever the Fanny does go for a split push, if the Paquito is in the EXP lane, this Paquito is going to have a good time in that 1v1 situation. Unless, of course, the Paquito is so far behind. But I'm pretty sure it's not going to be. And now the Kaja. These are the two heroes that I believe is going to give the Fanny a hard time. And I'm assuming that AP Bren want to pick up something like the Brody next.
I love how they choose the heroes, both of the heroes, I think. Paquito is the stopper for Cloud. The knockout strike can stop the blasting duet from Cloud. Even Vanny, when using the steel cable, if the knockout strike is connected, Vanny will stop at that moment. With Divine Judgment, it can stop Vanny too, but look at that. Keyboy is using his signature hero, Gideon. What do you think?
I think this is a really good draft for the first phase for both sides, right? I love the insurance policy coming in from AP Brent. As you mentioned before, 2 ways to potentially stop the Fanny as well as the Claude, and they're interchangeable at the same time. But Coach Yep, he's smart enough. What do both of them have in common? A lot of dashes. You want to dash some more? Bouncing ball's going to stop you.
You're right. That actually does make sense. But now, Onyx bans out the Akai. Why so?
Disengage. I guess they want to be able to dive a little bit harder. It does give us an idea that maybe Onyx want to go for a harder dive comp. We could see that maybe AP Brand might lock in a Beatrix, and you could look to punish it with a hard diver in the backline with maybe a Yusong, like we saw how Sanford was playing earlier.
Yeah. Because Sanford is like a really annoying playstyle, right? Joining the invite, even like he do really well to calculate the damage output, like how he can sustain facing against some heroes. It's kind of similar gameplay with the AP Brand right now that they gonna pick. Are the Paquito is still versatile? Are the Paquito gonna be on the EXP lane or even it's the jungle? It's still possible to have both of the lane, but they are banning Terizla like now. I know Terizla is a very annoying hero that can dive in using the flicker and the penalty zone. It can stop everyone who just want to join in the team fight.
And I think it's so bad against the Faramis, right? And so they understand that Boots is able to find that small opportunity when that cult altar gets popped off, and if he does so, Terizla. So no security there. They're going to take that out for sure, but there are still alternatives towards this. They still have the Arlet to play around with. And on top of that, now Onyx, they actually ban out the Mardis, so they're really signifying to Bren right now. It's like, what are you going to choose as your jungler here? We're taking away 2 heroes that can potentially disrupt the pattern coming in from the Fanny, and that only kind of leaves, in my opinion, Balman. Is that something that he could pick up?
Possibly, if he really wants to play it safe. But I think, at least for AP Brand, they have to pick their poison here. It's either they decided to ban out the Masha, or instead they had to go. They had to also ban out potentially the Arlet. But they both play 2 very separate roles. Arlet more towards that team fight. Masha, he's looking to make sure that Super Marco doesn't get too far ahead in the game. But the fact that they banned out Masha does give us an idea. AP Brand, they want to play around their marksman. They give over the Arlet, and as expected, where is AP Brand going to go with their marksman? Beatrix is a possibility.
Beatrix.
Yeah, I think it's Beatrix, or even lastly, if they want to play the long game.
Oh, I think it's a little bit too scary against the Fanny.
But I'm thinking about Onyx right now is lack of mid lane, right? Their last hero gonna be the mid lane, and I'm thinking about one underrated hero that might be good against the AP Brand draft, Luoyi.
I was thinking more to Novaria, but...
Novaria?
Alright, I mean, it could work.
That, I'm thinking about it, I can definitely see the idea, right? You have a lot of combo starters, you're able to kind of spread out the yin-yang, the yin as well as the yang, making it very disruptive for AP Brand, especially if they want to kind of clump up together. You could really punish this Faramis in the mid lane. I like the idea and the concept as well. They also, AP Brand, lock in the Fredrin at the same time, so plenty of peel, and yes, this comp is designed around this Beatrix, so very smart of Brand to ban out the Masha, but let's jump back to Onyx, right? They recognize this. If they go for the Loyi, hats off to you, Coolios, because that would be a genius pick.
But it depends on the combo itself. If they miss the combo, it can be the disaster for them.
And it's very early game, in my opinion. It's really difficult for the Loyi in the later stages of the game, so I think a safer pick, even though it's not exactly as safe as Farsa or Novaria. And there you go, the Farsa does come through.
Gotta stick to what's good in the meta right now with Farsa with a steady pace that she actually scales into the game. Oh my goodness, this crowd. This crowd are making sure that their voices are heard. But yeah, as mentioned before, with this Farsa, she's able to scale at a steady pace, and especially since we have seen a couple of alterations to her emblem sets, emblem talents in taking Weapon Master to scale harder in towards the later game like we saw from Yudu Red Giants. I think there's a couple of good pathways for them.
All right, I mean, right now you can hear the crowd is loving it. Let's see if the casters are loving it too.
More than just loving it, we live for this. Welcome to the desk. It's Leo and Mirko bringing you game 1 in this best of 5. It's the upper bracket finals. And if you understand, that's exactly what's going on. It's AP Brand going up against Onyx.
There you go. I mean, again, though, here, caster prediction, we saw on the desk Gideon was alone going for AP Bren. But here, they all actually went for 3-2. They expected to go all games. We don't expect the same.
Yeah, no, I think we know these two teams well enough to say that once momentum comes into play, then there's almost no stopping both AP Bren and Onic.
No, not really. I mean, we saw what Onic can do when they get game number 1. Same goes for AP Bren. We saw in the group stages up against Onic, if they're able to get that momentum, if they're able to start strong, they can end even better.
Yep, some highlights in that draft that I personally love is the fact that Coach Yeb, of course, with Addy's decision, banned out the Minotaur early on. Just no beef, Ogwin.
No, because again, for AP Bren, the way that they kind of counter a lot of different engage-heavy initiation heroes from the side of the other teams is that Minotaur. You neutralize every single initiator in the game, and for Onic, with someone like Keyboy on their team, they want to utilize that.
And now it seems like the shoe is on the other foot because it's Keyboy who's actually calling the shots. Keyboy here is rocking a Kufra, so everything goes through him, and it's not going to be as easy a job for Master Ogwin to pull through and pull the perfect target. Let's get into the Land of Dawn. 30 seconds in, we see a purple start for both of our junglers.
There you go. Interesting start from Kyle TZ here from the purple buff. Usually you would expect the orange buff start, but Keyboy already first onto the orange buff. Kyrie walks in, but Kyle TZ with a beautiful retribution. 50-50, this time won by AP Bren.
The young man, Kyle Tyson, so sharp on the retry. Keyboy!
He's gonna be caught. First blood over to flat TZ.
Man, I don't think Keyboy expected that much of a response. And it was so close, though, that really could have been a coin flip. Onic could have stolen away an orange buff, committing Grand Theft Orange as early as under a minute, and would have put AP Bren down so far. But right now, oh wait, AP Bren crossing the river.
Gonna be able to invade, taking a few of the camps away from Kyrie, delaying that level 4. Well, let's take a look at the emblems. Both teams going for practically the same, only the difference in the roamer and the jungler.
In the long week that we've had here at SPS Challenge Finals, this is as varied as the emblems get, right? Not much of a homogeneity across our emblems, not for teams, not for roles here so far. And I like the way that the emblem metagame is going. I like that we're getting into these niche picks and players are getting more comfortable in the way that they want to play an early game, a mid game, and how these emblem choices make sense. Now, Turtles spawned up already, 2 minutes in. 2 members of AP Bren here at the scene. Onic just leaving it open.
No surprise here, AP Bren with the Fredrin. The fact that they were able to secure that orange buff basically guaranteed the next 2 neutral objectives for them. They have secured a better trio mid with that skirmish early. And Onic, now they're falling behind. And when they fall behind, when his jungle is vulnerable, that's where it gets scary. Baptiste though brought back into the feather airstrike boots. Equalizing in the kill department. Onic 1-1.
Last second. Final Slash opening up this top lane tier 1. Look at all the gold that Onic is grabbing from here. This is going to help close this gap, definitely. AP Bren sitting tight, close to the chest. 3 minutes in, 1-1. Something I'm noticing here so far is that both of these teams understand and are exhibiting amazing decision-making. We've seen this from Onic, especially in the games that they win so decisively. I'm remembering their opening match here in the playoffs, and it looks like now they've met their match. They've met a team that knows exactly what their outs are at any given moment.
Both teams have done their research really well against one another. And both teams are trying to exploit those weaknesses that they think that the opposing team has. And for AP Bren, it's trying to neutralize Kyrie from the get-go. 3 minutes in already, Kyle TZ with a level lead, 2-level lead.
Yep, again, this is as clear as day, a message sent to the Porcupines, because it's so easy to actually just send all the bodies, send all the dudes down bottom and bear down on CW. Homie's rocking a sprint, so it's so easy to actually just pressure him and neutralize that gold lane. But no, they're like, Kyrie is the key, man. He is the one. If we can stop him, then that mid-game, late-game potential for Onic to actually clap back after that great start, it's gone. So that's what AP Bren is hedging on. And they've done well, again, to stop that snowball, especially coming from top. You could have seen a team that would have just let that top lane go and then go from there. They would have just buckled under the pressure. But here, AP Bren said, yeah, let's just keep invading. Let's just keep taking these small camps, and that'll give us priority once more here in the second turtle.
Saw that setup earlier, bottom lane, cut in, Ogwen, flicker Divine Judgment, bringing him to the nearest bastion, but a final slash, connects onto the back, Cole Ulter coming down, CW, the Blazing Duet, and Kyrie secures the turtle. Now jumping back and forth, Kyle Teasy with an Appraiser's Wrath.
Oh, they bear down on Kyle Teasy!
Cutthroat takes him out though, Flap Teasy next on the top, they block Boy with a Tyrant's Revenge and the Rage. Flashbacks to MSC, as Onyx dismantle Bren in this fight.
AP Bren unable to get anything out of that engage. As beautiful as their answers were, Onyx just stepped on the gas, leaned hard on their advantage, and now are converting through the roof. Not just did they get a 3-kill streak, but also stole the purple and even the turtle.
What a play to equalize. I mean, again, that wasn't just equalizing, that was Onyx taking control of the game, and it was through a sacrificial play of someone's lane. Boots left that lane to die. He said, Flap, if you want the turret goal, if you want to shove, go do you, man.
And I think that's one way that AP Bren didn't read into that situation. They were like, all right, they seem to be bearing down on turtle, but what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? The answer didn't come quick enough. That's why, again, even here as early as 4.5 minutes, 5 minutes in, Onyx are forcing AP Bren to think on their feet faster than they ever have here in SPS. And with that said, this next turtle here, 30 seconds in, it's all yellow. I mean, Onyx, it doesn't help that I'm just calling it yellow, all right? It's all for Onyx, 1,000 in.
We gotta talk about Kyrie's decision here to go for a very unique emblem set. In a world where Fannies go Lethal Ignition, go Master Assassin, we're seeing Kyrie on a killing spree and a Festival of Blood. Just wanting to out-sustain AP Bren, understanding that that's been the reason that AP Bren has been able to win a lot of these skirmishes against Onyx and almost every other single team in the group stages.
Oh, concealed play by Keyboy. Let's see, do they know that Kyrie is in their midst? Oh, wow. Look at the respect. And as well, just the awareness of Onyx to say, hey, they're not going to fight us. CW, take it. I'm loving the approach here. What you just talked about, Miracle, is an offensive sustainability that Kyrie is presenting. And once he stacks up on these items, he's going to get so much better. Final slash by Boots!
Cole Ulter popped in, Keyboy! Tyrant's Revenge and the Rage! Into the Feather Airstrike, and even the Retribution goes to Kyrie! Now Flap Teasy dealing some damage right now. Divine Judgment locking him down. Kyrie taken out by few. And both teams disengage.
Super Marco finds the flank and punishes, taking Kyrie along the way. So despite Onyx having, again, a clear victory on the map, that's AP Bren's efforts of actually getting some punches in, getting their licks in, so as to not lose completely here in the post-laning phase. Again, just to quickly check in on the item game, where are our players at exactly? As you can see, CW picks up his golden staff, and that's his second core item. Oh wait, Flap Teasy!
Trying to force it out now, jumping back to the BMI, slowing Flap Teasy down. Feather Airstrike coming down, Kyrie with a cutthroat. Flap, 1-3-1. AP Bren don't stay quiet though. They look for a trade below, and they find success.
They sacrificed him so that Super Marco can breathe a little easier, so that Super Marco can find farming space down bottom. Now Kyle Teasy, attempting to go for this purple buff.
Oh, beautiful steal! Just like that, Kyle Teasy has brought back stability to AP Bren and what they want to fight for.
Not just stability, the fact that it came at the cost of Kyrie's purple, all the more amplifies this up-and-coming clapback from AP Bren. Looking at the map, huge priority on top lane, and that's where the gold laners are going so far. CW needs a wee bit of items. He's up by just about 200 gold here, has a pair of pants. So I'd say here in this phase in the game, 8.5 minutes in, he has that advantage, not just because he's ahead and not just because Onyx is the winning, but wait!
Keyboy gonna be engaged on, has the immortality, not popped just yet. Final slash used up, Kyle Teasy with the re-engage, taunting him up. Appraiser's Wrath dodge away from Keyboy. Now with the Revenge and the Rage, canceling it out. Ogre gonna be kited back to Alter. Not enough to save his life. CW in the back with the Blazing Duet all the way. Super Marco tries to cut him down, but CW escaped. Marco as well. Now Teasy.
Kyrie! He's looking for bodies. Fight Super Marco. Oh! He jukes him. He's still alive.
What a juke by Super Marco. Meanwhile, two-man on. Shadow Stampede bringing Kyrie back for the airstrike. One drop to take them all. One last to take Fulo.
Oh, A close call there, but just the same, Onyx still finds a big dub there. Ballooning on forward, 3,000 gold here, 9 minutes and a half as they go straight for the jugular, taking this Lord. And it's a blitz. There's really no response from AP Bren. Yeah, you can count your blessings and say, hey, at least Super Marco did die, but that's not what Onyx was looking for. They were actually looking for the better win, the bigger moves, and right now, I'm slowly looking at a future, Mirko, where all of AP Bren's turrets outside their base just crumble.
Wow. Very chaotic, yet they're able to pace it down. The Onyx we saw at MSC, now we're seeing in Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals, in the upper bracket finals. AP Bren, they still have these power spikes that have yet to hit. Super Marco is still waiting. No, he's already gotten the Melphic Roar, and this is the time where that mid-game power spike is going to be massive for AP Bren. They need to try to look for a cheeky little engage, a cheeky little pick-off here in the next siege coming from Onyx.
And that's going to come in 2 ways, right? If Ogwin can actually get in there, pull CW, pull Sans, that's a check. Maybe even Kyrie, if he's lucky. Second is Few has to be ultra on point with his Cult Altar, right? If that happens, then maybe. So far, all of the Cult Altars have been maybe a second or two too late. Now, Onyx can't rely on the fact that maybe AP Bren is going to get caught sleeping, but here we go. The Siege and the Feathered Airstrike.
Half HP, no, a quarter HP left for Super Marco. They're still able to deal with the Lord. Taken out, no tier 2s other than the top side has been taken down for Onyx. Meanwhile, Flapteasy down below, Kyrie spots him, but will not engage. Both teams taking it real slow.
Huge gold lead here for Onyx. Looking at about 4,000, 5,000, and that's why AP Bren are actually just clumping up, right? They're moving around as a unit because they're more likely to survive and it's less of a threat. If anything, they're the threat. If anybody, let's say maybe Kyrie or Boots, walk into this 4-man unit of AP Bren, and that's what AP Bren is working out for. That's what they're doing to shrink this gold lead, keep it close and keep it manageable. The fact that Flapteasy here currently only has the Dominance Ice and the Bloodlust Axe doesn't spell any good, especially when Boots here has been so sharp. And wait, they jump on him.
Ogwin flickered. No flicker for the next fight there. Brilliant bait from Kyrie. And he has the purple buff still now. What do you think? Flicker, 90 seconds. Onyx, do they try to force a fight now, or do they just take it slow and wait for the Lord?
I guess they're going to take it slow, man. Especially since Lord is coming up in 30. They know that this Lord is going to be relatively easy, given that Ogwin doesn't have the flicker. Even if Ogwin does conceal and find a weird bush, it's not going to be as free. It's not going to be as good a catch. So yeah, Keyboy and Boots are going to do so well to act as enforcers to make sure that Ogwin doesn't catch key and core members.
Big power spike item coming in from Super Marco. Now he can stay.
There you go.
He can just space. He doesn't need to stay all the way in the back lines.
Wind of nature.
He can play in the middle of the team fight and still make it work. We'll see what Marco does with this as he swaps his weapons to clear out the waves up top. CW starting the Lord. Onyx, they want to dance.
Here we go. It takes 2 to tango. And there's the Magic Sentry. The coast is clear. AP Bren knows there are no stragglers. No one's hiding in no bush, at least in their purple side of the jungle. And with that, Coyote says, let's go. He's pulling it towards him. Boots taking control of this river bush, and he's spotted, and with intent, right? This is purposeful. He's giving false hope. And right now, Few, oh, this is a good call. They're giving the purple to Few.
Giving the purple over to Few, giving him much more of a chance here to pop that call altar. Wait a minute. Conceal play, Keyboy. Taking space, getting vision. Count easy in that bush now. Still able to dodge away, getting the taunt down, getting the reset. CW with a good basic attack. Few, good splash, back to Boots. Ogwin still holding on to the Lord, now taken very low. Sans in the mid lane base. Meanwhile, take a look at Flapteasy. He's cleared out that bottom lane. Keyboy charging in.
Ogwin spots Sans. They know Lord here at a 5th of his health. The good Flapteasy coming in. Oh, final slash spent.
There you go, Boots in the back line. Super Marco's still able to gun him down. Shut down, picked up by Super Marco as the Lord goes for free. Keyboy returns revenge and the rage. No follow-up coming from the side of Onyx.
Cold Altar spent in. Keyboy gets the immortality pop.
Jumping back in once again with the Abraser's Wrath. Box at CW without jumping with the blazing duel. CW still able to escape. Now getting FlapTZ down. One more hit for Flap, but CW wins it out. Divine Judgment.
Kyrie's cleaning up. He's back one. In 3 members. Down goes Keyboy.
Cutthroat, not enough to take anyone down. FlapTZ 1 HP, but the damage there isn't enough. AP Bren, they've walked out of this with a win.
As messy as it is, it looks like AP Bren have read the room and said, all right, if that's the Indo way, if that's how Onyx wants to dance, let's dance. And they won out, but just barely, all right? Just barely. The only other way I could say that Bren won that clean is if CW went down, but no, CW was so aware. CW was just ultra in the zone. He's in a state of flow right now, the young Calvin Winata. As you can see here, just making quick work of the Lord.
My goodness. Both of the teams showing their mechanical prowess and their macro powers as well. AP Bren, they were very objective. They got the Lord, but also the setup that was started up by FlapTZ in the gold lane. That was really what. Oh, 1v1 coming out. FlapTZ. This might be a solo kill. Kai!
Where's the damage coming from? Homie has, just now, the BOD, Heptaseas, Hunter Strike, and Malefic Roar. There you go. FlapTZ's lone dominance ice and Oracle weren't going to do anything to Kyrie, and he wasn't even going that fast.
No, he wasn't. He was just chilling, using the cables efficiently. Now with another purple buff at hand and a one-man advantage, Onyx looked to push the pace. Now I do want to talk a little bit about Claude, CW's items here, because in the fight previously when he got the Wind of Nature, he actually didn't have the boots yet completed. It was still the small boots coming in, so it was a very greedy build. Now he sold the steel leg plates and he's going for that Malefic Roar. This is a big power spike for the Claude. And for the Beatrix here, it's kind of the same. He's going for the Haas Claws next, I believe, here to give him a bit more sustain in these fights. And CW, he might be out-sustained when it comes down to the close skirmishes.
Yep, and there you go. The aforementioned Malefic Roar and the Haas Claws for CW and Super Marco, respectively. Interesting to see that CW, clear threat, right? Super Marco is just but one of 2 clear threats. I'm waiting for Few to actually deal more damage here. He's not just a Cult Alter machine, folks. He's actually rocking now a COD, a Lightning Tranche, and the G-Dubs, Glowing Wand. I'm guessing maybe one more key item, and he's gonna be as feared as Sans. It's no question, right? Gila Sans. Happy birthday, by the way. He's dealing so much damage. Every time Feathered Airstrike drops, you can watch AP Bren just Delta split, they disperse, right? So I'm waiting for that moment where it's AP Bren's turn, when Few comes on and says, hey, we're not gonna die here, they're gonna go.
Both teams, I think, I would say, does the same thing. When Few walks up, Onyx split. When the Feather Airstrike gets popped, they split. Keyboy, conceal. Oh, the Lord knocks him up. That setup now gone. Top side pushed up. Render's happening, but almost able to spot Kyrie out.
Yep, and I wonder if that was enough information, if there was enough of a map presence. Oh wait, they catch Kyrie!
Divine Judgment coming in. That's gonna be the shutdown. Massive, look at the timer, 17 minutes in, 40 seconds. Keyboy with the rage, knocking Few down.
And there's a Cult Alter coming in, final splash!
Cult Alter gives Super Marco the space to take boots down. And now Onyx are forced to run back, to fall back. Bren, take the lead.
17 minutes, 40 seconds in, the first big win for AP Bren. This whole game 1, everything actually came in messy so far. Prior to this, oh wait, Sans.
Super black hole! With a snipe from downtown.
That bullet had his name on it, wrapped with a bow. Happy birthday, Gila Sans, he says. And all this while, they were pushing, they were taking Lord. 18 minutes in, I wonder if it came in just in time to be evolved, because AP Bren are now in a clear lead for the first time in game 1, seeing at a 2K advantage.
And it's a big lead now, Leo. AP Bren, they've taken the enhanced Lord. 18 minutes in, Super Marco selling his boots.
That's it.
For the Rose Gold Meteor. Now even Sans will struggle to take him out, to poke him down in these team fights. AP Bren with 3 waves.
And now it's come to this, Miracle. Even Few deals a lot of damage. He picked up the Divine Glaive. So yeah, here we go. Final slash coming in.
Divine Judgment locking him down though. Keyboy now with the Time's Revenge, not able to find that range. Boots is down. Kyrie, no purple buff at hand. CW trying to clear the wave right now. Backing up with the BMI. Kyrie on this fanning, we've seen him do magical things.
Oh, Keyboy coming in with the jump!
Revenge and the rage into the back now. It's going to be Super Marco slain by the Tyrant. Sans in the midst of it all, jumping back, Baptiste gonna be cut down, but he's still able to dodge away from the cables. Now one more shot for the airstrike as Keyboy respawns back with immortality. Now in the midst of it all with a bouncing ball, but Kyle takes him out.
3 for 1 so far, the economy here in casualties as Kyrie clears the wave. All turrets have fallen for Onyx. AP Bren smell blood in the water.
Baptiste taken low, taken out, immortality now few going on to the base, but Kyrie refuses to take this all the way. Ogwen going, whipping the base down, now Boots is back, the final slash brings him away. Kai has taken another! How did Onyx do it?
Ogwen, the only survivor left, few respawns just in time via his passive. Onyx successfully defends the MSC 2023 champion, still breathing.
What the hell is this game? It always happens, Leo.
This is what we asked for. This is what the thousands of people here inside Istora Sanayan have came for. This is what the drums beat for. And now, with a Bren, AP Bren, with a small map advantage given that all the base turrets of Onyx are down, they have to reconsider, they have to contemplate, where did it all go wrong? How did we get that wrong? What do we have to do next?
What do they have to do next? I think that question is mostly to Onyx. No base turrets left. They're gonna have to fight. They're going to have to force AP Bren.
And that's what's so beautiful about the situation. That's what's so beautiful about this game one. 20 minutes, 45 seconds in. Questions are answered with questions, and you can't help but ask more. And you're still here for it. Oh, as you can see, folks, just a few seconds until the next Lord spawns. This is an evolved Lord. It'll continue scaling for just a few more minutes. Right now, Kyle says it's time to dance, guys. He pulls for it as Onyx takes control of the river bush.
Both teams slowing it down a lot, way down. 21 minutes in, one mistake can cost them the game.
Yep.
The gold lead be damned.
We are in TikTok timers territory, folks. This is not a spot you want to be in. Maybe save if you're Few. Few can actually play with his life here. Few can actually commit himself here to a bait play, but he's got to protect that cult altar. Ooh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Look at that damage on Kyle.
Good damage, CW on the claw. This is what you can expect from the Malefic Roar and the 3 attack speed items. That DPS is definitely something that both teams will have to respect from both of the gold laners.
CW and Marco, they're both barefoot, man.
Yeah.
They don't
need
care.
shoes.
They understand that if I make the call, if I commit to this fight, this is the only thing I'm doing.
Thing is, though, we gotta talk about these two heroes, Claude and Beatrix. When Beatrix goes barefoot, it's a big weakness. But when Claude does it, you still have that passive, the 5 stacks always on with a common emblem. He's gonna have much more mobility compared to the Beatrix. But take a look at what Ogwen and Flap are scheming.
Oh, they're setting up for it, and it's Flap who decides to reveal himself. I wonder if Onyx, I wonder if the Porcupines know that Ogwen are playing here. Ogwen and Flap are playing here with the distance, with the space. And they send back Kyrie. Oh, they're skittish. Where's Sans? They caught one!
Conceal already from Ogwen, holding on to the Divine Judgment, now pulling Keyboy back. Even with everything, bringing Keyboy all the way back. The flicker forward. CW with the blazing duet as the final splash connects.
CW gets out of there, but Marco slays him!
Fade away now as Kyrie goes in the midst of the team fight, loses his immortality right now. He buys the winner dungeon, able to pop it just in time. Few with the flicker as well. Dodging away, but Kyrie down the road. Oh! Kyrie! It's not enough!
Boots the only one left. He's fighting with his life. There's an ultimate, a final slash, double kill for Few. It's a wipeout.
AP Bren, they've coin flipped to victory, despite the rose gold, despite the juggle. The monsters from the Philippines.
Inevitability. With a wipeout like that, no one's coming back from it. Game one goes to the newly minted AP Bren.
Everyone needs a breather after that.
That was just game one.
That was game one in a best of 5. A best of 5 that a lot of people say is going 5 games.
I'm ready.
I am super ready, just like Super Marco.
Hey, hey. What do y'all think? What do y'all think? Analysts, y'all see Super Marco, y'all see CW?
Oh man, that's a tough one there, Leo. Miracle, thank you so much for casting that game. That was so intense, so close on so many levels. But at the end of the day, it was a brand being able to pick up that first game in this best of 5 series. What went wrong for Onyx? They controlled that game way up from that early game to, I think, the 18th minute, and they just lost everything.
I think there was a lot of adjustments from AP Brand. From 725, they were already looking to play the map more because they realized that Onyx was holding them hostage by the neutral objectives. Because let's think about it, right? When you're looking at a composition like this, the engagers from Onyx are interchangeable. Boots, you can see, full tank. He doesn't care about the damage. He's looking for counter engage. And the same goes for Keyboy. But if you're looking at Brand, CalTZ has Retribution. He must sit by the neutrals while Ogwin is the one looking for the engages during lore timers.
Yep.
Sorry, can I butt in real quick? Super Marco picking up the endless battle? Is that real?
That is some real stuff.
That's for true damage, I think, yeah. And how I like how G mentioned before, behind the scene, that when he's talking with me before, that Ogwin is playing hide and seek. He never just shows up on the map waiting for Kai, waiting for the Suns to show up.
And it was so huge. The fact that he was able to get that final pick on to Keyboy of all people. There's no engage left coming in from Onyx aside from Boots, who's already caught in the crossfires of Few and all the rest of the members.
Exactly. This entire game was about how do you blunt your opponent's knife to minimize that damage, because we know that both sides had great engagers, right? Great moments for both Keyboy and as well as Ogwin. But when you take those away, who are the ones who come in next? That would have to be Boots and that would have to be Kyle, both of which are susceptible to CW and Super Marco, who are absolutely chunking them out.
And with that kind of initiation, it have a big risk too. That's why they didn't want to gamble it. They just want to be patient, wait for the enemies where the position are, where the vision are, and here it is, the MVP.
Yeah, and it's gonna be Few, 515 KDA on the Faramis, and you can see that he goes for a very aggressive build as well. Look at all that damage.
Yep, I mean, you need that sort of damage to make sure that you stay relevant and scale hard into this game, but more importantly, that call altar was the big game changer here. Because if it goes into a complete 5v5, Onyx Esports, I would say 6 out of 10 times they lose just because of that one ult.
Now, if that's the case, it's very interesting of the choice of talents that he actually picked up, right? There's no cooldown, there's no nothing. So, wow, just pure damage even on both of the talents.
Because they know they need the magical damage on their draft. That's why if he pick the talent is cooldown, he will lack of magical damage and it will disturbing their team fight later on, especially on the late game.
If you're looking for cooldowns, you're looking to stack yourself up as quickly as possible, and then you don't mind playing a little dangerous, you know? Oh, I die a couple of times, that's not a big deal. I just come back in 3 or 4 seconds. But oh man,
on this moment, oof.
This was such a beautiful base defense coming in from Onyx. They had staggered death timers, but good guy Boots, as always, saving the day.
Yeah, not just Boots. I think Kai is playing like a bald eagle. Bald eagle trying to finding some kind of fish.
Just
always playing.
Yeah. No, that's exactly it, right? Because again, if we're talking about Kyrie, he's the finisher. He is the one who puts the final nail in that coffin. And if AP Bren don't give it to him, or they're not chunked below 50% HP, they're not really that afraid because they have more than enough CC to actually catch him off guard.
Exactly. It was so tough. I mean, even in the end, you can even see that despite Kyrie being level-headed throughout that entirety, the fact that he was single-handedly defending that base in that first push coming in from AP Brent up until the second and the third, that small error, I think at the end of the day before everyone started dying off, was kind of like how they were able to do that.
And it was just the first game, guys. We still have 4 more games to go if the score gonna be 3-2.
Yeah.
And can you imagine if Onyx actually loses this one? Because every time AP Bread pull out something insane, I mean, props off to Super Marco on that Beatrix. But every time they did something insane, the venue is silent.
Yeah.
Super silent.
It's true. It's true. They're not on home turf here. And AP Brand, I mean, they've been in this position before many, many times. And they literally have even flown over to Saudi Arabia just to have crowds just silence when they play. But I got to give it to them. AP Brand, I think the one thing that's really setting them apart from Onyx, it's not the mechanics, it's the critical thinking during the match itself.
Especially the critical decision.
Yes.
That on the last moment is very important one, especially when they're trying to baiting on the Lord, they're trying to pick off the Kyrie and the other.
I mean, at that point, it was so difficult for Onyx, right? Because they didn't have any inhibitor turrets left. So even in the Lord dances, when we start to tangle with one another, the fact that Bren already had an advantage because of the fact that they had their inhibitor turrets standing and the minions are pushing for them. It's so super difficult. But up until this point, I feel like performances have been delivering. And on that note, we would like to give a quick shout out to DHL, the worldwide courier service. If you guys need something around the globe, you in Saudi Arabia, you in Malaysia, you in Jakarta, no problem. DHL got your back all the time, anytime, 24/7.
Absolutely. I mean, I've had stories of people having nightmare whereas, hey, my package, it's already crumpled, it's already broken. Oh no, it's coming in like a day, maybe even a month later. Never had that problem with DHL.
Yep. Just use DHL and all of your problem is solved.
Definitely. And of course, guys, don't forget to participate in the FBBot Dash Cup. I'm wondering if that's actually still up and available, because if it is, you know, after today, I'm gonna go grind some. 5,000 euros, man.
I don't know. Your last high score wasn't very
All right.
impressive. I'm just going to say that.
Well,
broke it in like 2 days.
You know, like all the good teams out here, we learn to adapt. We learn from our mistakes and we get better. But still, Onyx lost to AP Bren.
Look, I think people need to calm down here because, first of all, it's not like it was a crushing defeat. It's not like, oh, there was a draft problem, oh, it was this and that.
Yeah, it's a tight match.
It was really, really tight, and it came down to the wire. I think there was a very good idea behind Onyx draft because, again, they weren't looking to take neutral objectives. They were trying to hold AP Bren hostage, right? Because, again, the engagers had such high priority, especially if you're holding Retribution. You're not supposed to be the first one to die. That's so important, so very important. But on the other hand, what does Onyx have to offer? Oh, you can take Boots, you can take Keyboy, all very low priority targets. And even if they die, they still have Kyrie with Retribution.
Yeah, because they have cheaper life than Kyrie itself.
Man, that's such a bad way of putting it, but it's so true.
But yeah, it's so true, right?
It's so true.
Especially during the middle to late game.
Exactly.
It's really important when your jungler life is really on danger. You need to cover at all risk.
I'm still going over the cheaper thing.
I knew it. I can literally see it across
put it
your
on
face.
quote. I put it on quote.
Please.
I'm like, guys, is that okay to say?
In this context, yes. But
Yeah, in this context.
I think if we're talking about adaptability, right, I think that, you know, at least for Onyx, they need to start considering if they want to be able to go for these team fights again, they got to divert into something a little bit more straightforward rather than try to big brain this. Because, again, that Faramis was really hard to deal with. I like the idea of getting rid of the Valentina, but also getting rid of the Minotaur at the same time. It's like you got to give one or the other. It's a trifecta going on right now for counter engages.
Because a lot of powerful heroes are open when you are
Exactly.
closing the Valentina and Minotaur at the same time on the first phase of banning phase.
Yeah, and on top of that, it's just like the general rule that if you want to ban Valentina, you got to ban the Faramis out and vice versa.
Usually. I don't know, because some teams, they like to go risk it for the biscuit, as they like to say,
Oh,
right?
I like that. Risk it for the biscuit.
For the biscuit. Because,
Making me
again,
hungry.
because it's a gamble. It's a gamble. You don't know where the minds, or at least the planning phase is for the coaches, right? The coaches are going to be thinking, okay, I'm going to go for this for my first pick, and then the next 2 picks, I've already got something in mind. And then you throw a wrench into the plan, and it's like, wait a minute, we actually have a lot more open heroes that we can pick up for ourselves, but we'll compromise our overall goals for our composition.
So what do you think that Onyx should do? Minotaur or Valentina ban this time?
I think they keep up. I think they keep up with none of those bans. They instead get rid of the Faramis and get ready to... Well, I mean, I'm sorry, Keyboy. if there is one big fault, it's the fact that he doesn't play Enchanter-style supports. Because I'm telling you, Diggy can save a lot of lives here.
Yeah, especially during that kind of team fight that happens on the first game. But yeah, we gonna see our Keyboy gonna use the other Initiator Roamer or the Enchantress Roamer like Angela, Florin, and the others.
Like, you know, learning from the Udo Red Giants, you gotta play to your strengths, okay? So I understand the value of these support type of heroes, but for Keyboy, I feel like that's a waste of mechanics on a Keyboy. Have you seen what he's capable of? And so, ladies and gentlemen, let's bring you to the drafting phase here for game number 2. And unfortunately, here it is still going to be the same set of bans. And here you go. Again, Faramis is going to be first picked.
Yeah.
Now, though, Onyx does have a chance to adapt. Last time they picked up the Fanny and the Claude. Will they do the same again?
And answering your wasting Keyboy potential, in my humble opinion, sometimes you need to sacrifice something to get something bigger.
It's
right?
true. It's true.
Maybe if you sacrifice Keyboy mechanics, that playing for the healing meta, that you can win the game.
Look, I understand
Maybe.
that prospect, but the problem is who is going to be that playmaker from Onyx
They
if you
still
take
have
that
boots.
away?
Well, I mean, if you take that away, you're probably looking at either Kyrie or you're looking for probably Sans. It's a little tough because four mages actually have playmaking capabilities. It's either you're looking for Valentina, maybe even a Yves, but most of the time, that's what AP Brit has been shutting down. The fact that they're banning out the Kadita, the Yves every single time, just making it a little bit more difficult. However, I feel that Coach Yeb, he's looking at good guy boots and it's like, I'm sorry, somebody's gonna get shafted in this draft, and I think it's going to be good guy boots again.
Ooh, it's a lot of stopper from AP Brand right now on the second game because Akai is getting banned on the second banning phase by Onyx before on the first game. But now they are picking Akai because it's really important to make Akai either play in the jungle or the XP lane.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a good flex coming in from Bren right now. Meanwhile, from the side of Onyx, you know exactly who is going where. There's a different, I would say, strategy coming out from Yeb here. Picking up the Melissa, I think it does do well against the Paquito as well as the Akai. A little bit more cover, especially with the go away. Now coming to the second phase, we can see that Onyx actually opt for an Atlas ban. Atlas ban?
Yeah, I don't know. Both teams are making some hard reads on each other. First of all, the Akai, I feel like it was a little unprompted here. Like, I understand you want to be able to displace the Fanny and be able to kind of save your teammates when somebody gets hit by the Divine Judgment, but was that really necessary? I would much rather to go with the flex pick Fredrin again and then hold off on that Paquito, but again, you can't have like triple flex picks when you're only already flexing 2 roles. You gotta, cut your losses at some point.
But this Melissa have go away now. It can stop Paquito from coming to him. And of course for the Akai, he has wins too. That's why Melissa positioning must be better. It makes AP Brand thinking about like how to reach the Melissa. They don't have any burst damage except Paramis on the late game.
I suppose.
This is difficult, right? Because now Farsa is taken away, so Sans doesn't have that option anymore. If they want to pick up the Novari, that means that they have to really play the macro game. Utilize information to get around the map, avoid these really heavy engage heroes like the Akai, Faramis, and even the Paquito. But Onyx, they're gonna go for the Fredrin first. That's definitely an EXP laner. Is that a good matchup against either the Akai or the Paquito?
Well, either the Akai or Paquito really doesn't matter because he's not going to lose the lane, but neither is he going to really win the lane at the same time, right? It's about sandbagging your opponent. It's kind of like the Uranus, except without the wave clear. More importantly...
By the way, Uranus is still free too. Yeah, they want to use Paquito as the gold laner maybe?
It's so hard against a Melissa though.
It's super risky though. I personally think that is extremely risky. My head can't wrap around what exactly was the call for Coach Ducky to go in for the Akai. Are they still thinking that maybe they want to go out of their comfort zone here? Yeah, okay, so EXP Grok, they're going to put the Akai into the roam position to make sure that there is instant impact. I could be wrong about this. They could switch it up at the very end.
I think it's Akai jungle.
Akai jungle?
I understand what you're going for, but I feel like that's a comfort pick.
We'll see. We'll see at the very end here, because I want to know where Onyx is leaning towards, because I feel like their comp is already strong enough, but then what does Sans actually play here?
Lilia's still there. Oh, Lunox still there if they want to like playing the burst damage, but Lunox is a very dangerous one. If they want to pick, they are very bravely because a lot of people can aim Lunox, but yeah, no Varia for Sans.
Okay,
They're gonna play the macro game.
They are going to play the macro game. There's only one large... I mean, Navari will take some time to scale, but at least with Kyrie on this Fanny, they should be able to make something happen if Keyboy does get that initial pick.
Like, for some reason, the composition that Onyx are going for here, it doesn't compute in my brain. I don't know how it works. It doesn't feel like it synergizes as well as what Bren is going for here in the second game. But with that, we are going to throw to our casters real quick. What do you guys think about the drafts? Hit us.
Hey, not too quick. We're just about to recover. Again, game one was intense, but with the way that AP Bren here has drafted, I'm expecting for fights to go very, very fast and furious, while for Onyx, they're going to try to play with space and the re-engage. That's where you talk, bro.
Oh, dude, I'm sorry. I completely forgot. I was just still mind blown by that item swap. But even the endless battle bought by Super Marco, my goodness.
Oh,
but
he
yeah,
did that too?
Yeah. No, he didn't do it mid-fight, but endless battle to bypass it with the nature.
Switched it up. True
absolute
damage.
Genius from the true damage. Back to the drafts, though, in game number 2, team fight. Man, that's the name of the game for AP Bren. For Onyx, it's a bit more macro, like the analyst mentioned, so they want to take it slow.
And when you want to go slow against a team that knows the outs to almost every single situation that they find themselves in, or worse, put themselves in, then you're really playing with fire. Let's get into game number 2 here, into the Land of Dawn. It's a counter mirror start here. Kyle TZ on the purple first, while Kyrie goes for the orange. So what this sends is a message that, all right, Kyle TZ, he's going to go into a lane first, and then Kyrie, he's going to go into his purple next, and then play with the turtle. I'm guessing turtle here is going to be more of a priority for AP Bren.
I think now as well, this mid prio. What do you think about this mid duo? Wait a minute, Flap TZ very early on, doing damage. Kyrie able to secure the lethal Wanderer, but gets chunked very low.
Yep, again, he went for a lane, and that's going to be mid. As for Kyle TZ, just going to clean up the aforementioned lethal Wanderer claimed by Kyrie. And then, talking about that mid lane duo, AP Bren, it's not going to be worth much unless they're going for fights. Onyx, though, this mid lane duo allows for them to really go slow. Like this is, all right, Astral Echo, we know where they are. All right. Divine Judgment, okay, someone's coming in or not.
And this is something that we have seen many times before for AP Bren throughout the tournament, I think. Looking at Ogwen, when he goes for the Grok, he always goes for Common Emblem. He just really loves spamming his resources, his abilities to get more prio, even to do this, exactly, to stop the waves from hitting, to take that slow gameplay and say no.
Yeah, no, again, the reason why for a majority of heroes, not just the Grok, not just roamers, people put Common Emblem on heroes is because they want the sustainability. Ogwen wants to minimize the time he actually goes home so that when fights do happen, again, fights that they're looking for, fights that he and Few want to engage on happen, he's not going home. And now, Keyboy put down very low.
Almost. AP Bren were able to replicate game number 1. No first blood yet. Boots already now in the midst. Appraiser's Wrath coming down, but you cannot beat that Retribution. Heavy spin, locking him down, pinning him down in the turtle pit, and that's a burnt flicker.
For 2 minutes, Boots doesn't have an extra layer of mobility, so that'll at least be something AP Bren should be noting. As for the rest of Onyx, though, again, their goal is to take it slow. The fact that no one has died yet, and that Kyrie can actually farm up, get his purple here relatively safely, and even CW, right? We haven't really talked about this gold lane matchup quite yet. How do you reckon this goes, Deputy Miracle? What's this gold lane like between the Brody and the Melissa?
Melissa definitely has a big advantage here in this matchup. The Melissa can completely bully the Brody. That's why we're seeing the steel leg plates, I believe. Yep. From the side of Super Marco. No, he's not going for the steel leg plates. Greeting out.
But he does have the tough boots. Oh, warrior boots.
Oh, Divine Judgment coming down. Kyrie with a cut. And that's first blood over to Onyx. Now torn apart memory used up to clear the way. It's beautifully done. Kyrie jumping in, but it gets stunned up. Taking a few turret shots, gets down with the cables.
A preemptive cult altar coming in there from a few. Better say the story. And what this sends to Onyx is the fact that, AP Bren won't want to take fights, at least nothing that's free or nothing that's sure. in the next minute or so. Up until Ogun is back, they have better positioning, and they have a Cult Altar to play with. Looking at the XP lane, though, this time around, again, the flicker off of Boots just coming up in about 30 seconds here, maybe a minute and a quarter. But Flapteezy, he's been planting himself into that lane a little more than usual. Oh, there you go. That's why.
That's why.
Going for deep cut.
I mean, again, for AP Bren, we did see a very early rotation already from Flap. You know, the natural level 2, go into the mid lane, try to force something out of the jungler, maybe even a first blood. That worked in game number 1. Almost worked in this game as well. Remember, Keyboy was taken low, had to burn a flicker. Flap now, doesn't read out that the orange buff is still there, but still, he is putting down pressure.
Yep, and Boots is on him. Boots keeping tabs, saying, hey, Flap's on the way. So am I. This is going to be a big turtle take here. First one went over to AP Bren. Let's see if Onyx can lay their claim on this one this time around.
Kyle has that heavy spin. It all comes down to Keyboy if he's able to lock him down with a Divine Judgment. So let's see. What? Kyrie takes it out with Retribution. Boots, though, bringing all the way back in the wall. Beautifully placed.
They changed his zip code. He's in way too deep.
Wait,
but
what?
wait, he's going to live.
Boots.
Oh, now Super Marco's in trouble!
Oh, no way! Pinning him down with the go away.
That's negative synergy right there. It's difficult when you want to get in, but just the same, getting in gets you in trouble. All right, something to note here. Both Boots and Kyrie played the angles of that fight so well. They played the map. They placed themselves near walls that will never get punished. View here, forced to use a Cult Altar.
Used up already, Kaltizi, no heavy spin just yet. Kyrie takes it away, but Super Marco now. One more shot, turn upon memory. Oh, is it in range?
Oh.
No, it wasn't in range. Super Marco doesn't find the kill.
He was way too far, and Kyrie moved fast enough just to get out of range. And so far, Onyx, they're moving around the map with impunity. They have yet to been punished. Nothing surrendered over to AP Bren, and everything's going well for them. Oh, wait,
Looks scary there. Wild charge. Go away plays down. They're not going to be able to pin him down just yet. But the Throne of Memory has come back from cooldown. And Kaltizi, the Panda, has taken the kill back. Now he's going to be taken very low. Sans there, still looking for the Astral Spear. Dodged away. Kaltizi, fancy feet.
Better than playing the angles, he just moved around very well. There was no interaction between the walls and him. If anything, they put up an extra wall just to make sure that no further aggression from Onyx would come through. But right now, Boots, they're fine. They're good. Okay, so first kill for AP Bren. They put it right on Kaltizi, but wait, will Ogun survive?
Good conceal. Beautifully done by AP Bren. Kaltizi picks up the anti-Cuirass. Already the respect given over to Kyrie on this Fanny. And the turtle has spawned in. This is the third turtle of the game, but Kyrie is all the way in the top lane.
Yep, again, with this lane switch up, it allows for Super Marco to breathe a wee bit more. Because again, it's clear that CW, as you mentioned, has been bullying him all throughout. So the fact that he needs this space now and is threatening a turret take, all the more allows for the rest of AP Bren to make better moves on the lower quarter of the map. Now Boots, been keeping tabs on this turtle, pulling it in and out, in and out. Oh, wait. Kyrie spots Marco.
Oh, even with the stun, the targeted stun, Kyrie was able to bait it out, leaving the space, the proper space, the timing necessary to take him out with a cutthroat.
That's a Malefic Roar item, first built.
Oh.
You know what they say about early Malefic Roars, man? The pundits, the analysts, the critics online have done the math. The earlier you build it, the more it allows for a snowball. The damage is there, the math is there, it's sound. I've seen it. So it's great. And now Flapteezy in trouble!
Even with the flicker! Keyboy, the timing, the spacing. My goodness, the calculations. But now Kaltizi is looking for a steal, looking for a contest. Kyrie versus Kyle. The battle of the K, the junglers, heavy spin coming down. What? It's Keyboy who gets it now. It's going to be Kaltizi engaged on.
3v5, wild charge.
On to 3, but Kyrie jumps in the back. The call altar has been dealt with. Kaltizi hits the wall. CW wreaking havoc in the back is few. Now is running away. Good stampede, bring them back. But the wall doesn't get the right angle, and Kyrie is able to escape.
Kaltizi was cornered like a wild animal tamed into submission. Muddles was placed perfectly there. He was hitting every angle. He was taken down. Kaltizi even before Kyle went down.
Oh man, I've never seen this, but would have thought about it. You know, 1-1, doesn't need the boots. Apparently, for CW in this game, he has enough peel, so he doesn't even need the boots. Corrosion, DHS, and that's why you're seeing the immense Golden Staff in 8. That is disgusting on a Melissa.
And again, you have Quantum Charge. It's free, it's fair for you to think this way and enter engagements with this mindset. This works for CW so far, 1-5. Now, Kyrie and CW plus K-Boy!
Even with the call alter, the go away is going to pin him down just enough. Knockout strike coming out, but Kyrie cuts him up. Now taking a few too many turret shots. A good shutdown by Thew, but the turret will still fall. Meanwhile, Super Marco and Ogwen, they don't stay quiet. They go to the bottom lane.
The damage output of Onyx has hit a critical mass. Now Boots versus Ogwen and Marco. Here comes Sans to the rescue as well. Turret falls, and they knock him up. Let's see. He does have a torn apart memory. Oh, all right, they're gonna back off.
Good power of nature as well from Ogwen. Both teams trading equally in that department, but honestly, with the kill on Kyrie, you can say it's definitely worth it for AP Bren.
Yep, it's a shutdown. So far, Kyrie has been sitting at 3-0. So from there's a little bit of a gold rubber band effect. Economy is gonna be a little better for AP Bren. Shrink that 3K gold lead down to about 2,000. A manageable space. Now approaching the 10-minute mark, 2-7. Onyx have a better go at this Lord, but it's not as free, all right? Super Marco picks up his Blade of Despair. Okay, but something to note, he's down 1,000 away from CW. So still, firepower-wise, you have to respect Onyx.
And I'm looking at CW now. He's built a Legion Sword. I think he's building it towards a Haas Claws, but he is prioritizing the boots first. We'll see what he goes for later on in the game. Kyrie again with the 1v1 against Flap. Flap, let's talk about him. In game number 1,
let's.
He was an absolute nuisance. He was the main reason, I would say, that kind of forced Onyx into these positions where they hesitated. Always in the side lanes, always just clearing out waves, and he's doing it again now with the help of Super Marco. Onyx, they decide to ignore it and go for the Lord, and it's not going to be contested. They'll just look for a trade on the other side of the map.
Okay, so that's the call here. AP Brand says, yeah, there's no use fighting for the Lord this time around. Give it to Onyx, we'll find something else, and Onyx happy to take the Lord. Minion waves enhanced. It's going to be marching up through top, and that's something that AP Brand have to deal with. Now, Astral Echoes thrown out just to keep AP Brand at bay. Wait, Kyrie's here. Did he spot him?
Beautiful stun reaction time. Turn upon memory. Boom! All the way fade away. Kyrie's still able to dodge away from it though. Flicker was burnt out from view. That was value.
Yep, and he has a pair of pants to thank to save his life. He just built a pair of steel leg plates. Well, one steel leg plate, but you know, it's a pair of pants. Going back here so far, Lord up top, as you can see in the Lord cam, and all the other waves, yeah, no, cross the river, all across. Now, Onyx looking to take down huge objectives.
Tier 2 instantly punished down. Remember, that wasn't just a flicker burn, it was a cult altar as well. 2 massive resources for few. The 2 resources, that was the game changer for Bren in game 1.
Now, Lord's here knocking on AP Bren's door. Watch out, Cult Altar is online. Flap easy clearing in mid.
Model placement into that top side. They're looking to take it down, but it's still going to be defended. Good models again, placed down. Calteezy, brought back for the Divine Judgment. Let's see if it's going to be enough. The wall charge goes to the back, only knocks up 2. Doesn't hit connect on the wall. CW, free hitting in the back. Heavy spin, picking him down. Kyrie waiting for the right moment right now to look for a cut through. Kyle falls to the cables. Flap, flicker forward, now 1v4. Kyrie picks a double.
And it's 3 for none. AP Bren are reeling as Onyx, specifically Kyrie, tears him a new one. 5-1 and 3 here. It's as if the shutdown never happened. And if I know what's going on, if I've ever seen Onyx this way, they smell blood in the water. They want to finish.
T-Boy waiting on that timer boost. Stuns him up, and now the base is wide open. No mini waves caught yet though. Ogwen looking for an opening. Sans and CW with a dash forward takes him out. You Stampede, CW not brought far enough. Onyx, move, rotate back.
Woo! This is best case scenario for Onyx. It was close, it looked dangerous. The punish could have come in, but the fact that Marco wasn't there, Few didn't make the call and said, you know, I'm gonna flicker, pull him in, and then y'all do the rest. The fact that didn't happen, allows for Onyx to reset, regroup, and maintain their massive lead. 6,000 gold ahead, 2-13. Folks, I'm sure a lot of you remember games that you played in ranked that look like this. Imagine how you would respond. Imagine what you would do if you were one of AP Bren's members right now. Exactly. You wouldn't know what to do because AP Bren, despite having played game one out of their minds, this is a situation they've never seen themselves in before. See? Oh wow, flap across the river too deep.
We just spoke about this nuisance always on the side lanes, pushing, and pushing, and usually it's AP Bren in game number one who has backup. That's why Flap can continue. My God, the accuracy on Sans. I don't know if we have the stat here for the accuracy on this, but he's been hitting a whole lot. Back to the point though. Yeah. Now it's Onyx who have the backup, who wants to initiate, and when they did, they fully committed, and that just gave them a free lure.
That's right, because Onyx here, just sitting 14 minutes in, right? This is just about 14 minutes. This is a Luminous Lord scaled up. The reason why they're so in control and the reason why this whole nuisance/body hunter playstyle on Flap TZ on the Pakiro isn't working is because Onyx are covering their corners too well. There's the Astral Echoes, there's Keyboy who's cleaning up bushes, and there's Kyrie who's way way more mobile than Kyle TZ. So that stopped AP Bren from getting away with what they did in game one. So now it's so much more difficult. This is a hard defense, Miracle. I gotta say, if this doesn't end here, at least all the inhibitors are gonna fall. That's it. That's the best case scenario for AP Bren.
But for AP Bren, the way they can defend is through a team fight, Leo. We spoke about these team fight composition in game number 2, the start of it. So we'll see if they can do exactly just that. Team fight to victory. Coin flip.
They threw out the Astral Echo already, and they do spot 3. It's about the timeout right now. Looking for a pull from Keyboy.
Holding on now. They know the Lord is still up and ready. Now it's cleared out. Now they might want to go for a pickoff. Sans in the back with the Astral Meteor spawning few out. Going back. Divine Judgment now locking down onto Ogo. The CW positions himself perfectly onto the back with the goal as well. Perfect peel coming down. With nature used up by Super Marco. Kyrie jumping back and forth. Picks up another. Keyboy is the one who takes the kill now. Astral Spiel coming down.
Another Astral Echo making their hitboxes a little larger. Flap TZ flickers out.
Able to escape with the flicker. Now Boots though chasing him down. View brings 2 members back. But CW is able to sustain back up. Lord of our memory for Super Marco. Takes Boots down. Kyrie back.
Here he comes. Oh, falls out of just the same. Now AP Bren focusing on clearing the ways.
Let's see now CW on the base. Equalizer Onyx 1-1.
It's the birthday buff. It's the birthday buff. Sans died not once in this game. And he bought so much time and space all throughout mid, early, and late. And that's why we're looking at 1-1 here. 16 minutes, 5 seconds in for Onyx.
I'm glad that we are seeing it go 1-1. I'm glad that the viewers back at home, the casters, the analysts, everyone here gets to witness more of this beautiful matchup.
So far, AP Bren versus Onyx is coming up to expectations. You know when you walk into a movie, you're like, I expect this to be great. That's exactly what this series is.
I think it has transcended our expectations. And here it is.
I'd love to hear what our analysts think. Is this as good a series so far as we all expected?
I mean, we're getting there, right? Full best of 5, now back to 1-1. If it transcended your expectations, we certainly had a lot of emotions here on the panel as well. What a game, 16 minutes here. Onyx being able to bring it 16-3.
Yeah, they learned from the first game, I think. They know the Faramis, how annoying Faramis is. So about the timing, about the momentum, especially from the Kyrie. He's dancing like crazy, aiming for anybody who's in front of him.
The craziest part is that Bren decided, oh, hey, we see Kyrie go back on that Fanny. Let's let him have it. But we have a composition designed to punish him. But Kyrie's mechanics just sends him to a different plane of existence. It's crazy how much he has gotten away from Bren.
I wouldn't be surprised if the next game, no Fanny. In that first phase, they needed to be able to weigh this around, right? Ling for Fanny, I think it's a good switch up, but the bread maker here is still CW818 on a Melissa against the Brody, and that's not necessarily the best of matchup for CW, yet he was still able to power through. And why? Because of the fact that that mid trio coming in from Onyx were so active around the map to help that lane out.
After forcing out mid-priority and then coming down to actually help out Mr. Kelvin Winata here, that flow state that Leo was talking about from this goal laner is a real thing. This man decided, I don't need no boots, just give me the Holy Trinity right now in my pocket so I can win every team fight for my team without breaking a sweat.
So now it's the CW Dome, right?
Yep.
There you go. 616 KDA, 75% KP. And just like you mentioned, he didn't prioritize the boots because of the fact that he brought in that core talent.
He's fast, he's quick, and he made sure to stay alive whenever necessary. He was very careful with his positioning, which I think is extremely key, and a lot of gold laners out there should take into consideration. I mean, look at these highlights.
Yep, because it's quite hard to get the CW, especially he have the go away, and the models is really annoying because when you are using the Faramis, usually you are gonna stick together, and the models gonna connect to 5 heroes. That's why CW can do the damage output very, very big.
It was killing two birds with one stone at that point, right? He was able to deal that AoE damage like you mentioned, and the fact that even if AP Bren want to go for a kill onto him, it's not going to be as simple. Go away, and there you go. It's so difficult for the Paquito to trespass onto the zone coming in from CW.
I think the X factor for Bren here had to be on Ogwin, right? I think with the Wild Charge, and especially with his Power of Nature, being able to kind of bypass CC is a very powerful tool, but they never gave him that opportunity to actually clash down on the main damage dealers from Onyx. Looking at their composition, I think it becomes very clear that AP Bren, they wanted to drag out these fights, and Onyx is totally fine with that because they completely outranged them.
And how they do the kiting, how they do the counter setup is a very, very beautiful game on this second game. But Flap, I think he just a little bit throw the game during on the top lane when he just solo versus 4 heroes there.
To be fair, he did have a Hunter Strike and a Bloodlust Ask. I can definitely imagine in his mind he's thinking like, okay, I can outplay this. I can outplay this for sure.
I got this.
I got this.
I want to be clipped.
Pat yourself on the back, go in for it, try to go for maybe a big TikTok play.
But after flicker, oh my bad.
No, never mind.
Forget about it.
It was a good idea in concept.
Yeah.
But that's the thing, like a lot of these things are good in concept, but when it comes to the implementation, the execution of even the drafts that we see here, it's not as simple, right? I mean, we thought that maybe perhaps with the Akai being picked up, that would be the key factor of maybe preventing the Fanny from popping off, but how many times were they able to actually pin Kyrie down at that point?
It's very hard to catch Kyrie, and even with the similar draft, but they can play the very different gameplay during the second game.
Yeah.
That's what I need to mention.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it just comes down to like the way they actually look at the ways they want to approach the fight. Because now it's not about like, oh, hey, whose ability am I waiting for first? Are we able to expand resources for opponent? It's about literally angles, right? For a game that's designed to be a MOBA, this was very much as close to an FPS as it could possibly get because they had to be careful. Certain spots on the map are extremely dangerous. Choke points especially is where Onyx don't want to be in.
And that's where the Novaria came to play, right? Being able to open up the map, open up that vision for his team. And I even mentioned it from the drafts. This is going to be a mind game. This is going to be a macro play. But looking at the items, did anything stand out to you in particular that we should pay close attention to?
Well, I mean, immediately looking at Flap's side, he made sure he went for the Hunter Strike as well as Bloodlust Axe. Not only is he thinking about sustaining, but he does need to be like a legitimate threat if he ever comes face-to-face with Sans, for an example, right? If you just have the Bloodlust Axe, you kind of have the damage, but not enough to really threaten a one-shot.
Especially he just building the Oracle to give like the lifesteal better, but his lack of the physical defense, even the magical defense. Look at the Novaria when using the Astral Recall.
Yep.
It's a very painful one.
And it's so crazy because Novaria didn't even build the penetration, right? No. That's just like full magic power, raw magic power, plus a little bit of utility in the mix with the Ice Queen wand, which is something that we kind of don't see too often for the Novaria.
Well, it's one of those things where it's like Novaria has a very deceptive output, right? It's either you don't feel her presence at all, or you get hit by the very tip of the Astrosphere and you get 100-0 and you're like, whoa, where did that come from? You know?
Like Brody before.
Like Brody before, exactly.
Whoa.
What happened?
The distance makes the difference, right? When you do scale that hard, and with the ratios that she's working with, yeah, it's expected that she is able to deal that much, a large amount of damage. And plus, we don't see that that many Athena shields, right? 2 Athena shields, and they are the big tanks. And Novaria is like, I don't really care about the big tanks.
Yeah, because
I gotta find better angles out elsewhere.
Me, happy birthday, Sans.
Happy birthday, Sans.
Yeah. Leo nailed it. When you
Leo-
say,
That was so good in game. I was like, proud.
Proud
student.
Proud student. But I think we need to talk about adaptation, right? Because now the question is, how does AP Bren actually overcome this? Do they still go for the farm this first pick again? Or are they thinking maybe we need to start switching sides?
Yep. Or like Aetherna said before, banning the Vanny. Is it the key? Because, yeah, Kyrie loves Vanny a lot.
But let's think about this. Let's think about this. If they ban out the Fanny, who are they willing to let go? Let's take a look back at the drafts. They went for Kadita, Ling, and Yves. They could potentially open up the Yves, maybe. I think at this point, it's a little bit too much for that Fanny to be let go, especially looking at this heat map. He's basically everywhere. That looks like a map of the globe or something.
Yeah.
What is that?
I mean, this is just his overall movement across the map, right? You can definitely see that there is a very clear priority where he wants to be. So, initially showing up onto the EXP side pre-level 4 just to make sure that if he's able to get a quick kill on towards and help Boots out, that's always going to be a great idea. But eventually, once we start getting into the later parts of the game, he is focusing down by the gold side. And by the way, it's not like he's directly going to the gold side. He kind of waits it out a little bit. You can definitely tell like he's hovering around his own jungle a little bit more before diving deep into enemy territory.
Yeah, and mostly he plays on the bottom lane because the bottom lane is the gold lane, like where the CW is. So he needs to like helping CW everywhere to get the momentum, to get the items, and after the CW can join the team fight after he gets the 3 items before without the shoes. He just rock and roll.
I mean, it's pretty safe rotations because you can see that he goes in deeper into the enemy jungle when those towers are already eliminated. And can I just give a little bit of props to production? Look at those little baby swords, just signifying he got that kill there, he got that kill there, and he got that kill there.
Hey, he's just checking off the boxes off of his bucket list at this point in time. And I mean, Kyrie, what a player, man. What an absolute player. Despite Bren having so many tools to shut him down, he's able to just out-mechanic it. Really just shows the skill ceiling of not only Fanny as a hero, but his overall talent.
I think he's just not human at this point.
I think that's a fair argument.
Like, what is that? Like, who can play that like that?
Yeah.
Have we ever seen someone play with those mechanics?
I don't know, man. It's tough. It feels like there's something about him or what he's doing that's different.
Or what he's using, maybe, is the key.
What is it?
Are you implying something?
A little bit. Shout out to the Snapdragon Elite Gaming for the sponsor onto the Snapdragon Pro Series, because without you guys, these players wouldn't be facilitated with the very best in the business, being able to just withstand how much aggression they are on that Samsung phone without that chipset, man. It's a no-go. There's a difference.
Yeah.
There's
because
a significant
only with
difference.
Snapdragon chipset, Kyrie can do the dance like the bald eagle.
But with hair.
Just going out each and every time.
So bald eagle with hair.
Bald eagle with
nice hair.
Absolutely.
Especially when it's like, that's what I've heard from people out there. I don't know who it wasn't me.
I've heard, honestly, recently, I've heard that actually Coach Yeb, every time Kyrie, just before he goes to sleep, he whispers, "When winning matters." Every single time after the scrims are done, before he goes to sleep, and Kyrie must always respond, "Snapdragon."
So it's induced to his mind.
Exactly.
No wonder.
That's why. He thinks different, he's built different.
Okay. But ladies and gentlemen, let's get into the drafting phase here for game number 3. And there you go, right off the bat, Fanny respected away from Kyrie. And I think this is the way to go. But this makes Bren being put... What's going on?
The Onyx fans, the amount of Onyx fans that went, no!
Yeah.
Because of the Fanny ban?
Yeah.
It's too much hero to be respected.
Yeah, I mean, I understand, right? What else is going to be able to facilitate that gameplay for Kyrie? It's got to be the Ling that is up next on the board, or even a Lancelot. That's something that we might see. Or even a Hayabusa, even though I don't really like the Hayabusa, but if it's Kyrie on the Hayabusa, that might be a different case. Here we go for a Kaja being banned out by Bren, and Onyx still with the same here, Valentina, Minotaur, and if no changes here, Joy.
Interesting. Let's keep in mind that Bren is supposed to be on the blue side, which means they get that first pick. So again, Coach Yep, he respects that. It's like, all right, if they want to be able to get a flex pick as good as the Joy, I might as well ban it out. And that's when you see the link. High mobility, high damage, like focused around a jungler.
They want the fast game. They want the pick-off game during the early game. They just don't want to let Kyrie enjoy that fun.
But then the response coming up from Onyx is actually very smart here, making sure that they get the farmers for themselves, just the insurance policy in case this does end up being a team fight composition and they want Ling to kind of finish it off.
What do Onyx pick up here? Paquito, Arlet, Uranus? Oh, I really don't like Uranus.
I think the Paquito is not too bad. If they really want to sandbag it, they can go for the Uranus. But for me personally, at least with the flexibility of the Paquito going into either the jungle, which actually has a pretty decent matchup against the Ling, and I don't know, maybe if FTZ is feeling like he wants to lose the lane, throw the Paquito in towards the EXP to give good guy Boots an opportunity to show himself and actually win it out.
Especially Paquito is having a versatile build too. You can make it sustainable, you can make it burst damage. It depends on the draft later when the teams needs to do what. But yeah, after we Zilling, are we gonna see another Angela?
Yeah.
The couple combo.
I was about to say, I was like, if this is Uranus Angela, God.
Please don't be.
I hear it.
Okay. All right. Well, now I guess Onyx can definitely go for the Esmeralda here if they really, really want to counter this Angela.
I mean, if they go into the Esmeralda, we're expecting to see a Dyroth ban come out at about the same time, right? I was hoping that maybe AP Brand...
Cannot! Fredrin!
I mean, yeah, the Fredrin is already locked in. I get that, but I was hoping that they would actually go for the Arlet instead, because you know that they want to clump up. Hopefully, they're able to shut them down with this. Oh, the lights are coming out for Onyx.
Yeah, it's really beautiful. But yeah, using again Esmeralda right now, maybe quick hasty one. Maybe they can pick it on the 4th pick or even the 5th pick if the Esmeralda's still there. But they need to be wait and look at that. Arlet, as you wish, G. As you wish.
I was hoping the Arlet for AP Brand side, but instead Onyx themselves are able to take it up. And I think it's a good idea. It's a good way to kind of disengage the composition and also takes away the opportunity for AP Brand to even try some crazy stuff. But regardless, we start going into the 2nd phase, and I think we still have a number of problems. Number one, I'm expecting Melissa to somewhat get banned for the side of Onyx. We saw Onyx actually pick it up in game number 2 to punish the farmers, so it's only natural that they ban it out.
Yeah, and there it is on cue there with the Melissa being taken out. And now it kind of limits the choices here for Onyx. Gold laner, I guess the only hero that they can go for that is reliable in that sense, Brody. If they want to go crazy for CW, even a Moskov can be picked up here.
Brody is a good hero since it can stop Ling for a moment when Ling try to aim Brody later. But Moskov is a not bad option if they want to play the long game, because we know how Moskov capable of on the late game.
And it's mobile enough to actually get that initial knockback, right? If they wanted to really delay and look for disengages. Oh, so they get rid of the Hilda as well. Respects and actually good research being done by AP Brand.
Yeah, next Masha.
Next Masha? I mean, they've been banning it out almost pretty much every single game as their final ban. Let's see if that's going to be correct here.
Oh wait, they can't. They don't need to.
I mean,
already an Arlet and a Paquito.
I don't know. Masha can be thrown into as a roamer, quote unquote.
Yeah, Arlet as...
Unless Arlet roam.
Yeah, Arlet
Because I don't think that Kiboy would pick up the Masha.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, he was willing to pick up the Hilda. Masha's not too far off.
I'll do push-ups.
I've never seen her be so adamant. Keyboy will never. He would never.
Not on my watch.
But that push-up thing, I didn't see that coming.
But so it comes back down to this last final ban coming in from Brand, seeing as Onyx have opted to take the Yves out of the board. And what's it gonna be?
Fresh still there, Cho still there if they want like a single target lock hero to stop Ling.
I think Cho is not a bad ban in this particular position as
Yep.
well, right? Because, I mean, if you
Kufra.
are... Kufra is also not bad, but it's like pick your poison, right? Because at the end of the day, the main combination coming in from AP Brand, which has been revealed, is the Ling as well as the Angela. Oh, they ban out the Beatrix. Okay. Interesting. So, quite the limitation on the marksman side. Does that mean that AP Brand, or at the very least for Super Marco, is looking for Harith?
Yeah, I think so, because they're limiting the CW heroes right now, and after all the marksman has been used or the lastly picked by the CW, maybe they gonna pick the magical damage gold laner.
Bro.
Like maybe the Harriet or maybe
Yeah.
the Lunox. We can see the debut of Lunox for
That's
gold
the
lane.
thing. If CW picks up the Brody, Harith pick.
All right. Let's see, because at the end of the day,
Wait,
red
Claude's
side,
still open, sorry.
yeah, that's the thing. Harith,
They
locked
do it
in.
first.
Regardless, they get it. And now AP Brand, I don't even think they mind too much. Actually, wait, hold on. Let me think about this for a second. Arlet is already in. The Paquito is already in. Claude might not necessarily be the greatest, but you could technically outplay it still. Technically.
But with Varamis, they stick together. No backline heroes. Claude Blazing Duet will be scattered a lot.
Atlas.
Oh yeah, Atlas.
Put Angela in mid lane, pick up an Atlas. Because now you really need some lockdown coming in. It could be Atlas, it could be Grok, it could be Kufra, but just please flex this Angela mid.
And maybe they can play with Sicilian gold lane like Bang Sin before. If they need the magic damage.
Look, if they're going to go that route, might as well put Esmeralda as well, right? Whoa! Whoa!
It's clean debut now. Oh my
wait,
god.
Wait,
Who's
it's
roaming?
Rizla? Who? Huh? How? Where? Where are they going now?
Fredrin Rome, I guess.
Fredrin Rome?
Fredrin mid?
Fredrin.
Oh my god, it's confusing.
I am.
I'm guessing about like there is like gonna be on the XP
Pick,
lane.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and the Fredrin gonna be the roam. Or are they gonna be the mid lane?
I guess. I think that would be the best setup that you could ask
Yeah,
for, right?
that's the best option right now. That we can guess.
Yeah, that we can possibly guess here. But oh man, I haven't seen Clint in a hot second here. I mean, the true damage is always going to be relevant, but more so, they probably could have gone for a more mobile marksman. Regardless, the Masha is going to get locked in for the side of Onyx. So both sides, and yeah. Who's in the roam position? Who's in the roam position?
I
heard
told you!
some.
Come on!
No push-ups for me, Gideon!
So close! It was so close!
I was like, no way. So I don't exactly understand this draft, but maybe the casters do. So with that being said, let's throw it over to Mirko and Leo. Kring, 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 kring. Phone a friend.
Hello, Mirko here, and yeah, I mean, we've seen this draft before, Bren. We've seen them play this. Actually, in the ISF Asian Championships, they were able to use the Angeling into the Fredrin. You remember that? Oh, Leo. Earth to Leo.
They also
Angeling.
played the Clint, man. Sorry, I was spaced out. I was trying to analyze exactly how Bren are going to clap back because, again, momentum on Onyx side, and Onyx have done well to kind of adjust, right? Like, they're playing with fire as well. There's a lot of damage, and there's a lot of question marks for both of them.
There's a lot, and I think there's more question marks to the side of Bren. Because sure, we have seen it before, but we haven't seen it a lot. We've seen like 2-3 games with this composition, with the Fredrin. Usually when you go Angela mid, you go for Cho Roam. So Fredrin Roam is definitely a new dynamic that, again, we have seen before, but will it work against Onyx?
Yep. Here we see that it's actually not the way it is. This is mid-lane Fredrin.
Ooh.
This was foreshadowed, or at least featured on MPL Philippines social media.
Okay.
They asked you, hey, what emblem set does a Fredrin need in mid so that he can perform? And this is exactly what it is. This is a little better, all right? This was a little better than what was seen at ISF. I like it. Just the same, still AP Bren. But one thing that I do like is the fact that AP Bren are showing us something new. They're showing us something new so that this puts Onyx on a weird footing. But wait, there's a reason why Clint's not part of the metagame.
Yeah, that was the big question, right? I mean, there was a big question mark in the mid lane duo. How is it going to be played? Ogwen now, we have seen it. He is in He has a roam boot, so he is going to be roaming. But yeah, I mean, Keyboy stepping in as well in this gold lane. Supermarco's going to lose a whole lot, and CW wants to completely just punish him down. What are your thoughts on this claim? Like, what I understand, they want to create a just solid front-to-back comp, and a lot of these heroes have been already banned out, but yeah, I don't like Clint.
It's weird. It's not a clean front to back. It's not the usual Beatrix or Melissa that kind of plumps himself down and, you know, goes ahead and then throws out the auto attack. He's closer to Brody, right? But less engaged or less committed to it. So yeah, in case the whole Angeling or nice one baby, as it's called back in the Philippines, doesn't work out, they have a flick to look out for. They have something on the back foot. Now, if that's the answer that we were looking for here when you're down a game, or at least when you're at 1-1, we're not so sure. Again, one more look at what that mid lane Fredrin is rocking. Phew, come on, man. This is what exactly he posted, right? Tank emblem with both defense, adaptive defense, hybrid defense, and Concussive Blast. So it's a lane bully. It's a lane bully.
Yeah. I think we're seeing that already early on from Few. He is a very sustainable hero as well on this Fredrin, so he is going to be able to force a lot of these skirmishes in towards the Turtle side as well. Turtle started by Flapteasy, holding on to it, but Boots and Keyboy will shoo him away from this hold.
Yep, it's two big boys. Keyboy on the Arlet and that Masha pushing away Flapteasy, but it's Few who starts the pull. And again, this is usual, right? It's just not usual that it's the mid laner, the Fredrin here, finds the priority.
Let's see here, already a few resources. Used up Keyboy with Final Slash onto Few, trying to dish out some more damage. Boots with a good disarm. Few forced to back away. Sans with a splash, and Onyx with the turtle pressure. They've won this battle for now. But Bren, AP Bren are not letting go. They want to shoo Onyx away, and they have been quite successful. Ling invading and punishing these movements from Onyx.
Now it's CW's turn to feel the wrath of early game pressure. Kyrie to the rescue, as well as Sans. Deadlock on EXP, and of course, you can say the same for net gold worth for both sides. Again, almost negligible between AP Bren and Onyx right now, and both teams just decide to let go of Turtle. This is the slowest we've ever gone in the early game, all series long. 3 minutes in, Turtle's already spawned, no kills yet.
Yeah, both teams are very, very passive, don't want to commit onto this Turtle. They would much rather just prolong the laning phase, I guess. They want to give CW and for AP Bren, in their case Super Marco, time to farm up to get to those item power spikes. But I have one big concern, additional concern for AP Bren. Magic damage, right? I mean, it's 4 physical damage dealer, 1 quote-unquote magic damage dealer, but Ogwen is a roamer here. He will build most likely towards utility. You'll have an Ice Queen 1, a fleeting time, but I'm not really expecting damage when I see an Angela roam.
So they're going to rely on shock and awe. They're going to flip the switch, step on the clutch when Onyx not expecting it, and they're going to hope that the item game isn't on as well. It's not all there. Now Sans and Boots going to be able to see. The Khaleesi will clearly get the turtle here. And yeah, that's a delayed turtle pick. There could have been 2 turtles by this time.
We might only see 2 turtles in the entirety of the game.
Yeah.
Boots now caught in the penalty zone. Flapteasy with a good chunk, but as we all know, Masha can take a beating. This goes back, Final Slash brings Few back onto Sans. Shadow Stampede now going to be used up, pulling him back with a hard card. Comes in clutch. Khaleesi with a re-engage onto the back with a Cold Alter coming down. The silence takes them out of the Appraiser's wrath. Now, 3-man taunts from Few, locking him down under the turret. Kyle gets clapped by Thunder. CW with Zaman Force taking a kill back in. Final Slash, bringing Ogwen and CW with 1 more hit. And Onyx, somehow, they come out on top.
3 for 1. Kyrie for Few, Ogwen, and Kyle. But all this time, AP Bren had the follow-through. They understood that, yeah, we lost that trade in mid. Marco, just hold your ground, push that tier 1 down bottom. And in the end, it's not as evident just yet. But Onyx will come out on top here. They're going to find a way to clap back. And here's that amazing moment. The 3-man taunt, it's just a backup from Onyx, came in so much faster.
That rotation, man, from the Harith. This is something that the Clint cannot do, and you're seeing it abused. This is the meta that we've seen in Season 7, MPL ID, MPL PH Flap. Flicker. No flickers, penalty zone used up. CW now with Zaman Force as Keyboy rotates over as well, but now Kyle has come over. CW can't escape from this one. That's the Tempest of Blades and the Defiant Blades by Kyle taking 2 kills away.
All right, AP Bren here more than made up for that blunder in mid, more than made up for the 3-for-1 trade. And now, a quarter of a minute until this turtle comes up. Can I just say I missed this tempo of fights?
Yeah.
This is all the way a throwback to 2021, right? Season 7, Season 8, wherein the Angela and the Ling were in demand. Fights don't happen very long, but they do happen often and everywhere across the map. I'm looking to see how Onyx will respond since they really haven't gone to the modus of sending Boots to do the annoying thing. Here's a clear take and a 3-man, 4-man taunt by Few.
Beautiful secure Few now jumping in. Boots soaking in the damage right now. Supermarco is able to create this line with the help of the team. Keyboy running away right now, but he goes back in with a vengeance. Now Kyrie on the back. Not enough to take anyone down. Call Alter saving his life, but CW in the back will get chunked very low. Gets into the Call Alter in time. Now Boots in the midst of it all. Gonna be melted down, and Kyle Teasy with a double kill. They've outplayed Onyx in this skirmish.
Shock and awe. Again, they forced Hans to click the called altar. He did get it in, and he was playing with the walls, with the spacing, so that he can provide extra HP to his fallen comrades. But just the same, AP Bren, they have the amount of CC that they need. The taunt, and of course, the heart on a string. I've never seen an Angela do so well, and now another fight breaks out!
2-man final slash. Flapteezy now caught in a 1v4. Kyrie taking low penalty zone!
Boom!
Locks them down in the appraisers. Rad Kalteezy in the back as Keyboy gets taken out in the front. Sans caught in the knockup.
And down goes Sans. 4 for 1. 9-4, just under 8 minutes. And look at the conversion. Through the roof. AP Bren now up by 4,000 gold. Mirko, that was the slowest early game, but just the same, the fastest clutch from early to mid we've seen all series long. And you thought we couldn't get any better.
No. The reality of things, sometimes it's stranger than fiction, but for AP Bren, it is absolutely wonderful. Let's take a look at the items here. I want to take a look at just the Clint. Yeah, it's just a normal build. There's nothing too special about it. It's just what you build on Clint. BOD into an endless battle. And again, the Clint's been doing work, Leo. The pick that we have been criticizing, that we have been questioning here, like we mentioned earlier, it's back to that old meta where the gold lane is just a side hustle. It's not a full-time job anymore. They don't lane, they just rotate. They clear, rotate. It's an XP lane, but different.
It's a different take on the 131, right? Because 2021 was the year of the 131.
Yep.
Here, it's not as clear a 131 because that mid lane, we haven't seen this in a while. It's a mid lane bully. It's, I guess, reminiscent of the mid lane Lapu Lapu. Right, but this time around it's the Fredrin. He wasn't around at the time, but here, AP Bren are making it work. Now they're invading the purple.
Not much that Onyx can do. AP Bren just doing exactly what they want, however they want to do it. Boots in the bottom lane, melted down, and this should not do. No. Boots instantly just taken out. They give it over to kill Supermarco, and again, AP Bren are outplaying, are out-rotating, are just doing everything, reading Onyx out.
Yep, this is cross-map pressure like we haven't seen in quite a while. Not just that, the whole dynamic of when AP Bren engages on you, it forces a response that the current metagame isn't prepared for, or at least the draft that Onyx brought in isn't prepared for. You're so used to these big 4v5s, 5v5s, and then you have a weird off-kilter hero coming in from a weird angle. But here, oh wait, Kyle Teasy.
Nope.
All right, see? So you want to be honest, you want to be fair about your engages, but AP Bren doesn't allow for that.
Not at all. Look at the turret, base turret chunked that low, and Bren, they're just styling on Onyx right now, utilizing every single bit of that gold lead, of that map pressure that they have, the advantages that they have to completely punish Onyx. Time of the blades. Not used up just yet. Penalty zone though. Connects onto the back. The call ultra saves CW for a bit of spot. Teasy gets caught in the turret aggro. Meanwhile, on the back, Boots unable to melt anyone down. But Supermarco, the complete opposite. CW knocked up. Final slash.
And they're still going. Heart guard on. Down goes Sans. Keyboy as well.
Wipeout. It's a wipeout. 10 minutes in. The only reason Sans is up is because of his passive.
And with that, AP Bren are gonna knock down this inhibitor up top. In the end is nigh. Can Sans clear the wave?
It should be over. Sans trying desperately to clear out the waves. He doesn't even find a kill. AP Bren. 10 minutes.
10:50 to be exact. If the slobber knockers that were game 1 and 2 took your breath away, then let this be the breather.
Wow. The slowest early game to literally the fastest mid game we've ever seen in this patch.
Hey, you know what they say, right? Quit while you're ahead. And AP Brent quit with Onyx base crumbling beneath their feet. What a performance, what a showcase of what's possible in the current metagame. I would love to hear what our analysts have to say. They're gonna have a field day breaking down game number 3.
Oh, brutality.
Yeah.
10 minutes.
I thought it's gonna be a really passive game, but it escalated quickly.
10 minutes. What? Oh, why? How?
It's one of those questions you have to ask yourself. Is Clint back in the meta, or is Fredrin just that good of a hero? Truly a hero with everything in his kit. With Terizla and as well as Fredrin just making sure that they peel for the front line, that was... The Onyx, they couldn't even find any kind of angle to get into the back.
Even they can like playing their role for the bodyguard for the Super Marco, because like he can catch anybody, he can just initiate to the in front any people that can be catched by taunt or even the penalty zone using the flicker.
This was so brilliant. This was so brilliant by Bren, flexing the Fredrin into the mid, picking up the Clint. And I mentioned earlier on that Clint has such high damage in that early game. He only needs just a little bit. You can even see that he built in the Fury Hammer, and he's already dealing that much. Plus the fact that even if CW wants to win it out in shielding, then that's no problem. But I also saw that CW was having a great time rotating and getting kills on other sides of the map as well. So what went wrong?
Well, I think a lot of it just comes down to lane priority, right? How can you actually push your advantage and how much can you actually clear your waves effectively? And in this case, with Super Marco playing this Clinton as well as Flatteezy, yes, they sacrifice a little bit of their health, but the fact that they get that first push and first rotation, that's when you see Flatteezy really start to get way ahead of Kyrie in terms of EXP. And, I mean, of course, when it's like, oh, 1v1 me, brah. It's never really a 1v1 with Angela.
Especially when Flatteezy already get the snowballing moment. It's always like keeping, like upping the tempo, like chasing anybody's, and yeah, no one can catch Flatteezy. That's the problem. There is no single target lock to stop Flatteezy movement.
Well, I mean, I think that there's more steps than just that. That's a simplified way of explaining it, because again, Kyrie as well as Keyboy both have good tools to actually not lock down Flatteezy, but enough to disrupt him in these fights. We look at the most valuable player, obviously it's going to go to Flatteezy, and the fact is, he only jumps into the fight when he sees both Kyrie and as well as Keyboy use their big spells. The final slash is down, okay, now I just have to wait, no champion stance, it's my turn to come in.
And he went for a very aggressive build as well. He didn't even finish his boots at this point, right? Corrosion, he has the Windtalker, Berserker Fury, as well as the Endless Battle. So you got a little bit of true damage there, you got a little bit of attack speed there, you also have a little bit of crit and a little bit of slow to make it all worse. And every time he goes in for those pickoffs, you don't see anyone escaping, especially when the Heart Guard comes onto him. Look at this. You can't go anywhere.
Can't go anywhere. You can't run. You can't hide. And every single time, like, just look at the way these fights are going, right? As soon as Kyle is in that fight, he knows, all right, final slash, didn't hit me, perfect. I'm going to keep on going and push the tempo even further. Oh, CW, you're trying to run away? Not going to, especially with Ogren, with Puppet on the screen, just making sure that it slows him down just enough to make sure that he catches up.
Even the Cult Altar is not enough to stopping the teammates like being annihilated one by one. It's where when the Super Marco get the free position and the Flatteezy always aim for the like the crispy one. Yeah, not the sustainable one.
Yeah. I mean, even better yet, notice that all of these fights, right? They're all front to front. Every single time, which allows people like Super Marco, whenever he activates Clint's passive, every single time he uses one of his abilities, man, the piercing damage, the piercing true damage, in matter of fact, is hitting multiple targets almost every single time they get into these fights. The big tanks from the side, or supposed tanks for the side of Onyx, gets melted down so quick.
Just Coach Ducky, man.
Coach
What is this? Oh man, we're at match point now, ladies and gentlemen. If Bren is gonna be able to get this next series, Onyx definitely pushed into a corner with such an eye-opening draft. I don't think anyone expected this layer of creativity coming in from Bren.
Because we are never seeing this before, except maybe the teams already see it during the stream, but we don't know.
And now the thing is, Gideon, as well as Colius, like, respect can only go far.
Yeah.
If you're respecting banning these heroes out for every single player, there's always just something that Bren has in their pockets to pull out. And let's take a look at the heat map from Kyle TZ, not on the Fanny, but actually on the Ling for the 4th up until that 10th minute mark.
I mean, you know, it's a bit of meme here that, you know, high mobility characters are essentially Fanny at this point because, again, he's literally making the entire map red. He is literally all over the map as if he was a Fanny to begin with. And the way that he's utilizing his Ling, it's very obvious that he's looking to try and punish this Paquito whenever he has the opportunity. But notice that he only does it after. This is between the 4th to 10th minute, after he's already achieved that level 4, and Angela as well hits that level 4.
So both of them can use the ultimate, can like annihilating the opponent very, very quickly. That's the combo happens. That's why the couple combo Angela Link is really works during this meta.
I like how it used to be a meme. It's like girls can only play Angela and they suck.
And then Fuse just like, watch this.
Exactly. Oh, how the turntables, right? Because now it's a force to be reckoned with. How are they going to go into this next game realizing that now the Ling and the Angela is a threat? Who do you ban at this point?
I don't know, because again, these are one of those drafts where it's like, it feels like you know the direction of where it's going, and then it turns on your head and you're like, what is going on? What is happening, right? Because just look at the draft order. Right at the beginning, nobody would have expected this to actually come out. We knew for a fact that the Ling Angela combo was coming out. I was like, okay, yeah, that's fair. We get it. That's a very straightforward idea. And then Clint shows out of nowhere, and you're like, oh, hold on, but why would you go? You still had many different options. I mean, worst comes to worst, you couldn't even gone for something else like a Moskov. You could even get a carry if you really wanted to. And then it just turns on its head once you see both Rizla and as well as Fredrin show up at the same time.
I think the point of this draft is the fact that they really wanted to end it early, which they were able to do, steamroll. Whereas if you pick up something like the Moskov or any other heroes like the carry, they kind of need a little bit more time to scale. And so it kind of delays the amount of damage that you could potentially use coming into the mid-game.
I
know it's iffy.
It's iffy only because I feel inferior when you look at these players, like especially when they play Ling. I don't know, how does he do it?
He uses the best phone in the business, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Samsung Galaxy S20 Ultra 5G, not 2G, not 3G, not 4G. It's 5G ready with the AMOLED display as well. The hertz just across the table, it levels up gaming like you've never experienced before. The players are feeling it. We felt it as well, even though the Felt stole the phone. That's okay. I still dream about it when I sleep at night.
So you're telling me that if I get this phone, I'm just as good as Kyle and as well as Kyrie? Is that a guarantee? That's guaranteed, right? Yeah, that's totally a guarantee. Yeah, we got confirmation. That's good. It's
like, how do you tell him?
How do I, what?
Huh?
What? Huh?
I was talking to the viewer, sorry.
I'm just as good as both of those players if I have the phone? All right, let's go. Well, I know exactly what I'm going to do after this, right? But first we need to conclude this matchup, first of all. And foremost, I'm curious to, I wish we could have like a talk with Coach Yeb. Because what is going through his mind when he's seeing something like this? Because the only other time we've seen a draft like this is what Miracle mentioned, during IESF. And other than that, that's a very small pool of information to actually work around.
I also want to ask about the Masha last pick.
Yeah.
Because I understand Colius's point earlier on, there was no lockdown. I know there's like a little bit more layers to it, like you mentioned before, but I feel like if that was a Kufra or even a Cho, maybe it wouldn't have ended as quickly as that, or maybe even a different outcome. So with that, we're going to just talk about a little bit backstage. Let's try and find Coach Yeb as we are going to head to a break. So me, Eterna, Gideon, as well as Colius will see you in 5. Stay tuned.
We pick Sans because he is so aggressive. MPL Season 11 Final MVP.
Yes.
Kabuki.
I pick Kabuki.
We pick Kabuki because he is good at mechanics.
I pick Sanford because he has no fear in his body. He likes to gangster all the teams.
Yun, because he's handsome.
I pick Kyrie because he's the best jungler for me in Indonesia, and he is so aggressive to play, and he is so mechanical player, and he is the assassin.
Yawi, because Ogwen idolize him so much. Especially in Chu.
Ogwen, idol.
He's afraid of Yawi.
He is afraid of Yawi.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
It's an amazing night here in Jakarta, Indonesia, as we head back from that short break. This is the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy. And for those of you who just tuned in, we are at a 2-1 with Bren being able to lead this best of 5 series against Onyx. And remember, one more point and that is it for Onyx.
Yeah, that's the match point for Brent, but I think Onyx will not give it easily.
I don't know about that because somehow they need to kind of break this particular
Yeah.
draft coming in from AP Brand. There's no signals for it whatsoever. By the time you figure out what they're trying to do, it's way too late. I was even asking LaFell earlier, like, how do you call this draft?
Sorry, I was just jamming to the music that we've been hearing, man.
Oh yeah.
I heard there was a lot of like local music like circulating around that I was like vibing to with Renmar earlier. It was
It's
a good
been
time.
crazy, exactly. Man, Snapdragon Pro Series just keeps on delivering with the fact that these local artists have given us just the best of the best in music. You want a little bit of sappy? We got sappy. You want a little bit of groovy? We got groovy. And so, you know, don't forget these artists, man. I think a lot of them have been credited if you guys take a look at the screen earlier on. But yeah, I love it. I've been jamming. It's keeping me hyped, especially for this full best of 5 series.
I even remember that one name, Geeks on Geeks, right?
Geeks on Geeks.
Because the names are so catchy. You should hear it, guys.
I swear I'm not a geek.
Sure.
That one. Named by Geeks on Geek.
Geeks on Geek. Honestly, like, I mean, throughout the entirety of the SPS, maybe you guys have caught some of the quote-unquote vibes that's been going on. The playlists have been killing it here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. And honestly, sometimes I even forget that it's local sometimes because it's just that groovy.
It's super good. And talking about Geeks on Geeks, right? It's like Angela and Ling.
Ooh.
It's a geek on a geek. I mean, was that weird? Sorry.
Oh, I don't know. Even though my prediction was leaning towards AP Brand, I felt that was a little dirty. I don't even know. I mean, as much as I was thinking throughout the break, like how exactly, not only do you call the draft, but how do you even break the draft, right? I was thinking maybe Kyrie was trying to maybe look for a flank angle to get on top of that clinch, but then that doesn't really solve the issue of Ling.
That's it. Because this is Mobile Legends. It's not about the gameplay. It's not how about you play on the lane of down. But it's about decode the draft too. Right? How are you thinking like 1 step ahead or even 5 steps ahead from your opponents? What kind of heroes that do you want to use?
So, here's what I'm making a quick call here. If Coach yet hasn't cracked the code just yet, I think he's going to switch to the opposite side, to blue side instead of red. If he has cracked it, he's going to stay on red.
Do you think that that's wiser?
I don't know.
Because
I
like being
feel
on
like
red side, you get to have that last pick as surprise. And I feel like Onyx have really flourished being on this side. So do you think that there's a value in blue now?
Well, it's not that I think that there's value in blue, but I feel like if I was the coach of my players, I would rather my players look at a composition and feel like, oh, this is like the scrimmages. You know, this is something that we're used to playing over and over again, day in, 12 hours every single day. Well, technically 6 out of the 7 days because there's 1 day of break. I would rather them feel comfortable rather than like looking at each other. What are we supposed to do with this?
Yep. I know Onyx cannot utilize the surprise pick, the last pick on the 3rd game. But we cannot judge from 1 game only. We need to see on the 4th game what kind of draft that they want to pick, especially if they still on the red side.
Yes. And hopefully, you know, considering how AP Brand have been playing, it's all about just making sure map coverage, don't let them get those flank angles, don't give them that information, and then really punish them if it does come to that front to front.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I don't really know what to say. I usually have like, all right, you know, ban this out. All right, okay, let's ban this out. But this time around, I'm not too sure. And here it is, once again. Wait, does this mean Bren is on blue side or red side?
Bren is currently on blue side
All right.
again. It feels like Coach Yeb might have found a solution for this.
Let's hope. With the Kaja, Fanny, and the Kadita being banned out, you can see here, it's going to be the Ling takeaway. Bren, how are they going to go about this? Are they going to let the Fanny slip through their fingers, or are they going to prioritize it this time around, realizing that Yves is also available? So this is the first time that this has happened.
It's also with Kadita and Valentina.
Oh, that's true.
I'm sorry, Valentina, I mean.
Yeah.
That's why they are picking the Valentina first because it's so versatile hero that can easily stole some enemies' utility. And yeah, Yves and Cloud is a good combination though, because Cloud is like a deny pick for Yves. Yves counter or nemesis is Cloud itself.
Exactly. And even if they do want to go for something like Esmeralda, it's like, oh yeah, Yves creates a giant shield when she uses the RWM. Well, guess what? There's still the Uranus open at the same time. So with this being said, let's see how AP Brand actually wants to respond to this nice little synergy that they got going here for Onyx.
So, do they let it go?
I mean...
Fanny, Angela, Uranus, Arlet,
Fanny's banning.
Paquito. Okay, Fanny's banned, but Paquito as well?
I feel like Paquito's a lot more manageable, right? I feel like Paquito for sure is a lot more manageable. We see the Terizla come out again. Do we see the Fredrin coming out from AP Brand this time? I don't think it's going to come out, but yeah, there we go. Something a little bit more standard, something a little bit more comfortable for Onyx to handle. It's a Beatrix.
Yeah, Arlott might be good for Onyx side right now, because with the final slash, I think it can mess up some of the formation of the AP Brain later when the team fights happens.
Yeah, I agree. Laning phase is not going to be as good for the Arlet, but I understand in these team fights it is going to be extremely valuable. But with the Paquito left open, that's definitely an option that they can utilize, unless at this point they just want to go for the Fanny. I think the Fanny can disrupt the Beatrix in the backline, and they don't necessarily have lockdown just yet from their picks, aside from, of course, the zone coming in from Terizla, but that in itself is still a little bit harder for them to catch the Fanny.
Totally agree with you here. I mean, Franco is still open, and once again, the Masha is going to get picked very early on, just to make sure that they can at least punish this Beatrix. And it's not like you're up against a Clint who has that true damage and can, like, you know, not necessarily kite you down, but can buy just enough time for the rest of the team to collapse on you, something that Beatrix doesn't actually have in her kit.
Especially when they already have the AOECC effect from the reward manipulation. That's why Masha might be a good hero to dive into the backline to aim for the Beatrix, so the Beatrix cannot join the team fight. But if you look at the second ban right now, Grub is a good option since the Wild Charge will disturbing Cloud during his Blessing Duet phase.
Yeah, there's definitely some, I would just say, highlights to allow CW to do his thing on the Claude. But this opens up still a lot of options for Bren to pick up. For the side of Bren, I think going Fanny ban is still a thing. I don't know why. I'm just still sticking to the Fanny here. What does Kyrie want to use? Joy's taken away. Ling? Oh wait, Fanny's banned.
Yep, Fanny's banned, so that means the Paquito is probably the next best bet, unless we see the
Lancelot.
Hayabusa, Lancelot as well. Agreed. I feel like Lancelot and as well as Paquito are kind of in the same position where they can still get punished by the Kufra. Unless Onyx bans it out or picks it up for themselves, it's a little tough to tell.
But if they are banning the Kufra right now, I think it's obvious they want to use Lancelot. That's why maybe AP Brain gonna ban the Lancelot. But if they want to use the Viter jungler, I think it still have Bane. Bane is a good one though when it's against the Terizla.
Yeah, you look for that penalty zone. Next thing you know, the Deadly Catch comes out, and Onyx, they decide to go ban out the Hayabusa on top of everything else. So it looks like they're positioning themselves for it. Let's not forget that the Melissa still hasn't been touched just yet, so AP Brain can actually look to respond if we do see Paquito.
Oh, I just realized it's almost full house tonight on the venue. Oh my god, so crowded.
It's more than crowded.
It's amazing.
It's more than crowded. I don't know if the audience, sorry, not the audience, but people who are watching the live stream can actually hear the drums going in the background. I don't know if it's just one set. Nope, that's 2 sets of drums in the background.
It's a lot of support. And look at this, Onyx, they're actually opting to take away the Fredrin. So now they're asking a question for Kyle Teasy. What are you going to utilize in that jungle? Last time, he's picked up the Balman, he's picked up the Akai, so these are definitely 2 options that they can go for. But against the real-world manipulation coming in from the Yves, what's the best pick here? Or should they just go Lancelot?
I mean, they've already banned out the Kufra, so I feel like both Paquito as well as Lancelot are in a decently good position, and even then, it's still a little iffy, right? Because with the Lancelot, you build that full damage, and then, like, who exactly are you trying to chunk out? Because getting to the quad, not exactly the easiest. Getting towards that backline, okay, sure, there is a potential to actually get the RWM, but instead, they're going to go with the Boxia, stay oppressive. These are some of the thickest lineups we've seen thus far.
Another Angela combo
Yeah.
with Boxia. I know the damage will not be like Angela Ling, But Baxia is really an annoying hero that can mess up the farming pattern on the jungle itself.
Yeah, quick rotation, sustainability. There's also the fact that he can dive into the back line as well. It's a headache. It's definitely a headache for sure here for Onyx. What are they gonna do now? Like, it's not like they can't go Esme gold lane at this point, right?
They could just go for a way to disengage with Numenon Blast from Lolita, potentially. They could also go... Oh!
Okay.
Wait.
So is Novaria roamer or Yift roamer?
Definitely Nova roam, right?
Does he? All right,
Yep.
we see here. It's going to be Keyboy this time.
Here is the thing. I am not too worried about Keyboy Novaria. Why do I say this? It's because back in the day, Keyboy was an excellent Selena player. Actually top global at some point. So I think those skills can kind of convert onto the Novaria. I'm being optimistic here. But yeah, all right, this is the draft that we've been set. Let's call the casters once again. Kring, kring, kring. Leo, Mirko.
Hello, Leo, say Mirko. That's French, by the way. We can't help but nerd out on this draft again with all the previously stated facts. How this Novaria on Keyboy isn't as out of the ordinary as it should be.
I don't hate it. I don't
Elaborate.
hate it. I don't hate Novaria on Keyboy, but I don't love it. It's like, it's an okay, yeah? Because, like, again, Keyboy, very flashy player. Novaria, sure, you can make her flashy. The reason I like it here is because there's no real dive threat. There's no real dive threat for the Novaria, and if they want someone, a roamer that can open up the map without actually having to risk their life, yeah, Novaria.
I beg to differ. If anything, Bren here, AP Bren, actually tried to simulate what they did in Game 3. This looks very similar, at least the entry point, right? Ogun on the Angela, you got a super mobile jungler here in Kyle TZ's Baksha. And then, yeah, it's not a lane bully Valentina in mid, but there's a lot of burst, so it might even go faster. It has a propensity to go faster. Let's see how Game 4 goes again. AP Bren at match point, while Onyx, they're putting their eggs in this one basket. Keyboy, you gotta unlock it. You know what the haters said about you not playing setter tanks, man.
Absolutely. Let's see here. Oh, Boots already getting chunked very low. Even with another skill shot hitting, he's forced back very early on. And Kyle TZ, the threat, the lingering threat of a shield unity, of a very mobile jungler is here. Good steal away or secured by Keyboy there as he pokes Kyle TZ down. Uh-oh. Kyrie versus Kyle on this leaf though.
And popping on strings, pushes Kyrie out of range. So yeah, already early on in the first minute, AP Bren are asserting dominance. Let's take a quick gander at the emblem set here, coming in from both teams. Ooh, double common emblem for Onyx.
Yeah, on the Novaria and the Claude. 3 quantum charges, 2 impure rage. Only a mix of 2 key talents here for Onyx.
They're very uniform, so this could send a message of them being one in their approach to the game. And right now, they're bearing down on Flap.
Still has the flicker though, burns it out. Onyx, that's what they sought out for, and they will just be happy with it. Before the turtle spawns, 7 seconds. Perfect time for Onyx to look for these setups once again. It's Super Marco with a cheeky steal there on the gold buff. Ogwed going to be chunked quite low here. Forced to back away in the mid lane with the 2 mages bullying her.
All right, turtle's already up. It's a 3v2 so far with Flappy trying to go for the pull. RWM!
No flicker now. He's going to be trapped there, but the hard guard comes through. And now Kyrie is going to be the one who's caught. Kyrie's still able to find the retribution, but falls to Few. And the first blood goes to AP Bren. Kill for objective. Boots with a thunderclap onto the back. Few still able to dish out some more damage. Boots now down to his last HP bar.
Gets stunned and gets taken out. Few scores 1, and they disperse. Oh. All right, close.
Close, very close. But Few, this might be a solo kill. Keyboy taking very low, pops in regen. Wow, daring to go for the Astral Meteor. And now the Astral Sphere. Few doesn't have the flicker. Good shot to Ogwen. Few might just get this kill. Keyboy flickers out. Meteor comes down.
And Keyboy decides to stay in. Gets taken out by the buff. He gets taken out by the buff.
The purple buff is on AP Brent's side. Now Kyrie with the Appraiser's Rat finds the shutdown onto Few. Caltesi with the help of the penalty zone from Flap takes them out.
Well, I'll be damned. I didn't wake up today expecting to see one of the greatest roamers in the game right now get taken out by a purple buff. Again, in high-stakes moments like this, sometimes all the factors just bear down on you and you lose sight of what's literally right next to you. It happens.
No one expected the purple buff to be wearing the AP Brent jersey. Now, real-world manipulation into the mid lane. Ogwen taken very low, but can still sustain back up. There's no dominance eyes, no necklace of Durance just yet, and Ogwen is chill.
All right, if there's anything we can say about AP Brent's lineup that's to their detriment, again, despite them being barreling on forward, 2,000 gold almost ahead here, just under 4 minutes, is the fact that their mid lane, when it's not a fight, when it's not time to engage, is relatively weak. Especially since Ogwen has to be super honest about his next moves. It's telegraphed. That's what you have. That's a problem with an Angela. You're relatively stationary. But that aside, AP Brent are leaving the laning phase here way ahead. This is their game. It's black and yellow, much like that purple buff.
Yeah. Flap's easy now, though. Again, with the Brave Smite and even the help of the Hard Guard, that lingering threat, it's always kind of impossible. An impossible task to go for him. Flap's easy, looking for an engage. Keyboy gonna be dove on right now, but the Q leading, locking him down. Kyrie in the midst of it all, now caught in the penalty zone. 2 for 0. AP Brent, it's domination, Leo.
4 minutes and 40 seconds in, they go straight for the turtle, converting off of Keyboy and Kyrie's deaths. And off camera, we just missed it. We just panned away, right? At least CW is winning on a 1v1 status against Super Marco. So why is that, folks? Why is that exactly? CW is behind Super Marco by about 100, 200 gold, but he built a pair of pants. So if it comes down to just plumping yourself down and picking fights, CW knows what's up, and he's also more mobile with the BMI.
Yep, not just the BMI, remember the stacks as well, giving him more mobility. He just used the sprint, so that's a resource that is no longer going to be there for Onic for the next 80 seconds. Now it's all about how Onic can come back from this, because AP Brent, we've seen this from time to time, even in the group stages, where Onic unfortunately had to take a big L to Brent. When AP Brent gets the early game, when they have a gold lead, it is almost impossible to turn it around.
And that's the last time we saw them in the group stages of the Challenge Finals. It ended in a 2-1. So we've already broken the barrier. This is, again, a best of 5, folks, with AP Brent on match point. 3,000 gold ahead here as we approach this final turtle spawning in just under a minute. What I'm wondering here, Mirko, is why have we not seen a turret go down yet? I might be caster cursing this, but yeah, just now, Super Marco was able to take the turret. Is AP Brent taking their time here? Are they taking it rather slow? Because again, we mentioned how high ahead they are. Are they just managing their expectations? Are they tempering their steel?
Well, you know, they are using their resources a bit more efficiently, I would say, right? They're not really trying to force things out. They'd much rather just utilize this gold lead, force Onic to make these mistakes. Meanwhile, Kyle, you just walk around through the Poissons, Flap easy with the penalty zone flicker to the back. Keyboy gonna be able to escape from that one right now. As the real world manipulation gets popped down by Sans. Appraiser's Wrath, but it's not gonna be enough to escape. Kyle Teasy has that Poissons, the passive, to take that sustain away from Kyrie.
And they're looking to punish Flap, but he walks away just like that with a flicker intact as well. Oh, close call. Ogwen very low. Doesn't get burned down. Oh, not a single G-dubs. No glowing wands yet for Onic here as AP Brent converts straight into the last turtle. Oh, wait, in mid!
Oh, not enough damage from CW. Barely gets out. Almost Super Marco with the Renner's Apathy. The confidence of Super Marco even to flicker into that.
He smelt it. He wanted it. It was so close. But CW, again, you mentioned, stacks on Quantum Charge, stacks on Art of Thievery, able to make him lighter on his feet than usual, which allowed for him to dodge Marco's bullet. So with that being said, Onic are doing their best to keep their heads above water, to survive the mid-game, the ramp-up into the late game. And that's to be expected, because even Keyboy, even Boots here, is a scaling hero. He's only built his first Guardian Helmet, assuming that he's going to build more, right? He has a Guardian Helmet here, has a Molten Essence, and then from there he just gets stronger and stronger. But right now, yeah, Onyx shouldn't be taking any fights. Unless it's under a turret, or unless it's as free as it gets, like a 3v1.
And this is another thing right now. Wait, Chill Unity in the back, onto Sans, maybe forcing him out in real world manipulation with the Renders after he connects. And Flat TZ jumps in with a penalty zone. Kyle picks him up with the DPS, or the DOT rather, from the Tortoise's Poissons. And the Tier 2 is most probably gonna fall.
Oh, and they find one in the back, stunning Kyrie, but just long enough for him to actually dash out. CW making up for lost time, pushing that Tier 1 up top. I'd like to retract my statement, ladies and gentlemen. It's never really as clean as a 3v1 against Bren right now, especially since they have the Angela. He can just hard guard in, and now Boots is in trouble!
He's not even using his friend. He knows his fate here. There's no way he gets down, and he gets just sprayed down by Super Marco, who now has a Malefic Roar.
That's more than enough damage here in the mid game. Malefic Roar, Blade of Despair, casual Fury Hammer, and then Swift Boots.
That's as clean as it gets for Beatrix, farming up only with 1 kill, but that farm has built up. He is currently 1,500 gold ahead of CW, Super Marco. And now with another turret, that should only build up. AP Bren, 5.9k gold lead. It should be a free Lord as well.
Oh, unless Onyx has something to say about it. They send 3 to check in. Kyle catches Kylie.
Wow, Kyle's the one who actually zones them away now. Render's happening, gonna get that thing! With the help of the hitbox ×2! Now Kyrie caught you with a flicker.
And underneath, Tier 2 in bot. Kyle TZ looking for more, very low on mana. They disengage.
My goodness. Stone cold, calm and collected, AP Bren. They take their time when they have the gold lead, and that's what makes it so hard for any team to take it off of them.
And because of how far ahead AP Bren is, because of how fast they can pick fights, the recovery time for Onyx isn't going to be as smooth. Yeah, you can say we're going to stay inside our base, we're not going to cross the river, we're going to protect CW as best we can. He hasn't died yet, at least they have that going for them. But when AP Bren says we were fighting now, very little can be said by Onyx.
There you go, a desperate real-world manipulation placed down here to clear out the Lord. It's still okay for Onyx. They're still going to be able to micromanage these waves. They have proper wave clear. Remember, Novaria and Yves.
Pretty good. Again, you're playing with 2 mages, clearing waves here. Gonna be relatively easy. Make quick work of him. Wait. Oh no.
Oh, Kyle falls on their turret, shut down by Boots. Kyrie's trying to look for the re-engage. No frontliner now for the likes of AP Bren. Razor's Wrath going to be placed down now as Super Marco uses that Nibiru's passion to clear out the waves.
All right, I credit that to a taunt and the Kyle TZ mismanaging the turret aggro. We took maybe 2 or 3 too many turret hits there. So great punish by Onyx, great shutdown. Where does that put them though? Again, they're still down about 7,000 gold here, 11 minutes in. What kind of gear are we playing with here? Of course, this is to be expected. All roles, player per player, across the team here. AP Bren is barreling on forward, way ahead. Now we're approaching 2,000 on Super Marco. The gains he has over CW.
These are big gold leads here held by almost every single member except for the mid lane here. Few is the only lane with Sans, where Sans is able to kind of equalize that gold.
Keep it close.
Keep it close, but again, even in the roamers, the difference, 1.65?
All the more it's clear that AP Bren want to go for the throat here. They decided to greed out. They gave the green light to Ogwin. All right, Ogwin, don't build any roamer items. You can actually go damage right now, son. You can build Enchanted Talisman into the Ice Queen Wand, and Lord knows what's next. Lord knows what his next item could be. He's sitting at 0-0 and 11. He's having a great time. He is eating good.
I mean, if we look at the items, that's a build path to the Holy Crystal, man.
Sure. He can even trotch if he wants.
Oh man.
A little naughty, a little far-fetched, but yeah, no. That's just the truth of the situation, the reality that we have here. Astral Echo shot out by Keyboy, so as to know exactly where every member of Bren is. Oh, APB. They're calling a dance.
6.5k. Gold lead held down by AP Bren. How did Onyx even win this team fight? It has to come down to a few good shots from Keyboy to make them low enough to take that damage. But even then, with a nature belt, and yes, Holy Crystal
There
for
it is.
Open for the Angela.
Yeah. He has that cheeky mana gem, but I guess it's just for sustainability. Now Kyrie engages on the flap. Lord at a third of its health. Already an ult spent in by Marco. And they engage!
Oh, that splash damage! GW caught now! Kyle Teasy running him down! Oakwood picks up the kill, that Holy Crystal's big! In the back, Super Marco still able to kite away for a bit, but Boots takes him out. Meanwhile, Keyboy gets run down by Kyle Teasy. 2 for 2!
And then there were 3! Out goes Ogwin. Kyrie versus Flap and Kyle. Boots, all threading the needle, playing footsies.
Sans in the back, look at the positioning right now, just holding back as Boots dives in deep, all to the back. Ogwin gonna be the target now as Boots loses all of his HP bars.
And now Boots down to his last one. Kyrie got some shields. If he gets a massive Appraiser's Wrath!
Oh, there you go, one shot! Now you see the Angela, there you don't! Flap's easy with the penalty zone forward, getting Kyrie punishing him.
And still we're at a 2v2. Boots recovers a bit. Now down to his last HP bar once more.
The scratch coming down, Boots versus Flap, and it's Flap who comes out on top, killing spree. But within that chaos, there was so many kills, so many shutdowns. Was it ultimately worth it for Onyx?
The longest sequence we've seen all series yet. And was it not a clinic in resource management? Was it not a clinic in target acquisition? Onyx are learning on the fly. And if I may, in my opinion, that was the benefit Onyx. The fact that they got some kills back against AP Bren and they bought time on the map, yes, exactly, allows for them to, yeah, delay the inevitable, but just the same, it's a non-0% chance that Onyx actually claps back. So yeah, again, as mentioned prior, they're gonna make quick work of this Luminous Lord. It's gonna be cleared relatively easy, and they can send Boots to clear the waves. Even CW get some farm on this young man, this Claude, who's sitting at 4 core items right now.
All the way full, but he has to. It's a desperate build, I would say, right? I mean, the Boots not completed, still have the steel leg plates, incomplete items, but it's what he can get. It's all about it now for Onyx. Kyrie still holding on to that Lord, but it charges and takes that base turret down. Oh, CW with the place to do it to the back right now. Few still able to escape with the flicker, but he gets gunned down by CW, who now jumps back to the BMI.
It's desperate. You saw Few in his last moment picked up the blazing duet, so timing was off there. Onyx decided, let's pick a fight now. They're not expecting this. And they shoo away AP Bren. They stomp down the siege, and Onyx are still in this.
15 minutes in, that was a 6,000. It was a 7,000 goal lead at one point for AP Bren. Onyx are slowly getting it down, but again, the pattern. Wait, Kyrie.
Haunt.
Good damage from CW.
They force out the Puissance.
Even the real world manipulation. Hard guard comes down, but Kyrie wants to keep on going. CW in the back. Just dishing out damage, poking them down, has the BMI to try to dodge away from the penalty zone, and that's going to be a DPZ!
Defensive!
CW gets gunned down, oh, Boots! Gets a shutdown, Kyrie gets the purple buff, Boots now with the sprint, he's running, oh!
He's coming out, and they disperse. Neither team want that fight, neither team are confident in the way that went. But still, again, every single time that Onyx gets something on the board here, as we approach the post-late game, then yes, I can confidently say Onyx are slowly crawling back. 16 minutes and a half in, they've shrunken the goal lead down to 4,000.
Wow. Down to 4,000 gold from 7,000. AP Bren, uncharacteristic from them, knowing that usually when they get that gold lead, it's just a grasp from start to finish.
Exactly. Now, all of the questions we asked earlier at the 6-minute marks, 8-minute mark, 10-minute mark, are AP Bren going slow? It all comes back now. Maybe they should have continued the Gator roll. Maybe they should have chomped down and forced more fights. Anytime Heart Guard was off cooldown, anytime you got an APZ, aggressive penalty zone, maybe you should have forced it.
Maybe. I mean, they had the gold lead. It kind of felt like AP Bren were a bit gun-shy in that moment, right? They were poked down.
Conservative.
But with that gold lead, you would have expected, I agree, an APZ, not a DPZ. Well,
it's in the name!
It's in the name. An aggressive penalty zone, an attacking penalty zone.
Oh, now they're hunting for bodies. And they're baiting, though. This is a 4v2.
No hard guard. It's a big resource spend already. CW knows it. Onyx knows it. Boots, the top side now. Turrets are getting taken down one by one. The gold lead is diminishing.
Oh no, Boots is gonna hunt for Ogwin! And there's the actual echoes!
Real world manipulation, locking him down. Suns picks the kill up in the back. Easy now with an aggressive penalties. OCW gets taken out by Thew, the assassin who plays mage in the mid lane.
And that's a 1-for-1. They almost popped Flapteezy's immortality too. And there it goes. Now it's a 4v4. As we regroup, both teams respect the resources spent and their spacing on the map. AP Bren back on the horse as they take this evolved Lord.
No roamer for AP Bren, no problem. Enemy team doesn't have a gold lane. AP Bren still holding on to the dance.
If anything, in just about 10 seconds, Ogwen can come in a snap, just like that via the hard guard. So that's something Onyx have to respond to. That's something they have to respect as the dance continues. Lord at half health.
View poking boots down, taking his HP bar down to only 2. Flapteezy taking a half. Good poke down from Keyboy. Kyle Teasy still running around the shield unity, coming down with a taunt. Kyrie now looking for a re-engage. CW and Ogwen both spawn back up. And Ogwen is given a task to clear up the top lane.
And you can almost hear it. They make the call. Let's let it go, let's let it go, let's reset. But wait, Onyx answers back. It echoes all across the land of Dawn. They said, hey, AP Bren's letting go. Maybe we should bear down on it. Look at the Lord. Down to a third of its health.
It's a ticket back into this game, but Kyle Teasy will not give it that easy. Onyx still holding down Boots, pressuring that back. Meanwhile, CW in the mid lane, clearing it out. Making these forced errors happen, making Bren think.
Oh, Lord's looking like it belongs to the Porcupines. Kyle Teasy goes for the rollout, and he finds the angle in the back.
Coming down, 50-50, goal! He stole it away, Ogwen in the top lane pushing with a truncheon bot. Kyle Teasy, he saved the game. He's denied the ticket and now Sans gets bursted down. He pops in a real world manipulation, gets out Fuel, was baited into the Appraiser's wrath. Ogwen now caught in the miss. CW immobilized, no PMI to go back to. Flapteezy takes him out.
Oh, Flapteezy barely alive. Recovers a bit via the spell vamp. And just like that, Onyx disengages. There's a big wave up top that Ogwen has been taken care of since about a minute ago. And there's this huge evolved Lord in mid. Oh, AP Bren, very, very messy, but just the same, allows for them to inch by inch crawl back into a leading position. This is a very small 3K gold lead they're staring at.
But it's still defended. I mean, again, this high ground is disgusting.
They've passed the point wherein a non-setter roam matters. If anything, the vision is more important for Onyx.
What the heck? The Lord was cleared out like it was nothing by just Keyboy. Sans was poking it down, but he was sent up top, so that was Keyboy, that was a roamer.
Exactly. Like a bowl of hot ramen on a dark, cloudy day.
Oh, that's
just clearing these waves. Like, all right, what's next?
I love that metaphor, man.
It's perfect, right? This is a good situation you want to be in since it's been a very turbulent 19 minutes for Onyx, for all of the Sonics, for all of Onyx Sobat here inside of Sinayan Istora. You can hear it, right? Now they sit in anticipation. It is quiet. The drums aren't drumming.
Very quiet. It's very tense. You can feel it in the atmosphere. It's so silent. You can almost hear the hearts of the players, of the fans pounding.
Oh, Astral Echo thrown out. 2 get spotted. And it comes for free, right? For Keyboy at this point. So now, if anything, it looks like it's Onyx who's holding AP Bren hostage.
And now, AP Bren, CW buys the Wind Talker. Interesting.
Yep, we're approaching juggle territory. I believe timers need to be updated here, folks, so we're getting to that. But just the same, we can trust that Lord will be coming in about 30-something seconds from now.
They're still holding on to the gold lead, but even the timer couldn't believe it, right?
Yep.
I mean, it was there. 22 minutes now in the game.
Oh no!
Thunderclap from Boots. Kyrie with a good sandwich maneuver. Real world manipulation on the flicker. Renders out with a shot by Super Marco, but it does not connect onto anyone.
Oh, that's definitely a fumble. AP Bren lost big on that one. They needed few. He got caught in a weird angle, and Kyle Deasy couldn't come to the rescue. Now this Lord is looking like it belongs to Onyx.
5 seconds, no Few, no mid lane, no backline dive. Few has been the key factor as to why Keyboy hasn't been given space at all. It's him, Few. Even CW has been given a hard time.
Exactly.
In every single one of these team fights by Few. Now that he's no longer in the mix, it's all up to Kyle Teasy. He did it before. Let's see if he can do it again.
Yep. No more. No more stolen lords, Kyle. Get out of here. Last time was a fluke. And now AP Brenner staring down the barrel of a loaded gun. Onyx are gonna gun for their base. And this is, I can't believe it, from a double mage setup. Onyx survived early, mid, late, and ultra late. And now we're looking to finish.
I can't believe it. 23 minutes in, Istora Sanayan goes wild. AP Brand's gold lead from 7K down to 200. Zero.
It's nothing right now. Onyx are in the lead. They're calling the shots. Map is red. One of AP Brand's main strengths of coming in with anticipation. The odd angles is gone. They're inside the base.
The bomb lord now helped down. Kyle is losing his life. Kyrie with the praises brand new. He stole the real world manipulation. Now CW jumps back to the BMI. Then he plays behind. All the way from behind. Onyx rebuild. Slowly but surely. Game 5.
There was no way it was gonna end just like that. There was no way Onyx was not taking us to game 5. Of course. I'm gonna say it, man. I'm gonna say it. Is this not a preview to the grand finals? This is not worthy of a BO7.
This feels like the grand finals. I completely forgot there were matches after and even before. I'm just living in the moment. Two of the best teams in the world going all out.
Now, in hindsight, we were in the moment, right? We were calling the action as it happened. All 23 minutes and 51 seconds of it. We're gonna have the opportunity to our lovely and talented analysts to break it down because I'm pretty sure they saw exactly what led to this comeback by Onyx.
Thank you, Leo. Thank you, Miracle, for casting that 23-minute game. It all came down to the wire. Bren was able to steamroll all throughout that early game towards that mid-game, but because Onyx had the composition to come back, they are gonna force Bren, AP Bren, into the final game of this best of 5.
Oh my god. Even the fans are chanting, there is Onyx above the sky right now.
Oh,
yeah.
I mean, Onyx, they played a phenomenal game here. This is literally Spider-Man holding the train back from falling off the cliff. Onyx did the same thing. They held back the express.
That's a good picture.
Oh,
it's describing the games, right?
They literally took so much damage in the early game. They have harder scaling, but they needed to just get over that halfway point. And once they did, you can see that Brent clearly saw, oh, wait a minute, wait. We don't have enough damage to deal with them anymore.
Yeah, which is why we kind of saw that even Ogwen on the Angela kind of built in that direction. Holy Crystal, Divine Glaive, that's not something that is common for an Angela. Usually they go for Ice Queen 1 to get a little bit more utility in, but then we saw that really huge just glass cannon build coming in from the Angela, and Kyrie comes over, walks over, and
boom! Pressure rat.
Yep.
Time and
Not
time
just
again.
Kyrie, I mean, Keyboy is aiming at Angela too. He's
Exactly.
always looking for where Angela is.
Exactly, and I think, you know, this is one of those clear examples where you have to play front to back each and every time. And Onyx, even though they don't have a lot of dive, CW still was able to save a couple of those situations by taking out Few isolated by himself. And Ogwen, he did not want to use that hard guard super early just before the turtle. They picked up on the habits.
So let's take a look at the MVP. Happy birthday, Sans. 516 KDA on the eve. Aggressive build, but also kind of utility in a sense, right? We don't see the, I would say, holy crystals and so on and so forth, but there is the Divine Glaive as well as a little bit more DOT damage coming in from that glowing wand. And you kind of saw it, right? With the way that AP Bren drafted, they really wanted to hedge on their mobility, their dive, especially with Kyle TZ and the Ogwen, Angela, Baxia combo. But every time Onyx opens up, every time Sans opens up that real-world manipulation, it kind of catches them a little bit and slows things down for Onyx to readjust in these team fights.
Yeah, it's like Sans is like standing in the shadow, right? Because our eyes are on CW or even the Keyboy or the boots itself. But Suns is always opening the reward manipulation, always give the damage in the front line to the back line.
Look, Onyx is just baking cookies here, right? They put the cookie cutter down. Every single time you see the box actually show up, AP Bren must adjust and reposition themselves as soon as possible. If not, they get chunked down one by one, and CW is allowed to actually free hit in these situations. So again, Sans playing a very big role. If he uses the RWM too soon, then he's not going to get enough value. If he uses it too late, his entire team is going to blow up before his eyes.
Yeah, they're just all dead before he opens that up. But yeah, well played, definitely by Onyx. But look at this. Ladies and gentlemen, the prize that you see on screen, the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 3 trophy that all these players, all these teams want to get for themselves. Remember, it's down to a best of one between both AP Bren as well as Onyx. And there's only one slot available for that first slot in the grand finals. And it's going to come down to this 50-50 between both teams.
Yep.
The thing that I found very unfortunate for that particular game is I loved AP Bren's draft. I felt like I understood what they were going for, but unfortunately, they couldn't close the game in that mid, right? Because that's when the power spikes from Onyx starts to show, starts to come online, and then you can see Bren being like, okay, we're here, now what?
I mean, there's a very clear time limit for it, right? They didn't want to be able to drag this out any longer than they possibly could, and that's why they were taking every single fight and every single opportunity, no matter how messy it got.
Because it's like a time bomb, right? Onyx just waiting for it ticking to its last minutes, and boom, it's gonna explode. And that's why when CW damage is enough to like bringing it to the backline, even all of the tankiness heroes, like for the Boxia or even the Fredrin.
Yeah, I think towards the later stages of the game, I think it became very clear that Few didn't let go of a couple of habits, right? Being isolated by himself, and more importantly, the fact that he died to boots out of all people by himself, right? He's got to be wary of those timings. Like, Ogwen knows that this Heart Guard is one of their most valuable ultimates, and if he uses it too early, there's no way they can even contest.
And especially the Few. On the last moment when Boots comes to the Few and Onyx got the Lord, because they know there's no more Few, there's no more burst magic damage from the Valentina.
Yep, and that's when you can see CW just go in. Guns everybody down, no hesitation anymore. He took off the cuffs already.
Yeah, you can even see in terms of their items, the way that they kind of deferred, right? You can see the Claude going in for only one respect item, which was the Athena Shield. Whereas if you take a look at Beatrix, has Claws, Rose Gold Meteor, and Juan. So her only damage items here is the BOD, Malefic Roar, and the DHS. So that's a lot of respect. And Claude going in full damage. Like, which one's better?
I think both. I mean, to be fair, you can't say that Beatrix's build, Super Marco's build in this case, was ineffective. The fact that he could just basically, from 60%, Keyboy has taken a couple of really nasty shots from Renner's Apathy. 60% HP, instantly just gone, dead.
Because he knows who the opponent was, right? If he built like too much damage item, if Keyboy just got in using the Thunderclap, using the Howl Shock, it will make Super Marco die easily. That's why he needs to build some of sustainable items to just stand from Keyboy.
And it's pretty cool because he doesn't even go for the Athena Shield. He just went straight for Rose Gold Meteor. I'm an analyst now.
He's a beast. That player is an absolute beast.
I feel like a beast too after that comment. But here you go, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. I cannot stress this enough. Monster Energy up until this point. I would say like 4 days into the challenge finals, the only reason that we've been able to pull through, other than our love for MLBB, is definitely the fact that we have been supplied with unlimited Monster Energy.
Yeah.
Like, I'd be like kind of on the floor without Monster Energy, to be honest, seeing how intense these games get.
Yep. Looking at both of the team unleashing their beast, I'm like wants the Monster Energy right now.
Yeah.
Thinking like watching the game itself.
Yep, passion takes you far, but Monster Energy keeps you going, man. That's how you stay on top of your game, staying as that Apex Predator, as the ultimate beast of the jungle. And even in this case, it feels strange to see that Kyrie, who's been playing throughout the tournament, he's had a 0% win rate on that Fredrin, now actually taking a couple of wins for himself. He's taking a step down. He understands the rest of his team is going to carry him. All he needs to do is just to hold on.
And trust.
So the egg just hatched, right? From 0 to how many? I don't know. Let's see what producer do later.
I'm not a mathematician. Maybe 20%.
I don't know. I thought you were the beast here.
Yeah, I'm not a mathematics beast.
All right. Fair enough. But this upcoming adaptation here, I think, you know, Coach Yep made the right call, banning out this Ling. Instead of just switching aside and completely changing the plan, it's just small alterations. I was thinking 2, 3, maybe 5 steps ahead, but really complex problems sometimes only need simple solutions. Just get rid of the Ling.
Because Ling and Angela is a very crazy combo. We already seen it on the game 3. And that's why they didn't want to meet it again on the game 4. But later, on the 5th game, what kind of draft that they gonna use? What they gonna predict from the enemies itself? Are there gonna be a Ling respect again, or either the Cloud respect maybe for CW?
There is a possibility.
Before we even get to that, right? Before we even get to the drafts and all the technicalities of it, I'm wondering how the players and the coaches are actually feeling. This is their first best of 5 series. I've actually talked to Coach Yep backstage, and he says that even in a best of 3, 2 matches in a row, it's tiring. He gets super tired. He gets super exhausted. And when exhaustion kicks in, that's when small mistakes happen, not just for the players, but even in the decisions coming in from the coach.
Yeah, because it's different from ranked games, right?
Oh, of course it's different from ranked
the
games.
SPS tournament, you see how the big of the pressure from the opponent, and you see this is the Ovid event. A lot of audience here. If you hear the crowd cheering, it may be like disturbing you morally.
It could go both ways, right? It could disturb you morally.
Or just motivating you.
Exactly. For AP Brand, it's probably a little disturbing, but there is some satisfaction in silencing the crowd. But on the opposite end, Onyx is just like, yes, fuel us up. And that's why every time we cut over to Onyx, and especially Coach Yep, he's in his power pose, the draft pose.
The draft pose. And that's just the home court advantage for you. And, you know, it's fine, right? Because now it's going to be in Indonesia, Jakarta, but M5... that's a different story.
Yeah, because it will be held on Philippines later.
Exactly. So coming into the final drafting phase, ladies and gentlemen, I cannot stress how important this is. It's either do or die for both of these teams to get that final grand final slot. Kadita, Kaja, Fanny. Ling, Minotaur, Joy. What do Bren want to pick up first this time around?
There is Valentina, like the game number 4 before, if they want to use it. Because Valentina is still good, especially during the early until middle game, if I'm not wrong. But after few just got out, targeted by the Keyboy, it's just changing the game.
I mean, it's not even one of those things where it's like, oh, that was a draft mistake. No. That was just a literal mistake. There's no going around that. And I think even for Coach Ducky, he's like, Few, you better not let that happen again. This is going to be tournament, well, not tournament lives, but our slot for the grand finals here as Onyx. Again, this is a very similar draft on both sides. Nothing has really changed just yet until maybe right here.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. For Onyx in particular. But if Bren want to still go in for that early game dominant draft, things are going to change here. Like you mentioned, last time around, they picked up the Beatrix and the Terizla. What can they go for differently?
If they want to play like dive into the enemy's jungle, maybe Baxia can be used right now. Again.
I don't think Baxia is a bad idea. I mean, they were winning out in the early game. The question is, how exactly were they supposed to finish it off? But this time, they're going to get the Uranus. So, again, they realized that Terizla, yes, he was good at catching, but when you're up against the Claude, it can be a little frustrating to actually get on top of him. And worst comes to worst, at least the Claude has options of battle spells.
Because it have to absorb ability now from Uranus and Angela. Is it a good option to use Esmeralda as the XP laner?
That's definitely something they can explore. If they want to go for a 1v1, try just eliminate the fact that Uranus can steamroll over you, Esmeralda. If you want to go a different direction and try to win it, Dairoth. Dairoth Paquito is a combination that we've seen at MPL ID. It's worked so well, and there you go, Dairoth in that EXP lane.
Oh, thank God it wasn't Esmeralda. Thank God.
Why?
Oof. I just really don't. The fact is, I don't like Uranus. The one thing that I hate worse than Uranus is an Esmeralda-Uranus matchup. It is just a pillow fight that goes nowhere, and nobody truly wins that battle.
Yep. Because both of them are sustainable. The mana regeneration is the same, I think, from both of them.
Look, I've quoted this many times, but it's a wet noodle fight that nobody wants to watch.
So it's literally Infinity War.
I like that. I like that.
Yeah.
That's a good way of putting it. That's a very good way of putting it. But let's look at the second phase, right? Because now the fact that we are seeing the Wanwan, it does mean that Onyx wants to put AP Bren in a position where Super Marco doesn't have a lot of mobility to actually work with, or iframes, in a matter of fact. Bren also make sure that they get rid of the Paquito leading into it.
The Paquito Dairoth is disgusting, man.
Yep. Because it can just burst Dairoth and make Dairoth cannot move. Even just stand there and then just poof, the health is gone.
It could disappear faster than what we can expect, as a matter of fact. But let's see here. The second final ban coming in from Onyx side. Do they still want to just focus down on the marksmen, or are they thinking a little bit bigger? Are they thinking further than themselves here? Because Lancelot technically is still open. Whether or not they want to actually go for it could be a different case, or they might just ban out the Hayabusa like they did in the last game.
Why not go for the roamer? All right, they go for the Boxia. Okay, good call. Because I was thinking that, you know, with the Angela being picked up here, Angela's going to be roam because Valentina mid. Is that enough wave clear for them?
I think that's more than enough wave clear, in a matter of fact, especially if we're talking about like the early game. If you talk about in the later stages of it, Valentina, yes, maybe not necessarily Angela, because again, you only have so much gold to work with. You're not looking to scale. You're looking to be as utilitarian as possible.
And in terms of the sandbag, Uranus can do the job. That's why maybe if they want to pick the Assassin's jungler to aim for the cloud, especially during the early game, I think it's a good idea.
Guys,
for AP Bren.
I just want to put something out there. This Dairoth still can be jungle.
Yep.
That is a possibility.
Yeah, so just watch out for that.
Okay. All right. I'll keep my eyes out for it, because again, it has been a while since somebody has thrown Dairoth in towards the jungle. And look at the Onyx fans as they continue chanting, making sure that the spirits are high for the Onyx players. Novaria gets banned out, and at least this time they can actually protect the information and their positioning for the upcoming fights. Franco, I was about to call it that maybe AP Bren were looking to get some form of suppression to stop Sands for once, because I feel like he had too much free reign in the past couple of matches.
That Franco is like eliminating the heroes that can dive into the back line. Maybe because like Lancelot is just using the puncher to the aiming for the Yip, and the Franco here is using the Bloody Hunt to stop the Lancelot movement.
I'm thinking.
If they want to play with Lancelot.
You know, Martis.
Martis?
I think AP Bren can utilize if they want to go for the same kind of gameplay that they did earlier on, where they just steamroll through that early game, get those objectives. They can't really be punished in a sense. But no Hayabusa. And Clint again.
Yep. So on this side, I don't want an oppressive early game to deal with. However, if we're talking about scaling, this time AP Bren actually has some very good scaling against Onyx. I want to see what the response is going to be like, right? Because I feel like now that you have the Dairoth, now that you have the Franco as well, we need something that actually helps us out in the early game.
Yeah.
And finally, we see the Lancelot get locked in for Onyx.
Because a lot of glass cannon hero right now, I think AP Bren just love to playing with the fire.
Yeah, and there's no lockdown coming in from AP Bren either. So that's definitely a reason why Kyrie's like, all right, no Fredrin for me. Coach Yeb, give me Lancelot. And there you go. Finally a Lancelot game. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to leave it to the casters to hype you up for the final game of the series.
I don't think the folks at home need help, because they already are hyped up. It's Leo and Mirko bringing you the finale to this Insta Classic between AP Bren and Onyx. This is Game 5. And much like Game 3, these two teams have left us flummoxed. I'd say more AP Bren, given those last two picks in the Clint and the Hayabusa.
Clint and the Hayabusa, definitely a very unexpected end to the way that AP Bren were drafting. We did, however, predict exactly what Onyx were going to pick in the last two picks.
It
right?
had to be. It had to be the
Had to be.
Lancelot. And they, as seen in the first phase, want to crank down on whoever was going to get in the hard guard. Yeah, so they had to pick up the Franco. And again, they have the Franco and the Eve. So they don't have that odd interaction wherein the hook would interfere with whatever the mid laner was doing. Let's get into the game here. It's a Game 5, and you can see how deep Keyboy is already.
Oh, gets a hook onto Kyle Teasy. A good chunk of damage there as Kyle Teasy is still able to make it back to his buff. But this does give Kyrie a bit more of an advantage when it comes to this clear game early on.
Yep. He's what, ahead by 5-6 seconds? And for junglers, assassin junglers to be specific, that's basically forever in the early game, right? So he'll try to make up for it by going for 2 jungle creeps all at once, talking about Kyle Teasy, while Kyrie, on the other hand, is just taking his merry time. Down bottom, though.
Ooh. Some damage placed down. Boots doesn't want his wave to be cleared out with no punishment like that, but he ends up getting punished instead. Still the sustain from these two. I think a bit too much for him to handle, a bit too much for him to burst alone. That's why Onyx picked up the Lancelot that we actually talked about a lot. I mean, hey, who doesn't remember what Kyrie was able to do at MSC 2023? And now with the killing spree, he's seeking out to do the same.
Here's a quick look at what the emblem game is looking like for both these teams. Here in Game 5, you can see Uranus on Flap is actually rocking Brave Smite and Common Emblem. So yeah, he's looking to just out-sustain everybody. Yeah, even with Boots' Quantum Charge Power Dairoth, even with that damage output, besides that, Flap says, you know what, I'll consecrate in your face, I'll just stand here.
See if it works out. Look at the emblems. Anything interesting aside from the fact that Kyrie's just been on the killing spree all 5 games?
He's playing with flow. He's going with momentum. If that allows him to snowball, or in the case of Game 4, mount a comeback, he was on a Fredrin, mind you, then yeah, by all means, we all know exactly what they're going with here, and as expected, Turtle priority goes over to Onyx. Clean take, but now a fight.
Oh, Bloody Hunt coming down. That's a shred as well. Oh, the precision swipe by PZ dodges away. Few steals it away. And now it's a complete turnaround from AP Bren.
Onyx takes the turtle, but AP Bren get 2 on the way out. Put in a kill on both Few and Flap Teasy. We were talking about this dynamic as the draft was unfolding off the air, folks. We wish you were part of it. Wherein, yeah, this is going to be a great Dairoth game. It answers not just whatever is in the heart guard, but as well Flap Teasy Uranus, but only if Boots can be faster than those moments. If he can thread the needle and find the window, it'll be great. But in that moment there, in that first turtle take, the post-turtle take moment, AP Bren had the ace.
That was such a clean sidestep. Flap Teasy utilizing the dash right as he got out the Bloody Hunt, and that was literally what gave AP Bren the win. Just him not getting bursted down fast enough. And now it's a big problem for Onyx. You'd expect the Dairoth to have a lead by now, but Flap Teasy, he's staying comfortably in the lead. Kyrie, Thorn Rose, and the Red Tree picks up the gold buff away from Kyle.
All right, so elsewhere on the map, you can see AP Bren is winning, but after that death on Kyrie, that early death on this Lancelot, he's still keeping on his due diligence. He's doing the work that's needed for him to snowball out of here. He is still ahead of Kyle Teasy by a level, so that's something that Onyx can leverage. They can force the issue here and try to make up for this almost 1,000 gold lead AP Bren has approaching the 4-minute mark.
Let's take a look. It's only 800 gold lead held down by AP Bren. Kyrie on the Lancelot though. When it comes to gold, does he have an advantage? No, just 200, or 100 rather.
It's more the level.
Yeah, CW though, he's picked up the DHS very early on as well. With the second turtle of the game coming up. They're trying their best to go to the bottom lane, but Flap Teasy, my goodness gracious, almost just outplays the situation, takes Boots very low, and now is looking for a cut.
Oh, they're sending way too many bodies down here. And again, it's just the threat of activation. It's the fact that any time the hard guard can come in, Onyx, at least in this early stage in the game, right? They have to respect that. So it's going to be a turtle piece, it looks like, unless Kyrie has something to say.
Let's see. Oh, bloody hot by both the rover, but now it's going to be Kyrie jumping forward. Keyboy steals it away. Kyrie survives. Faktizi takes him out of the game, but it's a 2-for-1, making 3 with a turtle secured by Mr. Boy himself.
Mr. Boy, with the help of the birthday boy, help win the whole engagement for Onyx. AP Bren left reeling there. Huge trade for the Porcupine as well. The second turtle of the game. And yeah, there was a delayed trade up top, but CW is going to make up for it as he takes the turret before Marco can.
But we have to take a look at Super Marco. With him being left all alone, he's been able to free farm. He's been able to mount a pretty good early game.
500 gold.
500 gold difference. And now he has a whole BOD. We saw what the BOD was able to do in game number 3. Instantly, when he got it, the impact was felt across the map. It was a shockwave.
That and the game went so fast that we really didn't see what a prime built Clint in that lineup would do. So now maybe AP Bren will be able to showcase that. We're looking at 6 minutes in, about a minute before the last turtle of the game spawns. Kyle Teasy securing his purple here, and there's a huge presence from both teams here in mid. I think they understand that the next engage is going to be coming here. It's very close. Ooh, Keyboy with a hook.
Very close to hitting, but AP Bren know the distance. Taking a look at the items, seems like with the Fury Hammer, he has a lot of penetration helping him out. Endless battle though, he's looking for it next, I believe, and that's really going to cause problems to Onyx.
Another big problem for Onyx is how Boots' lane has come through. As we approach the mid-game, post-laning phase, Flapteasy, give or take about 1,000 gold ahead. It's forced Boots to right now build fully defense. His first item, a dominance ice. So best case scenario, he stands there, maybe catches 1 or 2 rogue heroes from AP Bren with the Abysm Strike, and then just use that passive on the dominance ice. That aside, he really isn't dealing as much damage here.
And it's still AP Bren with a good, I would say, some more pressure. Keyboy though with the conceal now. Kyrie dashing forward. Oh, he misses the puncture. Bloody Hunt gonna place down, but Kyrie, oh, he's still able to escape the Thorn Rose. Shadow kill all to the back. Good Bloody Hunt over from Few. But it's a 2-for-1.
And it looks like that advantage that Boots has just by standing there, using that passive on the dominance ice is enough. Although, this trade isn't as beneficial for Onyx. They read the room, they're saying, hey, it's not as clean, maybe we should go elsewhere, find wins there, but oh no. CW just blitzing this turtle. Oh, look at how fast he's going.
No red tree though. Kyrie now just joining the fight. Keyboy taking very low.
Oh.
1 HP, Super Marco, oh, it's a flicker out. Retribution secures it. Oh, CW, he's able to find Few. Now Super Marco with the help of the hard guard. BMI coming back. CW caught in the midst of Flap Teasy and Kyle Teasy. And Keyboy falls as well. So the little girl.
Woo-wee! A little girl and a cowboy with forward flicker from Super Marco there. Keyboy got away the first time around, but not the second time around. Look at how far ahead Super Marco is of the farm. Again, maintaining that 500 gold lead over CW. Now it's growing slowly but surely. 6-5 here, 8 minutes in, a minute and a half until the first Lord comes up. We've missed all turtles, and not a single went to AP Bren. But I think it's all still according to plan. AP Bren have been forcing this lineup, the whole Angela-centric lineup, for 3 games straight now, and I think they've learned a lesson from game 4.
I think so too. I mean, we're seeing a more, I would say, aggressive AP Bren. The aggressive AP Bren that I think we should have seen a bit more out of in game number 4 from them. With a 7K gold lead, this is what I expected from them, going ham, and honestly, Clint pick, it's kind of growing on me.
Yeah, and it's coming at a cost, right? It's not as clean. We're looking at a trade 50-50 every kill. There's a clap back from Onyx, and of course, again, the aforementioned turtles. But again, it's looking better, especially as we ramp up into the mid-game. So expect more significant fights, more significant trades. And the fact is the map reflects exactly just that, right? They're trading huge objectives, turret for turret, from the long lane down bottom to top. And Few, I think he learned a lesson from game 4 as well. But wait, he gets caught out!
My goodness, that burst! Now Flapteezy caught in a fist of strike. With the Phantom Execution, Kyrie jumping forward, takes Ogun very low. Kyrie in the back, still punished down with a shadow kill from Kyle Teasy, who now has the BOD. Bro's getting gunned down by the endless battle. And that's what AP Brenner are forcing, an endless battle.
Sheriff Marco's in town, and he's enforcing justice. I'm also liking it. It's amazing. With this level of peel, it's very similar to what we talked about, of how some marksmen just don't need the mobility anymore. They're just able to plop down and say, yep, this is damage, take it if you want to.
Well now, Kyle Teasy definitely has the advantage. Keyboy with a flicker forward right now. TW helping him out with a blazing duet. But I was going to be terrified. Flapteezy on him, no death so far. Except for, oh, what? CW falls, what? What killed him?
Oh, CW? Oh, was it, what is off a flap?
Trying to see what
or a rogue bullet. It could have been a rogue bullet.
I think that might be it.
A ricochet.
A ricochet from the Lord, perhaps. We'll have to see a replay to see what exactly happened there. I didn't quite catch it.
Oh, it was just killed God. It was a ricochet.
It was literally just a flicker and a gun down.
Oh, AP Marco. Sheriff Marco to you. AP Brenner bringing the Wild West here in Jakarta, and Onyx are feeling all of its effects. Look at this. They're forced to defend. They're forced to clean up house. And AP Bren will be able to passively push down bottom. And they're taking their time. Oh, they got Open!
Oh, Open falling. Kyrie takes the purple buff now. Fuse holding on. Flapteezy losing immortality. Keyboy looking for an angle to go for an iron hook. Kalteezy jumping in with the shadow kill. Now it's going to be dispersed amongst the Onyx members. 5 players trying to just soak in that damage. And AP Bren, they lose 2 members, but look at the map pressure still in their favor.
We've seen AP Bren fall to this folly several times this series already. This might be another one of those moments where, yeah, they're way ahead, they got a good lead, but on an individual basis, they get sloppy. These 2 kills should not have happened. If AP Bren had their way, this would never have happened. But that's just testament to how Onyx know their outs, how Onyx are so quick to punish. And now, with just 2 turrets left, it's like Lord of the Rings up in this, man. It's like Tolkien wrote it, 2 turrets left out of their base. Onyx are looking to get their gold up. Again, it's about 2,000 between them right now, and this is huge. A majority of it is between CW and Marco.
Atomization though, look at that, man. Another power spike for Super Marco. And this is a lethal one for Cowboy, for the Cowboy, for Sheriff Marco. Berserker's Fury. Who's gonna be able to withstand that damage, Leo?
Nobody. No one from Onyx is built to take more than a couple of shots from Marco. So they have to make sure that when they engage, when they dive in and punish whoever the Heart Guard is sitting on, they're clear of Marco's sights. Now AP Bren, they're playing with a very small lead here, just approaching 2,000. Oh, wow. Kudos to Kyle there. Brought a huge fat wave. We're going to be able to push that tier 2 up top. And now we posture up. We wait until this next Lord up in half a minute.
25 seconds to set up for the Lord. And this time it's AP Bren who holds the cards. They have the 2.6k gold lead, they have the map pressure, and they'll certainly use it. You can already see Kalteezy already pressuring up top.
The birthday boy though, gotta give kudos to Gila Sands. He's been doing well to protect himself. The only deathless member of Onyx right now, and I believe he's a linchpin to whatever is coming up next, to possibly a coin flip towards a comeback. Onyx have to protect him. They have to listen to his calls. They understand that when he says it's go time, it's Onyx time.
Meanwhile, for AP Bren, they gotta try to scatter that. They gotta try to make it chaotic so that Sans won't have what it takes to go for it. They're trying to burst it down even with a real-world manipulation. Risky play, but they get it. They do it, but now Sheriff Marco's in town.
At the cost of Kyrie, AP Bren are now forcing the issue. They're coming in, they're going in, and they get the bite down. Fucking he goes, but now Keyboy gets punished. 2 for 1. And there goes Kyle.
Sans, oh, he's still able to survive. One more hit would have done it. Kalteezy had to jump back to the quad shadow. Did AP Bren win the skirmish? Did they get it? Or is it still worth it with the Lord taken by Onyx?
I'd like to think it's worth it. They're a Lord apiece, and that enhances Onyx wave, but just enough to hit equilibrium. He almost punished CW2, but he gets out. Now, they focus on what's next. It's the post-Lord take. Oh, AP Bren have to clear this Lord. They have to clear the waves. They have to manage the map. If I may say so, AP Bren's wave clear is suboptimal.
Yeah.
It's sitting at what, 2.53 at best.
I think with the Clint, you can bump it up to actually a 4. As long as this Clint doesn't get zoned. That's the thing though. It's very situational. It's a 4 when Sans isn't able to pop real world manipulation.
Exactly. It's a 4 when you're not in a fight. But oh, the way Onyx is posturing, folks. There is a large amount of Onyx members here.
And there's the real world manipulation that we mentioned in the back as well. Now coming down in the back, CW gets taken out by Calteezy. Kyrie able to dash away.
And now they get him. Sheriff Marco takes him down under. And now Boots trying to recall. They catch him.
The quick draw, Sheriff Marco. He'll crash another criminal, taking him out. It's a double kill for Super Marco. 3-4-0.
Fastest fingers in the southeast. And with that, they take care of the Lord, get 3 kills with no clap back. They manage the waves, and AP Bren is back in the driver's seat. 15 minutes, 30 seconds in.
6-0-5. If there were still questions about Clint being in the meta, now there aren't. Now it's been answered.
Show him the screenshot.
Super Marco did it in a game.
Here we go. Bren. Oh, they're looking to get a penetration here. They're looking to take at least 1 inhibitor. But it looks like they are going to temper their tempo. They'll wait until this next Lord, 40 seconds away. And they gotta watch out for this, all right? They've been getting better at this. I must say so myself. They've been getting better at watching out for Keyboy's hooks. In the mid to the late game, which we're still in now, AP Bren has been putting themselves in weird situations wherein they're baiting the hook. It's scary. Honestly, it's scary. And when Keyboy does get it, it's lethal. So if AP Bren can fix that, then it's all the more closer to impossible that Onyx mount a comeback. So yeah, watch out for the hook. That's one key for Onyx to actually get back in this game.
If it was hard before to catch Super Marco out, now Sheriff Marco just got himself a Wind Talker, a bit more mobility and a little bit more damage, I would say, just with the burst coming in. He bursts. He doesn't just DPS, he bursts people down. You don't expect it, and then your health bar just disappears.
Yep, he's close as it gets to a spellcaster marksman, right? It's scary. Oh wait, they're gonna crash that on a boot!
Shadow kill used up right now with the hard guard in place as well. Kyrie with Phantom Execution to the back.
Boom!
Bloody hunt by Few! CW with the blazing duet onto the back now with a bloody hunt to Super Marco. But the Sheriff stays put. He guns Keyboy down. And Oakwood picks the double kill up.
3 for 2 so far in the CW and Suns. 2 major damage dealers from Onyx. Oh, they're unable to engage. They're scared of the 3 members left for AP Bren. And it looks like they want to force the issue. They're going to look for the penetration here. They're going to push mid.
Sieging it down with the help of Super Marco. Takes it out. They don't go for the Lord just yet. RWM locking Super Marco down. Still has a sustain. My goodness, one shot from Super Marco takes CW to half HP.
So close. That really was so close. Oh, wait, is that a penetration up top? Oh, wow.
Oh, what?
Onyx have done so well to hide and use sleight of hand across the map to get a cheeky push up top. So that's a little bit of breathing room. Permanent damage on AP Bren's base that they'll have to constantly answer back. And just like that, it's a 50-50 once more. Lord here pulled over to AP Bren's side.
With lane getting cleared out. Winter Truncheon by Sans. He's looking for an outplay moment. They're getting desperate. It's getting risky, but damn! Iron hook from Keyboy!
No frontliner, Leo, what? No one home, they bursted. Flapped easy. This is difficult, and they spent the hard guard too. Just like that.
What?
Onyx Lord chances skyrocket.
My goodness. To everyone he could have landed on. He landed on the frontliner now. View with a brilliant real world manipulation, but there is the Winter Truncheon. Calteezy gunned down. Responded over with another blazing duet into the back lines.
Oh no, it's just Kyle Teasy left. Keyboy's body hunting. Super Marco here in this bush, playing with the shadows. It's 5v2. We're not yet, quite yet, at TikTok timers, folks. But that was a clear win by Onyx, a huge victory for the Porcupines. And with that, they're gonna make quick work of the Lord. This is an evolved Lord. Onyx scored.
No way. Onyx once again. They've relied on Keyboy this game to find a hook. It wasn't able to hook Super Marco, but that is to his advantage. They've taken the frontliner out, the facilitator to Sheriff Marco.
Oh, 32%. That's a huge 32%. That means 1 in 3 hooks actually hit. And now they're knocking on inside AP Bren's base, and there's a fight!
Real world manipulation taking few low. Still has the flicker, still has the bloody hunt, but the Evolved Lord is now coming down. Keyboy. Iron Hook not connecting. The conceal
right.
used up already.
All right, AP Bren can use this to their advantage. They know that the RWM is not up. They know that Keyboy's flicker has been spent, and they just have to focus on this one big defense. Onyx, they smell blood in the water. This is very similar to what happened in the previous game.
The Sheriff is now bootless. Leo. Kyrie has the immortality. Bottom lane, gonna be pushed in. Kaltizi sent to micromanage. Using Retribution already. Lord taking half HP. Flapteezy now caught in the real world manipulation as Kaltizi jumps to the back line.
Lord gets cleared. Waves as well. Flapteezy down a third of his health, forced to use Consecration. And now Marco has Ogwyn in him. AP Bren able to clear the siege. Still breathing.
4 out of 5 when the real world manipulation cannot get to him. Super Marco still holding his ground. Now bootless. He's sitting down. He's in the ground.
That's right. No, he's sitting right there saying, this is where the fight happens. Come get me. And throughout this whole debacle, he still has 1,000 gold ahead of CW. So that's going to come in clutch when they start juggling items. And now the last turret left for AP Bren.
Re-engage potential few. Now, oh, the flicker as well. CW gets caught now with the real world manipulation into the back line with Kyrie dashing. Kaltizi gets caught. Defensive execution.
Marco gets a hard guard in him just in time to save himself. But just like that, Onyx disengage. But they walk away with 2 big wins. Poppin' Few and Kyle Teasy.
We're still looking for more. Sheriff Marco's on the hunt. Sans is looking for a sandwich, an angle to get into another team fight. Pushing the wave, CW up top, Kyrie mid, Boots down below. 3 waves coming down on AP Bren.
And this is as clean a sandwich as it gets. Again, there's only these 3 members left. It's Flapteezy, a clear peel, and the waves are crashing in. AP Bren, they gotta defend, RWM!
Tony Super Marco away, Flapteezy isolated, his immortality's gonna be popped out, Gwen flickers out! The Iron Hook of Keyboy! And the victory for Onyx! Into the grand finals they go!
We went all of the way, and AP Bren could not stop the inevitable. Onyx are the first team in the grand finals of the SPS Challenge Finals playoffs.
3-2-2. An endless battle was built. And an endless battle we got.
Key pickoffs, on-point calls, and just an attention to detail you cannot buy. Onyx knows the out at almost every single point in the game, and that's what bought them this victory here. And we got one more BO3, folks.
One more. You blink, and you don't miss this game because it's 3-2. It was all out. You could have joined at any moment of the game, of the series, and you would have been surprised.
This does not eliminate AP Bren. For all of y'all watching, this sends them to the lower bracket. Whoever wins between Echo and Bigatron Alpha will face the wrath of a scorned AP Bren.
But AP Bren was taken a loss. An AP Bren who will be even more motivated. But for now, Onyx, they're the ones up top.
Just take it in, folks. We wish you were here with us, here at Astora Sinayan. This is an atmosphere you would not want to miss. Dear Lord, I'm not even sad. I'm actually very impressed, and I'm excited to see how else Onyx evolves, and whoever ends up facing them, what they'll be bringing to the table.
I'm honestly quite speechless, Leo, after watching that game, after casting a full best of 5. That truly was a climactic moment. That was the way, the only way it could have gone. 5 games for a matchup like this.
This is the way.
This is the way.
Oh, we have spoken, and they have won. AP Brand have taken their bow, and they'll have to lick their wounds for tonight, but it seemed like the lessons learned from the previous games, the games they've lost in this series, they'll have to kick in when they play again tomorrow.
Absolutely. We'll have to see what happens later on, especially also we'll have to see who wins in the next match to face off against AP Bren tomorrow. Woo! Is it going to be the Red Robots from Indonesia, Bigatron Alpha with their spicy boy Moreno in the mid lane, or will it be the hungry Echo?
You know what, on a personal note, I'm a little embarrassed because I was ready to play Gold Lane Clint tonight. Right as we tuck in for bed. I wanted to play some Clint, but here it's not gonna happen. Hey, Alice, break the game down. Oh.
Akhirnya slot sudah di-secure oleh tim Onyx. Satu Indonesia tim sudah mendapatkannya. Kita sudah berada bersama dengan Sans dan juga cewek. Final upper bracket Best of 5 series. Kalian benar-benar menghabiskan semua game dengan luar biasa dan kalian membalaskan dendam kalian saat di group stage. Gimana rasanya bisa membalaskan dendam di babak playoff ini?
Kalau dari aku ya senang banget lah. Tadi agak gemeteran dikit. Sengit banget gamenya tadi.
Oh, he's shaky and it's so intense the battle.
Now, because if you guys remembered, in the group stage, Onyx fell to the hands of AP Bren. And they mentioned that they will be getting their revenge, and that they did because they managed to secure their grand final slot.
Iya, dan akhirnya satu grand final slot. But, di sini Budaya pengen tanya, semuanya pasti pada penasaran, apa yang kalian punya pada saat di babak playoff ini yang mungkin nggak dipunya oleh Bren? Karena kalian berhasil mengalahkan mereka dan kalian yang ngedapetin slot grand final. Cewek mungkin?
Kalau dari gua mungkin Bren nggak punya Sans sih.
Sans doang cukup nih.
Apa?
Kata cewek, Bren nggak punya Sans.
Enggak, dia kuat juga. Orang tadi gamenya juga sengit banget.
Sengit ya?
Yes,
Jawabannya sama-sama sengit.
I understand because Clara asked, what does Onyx have that AP Bren doesn't have? And Chewe said, they don't have a Sans. But Sans obviously said that that game just now was intense. Actually, we went to the backstage like twice because the game was so close, we didn't know when it was gonna end.
That's right. That's why Budaya penasaran juga, gimana sih kalian bisa memanage hati yang deg-degan, minus 1 jantung, dan tetap tenang di game keempat, di game kelima kalian berhasil ngedapetin gamenya. Gimana bisa tenang, apalagi cewek kayak mukanya, tenang aja. Oke, let's go, blasting duet piu-piu-piu-piu. Gimana, We?
Kalau kita ya, kita udah sering lah, maksudnya kayak match besar, kayak kemarin kita lawan Echo juga gamenya main lama, jadi ya kita udah mulai biasa. Kita terbiasa lah di playoff.
Oh, they're used to it.
Yes. I mean, they are our MSC champions, so they're used to the long games, intense game. They're used to exerting stamina. Okay, question. Now that you guys are in the grand finals, we have 4 more teams that we're gonna witness in 3, 4?
3.
3.
Only 3.
Okay. In your opinion, let me ask you first. Which team do you want to face in the grand finals?
Iya.
Oh. Bigatron. Sans?
Nah, sama, pasti mau grand final sama Indo juga, grand final BTR.
They want an Indo versus Indo grand finals. It's gonna be
promise.
Okay, I can imagine Istora Senayan if that were to happen.
Iya, dan ini mungkin juga, apakah ada boostingan ulang tahun dari Sans hari ini? Cewek, ini Onyx kasih kado apa semalam buat Sans? Apa yang kalian lakukan untuk celebrating Sans birthday di babak playoff, We?
Kita rencananya mau ini sih, mau anuin Sans.
Apa ini? Anuin, cewek ngomong anuin, apa ini? Mau ngapain Sans? Kamu diapain semalam Sans?
Gak diapa-apain, disurprisein doang tadi malam.
Oh, they make surprise for Sun's birthday because today is Sun's God's birthday.
Yes, it's his birthday. So, Istora Sinayan, how about we sing happy birthday to Sans? Is that okay?
Let's go.
All right. Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Happy birthday, Sun's God. Happy birthday, Gilang. Woohoo! Are you happy, San?
Yeah, are you happy? How are you feeling?
Ulang tahunmu dirayakan oleh satu Istora Senayan, San.
Ya senang banget lah, makasih banyak buat Onyx, kasih energinya, besok bantu lagi, semangatin kita lagi, dan ya semoga aja kita angkat champion lagi.
Oh, they want to lift that trophy because we can see the trophy is so close. But one more step for Onyx. Satu step lagi untuk Onyx, selangkah lagi untuk mengangkat piala yang ada di belakang mereka.
I agree. Onyx just needs one more game to actually lift this trophy if it's in their favor. Meanwhile, later on, we will be witnessing another match to know who will be moving on to the lower bracket semifinals for tomorrow. So how about last words to your fans who came to support you today? Ask them to come tomorrow.
Buat semua yang udah dukung, buat keluarga juga, thank you semua yang udah dukung. Besok kita ada match lagi, match penting lah buat kita final. Jadi semoga kita bisa ngangkat piala ini buat kalian.
They want to throw the trophy. They want to lift the trophy for you guys. Oh.
Yes, yes. All right, so we're gonna let them rest because tomorrow is a big day for Onyx, but we are not done. So before we move on to the last match of the day, how about we throw it over to our panelists to break down what happened in that amazing best of 5 series.
That's right.
Panelists, kindly take it away.
I really hope for everyone's sake that they don't throw the trophy.
I hope they
Alright?
don't. Please don't. Please don't.
Yeah,
Please
Just
don't.
leave it. If you throw it, it's gonna like hitting someone's head maybe.
Yeah.
On the audience chair, but yeah.
Yeah, and there's no like reverse time in real life. All right, so let's focus on the items here. 22 minutes of the game, 18 and 18, and even San said on the stage that it was as close as it could have gotten.
Yeah, it was a really tough game, I'm not gonna lie. It was dead even 18 to 18, and finally Onyx closed it out at the very end, and I wouldn't even say it was a blunder, it was a little unlucky. They caught Kyle Teasy lacking.
Oh my god. I thought it's gonna be a greedy drop from AP Brand since a lot of Glass Cannon heroes has been picked from AP Brand, but it looked like it worked on the game number 5.
Yeah, it worked really, really well. And surprisingly enough, I think they really believed that Flap Teasy on this Uranus would have been enough to actually tank through the Bloody Hunt and all the damage that Onyx had to provide. But even Kyrie, still, with the new emblem system, and especially to a couple of changes towards Lancelot's side, he is still very relevant in the meta. And boy, does he hurt.
Yeah, but look at the fans here. Look at the support coming in from Onyx. We got a little bit of a sneak peek there. They're turning on all their Samsung phones, just really showing support for Onyx. But back at this again, the MVP for that game has to be Gila Sans 6-0-11. Yves, 94% KP. I mean, like, at this point, do we really want to analyze his talent and his build?
I think that's enough because it's a sweet birthday gift for Sans.
It's a sweet birthday gift indeed. And honestly, half the items didn't even matter. It only mattered when he popped the RWM. And it's not like he's waiting for people to be in the middle of it. He literally just needs to get people at the edge of it so that Kiboy has an easy target for the Bloody Hunt or even the Iron Hook.
His timing. Exactly. Like you mentioned, his timing was just, it was the cherry on top to the team fight coming in from Onyx. You can see that there were a lot of moments that even Super Marco got caught in the real-world manipulation, and then CW just goes to the back line to finish it off, essentially.
That's why AP Brand is banning Sans Yves during the first game until the third game, right? It's a tough decision for Coach Daki, I know.
It's an extremely tough decision. If it's not used to isolate Flapteasy from the rest of his team, it's always used. Just look at that. Ogwen gets absolutely destroyed here with CW and Kyrie. If it's not just Keyboy, there's just so many other combo components because it's so deadly. And these final moments here is when they caught Kyle TZ lacking. Just the momentary stun was all they needed.
But if I can say like the MVP of the losing team, I think is the Sheriff Super Marco.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
This man was a living sentry turret. He just plopped his feet down and he's like, who's ready to quick draw first?
Yeah, just kill me if you can. Oh my god.
A man did not break a sweat. Every single time, the only thing that really threatened him was either number one, the Bloody Hunt, or the RWM. And each and every time he's trying to position himself to make sure that if they do use one of those ultimates, they gotta go really far out of their way to make it happen.
Another congratulations to Onyx once again, being able to rewrite the script a little. Remember the last time that they did met, it was 2-1 for Bren, and here it is, Onyx learning from their mistakes, reading their enemies' patterns, being able to push it to 3-0 with them, being able to come out on top, and securing that ticket to the grand finals.
If we got a little flashback, I think, during the MSC Grand Final, the score is 4-2, right? Not even like the opponent is not getting 3 games, the Blacklist. But this time, the brand, it makes the games really tight.
Look, I don't know about you guys, but at the very least, this is a double elimination format. So we still need to figure out in the next upcoming best of 3 who's actually going to win that one to face off against AP Brand. And if AP Brand wins that, then it's going to be a repeat. But this time, instead of a best of 5, that will be a best of 7.
So they're going to play a total of
potentially 12 games.
12 game by tomorrow.
Yeah, 12. Sorry, I got a little sidetracked there. I mean, yeah, hi!
Hi, everyone.
Yeah, a total of 12 games. Can you imagine how tired they must feel after already going a full best of 5 against Onyx? Super close in that sense.
No, I don't think they'll be tired. They will be motivated. They will be a little tired, but they will going to be fueled by rage and monster energy.
All right, that's true.
Can't deny that.
Yeah, that's kind of an unfair advantage when you're playing this tournament with monster energy.
I mean, come on.
So now the question is, who is going to be going head-to-head against AP Brand tomorrow in the final lower brackets? Is it going to be Echo or is it going to be Bigatron Alpha?
Oof.
Either way, it's a tough one.
Exactly. But if we analyze the draft, at least there are some tidbits that we actually can take for ourselves and apply to our own game, because the meta is super diverse right now. And I think it feels like 5 bans. It almost feels like 5 bans isn't enough, right?
It's not enough, I think. Maybe Munton, maybe add more. 5? So the total will be like 20 bans?
20 bans in total. That would be insane. Or this could be the setup for global bans in the future, which I hope that doesn't come true. I really don't like global bans because there's just way too many things to keep track of.
Guys, come on. Are you forcing me to buy the Tab S8?
Oh.
Because like, if it's 20 bands, I can't keep track. My notebook isn't enough. See, if you guys are curious how I memorize everything, it's a notebook, right? I don't have a good memory, so then I'd have to buy a Tab S8. Actually, that's not a bad idea.
I mean,
I'll think about it.
Look, if you're not looking to get into a Tab, how about you just get the regular Galaxy? I mean, the Galaxy 20
have fans on it.
Ultra it's good enough. It's good enough.
Why not both?
You know, honestly, get both because they are interfaceable.
Exactly. Why choose one? Take both home. That's a lesson to everyone at home. Don't choose one. Choose more than 2.
And more so, you got to drop that notebook at some point.
No.
Yeah.
No. I'm loyal to a fault. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to come to the end of that best of 5. We do still have one more match remaining to see who is going to be the final boss against AP Brand here, if they still want to make it to the grand finals. With that, me, Eterna, Gideon, as well as Goliath, will see you after this short break. Short break. Stay tuned.
I think this event is great because the venue is located in the center of Jakarta. For the F&B booth, I think it's also quite delicious.
Menurut saya ini event yang sangat besar ya. Kalau untuk saya sangat merasakan atmosfer hype banget ya ini. Iya, lebih mewah dan kalian pertama kali datang ke sini tuh tidak akan tersesat gitu.
Kayak rapi dan tertata banget lah pokoknya.
Yang aku paling suka karena walaupun kita misalnya udah selesai nonton, kita masih bisa ke tempat-tempat lain kayak Glory Area. Ada barang-barang lain kan, kayak ada photo booth, terus ada main basket, lain-lain juga. Jadi seru banget semuanya.
Aku lebih suka stage-nya, karena apa, dia full LED.
Panggungnya bagus banget. Itu sih yang paling aku highlight ya dari event SPS ini.
Terus dari lidah stage-nya untuk jalan itu full LED juga sih.
I think the lighting is quite great. Design, I think is also great.
Yang membuat acara ini berbeda dengan acara turnamen lainnya, mungkin ada acara signing session-nya itu.
Kalau di event ini kan ada kayak bisa minta tanda tangan, kayak Marsha gitu-gitu, bisa foto bareng sama misalkan player Onyx gitu.
Mempertemukan pro player dengan fans-fansnya, itu menurut aku suatu hal yang baru dan bagus banget yang bisa ditiru di turnamen lain.
Untuk yang belum pernah datang ke sini, disarankan kalian datang ke sini karena event SPS ini seru banget kayak gitu.
The next SPS, I will join, definitely.
Saya pengen untuk acara SPS adakan lagi sih, kayak gitu. Untuk game-game yang lainnya, seperti itu. Nggak cuma Mobile Legends doang.
SPS 2023, semangat!
Oke, thank you.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Scream and crawl.
hanya tersisa Watchdog mungkin masih dalam masa kulit tapi di bagian belakang PDS bahkan pancake kaki Langlordnya didapatkan. Mereka dipertemukan dengan kita sengaja lalu dipisahkan oleh damage yang menyakitkan dan hilanglah sudah satu orang.
I feel really great and happy because I thought Red Giants is a really strong team, so I'm just really happy that we won. I think the same plan on how we prepare for one team because our preparation for all of the teams are just the same, so we will just prepare the same for them.
Tapi Super dengan speedy lagu ini deaktifin dan ada satu lagi Winter yang dikeluarkan. Petripai udah terkena pula ke dalam satu tubuh player tersebut. Lejaplah sudah, Super menjadi orang terakhir dan game.
Perasaan gue jujur sangat senang karena emang gimana ya jelasinnya, karena kita masih bisa lanjut di turnamen inilah, kayak masih dikasih kesempatan. Jadi ya untuk kedepannya kita bakal tetap lakuin yang terbaik. Persiapan buat lawan mereka ya kita karena lebih pengen enjoy aja sih. Jadi kayak kita nggak mau mikirin lawan kita siapa, ya kita cuma mikirin tim kita dan gimana nanti kita cara kita main dan menang.
Tapi Roduk yang berhasil didapatkan pula sakit. Telah terjadi aksi penculikan terang-terangan ada Winter Trenchant di depan umum yang memang sudah terada blessing to it for winning di game yang pertama untuk Bigetron.
I think BTR is strong ever since Vin came to the lineup.
Menurut gue timnya bagus dalam pick off, jadi itu yang hal yang kita waspadai.
I think we can win. I trust my teammates.
Bisa sih kayaknya, ntar kita lawan Eko, terus pas menang mungkin ntar lawan Brand, pokoknya kita bangga semua PH.
Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals babak playoff hari yang kedua sudah memasuki match terakhir.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. We are down to the last match of the day where we will witness Bigetron Alpha going up against the Orcas of the Philippines, Echo.
Yap, ini adalah pertarungan yang dinantikan. Tentu saja Bigetron Alpha, perwakilan dari Indonesia, akan melawan Echo, perwakilan dari Philippines. Dan ini adalah pertemuan mereka yang kedua di babak playoff ini. Di match pembukaan kedua tim ini, Bigetron Alpha diturunkan ke lower bracket oleh Echo.
Yes, now that they're meeting up once again, I feel like it's gonna be an intense one, definitely. And this is going to be the do or die match in which the team that loses ends their journey at Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals, whereas the winning team advances and will go up against another team in order to try to get that last grand final slot.
Ya, perjalanan mereka tentu masih panjang jika ingin memegang piala di depan sana, karena kita melihat match ini akan menentukan siapakah yang akan melaju ke final lower bracket untuk melawan Epi Brand yang baru saja diturunkan oleh Onyx. Dan tentu saja ini adalah best of 3 series, jadi siapapun yang menang akan melaju, siapapun yang gak kalah harus berhenti perjalanannya.
Yes, yes, yes. Now I see that the fans are seated. They are ready for the last match of the day. You can see them. You can see them waving in the crowd.
Hello. Semuanya udah bersemangat banget pastinya dari kedua fans dan juga pencinta Mobile Legends di Indonesia. I think mereka udah gak sabar. They want to watch this last match, best of the series on the lower bracket.
Yeah, so how about you call on the right, I call on the left.
Let's go. Jadi siapkan diri kalian, siapkan lautan merah. Karena kita akan memanggil sang robot. Inilah dia perwakilan dari Indonesia, Bigetron Alpha. Bigetron, well, Bigetron win! Inilah dia Bigetron Alpha.
And of course, we gotta bring in the Orcas. Calling up on stage, Echo! The boys are here, Echo loud, Echo proud. Give it up once again for Echo!
Apakah ada pembalasan dendam atau akan ada pembuktian?
Now remember, after Bigatron Alpha sent RSG Philippines back in their bags, what did they say? They say they will be sending all of the Filipino teams home. So, will the Orcas actually prove them wrong, or will they send Echo home? I think it's about time we find out who's sending who home. So, panelists, it is now time to shine. Panelists, take it away.
Mari, mari, mari.
We're given a different side of the coin this time, ladies and gentlemen. Earlier on, it was a ticket to the grand finals. Now, it's a ticket to continue on in their SPS journey, as we are going to witness once again Echo as well as a Bigatron Alpha. Here on the caster desk, it's me, Eterna, alongside Reptar, as well as I was gonna say Gideon, I'm sorry. Gani over there. Sorry, I was used to Gideon being here, but it is going to be you guys. Definitely, I couldn't ask for a better lineup here.
Yeah, man.
Missed
Oh,
you
you mean us? Oh,
Yeah.
miss you too, Eterna.
Of course.
Too slow. Anyways, yeah, I'm so excited for this series. It's gonna be a fun one. Hey, Eterna, don't worry, it's okay. Don't worry, you can get me back later. I'm kidding. We're just messing around.
I'll get you back when Bigatron wins this.
Oh, okay. We're already dropping the predictions. Gone. Oh wait, no, you're also Indonesian. I'm between Indonesians again.
It's a 2v1 here, Reptar, and seeing the theme here at SPS, you know what? Patterns don't lie. Bigatron sent RSG home. I think Echo is going to be next.
Yeah, not just that. Let's talk about patterns even further, right? Because earlier on, we saw Onyx being able to beat Bren, where Bren was able to beat Onyx earlier on. So if Indonesians can learn from their mistakes, this is going to be a game for the Red Robots as we take their official team lineup here. Sorizo, Supercan, Moreno, Saken, as well as a Super Bin, aka Key, is missing.
Yeah, it's gonna be Bigatron Alpha, and I love the performance of Super Vin. I know I'm a Filipino. I know the Filipinos are there looking for, hey, come on, man, where's that Filipino bride? But I gotta give the flowers here to Super Vin earlier. Yaoi said it during the interview. He did. He is one of the reasons why Bigatron improved as a team. But man, his performance against RSG really facilitated the Super Bros duo, Super Ken and Super Vin, with Vin leading the charge. Echo's gonna have to watch out for this roamer.
I mean, again, Super Vin here providing a lot of hero pools as well, providing a lot of macro plays, decision making, and combined with Moreno in that mid, it's gonna be very deadly as well. I mean, Moreno proven very lethal on the mages. I hope Echo has learned that don't let Valentina go if you're going up against a Moreno. Take a look, 71%. Yves also very positive. Perhaps they might want to force Moreno on the far side.
Yeah, just give it. All right, let's ban Yves, let's ban Valentina. It's okay, pick up the Farsa, right? Because I guess that's what we can take from Moreno's playstyle, his gameplay. The fact that he's very aggressive. It's very difficult when he's given an artillery mage that has to keep his positioning proper, as well as being as vulnerable as the Farsa, who's a sitting duck practically.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, the last time these two teams met, the heroes that Moreno got to play were only the Faramis and the Novaria. There has to be some changes into the draft as Echo fields their lineup. Same Echo that we saw earlier today.
Sanford, Zaida, Sanji outplayed, and Yaoi stepping in. Big brother Yaoi.
Yep.
Lover boy Yaoi. Lord Taker Yaoi. You know, I guess the titles just keep on going for this man, because I think a lot of people have doubted earlier on the synergy that he has with the two MDL players, and that is why JP was actually subbed in. But now, with Yaoi back in there is just a taste of experience that he does bring as we take a look at the statistics.
Well, looking at the statistic, right? If you're talking about Yaoi here, he really is banking on the pick-off hero. Let's talk about Kaja, Kufra as well. And it seems like it wasn't necessarily comfortable for the other two members of MDL, Zaida, and as well as Outplay. But what do you think about this, Reptar? The synergy between Yaoi and those two.
Oh, well, yeah, there's still a lot of lapses on there based on what we saw earlier up against Yudu Red Giants. but they make up for it really well. One player on the side of Echo that makes up for the errors or has become as one of the linchpins of just being an anchor for the team is a man you just see on your screen right now, Sanji. And I like that we're giving focus on this mid matchup. Sanji versus Moreno, their positioning, who they're going to end up picking, the fight for Valentina, Eve, Farsa, maybe even a Novaria, Faramis, all those heroes. Maybe even the Kadita. They mentioned pickoffs, Bigatron, they're watching from that, coming from Echo. Yeah, and you see the heroes that they're going to be fighting for.
Oh, yeah. I mean, last time around, the opponent who went face-to-face against Echo prioritized 3 bans towards Sanji.
Yep.
No Eve, no Farsa, no Kadita for you, Sanji. You need to pick a hero that cannot facilitate your crazy calls in game. What the heck? This guy has been insane. An anchor towards this team. And he also has the experience above Moreno.
Yeah, and Moreno's going to have to play the game of his life again here. Again, the last time they faced up against each other, it was a very close game. 2 MVPs for Zyda. But as we get a closer look to head-to-head, look at that. In terms of the statistics, very close. But Bigatron have different priorities. They prioritize the Melissa, which is why it's constantly banned against them, and the Lancelot for Super Ken. Meanwhile, Echo, we know how much Outplayed loves the Claude and how much Sanji loves that Eve.
And perhaps that might be the theme here for the series. Seeing the mages, the unconventional mages pop out again. I mean, we saw multiple Angela mid forced on towards the mid laner, so expect perhaps the same area concepts here for Moreno and as well as Sanji, because it seems like both of the players really likes those conventional mages, right? The Valentina, the Yi, the Farsa, we keep mentioning. So perhaps both coaches are eyeing to, force the mid laners on a uncomfortable or unconventional hero.
Yeah, I agree. Faramis, I think that's something that we've seen quite a bit. Novaria as well. And I know we're kind of explaining the fact that these mid laners are definitely the anchor for both of these teams, but let's head over to the EXP lane, because I think this is where things are really going to go down. Sanford going against Sorizo. What are we thinking about this matchup?
I'm going to be looking out for the Yuzhong versus Paquito option. Yuzhong was whipped out earlier by Echo, and it was one of the key picks. Yeah, exactly. Whoop-pow! One of the key picks that brought them to victory against Yudu Red Giants, and Sorizo earlier on the Paquito was like bam, 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 bam. Very comfortable with that hero.
You know what? I do agree with you, right? Perhaps you might see another Uranus pick, though. I know it's very popular, but then again, sometimes teams seeing, Uranus not banned in the first phase, it's an expensive pick, but we all know that Sorizo can pocket that Uranus on his Paquito.
For sure, and there's definitely counters towards it. So I've asked you what you guys think more or less on the mid laners as well as the EXP laners. Now, what about you guys at home in the audience right now, especially for those of you at Twitch? Tell us your prediction. Are you guys hitching on the Orcas this time around, or do you feel like this is a Bigatron game to win? Let us know as we are going to bring out the talent predictions. Here we go. There it is.
I'm not even surprised anymore. All right. Okay. You guys do you. You guys do you. Explain. Why?
You're the minority here. You explain.
Whoa! I mean, why else do I have to explain myself? But I mean, yeah, 3 games I think we can all agree on. The winner, we can disagree. Agree to disagree there. But yeah, it's going to be 3 games. Bigatron was so dominant earlier against RSGPH. I don't see Echo dominating in this game. If they do, it will be surprising. It will be a close one, but I still see Echo going through to the lower bracket finals.
All right, and with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you to the drafting phase here of game number 1 in this best of 3. Looking at the bans already flooding through, Kadita Kaja taken away from Yaoi as well as Sanji. And from the side of Echo, they're going to put respect onto Sorizo, Paquito, as well as the Fanny and the Franco. So already very unique bans here in the first phase.
I mean, looking at the 3 heroes banned out from side of Echo, it's all respect, right? We saw how Super Ken was able to just deliver on that Fanny. Not as Kyrie level, but it's still so reliable. Again, as Super Vin, we touched on his Franco. Very annoying and a nuisance. But of course, the Paquito is all respect as well. Now, Big Atron will also respect a hero that we touched on earlier, Paquito and Uranus.
Yeah, okay, so Bigatron banning the Uranus here, I feel like it's a ban that as the series goes on, they might decide to let go of. But then again, I also remember that Echo does love the Angela pick lately, so maybe that's why we saw how strong the Angela and the Uranus combo is earlier in the AP Brand versus Onyx matchup. Now for the first pick, most likely either going to be a Valentina or a Fredrin. If it's going to be an Arlott, I feel like it's a little bit too anti-Cerezo focused for my taste. One of those two heroes, Valentina and the Fredrin, probably is going to be the first pick.
I'm actually quite concerned about the Joy being left open here, right? Because both of these teams can utilize that.
Oh.
But instead, they actually prioritize the Yi for Sanji first. Now, Bigatron, they can actually pick up the Joy, and they can use it as a flex in their draft.
Yeah, I think Joy here, being Kaja and Franco already taken away by both teams, you know what? Joy seems a very juicy hero here to be picked up. So Joy and Valentina here, I suppose, can be the way.
Or later. Pick the Valentina later,
Oh,
right? Because Yi already being picked up.
Pick up an XP, perhaps. Joy.
Arlott.
Or even Claude earlier on. I think that's a huge hero for Saken.
Yeah, you're right. I agree with the Joy Claude first two picks here for BTR. If they're going to change one of those two, it might actually be the Joy, but the Joy just looks so good right now. Alongside the Claude, you take it out from the hands of Outplayed, but nope, it's going to be the Angela Claude actually that they're going to be going for. So if ever, they can actually slot a Ling here, and this might have forced out a reaction from Echo to pick up the Ling right now.
Okay, very good read there, right? I mean, with the Claude and Angela picked up, it's going to be... It's good. It's kind of asking Echo a question, right? Yeah. Are you going to pick up the Ling? Are you going to commit another hero? There you go. Joy left open. They will pick it up. Asking back Bigatron a question. What are you going to control this Joy? With what hero are you going to use to control this Joy?
Yeah, they definitely need lockdown at this point, right? And the options are going to get even slimmer coming into the second phase of the drafts. Echo, they're going to go an extra mile here, picking up the Baxia. Just really doubling down on the fact that they want to take this early game as fast as possible. They want Bigatron to be stuck on the Echo Express, but then there's no room for flex, right? Baxia jungle, Joy in the EXP lane, and now Coach Aldo, he has a chance to try win these lanes out.
Yeah. I wonder if Bigatron are even going to consider stealing away a roamer now, or if they're going to lock in a high prio pick here. If they're going to be going up against a Baksha, a Joy, an Eve, I want to see them consider something else. Nope, they're going to go for power picks. They pick up the Valentina. Now, I'm already looking towards what the jungle might be here for BTR. If ever Echo takes out the typical Super Ken picks such as the Lancelot, maybe even the Hayabusa, we might end up seeing BTR whip out a Bane jungle.
Alice.
To make sure they'll have some control. And maybe even Alice.
Alice jungle?
Alice? Oh, yo, Alice with an Angela just sounds good.
I don't like it.
A bit too slow.
Yeah.
A bit too scaly, maybe?
Yeah.
Scaly is what I'm worried about, right?
Yeah.
Again, Alice jungle, small window of opportunity. You need to be able to rotate around the map, get as many creeps as possible to be able to stack it. Unfortunately, going against a Baxia who's going to definitely out-rotate you, I think it's a little bit too difficult for Bigatron to pull off here in this particular situation. Here, Bigatron in the second phase, they're going to prioritize taking away the Cho, and Echo go for the Ling ban. And I think that's a really good ban.
That is right. I mean, considering that you said mobility is going to be key for the side of Baksha, and a hero that can equalize in that department, mobility is that link. So a good ban from the side of Echo. But it seems like Bigatron, they realize that they lack in that range department, being that Yves is on the opponent's side. So they ban another hero that has range, and that is the Leslie.
The bans here from both teams and the picks. There's an Angela on the other side. The Baksha on the third pick turns off the idea of potentially BTR slotting in an Esme or anything that just relies on even more heal, unless BTR are gonna surprise us all with their roamer pickup. I mean, with the Kadita, Kaja, Franco gone, a lot of Super Vin's main heroes are gone. Although that Angela, yeah, is gonna be going to the hands of Super Vin. So BTR need way more tankiness here in the jungle. They might actually whip out a Martis with the assassins getting taken away. I like the Martis as a potential pickup here for BTR.
Okay here. So, again, asking a question here. If we're talking about assassins, I mean, Hellcat is still on the board here. I feel like it can be pulled off considering later on Hellcat will build DHS, potentially see a Halberd, but that early game here, Bigatron really needs to secure a hero to Hellcat just stay farm if they really want to commit an assassin.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you. Bigatron now, I honestly would pick up the Esmeralda.
Yeah.
I would utilize that jungle as a flex at this point. Leave it to the last surprise pick.
Yeah.
Esmeralda?
Fredrin.
No, Fredrin. All right, so a lot safer. Flexibility still can go to the EXP or even in the jungle.
Yeah, I'm thinking Echo if they're going to consider picking up a Harith here.
Ooh.
So they're just going to have a Harith, a Joy, and an Eve. Going to be very... It's a greedy lineup, but it's something that can scale extremely fast if BTR don't handle their transition into the mid-game well. I'm leaning towards a Harith, but it might still be a marksman for Outplayed.
Yeah, I mean, Beatrix is still open. Conventional marksman perhaps might be the pickup here.
Yeah, if it's going to be a Harith, then they're going to pick up a Kufa for Yawi also.
Oh.
Beatrix? But what are we thinking here? Beatrix, Brody, Melissa.
Yeah, a lot of conventional marksmen still open. Melissa would be great. Beatrix has the wave clear, so they bring it up. And it's a Minotaur. Right.
So good. So good here from side of Echo. I really like the Minotaur pick here. It just adds more stability. Again, they need someone that can soak in the damage alongside with Baksha. And let's not forget, Minotaur can heal, so sustainability is also there. Asking a big question here. What are you going to do? Because it seems like they lack burst from the side of Bigatron.
Yeah, they need another anchor here.
I think Martis.
Yeah, Martis and Fredrin as the last two picks would be great. Get them tanky boys, but nope, that's a Khalid! That's a Khalid!
Fredrin jungle.
Fredrin jungle and a Khalid in the XP lane. Interesting.
Very, very interesting. I mean, it's cool that you don't see that Echo's putting all their eggs in one basket, meaning that they're not going so much in the early game. Like, just in case this goes mid to late, they do still have the Beatrix and the Minotaur in these team fights if Bigatron want to get overly aggressive. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's throw it over to the casters to bring you and walk you through game number 1.
Loving that Khalid pick coming in from Bigatron Alpha. And my compatriot here, Amirko, is just doing his best to keep it under wraps. He's been dancing when the Khalid came in. Oh, Sorizo!
Yeah, that's literally what I was doing. Sorizo's signature pick. Yeah. Before he was this good, he had to rely on his comfort picks, his pocket picks, and Khalid was one of his comfort and pocket picks that he was able to pull off a couple of times against Joy, against very mobile heroes. We have a very different view of how this game is gonna go.
So it's like that, huh?
It is like that.
It's like that. You gonna call for a sweep?
I'm gonna call for a sweep.
Especially with the Khalid back in Sorizo's hands?
Yeah, especially after Moreno said what he said.
He said what he said.
We need more of these players, confident Chads.
All right, I'm excited to see how well this plays out for both of our teams. And yeah, I respect what Bigatron Alpha did earlier today as they knocked out the MSC 2022 champions in RSGPH. So it's not impossible, all right? So that's why Moreno was on a hot streak and said what he said, but it all comes down to the game. It all comes down to this best of 3. And with that said, we'll have to talk about it, exactly what Echo is fielding up against this lineup. Sure, there is a Khalid, but as always, you got to talk about how you stop that quicksand guard. And Coach Aldo read into it. Man, the Architect, look, there's only 2 ways they can stop it. That jump from Zaida and the Minoan Fury.
Let's see how it'll play out.
And one more, maybe the Desperation stop. Let's get into game 1 here into the Land of Dawn. It's an orange start for both Super Ken and Zaida.
Okay, for Zaida, he actually already cleared it out much faster with the Season Hunter and just on this Baksha. Sublime clearing. Meanwhile, up top, Sorizo already doing his thing on this Khalid, bullying Sanford, and even Sanji taken very low. Now, though, it's going to be the return from Sanford over to Super Vin, who's forced to flicker out.
And Yawi coming in maybe 2 seconds too late. If there was a little extra oomph in there, they definitely would have forced the issue up against Super Vin. So yeah, this is a great start for Echo, up by about 200, 300. But wait, how about down here? Oh, Zyda hits level 4 first.
Yeah, that was a win for the clearing speed. This is what the Baksha is picked for, right? Just that clear speed, man, and that rotation speed. He can dictate what happens on the map. Meanwhile, Yawi here already punishing Vin. No flicker. This should be first blood as Sanford jumps forward. Echo strikes first.
Sorizo here just doesn't quite have his ult just yet, so these big engagements, best believe, folks, it will hit a power spike when he does. Looking at the emblems, yeah, this is as usual and as basic as it gets. Nothing quite out of the ordinary. Again, the fact that we're looking at a Khalid here in 2023, rocking lethal ignition means Sorizo will be building damage.
Feels like a Diablo game, right? I mean, with the Khalid, we're just missing a Badang, maybe in game number 2. But right now, Sorizo's doing a good job at Sony's side away, taking them to half HP. Good rhythm coming down. Sorizo might be in a bit of trouble here. Superken resets the turtle. Doesn't want to take this risk just now. No mid control.
Huge presence from Echo here. It's a 4-man pursuit. They're trying to get this. Sanford dives in the back.
Oh, Raging Storm on the back line. Moreno following through. Superken finds the retribution on the turtle. And just like that, Yawi is now caught. 3 members of Bigatron Alpha takes him out.
They've deserted Yawi. It was a good engage. It looked good. They could have gone with the trampoline. Zyda's in trouble.
Double kill for Sorizo. The real world manipulation stops them now. Rhythm coming down. Superken still able to find the purple buff.
And he finds Super Vin, but Sorizo once more. He can't be stopped. He goes for a triple.
Sorizo on the Khalid.
Mirgo's dancing, man, and it's not Takaldag, not quite yet. And Echo are making up for some lost time on the map. They take Little Wanderer, and they're given outplayed here as much on the map as possible. So we're waiting for these gold leaders to come into play. We haven't really talked about outplayed and Sakin much. And again, you'll see the trademark Brave Smite on a Claude. Again, it's all in the name of sustainability.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a very good emblem to take for Sakin. Understanding that Beatrix can actually have a pretty good say as to what's to come later on as well in these skirmishes. We saw in the previous series, Super Marco was able to utilize this Beatrix to completely, I would say, take control of CW on the Claude, who was using the Quantum Charge. You can get out, but these basic attacks, you can't dodge away from them, so you might as well just try to sustain from them.
Yep, and again, ooh, the killer instinct in Sorizo. It's either killer instinct or just the eagerness to look for a fight. Oh, down bottom. Sakin spends that big to help clear. Now Zyda meets up with Superken and Sorizo.
Raging Storm, the taunt comes down. Now the hard guard as well. Zyda, sort of a Poisons, but he's going to be slain by Superken. The 2 blades from the Khalid and the Fredrin.
And not to mention, Super Vin was in there. It's so difficult playing an Angela. This definitely is the Angela meta. RWM from Moreno.
Stolen away, now Sanji's zoned out. And now the gold lead, the XP lead for Superken it has increased. Now, honestly, free turtle.
It's huge. 4.5 minutes in, and it seems like Bigatron Alpha have gotten into lockdown protocol. They're gonna start shutting down everything Echo will try to do. Bottom lane, gold lane seems to be the last bastion. It seems to be the last place where Echo can find farm. And I would not be surprised if slowly but surely Bigatron, especially as we enter the post-early game, they start to crack down there too.
Damn, Outplayed already sent into this mid lane as well. They're trying to just funnel at Outplayed now. They understand that, you know what, Bigatron Alpha have been taking a little bit too much from us, but they haven't been able to touch Outplayed. So now we played for him. Hard guard coming down, Terrify as well. Sorizo jumping back in with a Raging Storm. Zyda, good sidestep away. Real world manipulation, locking him down. He's still able to escape now. He gets taken out. Yawi is the one who gets the shutdown.
Here comes Stanford coming in from the north. A delayed response. Tries to pop Super Vin. Will eventually find him.
Renner's Apathy coming down, but Stanford's the one who picks up the killing spree. Vengeance now, the blazing new and melts through him. Shut down for Moreno. And Superken with the Appraiser's Wrath takes a big chunk out of Outplayed's HP bar.
2 for 2. And Bigatron are happy to take these trades. Again, despite the early game having been all for Bigatron Alpha, and when a team that wants to scale up gets trades and delay the game, that's usually for the losing team. But here, Bigatron Alpha, again, they're coming in to shut down protocol. They want to take everything away, and yeah, That engage was so good. And here, even with Stanford coming in from the north, yeah, they get a kill, but it's so difficult. The fact that even Outplayed can't get the farm he wants.
Yeah, DKD go for even more here in the back. Outplay still able to kite away. Produce Passion not quite landing now. So Rizzo jumps back in. Yaoi's taken out. Zaida forced to go out to run away with the Tortoises Poissons. Meanwhile, here even with the real world manipulation, Moreno out damages Sanji. Supervin has found the kill. So Rizzo in the back forces Zaida away.
Huge 3,000 gold lead. You definitely feel that BTR are outgunning Echo. And here, I can't even imagine a world where Echo thinks of contesting. So yeah, last turtle of the game, gonna give it over to BTR. I'm thinking of the outs for Echo, like where do they find a win? Because Chorizo is nigh unstoppable, 5-1-1. He's got to have to see he's on his way to an Oracle. There he is, he picked it up.
My goodness, this slow snowball, I would say a death ball. Bigatron Alpha were able to utilize exactly that. That made RSGPH a special team back in MSC 2022.
Wait, are you saying BTR is like Mega Man? After defeating an opponent, they take their powers?
Yes, sir. That's exactly what it seems like. I mean, Bigatron Alpha have been improving constantly. Supercan now jumping in the middle of this turret. Retribution used up by Zaida to clear up ways, but Supercan is still at full HP.
Got the hard guard in, and of course, just get that emotional damage in with the TPs. And Moreno waiting in the bush, looking for the punish. Oh, spotted. The Echo is so hungry for resources. And now, the engage by Yaoi.
Taunts it up now, forced to come back, forced to get chunked. As they look for a siege, they start grouping up in the mid lane. Zaida can no longer defend this. Supercan jumps in again, zoning the members away. They've gotten what they sought out for. Zaida, shield unity. Not quite going to be able to utilize that to connect to any of the members. And in 8 minutes, it's a 4,000 gold lead. It's a very clean game, clinical from the robots.
Yep. It's laser precise, everything they've done so far. Even with 4 deaths coming in, 4 kills from Echo, they're all calculated. It's all worth it. They're all trades. Not a single turret, not a single turtle given over to the Orcas. And now I see, now I understand, now we respect it. Mirko, I understand now the Khalid on Chorizo. It rivals even El Diablo.
Oh, Yaoi now caught. Oh my goodness. Pops in him in his fury in desperation. Supercan jumps in, eats up the Venus Rage. Now punished, but Mindu and Fury from Moreno. Onto the back with the helm of the Raging Storm. Now Chorizo soaking all the damage. Jumping back in will fall to the likes of Outplayed. As that's a 1-for-1.
Oh no! 40 gets caught out by Sakin. Pops the Vengeance. That took so long to kill Chorizo. Just Chorizo, 3 members of Echo. Imagine that.
They had to use a lot of ultimates, a lot of resources. Even Sanford, he dove deep to buy some time. But he had to pop the Vengeance, the rhythm as well. Now BTR are clearing mid. They know how to play this Lord Dance, and they are tangoing with Zaida.
Oh, this is what they call the robot. As Supercan goes for the pull, Zaida making some space here. I wonder if BTR knows that Yaoi's in this bush. They spotted Sanji definitely walking into it. Now Chorizo. In that whole engagement, I just gotta say, the fact that there was already so much going on for BTR, and Chorizo hasn't even jumped in, makes it all the more a worse situation. Now they spot him. They're just baiting out the ult. They're baiting out the Sandstorm. Sakin gets a hard guard.
With the hard guard, he just walks up. He knows he can take anything that Echo throw at him. And all that was just to buy time for Supercan. Get some space. They're taking it real slow. They want to time it really well for the minions to spawn next wave. For the Lord to spawn with the minions next wave.
Yep, so it's coming in about 30 seconds, folks. 10:45. And just like that, Echo may have spent maybe 4 or 5 seconds too long because they know they weren't going to contest anyways.
Wow.
And nope, nothing. You get nothing, sir. Supercan comes in, engages on Zaida.
Oh, they forced the Tortoises Poissons already. Before the siege, before the Lord. Leo, that's going to be on cooldown for the next skirmish, for the next team fight.
Yep, going to be a huge detriment. A resource they definitely could have held on for. And here we see Lord now marching through bottom lane. Bigatron got their eyes on tier 2, not just in mid, but also up top. They're looking to break into Echo's base using this huge 7K gold lead.
Let's see if they can. Supercan just recalling in front of Echo. Saken moving forward now, baiting out the base turret passive. Moreno going to be chunked quite low. Half HP, forced to pop that regen. With a nature built up by Saken. Good clear from Echo.
Great way of deterring a forced siege. So we can say that Echo are still breathing, or in their case, the Orcas, they're still getting oxygen from the ocean. And now here in mid, once more, it happened already, inevitable. All outside base turrets have been taken down, and here's another one, RWM by Moreno!
On the Sanji, taking him very low. His real-world inflation is not off cooldown just yet, but Bigatron Alpha, they're unable to crack a single base turret. Echo still holding on to the game. But BTR, they will take what they can, and right now, they can take everything in the jungle.
Man, it's not so often that the predator becomes prey. And here it looks like technology reigns supreme. The architect's blueprints put to reality on the Land of Dawn. And again, another buff denied from Zyda. He's so hungry, he's starving right now. What's the goal difference between these two? Dear Lord, almost 2,000.
What's interesting is we saw the opposite when they first met in the playoffs. It was Echo, it was Zyda, who took everything away from Superken, and now it feels like it's a revenge arc. It's Superken's a villain arc. He's coming back with vengeance, and so far, he's getting exactly what he's coming to do.
Evil era. It's the robot overlords here, with Echo, oddly enough, becoming the underdogs. Let that sit, folks. The M4 World Champions, the MDL PH and MPL PH champions are the underdogs here, facing off against Bigatron Alpha. Looking at a 7,000 gold lead. Luminous Lord within arm's reach for BTR, and Echo can barely leave their base.
7.2k, Bigatron Alpha can just play it slow as they can, as efficient, robotic even, these movements from Bigatron Alpha.
Here we see the blitz coming in from Saken and Superken, while Chorizo and Moreno put up a barricade, a perimeter. No members of Echo allowed here. Robots only. Lord's Lane, it'll be spawned in about 5 seconds.
Let's take a look, take a peek at Outplayed. What does he have in his inventory? Still 1,000 gold behind, but he has reached his power spike.
That's respectable.
Respectable, yeah.
Given what Echo has been through, the fact that he's just 1,000 behind and not a single death quite yet. So maybe that's what they're holding on for in this rainy day. That little bit of sunshine in their pockets as all lanes are synced in. BTR marching in.
And has Lord down below, gonna be charging, gonna be taking a base turret down for free. Bigatron Alpha, they put their resources into the mid lane now, trying to get two. But Echo have dispersed, haven't able to micromanage. A good steal for the real world manipulation.
Well used. Now Moreno can just hold the RWM, wait for this big fat wave in mid, and Sanji pops his own.
Athena shield popped down now. Moreno with a real world manipulation. Chorizo, wow, outplay with a good flicker out. Now Chorizo's caught between the base turrets. He jumps in, but Fury knocks him up, takes him down. And Echo are showing signs of life.
2 for none. Punished underneath this mid lane inhibitor. Echo are on the board for the first time in what seemed like a long time. I'd say the better part of the past 10 minutes. Echo couldn't do anything to BTR, and now they punish BTR for overstaying their welcome. This is the first time we've actually seen Echo cross the river.
And look at that, Zyda now giving Superken a taste of his own medicine, taking the purple buff away.
Grand Theft Purple here, 15 minutes in. Let's look at the item builds. Hey, Sanford closed the gap.
He did. 9k now, and this is the concern for the Khalid pick. Early game, I don't think there are any doubters to the way he can be a bully in lane. Oppressive, aggressive, but towards a later stage, he does fall off. He becomes sort of just a utility XP laner. He sustains and he stuns, but that damage falls off, and that's what we're seeing from Bigatron Alpha now. They're in deep waters. Echo have weathered the storm.
And now I'd like to build on that point, right? Chorizo, he's at a crossroads. Do I build more damage, or do I put an immortality on me right now? because that's what that last item slot is going to be for. For the rest of BTR, it's great. It's a walk in the park up until it's not, and that's when they march into the base. So you're still looking at a very healthy gold lead here. No doubt Bigatron Alpha still in control, 6,000 gold ahead. But this next Lord, I can't help but think that maybe this Lord, especially if this fat wave up top eventually does find a way to break through that tier 1, it's a long lane. I'm wondering if maybe this is the one that Echo contests.
I think they have to at this point, right? They can technically turtle in their base, but why not put additional pressure to Bigatron Alpha? If they're somehow able to win a team fight, trade a few kills over for the Lord, or even better, just get the Lord, then they have a chance to completely take control.
They're looking for the turn. And boy, oh boy, what a miraculous turn it might be. Sorizo here, down to half health.
Whoa, 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 a lot of damage coming down. Sorizo not going to be stunned up, he's going to be picked up, but no! He flickers out to safety. Moreno buys the winner truncheon.
And he goes and spends this time in the bush to recall home. Look at Supervin just pushing top lane, forcing a response for Sanford. Heart guard into Sakin.
Zaida still with a shield unity. He's trying to look for an opening right now. He goes in. Moreno flickers out of the real world manipulation. Big resources spent already. Bigatron Alpha, do they take this fight?
All right, Heart Guard just expired. Lord down to a fifth of its health. They're looking for engage. RWM from Moreno.
Yeah, we made Fury onto 3. Sorizo jumps in, but Sakin gets gunned down. Now it's Supercan versus Zaida. And it's Zaida who wins it. Now Moreno forced to use the winner truncheon as Echo collapsed on the robots.
Remember his name, Zaida, formerly known as Mama Coco, the punish on Sanford.
Bigatron Alpha 7K down to 2. Echo are going to utilize it to completely equalize. 2 for 2, but Outplayed is still alive.
They've left that Lord up top to push that long lane. And RWM here. Oh no, it's hit critical masters. Way too much firepower coming in from Echo. They're going to penetrate.
Base turret down in the mid lane. From nothing to everything. Echo, 3.7K Lord advantage.
Oh, not to mention that bottom lane too again. The enhanced waves for Echo. And it's scaled up too. I'm wondering if it hit at the evolved state. If it's at 18 minutes, oh Lord, just crashes in.
Brazer's Wrath going to be used up. Sorizo hasn't been able to find any raging sandstorms. And that's why Echo...
Whoa, 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 whoa!
Renner's apathy even used up. Oh, Immortality Pop! Super Ken forced back. Echo are going in. Sakin now. Oh, he's in the midst of it all. Pops into Purify. Gets down. Now Sanford in the back. Dealing a lot of damage, but gets forced back. Moreno pops into real world manipulation as Super Ken jumps forward. But now the base turret down below is at threat.
Oh, they're walking on thin ice. Many a team in the SPS Challenge Finals have fallen to this folly, overstaying their welcome. But it looks like Echo, they know how to dance this dance. They know how to temper their expectations. They couldn't push that top lane inhibitor quite yet. But I believe this is to their advantage. This is the first time in a while in this 19-minute game that they're actually the ones in the driver's seat. So they're trying to protect that lead as best they could.
It's a big W, a big fat W for Echo right now. I mean, look at the gold lead, completely gone. And speaking of the late game, Bigatron Alpha, what are they going to use Sorizo for? Now his damage has fallen off. Now his dashes, his stun can be dodged. It's very easy to dodge. We've seen it many times from Echo.
Yep, he's a sitting duck after that engagement and after he's tried to output the damage he can up until he needs to sit in a corner and think about what he's done with the quick sand guard. Can confirm, folks, he built an immortality. So yeah, this does send the message that, yeah, I just want to be annoying as hell. Supervin gets jumped on.
Oh, Renner's apathy even used up. Now Vin is going to fall. Super Ken tried his best to help his roamer. But with that, Echo have just taken control. Once again, they've taken the roamer. No more global presence.
All right, so good news for Echo is he's not rock and pull yourself together. He's actually gonna count up all the death timers here. And we're past TikTok timers. That should have been a life that Bigatron protected all the more because again, Evolved Lord scaled up to 20 minutes, up for taken.
20 seconds on Super Vin. Bigatron Alpha, they can try their best to look for a cancel, to force Echo to reset. But at this point, Echo, they're committing. They do not want to let it go. They want a 50-50.
more than just a 50-50. Look at the control that Yawi has asserted. He really wants this. He gets knocked up, gets the heal.
Ooh.
Oh, Super Ken comes in, but Zaida scores.
Big damage coming in, but now again, it's gonna be Super Ken who falls in the front, even in the back. Sanford, beautifully done, distracting and zoning the back line. Moreno and Saken were a non-factor in the team fight.
I can only imagine there must have been a gap in the communication. Super Ken was a little in too deep, and I'm guessing he was making the call to Supervin. Hearthguard now! Hearthguard now!
It was a bit too late at that point. Saken dealing some damage, but now with the Evolved Lord, Echo are just marching down. They want to play with the damage reduction. Saken gonna be chunked.
They're coming in. Lord, just a breath away from their base. Hearthguard on Saken.
Whoa, outplayed! Dodges away, flickers out. The blazing duet comes out from Saken right now. Is able to gun down the members. But now the real world manipulation popped in. Now it's gonna be the Lord chunking the base quite low. So Rizzo coming back, looking for some more damage. Mid waves as well for Echo.
40 very low. The base at a third of his health. They pop some immortalities. Yawi goes.
With an nature popped in now for Saken. He's gonna be engaged on Minion Fury. Not with the flicker this time. Super Ken respawning with a taunt. Yawi gonna be brought back to the team as Saken picks up the kill. Sanji in outplayed, not given the space to go for the base. And Bigatron Alpha have defended.
Oh, outplayed! He gets caught!
Whoa.
Immortality popped!
No immortality, knocked up, shut down! Moreno has taken outplay down, now going forward. Real world manipulation from Moreno. As Sanford dives in deep. Now looking for the damage. Winner Truncheon gonna be bought in time. Gonna be selling it to the immortality. Moreno was baited, Sanford!
It's a bait on a bait! And with that, patience wins! Bigatron Alpha with the wipeout!
What a game! Again, it will always begin like this. It happened for Onyx versus AP Bren, and Bigatron Alpha have coin flipped back to a victory.
1-0! BTR takes the opening game.
What is Moreno? If Onyx have Gila Sans, I'm trying to make a nickname for Moreno, but
it'll come.
What the hell? Winner, immortality swap, base Sanford in, takes Sanford out, the game-winning play, Leo.
There's gotta have been massive calculations in the split seconds that they were making those calls, and yeah, it could have been as beautiful and as clean for Echo, but just the same. They were closer to BDR's base. The respawns, time was on their side, space was on their side. And that's what bought them this victory. That's what earned them this win. Oh, the momentum that Onyx has bought for their national, the countrymen here in BTR. I love it.
It's not every day that you get to see a mid laner outclassing Sanji.
Doesn't happen as often. Analysts, break the game down for us.
I have a nickname for Moreno.
What is it?
More, yes.
More like yes.
Yeah, let's workshop it a little bit.
No,
I see
we don't
where
like
you're going
it?
there. I see where you're going there. I'm not saying I don't like it. I'm just saying we gotta workshop it a little bit more. A little bit more brainstorming. You're trying, and we appreciate the effort, Eterno.
Okay, and you know, Echo's also trying, right? There was a moment in that game where it was like, all right, Bigatron have overstayed their welcome. They had a really good idea in that early game, but Echo had the better team fight. And then it was a different coin flip again, and it was Echo overstaying their welcome. I could even hear the screams coming in from Reptar saying, stop, reset, reset, reset.
Yeah, I was screaming, reset, reset. The Filipino, uwe, go home, because you won't be able to end it there. BTR, this lineup that they drafted, and this is something that BTR, after I saw that X-Borg pick earlier showed up by them against RSGPH, I feel like they found an identity for themselves in terms of how they want to draft for XP. They will pick up an EXP laner who, like Uranus, is difficult to take down because they thrive in longer and extended team fights. This lineup with all those pieces is actually for Saken and Moreno to thrive because we know Moreno and that Valentina will have the real-world manipulation of that Eve. And that's what they did. They waited, they bided their time, they really found and picked their moments, Gani.
And looking at the MVP here, I'm quite surprised. It's going to be Super Ken. I like it, sure. Fredrin, very reliable. But I gotta give my hats towards Moreno, man. I mean, teams, again, we mentioned pre-drafts that don't give Moreno the Valentina. Don't give Valentina to Moreno. It's gonna cause you problems, and there you go. Game 1, evident. He played the sequence towards that late game, and it is what Echo needs to pay in Game 1.
Yeah.
I think Super Ken was doing his job, right?
Oh, he
Reliable,
was.
objective takes, even though at the end of the day, it was Zyda picking up most of the objectives, Lord, Turtle, and so on and so forth. The X factor is, like you mentioned, two people, Saken as well as Moreno. There's not much of flexibility in the gameplay of Saken because he was given a Claude, but because Moreno was given the Valentina, we saw at the very end what he was able to do.
Yeah.
And it's tough, right? Because in that moment, in that decision, and in every situation, you are given a choice. Do I pick this ultimate up or not? Over there, we saw real-world manipulation, real quick, open it up, and that was actually the huge turnaround that Bigatron Alpha had in that particular game, and then it was GG. I mean, look at this team fight. It was so close to becoming Echo's game.
Yeah, again, overstaying their welcome. And this is something I have to really commend about the top Indonesian teams today, especially how with what Onyx has brought to the table in terms of setting the standard of being the best Indonesian team, is that they've really improved on their decision making in terms of when to bring out their abilities, when to go in. It's ironic that I say that, because the reason why Echo found a turnaround is because Bigatron Alpha were too eager to end it there with Chorizo getting caught alongside Supervin when they went into the base of Echo. But we saw there, they really were super patient. Once they respawned and once their ultimates were back, man, they just went ahead and went forward and chased down the members of Echo.
I mean, let's not forget, I do agree with you, Reptar. Let's not forget Chorizo as well, right? He mentioned that if we drafted Alice, maybe their draft is a little bit too scaly, and that is what the Khalid is for. And you can see the early game pressure, the killing pressure that the Khalid provides. It was at 1.411, so again, a good pickup to stabilize in that draft for that early game specifically.
Yeah, it shows the flexibility once again of the EXP laner. Who would have thought that they'd pick up something like the Khalid? I was nearly like, Diablo? Is that you?
Yeah. Cosplaying.
Like, what's going on? And even before with the X work. So now teams need to be aware of the creativity that Aldo has, especially for Chorizo. If he's given that winning lane, then that's the pressure that you can expect, because it does protrude and just kind of echo through. I can't believe I used echo there, but echo through the other lane.
Now that was good. That was good. High five. I'm not moving my hand this time. No, I promise. I feel really bad now, dude, that I did that earlier.
Yeah, you're gonna regret it for the rest of your life.
Yeah, I'm scared. I'm scared now for my life. I forgot for a moment I'm in Indonesia. I am so far from home.
You will not go back home.
Please help. No. Help me.
No, Reptar. Reptar is okay. No, she's not. Okay, next, continue.
So, okay, I'll just try to do my job. This Bigatron Alpha, what they've showed, or again, earlier with their X-Borg pickup, now with their Khalid pickup, I feel like they're now trying to build themselves an identity of, number one, if it's not going to be, if those unique EXP laners won't win the laning phase, at least at around minute 4, minute 5, they can initiate something that would eventually turn around and snowball, and you're gonna see that XP lane pick, because with how difficult it is to take down earlier the X board, now the Khalid, you're gonna try to bait out abilities from your opponents, and that's what Bigatron are so good at doing, just baiting out and saying, hey, look at us, and then suddenly they'll turn it around.
This is just, I feel, a typical Aldo draft.
Yeah.
Aldo, the architect, just really delivering brilliance when he goes in for that creative picks. Just like a DHL can give you the best, most pristine delivery service, worldwide renowned as well. Quick shout out, thank you so much for making all this possible, because we know, you guys know, the players know, just everyone in general knows that this has been an amazing tournament so far. We love you, DHL.
Thank you, DHL. And let's deliver more games.
Yeah, go.
I mean, what happened in Game 1 again, it was the team that was the more patient one got the dub.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
That ended up becoming the theme of this game, really, patience. Echo were patient, they found an opening, they went forward. That's how it got to the point where they almost won the game. Then BTR were patient, went forward, and then that's how they won the game.
Echo went impatient.
Yeah, Echo.
I would say.
Yeah, they were. Yeah.
Because if they didn't do that, I don't think it would have ended that way.
Yeah, definitely.
Wait, do the viewers know what I'm saying? I just realized I'm like, if they didn't do that, I mean that last push into that base where they overstayed.
Yeah, and I think one of the reasons why Echo were second guessing themselves whether or not they're gonna go back or whether they're gonna try to really end it there is that at that point they really just didn't want to give any more room to Bigatron. They've expanded so many abilities that they thought they could just brute force through it. But then I feel like that's something that we're seeing more from Filipino teams, especially from what I remember in not only in MSC but also in the MPLPH playoffs, where that's becoming a trend now that we're starting to get a little bit more impatient with ending games. There's so many games were turned around because teams were impatient to end it.
I mean, a little too hasty, right? From side of Echo.
Exactly.
I think what happened was they miscalculated the minion spawn time. That they thought their minion will touch the base of Bigatron. But then there you go. The spawn minions was there to save Bigatron's day. And after that, because they are already there, it doesn't make sense if they go back. I think that's.
I just really want to say though, we've been talking a lot about how well Bigatron played this. I really want to commend Echo in showing that they can find a way to make a comeback. Dude, what they did to make it reach to that point was so difficult. It was, again, very surprising for everyone right now in Historis and 9 and the world that they were able to force and make it look like they were going to win it. So I think Echo still has, just need to iron out some kinks because they're doing really good. What they did to try and make a comeback was amazing.
I think just decision making.
Yeah.
If decision making is on point, then this looks like that is going to go full best of 3. In my opinion.
I mean,
Echo strong.
We're just down
Echo
to
loud.
4 teams, right?
We're down to 4.
We're down to 4. So,
Onyx, Bren, Echo, Bigatron.
2PH to Indo, basically. And it's going to be another interesting game here. What do we expect from game 2 is the question. You know what? I expect Echo to limit the hero of Moreno here. Don't give him the Valentina again.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think Moreno has found the most success on the Valentina because of his creativity and the way that the Valentina can facilitate just dashing around, the dives, like all those mechanical things. Moreno has it down to a T. So what happens when you force Moreno on a hero like the Farsa, on a Yves that's a little bit more immobile, a little bit more of a sitting duck? I'd like to see that coming through. Let's take a look at the drafting phase here for game number 2 between both of these teams. Kadita, we have Paquito, we have Claude as well being taken out of the board. They're respecting Saken this time around and the flex potential that the Paquito can have. Literally almost everyone can play the Paquito from Bigatron.
Yeah, now I'm going to be looking at what else. Honestly, as much as I am scared for it, I am excited to see what Coach Aldo is cooking up for their EXP lane. If they're going to show any other surprise pickups here. Maybe they're going to hold on to those cards. Potentially they have, the lower bracket finals, maybe even the grand finals. Maybe they'll hold on to some aces up their sleeves. But yeah, Bigatron have really made an identity for themselves as a team that come up with really crafty EXP lane pickups. Now, will Echo ban out the Fanny or pick it up themselves is my biggest question right now.
I want to touch on that a little bit. EXP laner and jungler. Right? These are the 2 positions that I believe Aldo has the most creativity with. And I think that the players are also able to facilitate and realize the dream of Coach Aldo. But there you go. That's your answer. Fanny is going to be taken out.
Well, looking at the bans now, right? What are the options for inside of Echo to pick up here? They can definitely take up the Valentina here. A very good pickup. Taking it away in the hands of Moreno. And again, perhaps with that Valentina pick, what you said, it adds more depth to the hero, but no, they still prio that Yves, so leaving that Valentina open again. But this time, Bigatron, they don't have Claude to pick up.
Yeah, that's why I'm okay with Echo picking up the Eve again, even though they're going to be giving a Valentina to Moreno. Because with the Fanny getting taken out, the Claude taken out, Eve would just be too good for any of these two teams, so Echo would want to put that as expected. Valentina now going to actually come a little bit earlier for BTR. Earlier it went into the third pick when they had the Claude. Now they can even pick up the Angela again if they want to. I wouldn't be so remiss. They just go for the Angela again. It seems like they're comfortable playing around it.
Or the Ling.
Or the Ling, an early Ling pickup as well. We've seen that pop off. But no, the Franco, they want to get the suppress ability right away.
Okay, so a very good read there, because if they do really bank on that Angela pick, Joy is still open, right? Which is going to cause problems perhaps later on for inside of Bigatron. Now, Echo, will they commit to a Joy here, realizing that there's a Franco? Is that too risky?
Yeah, if I'm Echo here, they can pass on the Joy a little bit. But I wouldn't be surprised if they do pick it up again. They can go ahead and pick up their marksman now, so that their next phase will just be fighting for the picks in the EXP and maybe even the jungle. If ever Bigatron are going to go into the second phase, not picking their marksman as their third pickup here.
What am I feeling here? Kufra as Fred. Okay, so Kufra, Fredrin, they secured their roamer here for Echo. It is going to be in the hands of Yawi himself. Fredrin, still a flex, could be jungle, it could also still be in that EXP, and that's gonna keep Bigatron guessing. Do they want to go for Ling here?
Either Assassin or Marksman here, right? I feel like for side of
Yeah.
Bigatron. I think picking up a Marksman, very smart, considering that the second phase is next to or limit the option for Marksman here for inside of Echo. So perhaps I'm looking at a Beatrix if they really want to go conventional. Not good going up against a Kufra and Yves.
How's Melissa?
Melissa. Oh,
Melissa,
okay.
1-1, yeah.
But no.
They're going to pick up the Joy. The Joy left open here. That's why they picked up the Kufra and the Fredrin. So I think Echo saw this coming. So yeah, we're gonna be fighting for the gold laners here into the second phase. Let's see. Bigatron. But 1-1 open, carry open. First. Either one will find Beatrix. Oh man, too many options here for the marksman. I think Echo is just gonna try to minimize one marksman option and then ban something else. Because you can't focus too much on the marksman bans here. There's just way too many open that just looks really good for both teams right now.
Yeah, I think banking on two marksman ban would be a waste, but Bigatron, they try to limit the Yuzong here, so perhaps the marksman that they're going for is a backline marksman.
That and the fact that you got to respect Sanford on the Yuzong. I don't think you two Red Giants read into that. They didn't respect that enough. You think that it's a bad matchup for the Yuzong, but Sanford just comes in those team fights and he's like, hey, what's up? I'm going to petrify you, knock you up, and then you're dead at this point.
Yeah.
So 1-1 being taken out here, I do believe that is a power pick for Saken. I understand as well the impact that it can have. Bigatron now, they're caught in a tough position because not only does Bigatron have to flex with a Joy, but Echo does as well. Do they want to go for an EXP lane ban or a jungle ban? So they opt for the Arlet here, just trying to pressure this Fredrin to be placed in that EXP lane. But remember, Sanford does still have the Terizla.
Yeah, Terizla's available, Lapu Lapu's available for him as well. So, wow, that's 2 series in a row now. Bigatron are just coming into an EXP lane focused drafting strategy. They respected Nats and what he brings to the table for RSGPH earlier, and then now they're doing the same thing to Sanford. And Echo, correct me, they ended up banning out 2 marksmen here. They're just minimizing it. Melissa's still open. Saken has shown that he can play a gold lane Bane if they want to. But they will need a marksman at this point. If it's going to be a Bane, then I guess this is going to be the Ling going in the jungle, even though he's up against some tough competition right now. Angela, Ling, available. Oh, no. They cancel out an Angela anymore.
Well, looking at the options left, right? Marches, the
there
Melissa
it is,
here.
as expected.
So they're trying to utilize the flex here from that Joy. Again, XP or jungle here. I mean, looking at the heroes that are left outside of Echo, what is left as well? They need a marksman.
Honestly, Arlet is really good against the Melissa.
Banned out though.
Oh, you're right. Lapu Lapu then.
Lapu Lapu Ling, okay.
Oh, they take away the Ling.
You know what? if Bigatron really wants to go crazy, go for the Hellcurt. I don't know.
They're gonna have to put the Joy in the EXP lane. A bit too
Yeah.
greedy for my taste. I think they're gonna be looking for more control here. I mean, the Hellcurt theoretically does make sense.
Watches then, if not the Hellcurt. And
Yeah.
do you prefer this Joy in that jungler though?
I prefer in the EXP lane. So, yeah, you said Martis. I'm liking the Martis jungle here for Bigatron. Unless you're gonna go just anime fight and either go Hayabusa, but it's also gonna be very greedy. Or the
Very
Lancelot.
risky.
Yeah.
X-Borg again.
Oh no, it's gonna be a Grok.
Oh, it's gonna be the Grok. So Joy Jungle EXP Grok.
Yeah.
Is the answer here for the side of Sorizo. Billing damage, I suppose.
Yeah, I forgot about the existence of an XP lane Grok. So now, yeah, I like the Joy jungle.
All right, let's see if the casters like the Joy Jungle. Ring, ring, ring. Leo, Mirko.
Hello, what's up? You've reached the office of Joy Jungle enjoyers. I don't know. Is it just me? I'm a big fan of Jungle Joy now, especially if you have such an awesome side lane comp that is the XP lane Grok and the Melissa, which you saw coming from a mile away.
Yeah, I mean, with the bans going through, the Yu Song and the Arlet, the Lapu has really fallen off in this meta, in this patch, and that's why they didn't go for the ban there. With those two banned out, especially the Arlet, that really gave it away for me. I was really surprised to see Echo ban out the carry instead of the Melissa. So they have it planned out as well. There's no way that they will oversee it. They know that the Melissa was coming, and they want to try to counter it instead of banning it.
How about 40 on a hero that's not as easy to cut right through the lineup? He's so honest. It's very rare that we see Sanford on a Fredrin, which they invested in later on. But just as well, it's possible that maybe somewhere in the draft, they flip the switch. Coach Treb says, hey, Zaida, you feeling the Ling?
To be completely honest with you, I'm a fan of Zyda's Ling. Not a fan of Sanford being placed down on these heroes. Fredrin, oh, I hate Fredrin in the XP lane so much. I have a personal vendetta against this Fredrin XP.
It was good until it wasn't, because we've seen a lot of XP lane Fredrin do well in the groups of SPS challenge season, especially post-patch. But here we'll see if it's worth it, right? Especially putting it on a player like Sanford. It's an orange start for Zaida. Superken goes for the purple. And yeah, here's where I like that Jungle Joy. You reach level 4 reliably, and you're able to output so much damage, especially in those first few fights.
Let's see now, Zaida onto the purple buff. Let's take a look at the emblems here. Sakan with the Quantum Charge. Sorizo also with the Quantum Charge, despite going on the Grok here. We've seen a lot of different emblems before on the Grok. I think Wolf is a big hater on the Lethal Ignition. Big no-no for him, for Grok.
Yeah. So here, it having Quantum Charge allows for him to, stay on targets a little better with those auto attacks, keeping him up, topped up and ready, just to, get more Power of Natures on. Something to note as well, Vince Franco actually is rocking the common emblem.
Yeah.
So he really wants to stay in. He wants that mana filled all the time, so he's ready to bite down when the rest of BTR calls for it.
He wants to go for the hooks. He wants to constantly be throwing hooks. Or, well, yeah, I mean, most of the time that. And also just sustaining back up with Adaptive Regen. Yaoi. Damage Revenge over to Super Vin. Good damage on the gold buff from Sakan, but he will not commit onto it. Joy coming back down, 3v3.
I mean, now that we're talking about it, right? Super Vin here. Oh, wait. Walks into a bush. 3 in there.
Bouncing ball, and that should be first blood over to Zaida in the first minute of the game. Let's take a look at the emblems first here. So, Rupture, Season Hunter, could be expected from a Ling.
Miscalculated what Super Vin did there. I was about to say, man, this is Vin. He won an MPL championship while he was playing with RRQ with this Franco. Onyx refused then at that time to ban it. That's what gave him the nickname, at least for me, Franco Man. Sanford and Sorizo here looking for the pull. Their junglers, respectively, yet to come to the scene. And Supervin now back in this bush. Big control. He has an Iron Hook and a Bloody Hunt to go.
Let's see if it works out. Yaoi's already spotted. Ooh, Iron Hook almost connecting on the Sanji there. Yaoi's charging the Tyrant's Revenge. Going on to, the flicker dodged away now. It's going to be Super Ken who secures inside a lockdown with a Bloody Hunt. Sorizo able to flicker out now. Super Vin caught in the Appraiser's wrath.
And Vin's going to fall here, but the damage has already been done. Turtle already claimed by BTR, and Super Ken's not done yet.
Rhythm coming down. Super Ken, though, doesn't want to commit too much. They've won the objective battle, but they've lost in the kill department. Who's it worth for, Leo?
I'd like to think it's a wash. This is the same spot we saw Echo even before the turtle take, and there wasn't much of a conversion from BTR anyways. So I'd say we ended up where we left off. Something to note though, gotta love Super Vin's reflexes.
Yep.
We saw this earlier in the groups and even a bit in the playoffs here, how he's so quick to go flicker ult, whatever that may be, flicker wild charge, flicker bloody hunt, and that's what stopped Zaida from actually coming in clutch, stealing the turtle away.
Yeah, now that you mention it as well, taking a look at the kills, sure, Echo have a gold lead, but we gotta remember that these 2 kills that Echo have been able to pick up, it's only on the Super Vin, the roamer, right?
He can afford it.
He can afford it, definitely, and it has given so much more space to the rest of the members. Moreno and Saken, even Sorizo has been given enough space to farm up, and do they have a gold lead in their own lanes?
Not exactly. Saken's down about 200 gold away from outplayed, and yeah, outplayed. Both of them actually built a pair of pants, so they can trade. It's a matter of who's gonna come in and change that math. Who's gonna come in and try to win an advantage for their gold laners. And it's gonna come in clutch, folks, because 20 seconds from now, there will be a turtle, and it spawned in the gold lane. 40, ooh, playing with fire. I wonder if he knows Ken and Vin are there.
I don't think so. Maybe he does. Sorizo up top. Gonna be jumped on by Zaida with that Finch Boy. Sanford now looking for the engage. Sorizo with a wild charge. Power of Nature. Combo together. He gets himself out of there. Gets some vision on the purple. Tries to reset it. And Bigatron Alpha now know where Zaida is.
Yep, this is a clear sign for them to go ahead, maybe blitz this turtle, because Zaida will still go for the purple. Still trying to take it. Moreno scores an RWM. Sanford walks in, and the turtle is reset.
No reason to commit for Bigatron Alpha. They think, let's take it slow. Super Ken clearing out the mid lane, picking up the Genius one. 5 minutes in, Super Vin caught. Has the rage, Bennett's rage, everything in the kitchen sink thrown, but Vin still survives. Now it's a real world and Blaze, oh, well played. Oh, good flicker out to safety.
Wow, ults thrown out on both sides. Battle spells though, kept in check. All this time was bought for Sorizo, space on the map to push that top lane tier 1. I love it. Again, very similar to that last engagement. It's a wash, but I give a slight advantage to BTR. I think BTR played that very well, and now Moreno flickers out, saves himself.
Good play by Zaida there. Makes Moreno miss a whole cannon minion in that mid lane. Super Vindo looking for a pin down. Conceal. Already used up. Super Ken jumping into the conceal as well. Iron Hook not connecting. Good dodge. Sidestep from Yaoi Sanji and outplayed.
3v3. I wonder if Echo are aware that this is a boding 5v5. Oh, yeah, Super Ken leaves the vicinity of the area. I like it. Both teams are actually playing with the space very well. As early as, what, 5-6 minutes? They're seeing parts of the map that, hey, there's an absence of enemy units here. No opponents here. Maybe I should just push, and that's what Zaida tried to do.
Both of them respecting each other a whole lot more than game number 1. I think in game number 1, it was a battle of disrespect.
It was very playful.
Yeah. Bigatron starts strong, then Echo comes back. And Echo, we're almost able to end, and then Bigatron comes back again.
Yep, that's what made that game so fast and furious, and now this time it feels so calculated, right? 6 minutes in, approaching 7 minutes, and only just 2 kills. Here we go, Echo going for the old-fashioned attempt on the push. Sorizo and Moreno to the rescue. Thou shall not take our tier 1 down bot.
Wow, good defense from Sorizo, who's had a consistent performance all throughout this tournament. One of the standouts for Bigatron Alpha, alongside Moreno, who has not been playing every single game for Bigatron Alpha. Funnily enough, seeing how good he is now, you would expect, maybe he should get more games.
Definitely. This is more than enough evidence that Moreno is coming into shape here. Part of the main lineup of Bigatron Alpha. Now, last early game spawned, down to a fourth of its health. No dice. Bigatron Alpha concedes it. Echo scores.
Wow, interesting choice by Bigatron Alpha. Feels like, again, they're trying to weather the storm. They're trying to wait for these item power spikes. And looking at the items, I think I know exactly what they're waiting for. Saken, Golden Staff, it's going to be the moment where they can look for these 5v5s, these neutral objective contests as well.
And now up top, They engage on the 40. Ken pops the rhythm and beats. Big bush there. Oh, oof.
Big damage, good iron hook, and that's the wild charge, but it's only on the Sanford with the flicker as well. Power Nature gonna be used now. Supervin engaged on.
And there's the RWM keeping Sakin in place. He gets the go away, but he goes down.
2 for 0. Echo outplay Bigatron Alpha. Now, Charge Revenge and the Rage. Super Ken is down. Yaoi picks the kill up, and it's all Echo.
Must have been something wrong with the circuitry or the communication more specifically, because that was very un-Bigatron-like. They were spread out, stood around, stayed where they shouldn't have been, and even after one fell, the others didn't follow through. So yeah, now Echo have a great lead, a big lead, 3,000 in, and they're pushing 2 turrets in mid straight.
Mid lane tier 2 gonna fall, despite Moreno trying to savor it. And now it's a 4,000 gold lead. Exactly what Bigatron Alpha were able to do to Echo, but now reversed. It's Echo. Look at the gold difference between Zyda and Super Ken. 1.6K.
Huge. And not to mention the gap between Outplayed and Sakin. He's gonna force Sakin to respond here and play safe. Prior to that last engagement, maybe Sakin had hopes of greeding out, but now he has to respect the damage output of Outplayed. Maybe even expedite building a Wind of Nature, because anything less would mean doom, would mean that he wouldn't scale up and put up a fight as well as Outplayed could. Mirko, you're looking at 5-0 in under 10 minutes and a 5K gold lead.
It's a big gold lead, a big chunky one for Echo, especially considering it's placed on the right targets. It isn't Yaoi, it isn't Sanford, it isn't even Sanji who's holding it. It's the new recruits, the MDL players for Echo, Zyda and Outplayed, who both had phenomenal performances.
The cores, if you will, and now they're looking to blitz this Lord. Super Ken and Vin. Yaoi's gonna try to stop him though.
Retribution, Super Ken, what? He steals it, Bigatron Alpha disengage. It's a hit and run,
and they skedaddle away. We're all left in disbelief, but that just happened, folks. Despite Yaoi jumping in, Super Ken just walks in. Bright as day. Highway robbery. Thank you very much.
There were setups placed by Echo. They had everything right. Yaoi was waiting. Everybody was waiting for a charge. They were waiting for Bigatron Alpha to just bite on the bait. But they didn't just bite the bait. They took the rod away.
It wasn't even punished. Bigatron Alpha paid nothing there. What? This is worse than just being caught on CCTV red-handed. They did it right in front of them, and now it breaks out up top.
Wow, Superfin's still able to escape. Real world manipulation committed in. 3 ultimates though used up. Zyda now jumping forward. What? Defiant Blade already used up as well. Time of the Blades coming down. Moreno looking for the damage. Sakin with the muddle. Placement on point. Mid lane gonna be cleared out. Super Ken's waiting in that bush. Sanford finds it. Super Ken doing some damage onto the back, onto Sanford and Yaoi. Zyda going into Predator's Wrath with the wild card! By Chorizo!
A stolen RWM from Moreno, swiping away, go away by Sakin. Oh, they're just holding on for dear life. Down goes Chorizo.
Inspired Sanji saves his gold later, and Outplayed is able to out-sustain. Moreno now caught in the 1v2. 4 for 1, Echo.
Huge gains here for Echo, despite the stumble, despite the roadblock that was Super Ken's steal on the Lord. And the good news is, BTR's on the map, they're on the board here, 1 kill, but Echo punished so hard, delayed gratification, that's what the Orcas were looking for.
Oh, look at Superfin. Calm, collected.
Stone cold.
Stone cold. But for the chat, there's only one thing that Superfin is doing, AFK.
He's still there, can confirm. Yeah. He's just buying time. He's protecting the buffs, and he's making sure that he remains scarce. Again, even if you're down, the threat of a single hook, hey, Onyx fans would know, right? The threat of a single hook can change the tides of battle. So that's what Vin was doing there. And Bigatron Alpha, they have to force Echo to slow down.
Now, the game gets really slowed down. Meanwhile, Charge Revenge and the Rage Chorizo takes everything. The Bennett's Rage and the RWM takes it to his grave.
And what's that gonna lead to here? Super Ken still scores his purple. They're gonna threaten a take on tier 2 down bottom. It looks like Bigatron's gonna save it. Sanji, oh, he's baiting,
Oh, Terror's Revenge by Yaoi, but Super Ken is able to escape. Pops in that rhythm. Zyda It's going around. Supervin trying to get a cheeky little iron hook down to Zaida. But no, Echo denies it away from Bigatron. They say, no, we're not going to fight. We want the Lord.
Here comes the Luminous Lord, and in the long lane, Echo was able to leave a big fat wave there, taking down that tier 2. So yeah, that's more of the map that Echo have control of. Less for Bigatron Alpha to get space and gold from, to give to Sakin, to give to Moreno, and now they gotta be careful, man. Super Ken, he can just steal from anywhere.
Yaoi, revenge at the rage, and even the introduced passions for Rizzo flickers, but it's not to connect to anyone. Outplay with a mega kill. Sakin dealing damage, but it's not enough to take anyone down. Sanford with a taunt, knocking Sakin down, surviving for a bit. But now he falls, but Sakin follows. Moreno.
Stolen Tempest Blade keeps him alive for just 2 seconds longer as Outplay pops him. And down bottom, Zaida was able to penetrate. There's a hook and the bite down. The punish from Supervin.
I don't think it's going to be enough to save this game, though. 10 seconds on Super Ken. Sanji, oh, he's taking turret shots. No, what?
Oh.
What? What just happened?
He must have been thinking, must have been looking at the map. That's the only other explanation I have. Wasn't under any slow, wasn't under any CC. If this happened in the early game,
oh no,
forgivable. But now, at a clutch moment like this, especially with Lord spawning, that's a tough pill to swallow. Bigatron Alpha, they capitalize.
Oh my goodness gracious. Bigatron Alpha have just taken back control through that blunder, through that massive blunder.
They're trying the gold lead. Almost near them, cut it in half. We're looking at a Luminous Lord marching through bottom lane.
What?
And Echo have to regroup. Echo have to find it within themselves to communicate and say, hey man, we're going this direction. We're winning. We gotta respect what Bigatron Alpha does, especially inside their base.
There was a big disconnect as well from the members of Echo. Do they want to end? Do they want to go for the Lord? Seems like Sanji wanted to make the call, but was forced back. And then it happened.
And he backed off too late.
Oh, now they're in deep waters, man. Now, remember, these power spikes have suddenly hit for Bigatron Alpha with a sudden gold that they've been able to get with a Lord. 2,000 Lord advantage.
All right, all 5 members of Bigatron Alpha here. Contemplating on a recall. Maybe we should send someone back to the friend from Zaida. Now Lord threatening to take. RWM coming in. Yaoi, no one home.
Too
the
big
answer from Moreno.
2 big resources, Leo. The Lord not able to take the turret down. Now Supervin going to be engaged on Venice Ridge. Coming down. Supervin still able to flicker. Yaoi, no flicker on his side. Good iron hook to bring it down the ring. Oh! 3-man wild charge as Super Ken decimates the back line.
And Sanford gets popped as well in a BTR sandwich. 3 for none. The current body count for BTR as they penetrate in mid. 4 members, make it 5. Super Ken coming in a frame. They can threaten a finish here. It's 20 seconds until the next member of Echo spawns.
Now only the 2 new players, and Outplay gets bursted down by Moreno. Now the backside goes all the way. BTR clean sweep.
Knockout protocol engaged. The robots send the Orcas home.
Moreno talked the talk, and now he walks the walk. He sends another Filipino team home.
There definitely seems to be something in the air. And BTR are living for it. They have eliminated Echo, definitely still one of the powerhouses in the realm of international MLBB Esports. But now it's all about the red robots. Bigot Troopers here in Istora, Sinaya, and Bigot Troopers all around the world rejoice.
The thrill and the agony, though, experience for these new players on Echo. Defeat in the international stage, their first ever elimination from the international stage, but there is no doubt that Echo have these young prodigies full of potential.
The future's bright, definitely. I can say so still for Zaida and Outplayed. But this definitely is a wake-up call, a reality check straight from the architect himself, Coach Aldo, coming in to the Echo booth. Congratulating them for a great run. Echo here finishes in the top 4.
Top 4 for Echo. Bigatron Alpha moves forward to top 3 as they face off against AP Bren.
It's scary. I don't want to ask Moreno about my future now.
Don't.
It's scary. It's impressive and it's scary what they're able to do with the scraps they find in the late game. Especially they won that from behind. They won that with a bottom lane inhibitor taken down. Echo could have sworn they were going to live inside their base, but again, with the communications breakdown and the accumulated little wins that BTR scored there, it was inevitable, especially after that wipeout.
My goodness. I mean, again, right? I mean, you have to address the elephant in the room, Leo. The fact that happened. That happened. When I say that, we all know what happened. Very rarely do we see Sanji make a mistake even. He made one mistake throughout the game. He played it perfect otherwise, and it's what costed them the game.
That and a couple more major factors for sure. We don't want to pin all of this on the young prodigy, the mid laner from Echo, but it's clear. You can watch it, and in just a few, we will send it over to the analysts after an interview with our winning team. But again, there are so many questions to ask, and we're all here for it. That's what makes this amazing. That's what makes the playoffs for SPS Challenge Finals so amazing, is questions upon questions upon questions, and we do get some conclusions, but we're here for more. And with that being said, we'll throw it over to the stage.
Chochi luar biasa sekali dan inilah dia 2-0 untuk Bigatron Alpha. Mereka memulangkan satu tim Filipina lagi dan mereka akan melunjak untuk esok hari untuk final lower bracket.
Yes, as what Clara said, Bigatron Alpha once again swept another Filipino team, making them pack their bags and go home. So I guess what he said earlier on was right.
Ya, Moreno tadi bilang di interview sebelumnya dan itu terbukti. Kalian membuktikan ucapan kalian, Moreno. Sejago itu kalian sekarang.
Ya gimana ya, mungkin lagi improve aja sih. Makanya kita bisa ngalahin PH atau mungkin ya Indo sekarang lebih kuat lah daripada PH.
He said that maybe Indonesia is stronger than Philippines now. Wow.
That's a statement. Now that's a statement.
Yeah, and they prove it.
Tomorrow, they will be facing another Filipino team. The final Filipino team standing in the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals, which is AP Bren, that gave Onyx a run for their money just now. So how about Bigatron Alpha? What do you guys have prepared to face against AP Bren tomorrow?
Persiapan apa nih untuk besok? Apalagi kita lihat AP Bren tadi ngelawan Onyx udah keras banget. 5 game dibabat habis. Kalian besok juga akan bertarung Best of Series. Persiapan seperti apa yang kira-kira bakal dilakukan nih?
Ada persiapan sih, paling enjoy sama have fun aja.
Oh, okay. I
enjoy
understand that.
and have fun.
Yeah, they do not have any preparations in going up against AP Bren. All they know and all they're gonna do is enjoy and have fun.
Ya, tapi ini kayaknya spesial. Moreno jago banget gak sih hari ini? Kayak Moreno ada lagi mode spesial ya. Kamu lagi mode apa sih di turnamen ini, Moreno?
Mungkin lagi mode Kyrie, kayak right now I'm loving myself.
Oh, wow! He just quoted Kyrie up on stage. I love that.
Ya, katanya lagi kayak mode Kyrie nih. Mode sad boy.
Oh, sad boy era?
Ya bisa dibilang begitu.
Oh, he's loving himself now, focusing on himself, and then just like now, he proved himself and also Bigatron Alpha.
You know what? I think not everybody needs a girlfriend buff. Sometimes you just need a love yourself buff.
Aha!
Oh, he agrees. Alright, we're good.
Banyak orang yang mungkin ada buff cewek. Ini juga ada buff cinta diri sendiri. But semuanya pasti pada penasaran banget gak sih? Momen di game terakhir. Apakah kalian berpikir kalian akan berakhir dengan 2-0? Apa yang terjadi di game kedua tadi?
Enjoy sama have fun.
That's what? What?
Game kedua, enjoy and have fun?
Ya enjoy dan have fun, kayak ya takdirnya menang.
Okay, so Clara asked him what happened in that second game because I'm pretty sure everybody who was watching thought it would be a 1-1 game. We were in the talent room We were like, okay,
Lari.
and then the comeback happened. We're wearing heels, guys. We ran.
Yeah.
We got here in 30 seconds, we ran, and when we got here, they already won. And all he said was, they were just having fun.
That's right. Dan kita juga bertanya, mungkin ini lebih spesifik ya, di mana kalian diturunin sama mereka. Turun ke lower bracket dan kalian sekarang balas dendam. Apa yang udah kalian pelajarin, apa yang sudah kalian miliki di match kali ini dan mungkin enggak di match sebelumnya, Moreno?
Moreno pakai Valentina.
Moreno pakai Valentina, semua kelar. Gitu ya Moreno ya. Because he's playing Valentina. His Valentina is so good.
So, I'm pretty sure what he's trying to tell AP Bren is, if you want to beat Bigatron Alpha, you gotta get rid of his Valentina first.
Oh, gitu? Buat brand, kamu mau pesan kayak gitu, band Valentinanya, nanti mereka pada tahu nih.
Terserah sih mau band apa aja, yang penting good luck, have fun aja.
Oh, okay, he doesn't care. Whatever AP Bren bans, as long as they're having fun and good luck, you know? That's all.
That's all. So, mau ngomong sesuatu nggak sih? Mungkin untuk tim Filipina yang mungkin akan kalian hadapin untuk esok hari bisa aja kamu pulangin atau ya.
Pokoknya mah well. Tapi buat tim Filipina grand final tetap full Indo sih.
Oh, the same statement.
Yeah, same bold statement he has is he still wants a Indo versus Indo grand finals. They are one step away because Onyx is already at the grand final slot waiting for the next team to come on in. So now we know that the Bigatron fans have been here since this morning cheering you guys. Yes. What do you want to say to everybody who stayed and supported you guys today?
Betul, nggak cuma Bigatroners, ada tante juga. Banyak sekali orang tua yang hadir di sini untuk Bigatron Alpha nih. Mau ngomong apa Moreno?
Semoga sehat selalu buat kalian semuanya, buat Bigat Troopers. Ya makasih banyak udah dukung kita kayak pas kita mungkin lagi down, pas kita lagi lagi naik-naiknya. Makasih banyak udah dukung terus. Besok kita ada match lawan brand. Jangan lupa doain kita biar kita bisa masuk final dan dukung terus aja. Thank you.
Oh, that was a very sweet message.
Ya, karena mereka bener-bener ini yang mereka bikin, wow. Gimana gayanya Moreno?
Well.
Wow.
So in case anyone did not understand what he said, Moreno said that he wants to thank the bigger troopers for always supporting them whenever they fall down, whenever they rise back up. They're always there for them. And I think that's actually really, really sweet. It's a really cute fandom that I get to witness here. My first time in Indonesia as well. Okay, so now I'm pretty sure Moreno is super duper tired, but we still want to throw it over to our panelists to break down what happened in this best of 3. So, panelists, for the last time today, kindly take it away.
Bigatron Wayne.
The downfall of the Apex Predators in Echo. The Orcas is a night, ladies and gentlemen. Apparently now, the new Apex Predators are the robots. The question is, with them moving forward, will they be able to gain the title of PH Slayers?
Yeah,
because Moreno earlier on, very confident in that interview, he's saying that he's definitely sure it's going to be an Indo-Indo Grand Final.
Yeah, man, you got to respect the confidence coming out from Moreno and BTR. They're running on the power of good luck, have fun. Just have fun. And you can see it in their gameplay, man. It seems like there's something about this BTR team, just even though they started off this campaign in the playoffs with a loss to Echo, they always find ways. They find ways. BTR, we find ways. What the heck?
A very crazy game as well. 16 minutes game, 15-6. Bigatron, they were just, I don't know, I have no words here. They were able to find the openings sequence to their success. And unfortunately, Zyda lane game here wasn't really shining in this current game.
We really just got to see BTR make the most out of punishing Echo errors. I think at this point, that's already a given.
It was evident. It was the story of this game, first in that Lord. But before we drill on that even further, we have to talk about how Echo took control of this game. Sanji, Yawi just on point with their rotation. Sanford on this EXP lane, Fredrin showing how to still make this work. I know in MPL Indonesia, and even here, it struggles and teams look down upon picking it, but Sanford still making that pick work, and of course, outplayed. Great positioning as always.
I mean, going up against Grok, that's a tough matchup as well. I feel like Sorizo here is the right element. Again, that was utilized the last pick, that Grok, and it worked out very well for Aldo and his team. And you know what, MVP, I still gotta give it towards Superken here. I mean, he was able to find that Lord, but no, it's a Grok. Sure, I'm happy too.
Yeah, 133 stat on this Grok, so Rizzo takes that MVP. And you can even tell from his item build that he went a little 50-50 here. He went in a little bit for damage, but they have to seize the BOD, even a Legion Sword, maybe building up to something else in that damage department, but also Radiant Armor. So still respecting that damage output coming in from his team, from the opposing team, and the emblems, right? All penetration, you have a little bit of a movement speed going on with the agility as well as that core emblem.
Yeah, his late entries were absolutely clutch here for BTR to find the wins that they eventually found. Of course, that first Lord there, Zaida not able to get his retribution off, but then at the same time was a great block by Supervin to block the entry of Yawi. Then of course, we all know what happened here. It's difficult to assume what exactly happened. All we can see is it was a massive mistake and a costly error for the side of Echo. And you saw there, Sorizo, his late entry, wild charge, again, just punishing Echo's desire to fight outside of their base.
I mean, he facilitated that play very, very well. With that wild charge, it just breaks the momentum that was perhaps from the side of Echo they were trying to establish. And with that massive crowd control with that wild charge, they weren't able to find the right openings. Bigatron Alpha wiping out their opponent in that game, and it's a 2-0 victory. Wow.
Yeah, I don't think anyone expected this, right? 2-0 in this matchup. Like at maximum, even if Bigatron Alpha take the series, 2-1, because how competitive everything has just become. But it's so crazy that we're already this deep into the brackets and 2-0 from Bigatron. It's insane. I am at a loss for words.
Yeah, man. I bet Mirko's dancing like a madman right now. I think he's the only one who expected it. He changed his prediction last minute right before the casters came on in our group chat. Yeah, he was like, yo, I'm going to change my prediction. 2-0, BTR is going to win this. And then even our producers asked, yo, how confident are you? 100%? 100%. And yeah, Mirko, I'm sure he's dancing back in the talent room right now.
All right, so was it 2-1 earlier?
Yeah, I think he voted 2-1, but now he was just like, oh no, there's 2-0.
Confidence even from the Bigot Troopers. Mirko himself, yeah, you're right, he must be ecstatic. But this does mean that this is the end of the journey for Echo here in the Snapdragon Pro Series. They were able to claim a top 4 with 2 MDL players. So that in itself definitely shows potential from the younger generation stepping up.
Yeah. And I'm sure now, I think we're starting to see something, a new age in terms of like what to expect from Indonesian teams. Don't count them out. They will find ways. They will find and make the most out of the errors that you make, the holes you have in your defense or your offense. They're always looking to punish the mistakes that you will make.
You know what? I love the Endo teams / players. I feel like they have matured, but hopefully there's more to come here because I know they're such a hungry team, hungry individuals as well. And you know, the target is that M series coming in your hometown. Hopefully an Endo team will, you know, take the chance.
Slow your roll. Slow your roll, brother. Slow your roll.
Yeah, I think like at this point, it's a little bit too premature to say that Indonesia is the better country at MLBB. Looking at the accolades and the accomplishments that the Philippines have brought up.
Don't y'all forget.
But, right, I think one of the things that I've noticed coming into SPS is the fact that, actually I'm not an analyst, I don't want to say it,
Go.
I'll do it.
Really?
You've already
no,
set
it's not a
yourself
meme
up.
thing.
You've
It's
already
like,
set yourself up.
Like, Indonesians, we love chaos. We love
Yeah.
team fights. We love setting the tempo. And if the Philippines fall into the trap of the tempo and they don't use that macro capacity that they are so known for,
Yep.
then this is kind of the output that you can expect. As we take a look here at the brackets, and it's been a long day. We had 4 matches, 3 best of 3s, 1 a best of 5. Echo, unfortunately, falling down to the lower bracket, being able to send Yudu Red Giants home earlier on 2-1, but they in turn were sent home by Bigatron 2-0.
Yeah, watch out for Bigatron Alpha. This is a team that you gotta really respect. Creative in their drafting, ruthless in their error punishments. This BTR team just won a fan in me.
With that in mind, it's going to be, there you go, the 4th team concluded. Echo will grab that spot. Meanwhile, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd is still up in the air. You know, I love only if Bigatron wins going up against Bren. It's then Aldo going up against his former team again.
Bittersweet indeed. But no matter the outcome for Onyx in particular, they're either going to walk away with 32K USD or 65K, which is double.
Yeah,
true.
A lot of money.
So let's take a look of what's happening tomorrow. And I'm sure everybody knows we are going to finalize that lower bracket finals. Best of 5 between Bigatron Alpha as well as AP Bren. And whoever wins that one is going a step forward to claim their prize there, as well as that matchup coming in against Onyx.
Bigatron Alpha versus AP Bren, a rematch from the group stage. The last time these two met, it was actually Bigatron who won against AP Bren 2-1. So now, earlier, Onyx was looking for a revenge against AP Bren. Now it's going to be AP Bren looking for revenge against BTR.
Very interesting again. Now let's take a look at this leaderboard here. You still see 4 members of UDO in the top 10, in the top 8, even top 7. Meanwhile, Ogen and Supervin is moving up, catching up.
That's still Yudu Red Giants number 1 and number 2. Pancake up there in the air, 69% as well on the assist ratio.
Nice.
I'm impressed. I'm impressed. I think a lot of people have picked up on the fact that Pancake likes to make little minuscule errors when he goes in.
I don't think he likes that he makes errors
but
sometimes.
even then, still number 1 on the assist leaderboard.
And then UDO Red Giants, I think we were talking about in the panel really well in their series against Echo, that they are a team to watch out for. They make us excited even more so for MPL Malaysia Season 12. Red Giants might just be the future of Malaysia.
Oh, I like that. Let's take a look at the kills leaderboard here, though. Still,
Look at that.
what?
Same.
Sakai's and a Super Red, a top 2, still from the UDO Red Giants.
Wow, almost what, a 30 gap, 35 gap here for Superkin to catch up to the UDO Red Giants gang. Meanwhile, another contender is Super Marco with 103 kills, perhaps creeping up to, you know, take the top 2 or top 1.
Yeah, there's something about Red Giants. When I see them play, I just think, yeah, that's a Malaysian team. And I mean that with all the best qualities possible. The excitement, the surprise, the drama. Red Giants brings that to the table.
So let's take a look at the top 3 plays of the day. We see Sakai's here earlier on making this play on the Fanny. Oh, we're going to slow it down a little bit. Look at the slow-mo.
Slow it down. Oh, stealing the Lord away.
Number 2, Super Ken. We're not going to see it just yet because we want to keep you guys on your toes. But that was insane, right? With so much lockdown from the enemy, Sakai's was able to cable in, take the Lord, and get out untouched. That was kind of a weird sound.
I kind of want to hear that sound effect again. That was pretty cool.
No,
No, that was pretty cool.
No.
It was like a Spider-Man whip.
It's only for the viewers.
All right, okay. Guess I'm not a viewer then. Oh, wait, I am.
No.
Yeah, I'm not. Fine.
Maybe when you get home.
Yeah, thank you.
So let's take a look at that again. Super Ken does take one of the top plays of the day here when he was on the Paquito.
Yeah, the lockdown on towards Eman here. Wow, the calculation wasn't that, I don't know.
What?
It was like, I feel like Superken, with the calculation, was just able to take down Amon.
Yeah, that was really good. And this was Cerezo, his entry
Last
with
game.
the Guardia, the Wild Charge play. I don't know what to pick. All three plays were great. Maybe recency bias. I'm leaning a little bit more towards Cerezo here. But yeah, Sekais and Superken also brought up some great plays.
I'm a little disappointed.
Why?
There's no Lord.
Yeah, we got
I enjoyed the Lord.
We saw that yesterday.
And Lord lost, you know.
Yeah, but hey, Ogwin won. I'm happy for Ogwin
Yeah,
for
true.
getting play of the
Minotaur.
day yesterday. But the Lord, man, feel bad for the Lord. He never gets the highlight.
I thought you all are better than that.
So if you guys want to still see a Lord on the top 3 plays of the day, please let us know in the survey. Let us know what we could do better. Let us know what you loved about the Snapdragon Pro Series so far in the link down below. You filled it in?
Right there.
You guys filled it in already?
Yep.
You have to fill it in.
Well, we can.
All right, I'll
Like,
join
why
in. I'll join
not,
in. I'll join in.
right?
Yeah.
You know.
Check it out.
One.
Check it out. Day 2, though. Tomorrow is the last day.
Oh, I'm so sad. Can't believe it. It's been such a journey, guys. It's been wild.
12 days.
12 days. From Malaysia to
Oh,
here.
Yeah.
Aw.
You're right. It's more than 12 days, rather.
It feels like we're a bunch of old people reminiscing about their past now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I don't. No, I'm not in that boat with you.
Okay.
All
I guess
right.
it's just me then.
But with that, ladies and gentlemen, despite this being the second last day of the Snapdragon Pro Series, if you guys don't want to miss out on important information, and if you guys want to be the first to know, don't worry, we got you covered. Register for the newsletter in that link down below for updates on memes, brackets, information, a player history, relationships of the players, relationships of Renmar or
Ooh.
Reptar, depending on who you want to call him by, or maybe if we want to know the faces of the production at home, because they've done such an amazing job so far. And of course, we do want to shout out YouTube here. If you guys want to follow the action, don't forget to follow us on our YouTube channel, our official YouTube channel. It's youtube.com, that one, at ESL Mobile.
Yep.
Dash.
Check it out.
Dash.
Or was it slash?
Slash. There's a lot of content we have. You've been seeing it all throughout. And if you want to see it, follow the links that we all just showed you.
For sure. You'll even see some Renmar content there.
Ooh.
There really isn't.
I love some Renmar
She's
content.
overselling it. Why am I always the butt of the joke with you two guys? I'm out of here.
I still see you.
It's because you didn't do the high five earlier on.
Yeah, okay, I deserve it, I guess, for what I did to you. It's fine.
Okay, you want to shake on it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I got you.
Alright.
Oh, you were too slow.
No,
Yeah,
I
no.
wasn't going to. I wasn't going to dodge.
No.
I wasn't going to. All right. We gotta settle this off screen. But there you go, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy. We do still have the 2 matches tomorrow, so don't forget to stay tuned. And of course, if you guys can, please come to the venue so you can watch all the action live. I promise you, the whole atmosphere is going to blow your mind away. And with that, we're going to sign out. Me, Eterna. We do have a Reptar as well as Goni. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a nice day. Have a nice rest for another day of epic Mobile Legends.
Bye.
Every day of the week, having time out, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party.
Yeah. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. Yeah. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rules, cause we don't do it like you do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rules. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rules, cause they don't do it like we do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rules. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game.
Call the priest, back to life, I'm undeceased. Breaking the chain, unleashed, my true power released. Reached my hand into the sky and made the stars align. Cause when I left it down to fate, it was taking up too much time. It's a miracle, it's a curse, I will not be deterred. If you predicted the worst, bon appetit, eat your worst. Keep my score, fire the gun, watch me how I overcome. What they said could not be done, I did it, now sing it. The birth of a legend, the past tried to trap me too bad. My future beckoned, I crashed, and yes, I burned. Hardest lesson that I learned was how to take a fall and crawl back out the dirt. Now I'm back from the grave, revived. Time after time, they tried to take my life, and still I wouldn't die. Survive, now come salute him. No man can dispute him. Back and I am biting, street fighting, Ryu Hadouken. What they said could not be done, I did it. Now sing it. Oh, here I go, changing destiny, saving the road to my victory. I won't admit defeat. I'm making history like it's meant to be. When they said to me, say, no man can dispute him. Might as well salute him.
already know what time it is, right? It's your boy Eclipse Darkness. I do this for my people. How I like that. I'm a black strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. I done seen it all. Came up from the gutter, baby, now I'm here to ball. I've been talking, yeah, my ish, so now they wanna call. They got my line tap, oh yeah, they tryna take it off. Oh no, here we go again. Pull me over, let me guess, it's cause my melanin. Asking questions, me and you both know irrelevant. But I stay cool and collected cause I'm heaven sent. They hate it, I love it, they know that there's no one above it except for God. Instead of becoming with negative energy, I gotta move and die. Give me that back, can't touch my crown, I'm a king and yeah, you know that. Talk about giving it back, I'ma come and take that. Yeah, I'm a black strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me.